I clearly awakened the strongest dark talent. Yet I am still ridiculed by everyone, considered the most trashy supportive talent. Other than being able to put opponents in darkness temporarily, it's basically useless. However, they do not know. I unexpectedly obtained the strongest check-in system. Just need to check in every month. Will receive a mythical talent of SSS level. But after I completed the first check-in, I unexpectedly triggered a double reward. Obtained 2 mythical level talents. 1 talent, Dark Divine Body. Not only can possess the power to destroy the world, but can also release black gas to protect the whole body. The second talent, Insight Against the Heavens, can not only master any martial arts, but also unleash its terrifying power. Later, I arrived at the graduation assessment site, ready to showcase my current strength. But just as I arrived here, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around and saw 3 young men appearing outside the venue. The leading man is Long Haoren, the top talent of Province 1 High School, awakened with an SS level talent. Walking beside him is Wang Tianming, the top talent of Province 6 High School, awakened with an S-level unique ability. And finally, there is Yen Jinghong, the top talent of Shan 3 High School, awakened is the S-class Hurricane ability. Looking at the 3 students with their aura fully expanded, inadvertently leaving the other students in awe. However, possessing a 3 S-class Dark Divine Body, I don't pay attention to them at the moment, just wanting to take the college entrance examination as soon as possible and demonstrate my strength. Suddenly, a loud voice announced the start of the first round of the college entrance examination. Now, with the voice of the invigilator falling, the ground suddenly began to shake. A huge stone rose up with a bang. This is the 10,000 gene testing device, also the examinee who can strike 10,000 gene in the first round of testing, shattering it for a score of 99. Only the examinees who strike 10,000 gene on the testing device can enter the second round of testing. I muttered to myself, 10,000 gene seems quite simple. The classmates around me who heard my words couldn't help but widen their eyes, unable to believe that I actually said such words. To surpass the power of 10,000 gene, only geniuses in the provincial capital can achieve it, and many people were about to refute me. However, when everyone felt my aura akin to a black hole, they couldn't help but hang their heads low. But just then, a loud voice rang out, Wang Tianming, shattering the 10,000 gene testing device, qualifies for the second round of testing. Following that, 2 voices sounded, Yen Jinghong. Long Haoren shattered the 10,000 gene testing device, qualifying for the second round of testing. Just as I was about to step forward for the test, a young man in black stepped forward. This person is none other than Shangguan Kong, the first genius of the East Line, possesses a B-grade power-type talent. At this moment, his eyes are filled with confidence and disdain. He turned to look at me, revealing a mocking smile, then walked towards the testing device. Shangguan Kong let out an angry shout, and his muscles bulged under his battle attire. With a sudden punch on the strength testing device, the numbers on it rapidly jumped, reaching 6,500 caddies in an instant. Shangguan Kong shook his head and walked off the field. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, he came to me and made a throat-slitting gesture. Silently, I look forward to your performance. Shangguan Kang's eyes narrowed. I simply uttered a word, scram. The whole audience was in an uproar. Shangguan Kang's gaze shifted. Let's see how much our genius Chende can achieve. I walked towards the stage, facing countless eyes, slowly raising my arm. Suddenly, a force akin to a black hole emerged, enveloping my arm. Everyone's gaze suddenly changed, sensing an extraordinary power from it. They felt an extraordinary aura. The next moment, I casually threw a punch, without any muscle tension or release of blood, just a normal punch. In an instant, at the point of impact with my fist, the target showed a huge depression and distortion, with numerous airbags popping out around it. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes, the testing device suddenly began to crack, with more and more fissures appearing. In the end, only that power testing device shattered on the spot. Instantly, everyone present fell into a deathly silence. As I walked down from the testing platform, the stunned gazes of everyone finally regained clarity. Wasn't he supposed to awaken a C-level auxiliary talent? How can he be so powerful? And just now, the me who mocked Shangguan Kong, his complexion now looks as if he lost his parents, his hands beginning to tremble. His face turned extremely pale. Just now, he actually spoke out, offending such a genius who reached 1,000 gene, and the consequences that may follow, he simply can't imagine. And at this moment, I also seem to have entered the system space. In an instant, my whole body suddenly released a terrifying black energy, flooding the entire system space like a tide. Countless black hairs danced wildly, terrifying black armor condensed all around, truly shocking. The first round of testing was just the beginning. while the second round of testing is the threshold to enter those 3 Saint Martial Arts universities. Breaking the 10,000 gene testing device is not my limit. I don't know how terrifying my limit power really is. Looking at the pitch-black arm with eyes resembling a weak black hole, the explosive energy contained within is self-evident. Achieving first place in the second round of testing, entering the Saint Martial Arts University is one of my goals. Once you enter the Holy Martial Arts University, you will have access to more spiritual medicine pillars. Although my current realm is only at the first grade, the power contained within is definitely able to contend with second-grade warriors. Only by entering the Holy Martial Arts University can I quickly advance my realm. There is a full hour before the second round of testing, during which I can master martial skills through exceptional comprehension. Suddenly, I extended my right arm and a dark liquid swiftly condensed, transforming into a pitch-black long spear. After a moment, my consciousness returned to reality, and I gazed at the teacher on the platform. The second round of testing is a virtual battle royale simulation. A total of 98 examinees have completed the test. Please all individuals on the following list participate in the battle royale trial. Subsequently, I entered the second round of testing. Just as I arrived here, I was immediately transported to a vast square with broken walls and ruins. At this moment, I stood before a railing, gazing at the city ravaged by ferocious beasts, feeling a sense of emotion in my heart. In this world, ferocious beasts roam freely. Only by continuously growing stronger can one possess the ability to resist ferocious beasts. At that moment, I watched as the names of Wang Tianming, Yen Jinghong, and Long Haoren rapidly climbed the kill list, swiftly entering the top 3. Not bad speed. It seems I need to pick up the pace as well, I murmured to myself. However, at that moment, it felt as though I had sensed something. The man without a body looked towards the trees in the distance, where 2 extremely similar dancers were standing. Twins? Interesting. I shrugged and looked at the pair of twins, clearly here for me. The silent prodigy who emerged from the county-level high school, Zheng Tian, raised an eyebrow. He even shattered the book in one blow. Truly an extraordinary figure. Zheng Di muttered with a cold smile. But now that you've encountered the 2 of us brothers, please stay here, Shuyun. The next moment, the 2 of them suddenly charged towards me. And their surroundings. Earthly armor instantly covered them. The concentration of earth energy around them was truly astonishing. Confidence filled their eyes, as if I were still within their grasp. At that moment, outside, Shang Wankong saw this scene, his eyes bloodshot. Up to now, he still hadn't figured out why I could perform so well. Looking at me facing the Zhang brothers, Shang Wankong revealed a hint of silent influence. You also have your day, isn't it just a mutated talent? Today, Shang Wankong will witness you fall from grace. His mouth twitched continuously, his eyes fixed on the screen outside. At that moment, I looked at Zheng Tian and Zhang Di, shrugged lightly, sighed, and looked extremely bored. Seeing this, the 2 of them smirked disdainfully. Encountering the 2 of us brothers, they didn't even think about running away. It seems that people from small places have shallow knowledge. In an instant, Zheng Tian and Zhang Di exchanged smiles, as if they had already foreseen my downfall. Stop dilly-dallying, hurry up, I'm pressed for time, I said impatiently. This square is on the outskirts of Gaoshan City. If we want to demonstrate sufficient strength or eliminate more examinees, we must go to the central area of Gaoshan City. I don't want to waste too much time here. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tian revealed a cold smile. He's so arrogant. Brother, take him down. Suddenly, Zheng Tian and Zhang Di's arms expanded rapidly, gathering terrifying earth energy. The former's arm had grown to the size of a bucket. With a bang, Zheng Tian swooped down, and the terrifying emperor's giant fist instantly struck towards me. Zhang Di remained unfazed, even inserting both hands into the ground. In an instant, sharp earth spikes shot towards me. One person leaped from above to attack, while the other attacked from the ground. The terrifying coordination between the 2, with such attacks, would likely make even a second-tier novice dancer feel utterly defeated. However, as I watched this attack coming towards me, I shook my head. Being too weak really doesn't pique my interest at all. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. Suddenly, behind me, a fist resembling a giant python materialized, then this fist struck towards Zheng Tian abruptly. Suddenly struck by such an attack, Zheng Tian was sent flying backwards, and his earth armor shattered inch by inch. How is this possible? As I realized, my heart suddenly sank. This silence is definitely not as simple as it seems. With a furious shout, the earth energy between his arms had been pushed to its limit. The disciples gushing out from the earth were extremely sharp and fierce, attacking me relentlessly. However, what he received was a dark, silent wave-like force. The huge fist behind me suddenly transformed into a blade-like shape, striking out towards the countless thorns. Wherever it passed, all the earth thorns immediately shattered. Standing in front of Zhang Di, I was cloaked in black energy, with disheveled black hair dancing, walking towards him. He looked at me in disarray, surprised that those who were once hunters had become my prey. "You're very strong," I said as I was enveloped by a strange black energy, causing Zhang Di and Zhang Tian to gulp nervously. "You don't need to tell me that. I know I'm strong." I shrugged. "Next, will you surrender or be cut down by me?" Zhang Tian and Zhang Di glanced at each other, not expecting to be defeated in the first battle. They were regretfully defeated. Silently, "I admit your strength is formidable, but even if my brother and I join forces, we can only rank in the top 40 among the 98 examinees. Above level 40, there are many strong individuals, including Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong, Long Haoren, and others. Let's see how far you, our two brothers, can go." As soon as the words fell, my transformed black blade instantly brought the two to their ultimate end. To what extent? As I look at this devastated mountain, I smile lightly, naturally becoming the number one in Jiangnan. As the words fell, I leaped towards the city center. The Zhang brothers' strength is simply too weak, so weak that I can't even muster half an interest. Come on, I hope there will be an opponent who can make me happy. Meanwhile, on the kill list, Chen Chen's ranking soared rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the second position. Together with Long Haoren, they defeated two opponents. Chen Chen defeated Zhang Tian and Zhang Di, moving up to second place. Countless examinees in Gaoshan City were surprised by this. I didn't expect that. Even Zhang Tian and Zhang Di were defeated by Chen Chen. Chen Chen is indeed a formidable opponent. It seems that one must take him seriously when facing him. Tisk tsk, he's truly a terrifying guy. Watching Chen Chen on the huge ranking list, Wang Tianming, whose body was flickering with flames, revealed a sly smile. In an instant, the flames all over his body erupted like a volcano. When a guy from a small place can actually stand above me, my killing speed is still not fast enough. Wang Tianming's eyes were filled with flames as he looked at a warrior dozens of meters away, and he dashed towards him like lightning. Entering the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy to witness a brighter light was his goal. Jiangnan Province. Even the college entrance examination in the entire Jiangnan Province was too small for geniuses like them. Apart from Yan Jinghong and Long Haoren, Wang Tianming believed that no one could be his opponent. On the other side, Yan Jinghong, who had just come out of a cold weapons venue, looked slightly shocked at the sudden rise in rankings. It seems that Chen Chen does have some skills. This time's big escape test has finally become more interesting. On top of a tall tower, Long Haoren, shimmering with golden light, stood at the top of the tower, overlooking the dilapidated Gaoshan City. Compete with me? In Jiangnan Province, only I, Long Haoren, can suppress it single-handedly. Faintly, his golden pupils seemed to have found several examinees wandering in the city. Let you become the cornerstone for me to enter the Holy Martial Arts University. Only by entering the Holy Martial Arts University and witnessing the splendor of that place could one understand that the so-called Jiangnan Province was just a remote small town. Only in that place, with a warrior, could true glory be displayed. Watching the flashing and exciting scenes on the screen, everyone finally understood that the entire space of the big escape seemed to have been stirred up by Chen Chen alone. This unknown guy, suppressing them in front, made everyone quite dissatisfied. However, it was good in this way, as this competition could make them, and the three admissions officers, see the talents from Jiangnan Province. Just watching the swiftly moving figure on the screen, everyone couldn't help but speculate on what kind of grace this Chen Chen could truly display. In the devastated city, many places were undergoing intense battles. Chen Chen continued on his way, his eyes like black holes scanning the surroundings. Abruptly, he stopped at the end of a street. At this moment, a long spear shimmering with blood-red light suddenly shot out in front of a cold weapon shop. The spear, like a meteor, shot towards Chen Chen, the loud sound of breaking the air echoing through the street. The pupils of countless people outside the screen contracted. They did not expect that someone would be hiding in the shop, launching such a long-range attack in this manner. Such a sneak attack, once successful, left almost no way out. However, at that moment, Chen Chen slowly turned his head, looked at the enlarged blood-red spear in his line of sight, gently leaned to the side, extended his palm, and suddenly grabbed the blood-red spear. Bang! A huge force dragged Chen Chen's feet into the ground, and the cement road, which was overgrown with weeds, cracked open again. Under countless astonished gazes, a blood-red light emanated from Chen Chen's palm, revealing a jet-black gun barrel. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. Chen Chen actually caught this attack? If it were them, they would have been ruthlessly pinned to the wall and killed on the spot by this long spear. This guy's strength, speed, and reflexes were so terrifyingly fast. Amidst the crowd's shock, a figure slowly emerged from the shop. Clad in a combat suit with gold inlays on black, a young man holding a 2.5-meter long spear gradually walked out of the shop. The radiant sunlight fell on his long spear, shimmering with a faint cold light. "Chen Chen? No wonder you could catch my attack." The young man with the long spear smiled gently. "I'm Li Shuyun, from second high school in the provincial capital." When everyone outside the screen heard the 3 words Li Shuyun, their figures suddenly stiffened. This young man with the long spear was the top genius from second high school in the province, ranking just below Long Haoren and the other 2 in terms of strength. In other words, he was one of the top 5 terrifying powerhouses among the top 10 geniuses in the provincial capital. Chen Chen actually encountered Li Shuyun so quickly? His luck is really bad. Li Shuyun's abilities can compete with the top 3 geniuses. With his rare blood talent and his almost reaching the micro-level marksmanship, who else can defeat him among the top 3 geniuses? Terrifying, powerful, fierce. Until those around who knew about Li Shuyun's background, many bewildered faces gasped in shock. The reason was simple: Li Shuyun's record was too terrifying. Li Shuyun started practicing spear at the age of 12, mastered unparalleled spear techniques at 13, and became the runner-up in the provincial youth spear rankings at 15. Then, he entered second high school in the provincial capital with the highest score in the entrance exam. At the age of 18, he awakened an A-level blood talent and, as a martial artist at the initial stage of the second rank, he was invincible at second high school in the provincial capital. His strength was considered just below the top 3 geniuses. At the same time, he was the top talent most likely to enter the Holy Martial University after the top 3 geniuses. It could be said that Li Shuyun was one of the opponents that the top 98 candidates least wanted to encounter. And now, Chen Chen unexpectedly met Li Shuyun at the end of this street. His journey in the college entrance examination was probably going to end here. In the vast and grand control room, many leaders felt regret for Chen Chen. With Chen Chen's strength and talent, he should have been able to advance further, but he ran into Li Shuyun, and his luck was truly unfortunate. TSK, it seems I'm going to get some insights into the Tao of tea out of thin air. Qin Xian, from the Starry Sky Martial University, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. But I don't ask for much, just 1 or 2 will do. At the same time, Yi Xingqian from the Azure Sky Martial University clicked his tongue. Old Lin, looks like you're going to lose this bet, right? Lin Jianfeng chuckled but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Wei Qingtian, the principal who was sitting upright. Su Lingyun, who had keen insight, immediately called Wei Qingtian over to Lin Jianfeng's side. Xiao Wei, you must be Chen Chen's principal, right? Lin Jianfeng smiled. Yes, may I ask, Director Lin, is there something you need? Wei Qingtian swallowed hard. He couldn't remain calm in the face of such top-notch figures. Chen Chen should be practicing spear techniques, right? Lin Jianfeng inquired. Instantly, countless gazes turned to Wei Qingtian, and Qin Xian and Yi Xingqian were stunned, a glint of interest passing through their eyes as they looked at Chen Chen. Yes, but his proficiency in spear techniques is just at the beginner level. Wei Qingtian replied. Spear technique realm, beginner, advanced, micro, true self, perfection, unity. Chen Chen's marksmanship talent was only mediocre, so why was the principal suddenly asking about it? That's the way it should be. Lin Jianfeng smiled faintly. Watch the duel. The winner of this duel might be very interesting. In an instant, countless people sat up straight, their eyes fixed on the screen, where only Chen Chen's image was displayed. Could it be that this 8th-ranked martial master from Kyoto believed that Chen Chen could defeat Li Shuyun? This was quite a far-fetched idea. Inside the virtual space, amidst the desolate Gaoshan city, on the barren street, Li Shuyun and Chen Chen stood facing each other, like 2 straight long spears, exuding a chilling aura that pierced the sky. You can't stop my marksmanship. Coupled with my blood anomaly, you won't stand a chance. Li Shuyun gripped a 2.5-meter-long spear, a faint smile playing on his lips. At the same time, a majestic red energy surged and coiled around his long spear, giving it a dazzling appearance. Suddenly, a fine blood aura condensed into existence. Even Chen Chen, with his calm eyes, showed a hint of ripples. So you're a spear user, Chen Chen chuckled. Surprised, aren't you? Before Li Shuyun could finish his sentence, his words seemed to get stuck in his throat. Chen Chen held the long spear behind him, black energy surging up like a black hole, gathering at the spear's tip. An invisible intent of the spear spread out, expanding like tidal waves. You, using a spear too? Li Shuyun widened his eyes in disbelief. He never expected Chen Chen to use a spear, let alone the intimidating intent that emanated when he held the long spear. How was this possible? Among their peers in Jiangnan province, no one had ever used a long spear to evoke such a sense of oppression. Just a tiny bit. Chen Shen stood proudly, his messy black hair fluttering wildly. Amidst the bewildered gazes, the dark energy concentrated coat reappeared. Along with the fierce wind in Gaoshan City, it rustled loudly. This guy can really handle a spear. Outside the screen, countless people gasped in astonishment. Even from a distance, they could feel a terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Shen's body. First, he displayed a strange dark energy, then he wielded a long spear, showcasing a terrifying intent. How many secrets did this young man hold? On the grounds of Gaoshan City, a rare seriousness flickered in Li Shuyun's eyes. He had to admit that Chen Shen's strength probably only fell short of the three great geniuses. But so what? As a genius from the 2nd Provincial High School, Li Shuyun's martial arts determination was unwavering. Your strength is only at the middle of the 1st rank, while mine has already reached the beginning of the 2nd rank. The difference in realms is like heaven and earth. Not to mention, my marksmanship has already reached the verge of the micro level. Prepare to lose. In an instant, Li Shuyun's figure surged with a red blood aura, then his feet suddenly flickered with red light, and a huge energy burst forth. Leveraging this blood-colored energy, Li Shuyun raised his long spear and lunged forward. Threads of blood energy surged through his meridians, all converging on his long spear. Blood Spear 18 Deadly Spears. In a flash, numerous blood-red spear shadows rushed towards Chen Shen. Li Shuyun's unique skill, someone exclaimed. This was Li Shuyun's renowned skill, using his exceptional micro-level marksmanship combined with his blood talent to unleash 18 spears in the blink of an eye. Each spear came from a different angle. Among them, 17 were feints, with only one spear being the most terrifying and astonishing real attack. It was this attack that made countless young people suffer. Can this sudden black horse that emerged from the county town stop it? Watching the gun shadow constantly changing in his pupils, Chen Shen held a dark spear in his hand, his eyes like black holes. Your marksmanship is too lousy. Chen Shen shot. Just a shot wrapped in energy like a black hole. And this shot suddenly pierced through Li Shuyun's life-threatening 18 shots, rushed past 18 gun shadows in a thunderous manner, and then, like a cold star, aimed directly at Li Shuyun's neck. Swish! In an instant, Li Shuyun's neck was pierced, blood gushing out. You! Micro-level marksmanship. Chen Shen smiled lightly. Your marksmanship is lousy, but with more practice, perhaps you can catch up to my back. Back! He. Chen Shen, I look forward to your final score in this test. Defeat Long Haoren. The 3 sacred martial arts universities are the stages worthy of your brilliance. Then, Li Shuyun turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot, accompanied by a loud voice echoing throughout. Whether it was the examinees in the virtual helmets or all the spectators outside the screen, they suddenly fell into a strange silence. Sacred Martial Arts University? Watching Li Shuyun's light, Chen Shen held a long spear, the wind howling, his black hair dancing wildly. That was his goal too. As Li Shuyun turned into light and disappeared in Gaoshan City, everyone suddenly fell into silence. Then came an announcement that resounded through the sky. Chen Shen defeats Li Shuyun, currently ranking 2nd. Immediately, like a volcano erupting, everyone burst into thunderous applause. 1. Invincible? Too fake, too strong, too damn awesome. One shot to kill Li Shuyun. Didn't you hear what Li Shuyun said? Chen Shen has mastered the micro-level marksmanship. Micro-level? What a stunning talent! Looking at the handsome young man in the black windbreaker, everyone was stunned, their faces full of disbelief. The once arrogant Li Shuyun from Shengcheng Second Middle School was defeated like this? And before his defeat, he revealed a shocking message to them. At just 18 years old, Li Shuyun mastered the half-step micro-level marksmanship, enough to surpass the entire youth group of Jiangnan province. Now that Chen Shen has mastered the micro-level marksmanship, how will he dominate the youth group of Jiangnan province? Shen, you're amazing. Inside Jiangbei First Middle School, countless students were excited and couldn't help but speak out. Sensing the shocked gazes from the county-level schools around them, their faces seemed to be shining. For many students at Jiangbei First Middle School, the current Chen Shen was no less than a deity. In the monitoring room occupied by numerous leaders, most of them actually stood up in awe. Then, they looked at the young man enveloped in terrifying black energy with a look of awe and respect. Damn! Wei Qingtian stood up again in excitement, but then saw the backs of the 3 martial arts masters in front of him, and immediately swallowed the inappropriate words. He looked excitedly at the screen. Unbelievable! Such an outstanding student appeared under his command. Recalling what Chen Shen said to him before the opening ceremony about understanding a little bit, was it really just a little bit and not a billion bits? Of course, no one cared about his outburst because almost all the leaders were impressed by Chen Shen. They wished they could bring Chen Shen over on the spot and treat him as a student of their own city and school. Su Lingyun became excited. With the addition of such a genius as Chen Shen, his performance this year might just soar. Micro-level marksmanship, truly a young genius, no, a prodigious youth. Lin Jianfeng clicked his tongue, looking at Qin Xian beside him. Lao Qin, it seems like you might have underestimated someone. Qin Xian muttered to himself, it's normal to make mistakes sometimes, but this youth's talent is truly astonishing. He's qualified to enter our Star Martial Arts University. Li Shuanyun is not bad either. Once the Daiyu system calculates the comprehensive scores, he might have a chance to join our Holy Martial Arts University. Despite saying so, the focus of their conversation still revolved around Chen Shen. For the three martial masters, only the top prodigies of the province could catch their attention. Solely based on his micro-level marksmanship, he already surpassed most of his peers. Moreover, he possessed an almost S-level dark ability. The combination of the two could indeed make them extend an olive branch. Ha! Yi Xingqian chuckled. Lao Qin, weren't you just doubting him? Qin Xian smiled, he shattered my doubts with his strength. Why would I need to suppress him further? Lin Jianfeng laughed, Lao Qin is truly magnanimous, after all, he's going to gift a 100-year-old enlightenment tea. Qin Xian. Even if he surpasses Li Shuanyun, Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong, and Long Haoren, they are not to be underestimated. As the three directors chatted, the entire control room became lively, with most big shots discussing how far Chen Shen could go. Even in the space of Gaoshan City, dozens of candidates raised their heads high, looking at the words flashing across the sky, leaving countless people amazed and impressed. It's worth noting that Li Shuanyun's strength ranks among the top 5 geniuses in the entire provincial capital. His half-step micro-level marksmanship alone made numerous peers tremble, yet now, a guy from a county town managed to defeat him. No one believed it was just strength. In the virtual space, everyone was the ultimate genius of each school, each province, having gone through countless battles. It's not just luck that could lead to such a level. It seems that when encountering Chen Shen, one must consider whether to make a move. Chen Shen's level is almost on par with Wang Tianming and Yan Jinghong. It's better not to provoke him. Tisk TSK, I never expected this guy to reach this level. I wonder what his final ranking will be. With voices echoing, numerous candidates engaged in combat. In their hearts, they already placed Chen Shen below the top 3 prodigies and naturally avoided provoking him. At the same time, a golden dragon of Qi passed by, sending 2 candidates to the western heaven. Defeated Li Shuanyun? Long Haoren shrugged, his golden pupils releasing infinite majesty. An interesting fellow. I hope he won't be taken down with a single move when facing me. Suppressing the dazzling golden light emanating from his body, Long Haoren stepped forward, standing alone, exuding a terrifying pressure that no one could face directly. On the other side, a sword aura of Ginghong flashed by, and the heads of 2 candidates fell abruptly. As ripples stirred by a gentle breeze appeared on the lakeside, Yan Jinghong slowly sheathed his long sword. If even Shuanyun was defeated, it's as I said, not simple. Yan Jinghong's gaze turned towards the streets of Gaoshan City in the distance. There, 2 completely different energy remnants roamed and surged, one akin to a devouring black hole, the other an extremely terrifying blazing flame. They're getting close. Looks like Chen Shan and Wang Tianming are about to meet. Let's go, we need to go and see. Yan Jinghong's feet lightly touched the ground, resembling a graceful swallow as he swiftly departed. At the very beginning of a street, Wang Tianming's arms, like fiery torches, seemed to pierce through the 2 examinees in front of him. Listening to the announcement from the sky, Wang Tianming felt immensely pleased. Only by defeating his opponents could he feel joy. Next, I wonder who will be defeated by me. Just as Wang Tianming was about to step away, a broadcast from the sky seemed to echo throughout the entire city. Chen Shen defeats Li Shuanyun, current ranking. The voice echoing in his ears caused a slight pause in Wang Tianming's mind. Then, his fiery gaze pierced through the alley ahead, where a figure seemed to exist. The next prey is you. A guy from a small place like you unexpectedly gained such attention, even surpassing me at one point. Truly ignorant of the vastness of the world. In an instant, flames surrounded Wang Tianming's body, and he dashed forward like a fiery red cheetah. After slaying Li Shuanyun, Chen Shan looked towards the street. Countless thoughts and insights merged in his mind, dark energy surged within him, and his understanding of the gun intent seemed to deepen. Quite interesting. Chen Shan lifted his long spear and stepped forward. His next destination was the end of the street, the central area of Gaoshan City, where he could witness the scenery above the clouds. Among the 3 great geniuses, they were nothing to him. Only by entering the Holy Martial University could he truly begin his life. In the Holy Martial University, talents from the 36 provinces of the Great Xia Federation gathered, and in the past high school entrance exam rankings, the Jiangnan province usually ranked within the top 6. Therefore, there was no reason to be proud. Only by entering the Holy Martial University could the brilliant light of his life shine. Chen Shan raised his eyebrows slightly, seeing a figure with flames shimmering in the distance at the end of the street. The figure exuded a domineering aura, with eyes ablaze like a terrifying volcano emerging from hell. Under the blowing wind, countless flames crackled. Wang Tianming? Yes, it's me. Instantly, Wang Tianming clenched his fists, flames swirling around him, and a sly smile appeared as he looked at Chen Shen. I regret to inform you. Your journey ends here. Buzz. Terrifying flames poured out, and many examinees outside the street began to gather. As they looked at the two confronting figures in midair, their pupils shrank suddenly. Wang Tianming is actually facing off against Chen Shen, a mid-level second-grade warrior, the third top genius among the 3 great geniuses, a representative figure of Province City No. 6. He even masters the S-level flame ability. Chen Shen might be in real danger. If I were Chen Shen, I'd probably run away now, target some weaker points, and score some points. You are you, he is he. It seems like the two are really going to fight. Tisk TSK, a battle of the century, how interesting. Many examinees' eyes sparkled with anticipation and nervousness as they watched this showdown between a long-established expert and the dark horse of this Jiangnan province entrance exam. The pressure emanating from these two is giving me goosebumps. On top of an abandoned high-rise building, Yan Jinghong held a sword in one hand, standing high above like a lone immortal, overlooking Gashan City. His gaze fell entirely on Chen Shan and Wang Tianming. It is said that Wang Tianming has mastered that move. Even if I were to face him, I wouldn't be fully confident of winning. Outside the arena, countless students were also stirred up, their eyes fixed on the screen. After all, the showdown between the 3 great geniuses was always the most exciting and captivating. And now, these 3 prodigies have become the 4 prodigies, and among them, Chen Shen and Wang Tianming are actually facing off. How could one not be excited? However, most people are leaning towards Wang Tianming. The reason is simple. Wang Tianming's achievements are simply terrifying. At the age of 9, Wang Tianming displayed extraordinary martial arts talent, not only mastering unbeatable boxing and body techniques, but also ranking second in the provincial exams and being directly admitted to the 6th high school in the provincial capital. After high school, his prowess became even more extraordinary. With his skills in the first year, he won the championship in the youth combat competition in the Jiangnan province. After awakening the S-level flame of destruction, he participated in the National Junior Fire Talent Duel and impressively secured the 5th position. This caused a sensation throughout the province, leading to him being recognized as one of the 3 prodigies. Even though Chen Shen is strong and has mastered intricate marksmanship, compared to Wang Tianming's illustrious achievements, he seems somewhat lacking. However, there are still many who, like the students of Jianbei No. 1 high school, hope that Chen Shen can fight to the end. In the vast and spacious control room, many leaders are poised and eager, their faces filled with anticipation. It seems that the wager on Wudao Tea is about to end early, Ling Jianfeng said with a smile. Is Chen Shen so confident? Isn't he afraid of failure? Qin Shen chuckled. Perhaps he didn't know much about other prodigies, but he was quite familiar with Wang Tianming's abilities. He was even a judge in the National Junior Fire Talent Finals, so how could he not know Wang Tianming's true strength? Maybe Wang Tianming's body techniques and boxing skills are not as good as his marksmanship, but solely relying on his mastery of the Flame of Destruction ability, he has likely reached a level that ordinary people find hard to attain. Watching the two opponents facing off due to a bet, Yi Xingchen rubbed his nose and thought it would be better to watch the match and then decide on admitting a special student based on the situation. However, in his heart, he secretly rooted for Chen Shen. As the flames around Wang Tianming's body grew stronger, this intense showdown was about to begin. The opportunity for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination or for entering the prestigious St. Martial Arts University awaits these two. Inside the virtual space, 2 distinctly different figures stood on either side of the street. One was surrounded by raging flames, while the other exuded a dark and eerie aura. Looking at Chen Shen, who remained calm and composed, Wang Tianming's lips curled into a slight smile. Do you know? From the very beginning, I didn't like you. How can a dark horse from a small place overshadow me? I believe you don't deserve this strength. If you surrender now, maybe I won't make you lose too badly in the upcoming battle. Wang Tianming raised his hand, flames spreading wildly, his hand like a blade pointing diagonally at Chen Shen. His tone was filled with arrogance and pride. But no one thought Wang Tianming couldn't say such things because he indeed had the credentials to back it up. However, when these words reached Chen Shen's ears, he just smiled lightly. The dark cloak formed from the gathering darkness once again enveloped him, black patterns spreading over his skin, making him appear like a death god from the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine. Holding a 3-meter-long spear, standing tall like a dragon soaring into the sky, the black energy seemed to absorb even the light. Then, a sentence that shocked countless people resonated from Chun Shen's mouth. 3 moves, and you're done. 3 moves. Countless eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Chun Shen, unable to fathom how he could say such words to Wang Tianming, who possessed the S-level flame of destruction talent. Provoking Wang Tianming is not a wise choice. Yan Jinghong squinted his eyes. Wang Tianming is not just any supporting character, he is a long-established figure, recognized by both official and unofficial sources as one of the 3 prodigies. Even in the Holy Martial Arts University, one can still shine. Moreover, the talent for flame manipulation is somewhat influenced by the anger value. Hearing Chen Shen's indifferent words, Wang Tianming's eyes surged with countless killing intent. So arrogant. In that case, don't blame me for being too heavy-handed next. S-rank extreme flame. Now. Boom. Like a volcano dormant for millions of years suddenly erupting, a huge flame energy burst forth from Wang Tianming's body. The terrifying pressure completely released, the shocking temperature seemed to distort the surrounding space. This was a reaction caused by high temperatures, but it was enough to be astonishing. I'm curious, you're just a mid-level warrior, why so arrogant? Don't worry, I will show you what seniority really means. Bang! Amidst countless shocked gazes, Wang Tianming suddenly leaped forward like a flame cheetah, and in the blink of an eye, he was just a few meters away from Chun Shen. Then, a vast flame energy suddenly spewed out from Wang Tianming's right arm. Within this spurt of energy, there was even a kind of deathly aura. Extreme flame, a flame that severs vitality. A brilliant column of flame energy, like a fire python, tore towards Chun Shen. It's over. Many people closed their eyes, afraid to witness the bloody scene. Wang Tianming's extreme flame candle was too terrifying. They feared that what they would see next was Chen Shen turned into charcoal. However, Chen Shen, emanating dark energy all over his body, looked at the enlarged column of flame in his line of sight and shook his head gently. Still too fragile. In an instant, Chen Shen raised his long spear, and then, black energy surged up as he suddenly thrust forward. Buzz! This 3-meter-long spear plunged into the center of the fire pillar. Just when everyone thought this counterattack was futile, a burst of dark energy erupted, actually absorbing all of Wang Tianming's attack. Absorbing! Everyone stared in disbelief. Could it be that Chun Shen's evolved ability also had an absorption function? This ability is not simple. In the monitoring room, the 3 admissions office directors of the Holy Martial Arts University raised their eyebrows simultaneously, and behind them, including Su Lingyun, many leaders also narrowed their pupils, clearly recognizing Chen Shen's extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, seeing his attacks completely ineffective, Wang Tianming, amidst his shock, burst forth with even stronger fighting spirit. Ha ha ha, this is getting interesting. Chen Shen, you are now qualified to be my opponent. Boom! Wang Tianming spread his arms, and the burning flames became even more lush, covering every inch of his skin. Extreme flame crimson form. Then, Wang Tianming's body muscles swelled, and under the saturation of flames, he appeared like a demonic flame gorilla, shimmering with strange colors. He originally intended to save this move for the entrance test at the Holy Martial Arts University to showcase its maximum value. It seemed that now, he had to use this method to eliminate Chen Shen. Those who knew Wang Tianming's true strength couldn't help but gasp in unison. No wonder Wang Tianming was so arrogant, he actually mastered this move? What does that mean? Extreme Flame Crimson Form is a unique skill created by Wang Tianming, which can transform his body into an ultimate state, doubling his strength. Although Chen Shen currently displays strong combat power, facing Wang Tianming with doubled strength, he may not be a match. This battle is likely to end right here. Many people reached out, looking at Chen Shen with eyes filled with regret. If Chen Shen had not encountered Wang Tianming, perhaps he could have gone further and shone brighter in the second round of testing. However, meeting Wang Tianming most likely meant reaching a dead end. Wang Tianming on the street suddenly completed a transformation, standing in the middle of the road like a towering mountain, flames flickering around him. Do you dare to be my enemy? Wang Tianming smirked. Yet, Chen Shen responded with calmness, noisy. Wang Tianming was momentarily stunned, then his eyes filled with anger. Die! This time, he unleashed a fierce attack, a giant hand filled with flame energy raging towards Chen Shen. The speed and ferocity of the attack distorted the air, making it seem afraid of Wang Tianming's assault. Flame fist, flame magic. In an instant, Wang Tianming unleashed dozens of punches and palm shadows, each carrying immense power that left onlookers in awe. However, Chen Shan remained unfazed as he clashed his spear against Wang Tianming's fiery hand. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows dozens of times. The fierce flames against the mysterious darkness clashed evenly, shattering the ground, erasing weeds, and cracking the windows of nearby shops. The audience was astonished by Chen Shan's terrifying strength, considering he was only a mid-level first-grade warrior while Wang Tianming was already a mid-level second-grade warrior. This kid is truly terrifying. Amidst the relentless attacks, Wang Tianming's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. He noticed a flaw in Chen Shan's spear technique. Here it is! With a sudden shout, Wang Tianming directed a surge of flame energy towards the connection point of Chen Shan's spear, causing it to break. Chen Shan's weapon is destroyed. Many widened their eyes in shock, marveling at Wang Tianming's calculated move to exploit the weakness of Chen Shan's weapon. The weapons simulated in Gaoshan City were made of ordinary iron and couldn't withstand the impact of a second-grade warrior for long. Wang Tianming's strategic move to break Chen Shan's prized spear demonstrated his exceptional mental acuity. Meanwhile, onlookers felt pity for Chen Shan as the battle seemed to conclude. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "No, it's not over, look!" On the screen, Wang Tianming, who had broken Chen Shan's weapon, was about to laugh triumphantly. However, his laughter abruptly ceased as he faced Chen Shan, whose calm eyes now emitted two dark, abyssal lights. Astonishingly, a tremendous dark energy surged forth, dark energy dragons swirling around Chen Shan. "Do you know?" A voice akin to a hungry ghost from hell echoed in the ears of the spectators. "I originally intended to defeat you with 3 shots. Now it seems that 1 shot will suffice." In an instant, the surrounding dark energy seemed to come alive, climbing onto Wang Tianming's skin as if it were alive, firmly restraining him. Then, to Wang Tianming's horrified gaze, the dark energy emanating from Chen Shan's right fist suddenly gathered. "Darkness world destruction." A faint murmur echoed from Chen Shan's mouth in the ears of the onlookers. Gradually, Chen Shan threw a punch. Boom! In the astonished eyes of countless people, Wang Tianming lowered his head in shock, witnessing the most terrifying scene of his life. The overwhelming darkness gushed out from Chen Shan's right arm, transforming into a beam of light that shot towards Wang Tianming like a rocket. In Wang Tianming's bewildered gaze, the energy beam effortlessly pierced through his body. No sensation. Wang Tianming felt nothing. It wasn't until he looked down that his pupils suddenly shrank dozens of times over. Below his chest, his body had completely disappeared, leaving only his upper half. The black energy turned into liquid, spreading from the point of rupture on his chest, attempting to devour him entirely. So strong. Looking at the slender and plain figure before him, Wang Tianming could no longer contain his astonishment. This guy was the real deal. Gazing at Chen Shan, who remained calm and composed, Wang Tianming's mouth curved into a bitter smile after a long while. So, this was what it took to enter the Holy Martial Arts Academy? In an instant, Wang Tianming turned into a stream of light and vanished on the spot. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left speechless, staring blankly at the screen, trying to speak but unable to. How is this possible? Wang Tianming was at the mid-level of the 2nd rank. How could he be defeated by Chen Shan in one move? What kind of supernatural power is this dark energy that can devour Wang Tianming's flames? Oh my god! Defeated one of the 3 great geniuses, Wang Tianming. Crushed, truly crushed, with just one move. How terrifyingly gifted is this guy? Chen is not kidding, he really did defeat him in one move. Looking at the figure on the screen cloaked in a dark aura, the next moment, a thunderous applause and discussion erupted among the crowd. They never expected Chen Shan to defeat Wang Tianming so effortlessly. It could even be said, with minimal effort. Just how powerful was Chen Shan really? Could he defeat Long Haoren? Someone suddenly said. Instantly, everyone was stunned, and even the fervent fans of Long Haoren or schoolmates who wanted to argue found themselves speechless. Chen Shan was indeed strong, but was he strong enough against Long Haoren? No one knew. After all, Long Haoren had created a terrifying record since his birth in the Jiangnan province. Among the youth of the entire province, he had no rivals, and his strength made countless peers tremble in fear. It seemed that the suspense of the 2nd round of testing was still intact. "Shan, you're amazing!" Lin Qiming exclaimed excitedly. There was a time when he thought Chen Shan was just talking big, but now, he had truly entered the top 3 of the 2nd round in such a crushing manner. Meanwhile, in the vast and spacious control room, all the leaders stood up in astonishment, staring blankly at the screen where the black figure stood, sending a chill down their spines. This guy actually defeated Wang Tianming. Everyone felt their scalp tingling. Such a genius, why hadn't they discovered him before? They had missed a chance for a promotion and a raise. The principal and director of Jiangbei First High School were trembling with excitement. almost able to see a bright future in their careers. Even the commanding officer of Jiangnan province, Su Lingyun, clenched his fist slightly, knowing that this year's KPI would probably be exceeded. "You lost, old Qin," Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Qin Xian was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "Just a cup of Centennial Enlightenment tea. If you want it, feel free to take it." However, a newcomer like Chen Chen with such latent talent, please let him join our Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Lin Jianfeng smiled. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Chen, such a genius, has piqued the interest of our Shenyuan Martial Arts University, Lin Jianfeng said. At this moment, Yi Xingchen chuckled. "Are you all fighting so joyfully? What about our Azure Sky Martial Arts University?" In the background, the three suddenly erupted with intense competition. The potential displayed by Chen Chen now was beyond what an ordinary genius could compare to. In the hearts of the three martial arts directors, Chen Chen was already placed no lower than Long Haoren. With his mysterious dark energy abilities and exceptional marksmanship talent, combined, he was a prodigy. "You two old foxes," Lin Jianfeng teased, "Old Qin, shall we continue to bet on whether Chen Chen can achieve the top score in this exam?" The whole room fell silent, breathing slowed down considerably. According to the director's implication, did he think Chen Chen could defeat Long Haoren? Instantly, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. For Jiangnan province, Long Haoren was no less than a miraculous light. Not interested, Qin Xian shook his head. But it might be interesting to see who will be the final winner of this exam. Long Haoren, Chen Chen, or perhaps Yen Ginghong. They all have the right to experience the brighter side of life at the Holy Martial Arts University. Only there can their potential truly be realized. Yi Xingchen smirked. "If we recruit Chen Chen, how many surprises will he bring to the enrollment ceremony?" However, most of it was just talk. The Holy Martial Arts University gathered talents from all 54 provinces of the Great Xia Federation. It wasn't easy to come up with surprises, was it? Just then, on the screen, more than 10 candidates looked at Chen Chen, who had easily defeated Wang Tianming, and felt a chill running from their heels to their heads. "This guy is not someone we can deal with. Damn, he's truly a monster." Having defeated the Zhang brothers, Li Shuyun, and even Wang Tianming successively, he might not even lose to Long Haoren next. That's not certain. Long Haoren is an SS-level Golden Jiao talent. In whispers, the crowd retreated like a tide, not daring to make a sound. In their minds, Chen Chen had already been marked as a dangerous target not to be attacked. Standing in the middle of the street, Chen Chen, noticing the crowd retreating, had no intention of chasing after them. Chasing them would be too much trouble. He thought of a faster way to kill candidates, increase his kill count, and rise in the rankings. The strength he had shown so far would definitely attract attention and respect from most people. But that wasn't enough. Releasing the energy throughout his body like a black hole once again, Chen Chen's figure became even more terrifying. His goal was to enter the Holy Martial Arts University in a competitive manner. If he was going to pretend, he had to pretend thoroughly. If he was going to enjoy, he had to enjoy thoroughly. However, before that, he needed to deal with one person. In an instant, Chen Chen turned his head, his gaze already seeing the white-robed swordsman coming around the corner of the street. Yen Jinghong. Outside the screen, everyone's gaze suddenly froze. Could it be that Chen Chen is about to collide with Yen Jinghong? Pat 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 on the empty street, only the sound of Yen Jinghong's footsteps echoed. Countless people's attention was drawn to this white-robed swordsman. As one of the three great geniuses of the Jiangnan province, Yen Jinghong was already a well-known figure. And now, facing off against a top dark horse who had defeated Wang Tianming, how could this not excite the crowd? Is another intense showdown about to happen? Moreover, Yen Jinghong's strength was terrifying. Not only had he mastered swordsmanship to a near-perfect level, but his awakened ability was an S-class hurricane power. In terms of overall strength, apart from Wang Tianming and Long Haoren, few could rival him. After all, those who were known as the three great geniuses were not to be underestimated. Sensing the murderous intent between the two, the blood of the onlookers began to boil. Yen Jinghong? Chen Chen raised his eyebrows, lifted his right arm, and a terrifying energy gathered, about to form a towering pillar of darkness rushing towards Yen Jinghong. However, Yen Jinghong in the distance looked at Chen Chen and suddenly raised his palm. "Wait, I'm not here to fight." Chen Chen raised his eyebrows, and the onlookers watching the battle were also stunned. "Something on your mind?" Chen Chen suppressed the urge to attack. "I admit defeat. I know I can't beat you, but we can cooperate to eliminate more candidates." It was at this moment that Yen Jinghong revealed his goal. He had noticed earlier that Chen Chen's gaze was already fixed on him, and after witnessing Chen Chen defeat Wang Tianming, Yen Jinghong knew that he was not a match for him. So instead of being hunted down, he chose to come out openly and propose cooperation with Chun Chen. "Why should I cooperate with you?" Chen Chen asked. Yan Jinghong chuckled, and from a nearby shop, he took out dozens of long spears, each emitting a chilling light, obviously retrieved from an arsenal. "I am sincere. I am sincere. Chen Chen, don't make a move against me." With these long spears, Yan Jinghong slowly approached Chun Chen, who just glanced at him and did not immediately attack, mainly because he was confident that if Yan Jinghong tried to ambush him, he could defend himself. This was confidence in his own strength. It wasn't until Yan Jinghong stood in front of him and whispered something that a faint smile appeared on Chun Chen's face. "All right, I was just thinking the same thing." Meanwhile, outside the screen, many people were stunned and puzzled. What are these two up to by teaming up? Are they planning to hunt down Long Haoren together? I doubt it. Maybe they want to attack the other candidates. After all, they are not among the top 5 at the moment. The opponents Chen Chen and Yan Jinghong had faced before were of high quality, so their speed in eliminating candidates was not particularly fast. With only 30 people left on the leaderboard, Long Haoren was leading with 6 eliminations. The purpose of these two teaming up was probably to eliminate the remaining candidates and improve their rankings. However, some shook their heads. The current 30 candidates are the best of the best. They often hide in various shops and rooms, not so easy to find. Exactly. And the energy they emit is extremely terrifying, you can feel it from afar. Most people shook their heads, believing that the cooperation between Yan Jinghong and Chen Chen might end up being futile. And in the vast control room, looking at Chen Chen and Yan Jinghong gradually climbing to the top floor of the tallest building in Gaoshan City, the 3 directors exchanged smiles. Director Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. "These 2 kids are quite interesting." Xin Xian smiled, finally able to guess what they're thinking, right? Yi Xingchen nodded. Their on-the-spot reaction is good, knowing that their ranking has been dropping and preparing to charge to the front. Outside of the 3 martial masters, the others were all puzzled, not understanding what the 3 were thinking. It seemed like they were very powerful. In Gaoshan City, Chen Chen and Yan Jinghong had already reached the top floor, the 16th floor. From here, one could overlook the earthly scenery of Gaoshan City. A closer look revealed the broken and dilapidated appearance of Gaoshan City, a site ravaged by ferocious beasts, which was truly terrifying. The second round of testing had entered a fierce stage, and the candidates in Gaoshan City had all gone into hiding. After all, at this point, their energy and spirits were beginning to tire, and they couldn't act recklessly. The strong wind blowing on the rooftop, Chen Chen held a tungsten steel spear, resting the shaft on his shoulder. His gaze, like a black hole, overlooked the earthly scenery of Gaoshan City. "Chen Chen, rest assured, my hurricane ability is not just about hurricane attacks, it also has investigative capabilities. In this city, I can investigate everything." Standing beside Chen Chen, Yan Jinghong smiled lightly. Yes, the two of them intended to use Yan Jinghong's amazing investigative ability, combined with Chen Chen's spear-throwing ability, to hunt down the candidates. "Then why don't you go yourself?" Chen Chen asked. "When I release my hurricane ability, the other candidates will sense it, perceive my terrifying energy, and naturally run away, which would be troublesome if it happened repeatedly," Yan Jinghong explained truthfully. "If I release it from a distance for investigation, this small amount of energy would only be perceived as a normal breeze by ordinary people." As their voices spread, everyone's gaze suddenly froze, unable to believe what the two were saying. "So, Chen Chen and Yan Jinghong are planning to hunt down other candidates as spear throwers? Are they crazy?" Setting aside whether it's feasible or not, but the other candidates are all hiding in shops, rooms. Chen Chen's dark spear can't just break through walls, right? You know, it's possible. Gaoshan City has been neglected for a long time, and the general walls are not stable. The possibility is only 1%, in my opinion. After they throw a spear, they'll probably disperse. I also think that this method is almost impossible to achieve, too idealistic. Countless people discussed, and the people in the control room also looked surprised. Although they thought it was a bit far-fetched, but what if they could do it? If they can do it, perhaps they are still very suitable to stay in the same school, Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Xin Xian and Yi Xingchen nodded. This kind of cooperation, when used against mutant beasts, was undoubtedly a powerful weapon. However, achieving it was too difficult. Not to mention whether Chen Chen's long spear could hit the target, but even if it did, the power of the process might weaken, and just Yan Jinghong's hurricane ability alone was not specifically for sensing opponents. Therefore, they didn't really believe that the two could do it. As they pondered, Chen Chen looked at the closed-eyed Yan Jinghong. "Are you ready?" Chen Chen asked. "Ready." Yan Jinghong rose early and pointed to a building in the distance. "The first candidate is behind the wall on the 6th floor over there." "Okay." Chen Chen nodded. His original goal was to quickly eliminate the target as a spear thrower. Since Yin Jinghong was willing to cooperate with him, Chen Chen chose to take the easier route. As for the follow-up, just casually take down Long Haoren, and then finish off Yin Jinghong with the final blow. Looking down at a distant building, Chen Chen's chest swelled, and he took a deep breath. Bang! He stepped back on one foot, his muscles tensing like twisted ropes, and a surge of energy, like a volcanic eruption, burst out from Chen Chen's body. The huge black energy transformed Chen Chen into a demon-like figure, terrifying to the point of suffocation. Even Yin Jinghong, a genius in his own right, standing beside Chen Chen, couldn't help but make a hissing sound, with a slight cold sweat on his forehead. This guy, he can definitely get into the Holy Martial University. What a monster! And in the moment Yin Jinghong was contemplating, this terrifying black energy gathered completely on the long spear. Sizzle! The surface of the tungsten steel spear was enveloped in a layer of black energy, like a black hole, so dense that even light couldn't penetrate it. Dark spear throw! With this voice, Chen Chen's body twisted like a giant spring, shifted sideways, and then, with a loud noise, he hurled the long spear in his hand. Boom! In the astonished gazes of countless people, a terrifying sound of breaking winds suddenly exploded, echoing through the sky. Inside a 6-story residential building, a candidate with a battle axe was resting against the wall. This second round of testing is really tough, encountering all sorts of monsters. The candidate sighed in relief. Luckily, I've mastered the turtle breath technique, able to conceal my presence. If someone passes by, I'll just strike and kill. The top 10 on the kill list will definitely get into the Holy Martial University. Otherwise, it will depend on the evaluation of the Dayu artificial system, but that's too mysterious, something most people wouldn't consider. But in this college entrance exam, a monster like Chen Chen really emerged. He actually killed Wang Tianming. I wonder if Chen Chen can defeat Yin Jinghong or Long Haoren. Shaking his head, that wasn't something he was thinking about. Just then, a faint breeze suddenly swept over his hair. The candidate was startled. Didn't I close the window? Immediately, he stuck his head out to observe the scene outside. At that moment, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. A dark black light suddenly expanded in his eyes, like thunder, instantly filling his entire field of vision. The terrifying dark spear shattered the wall like rotten wood, and with lightning speed, pierced the chest of the candidate with the battle axe. The next moment, the candidate with the battle axe felt a sweet sensation in his throat. As he looked down, a dark long spear had completely pierced his chest. How is this possible? Before he could finish his words, he turned into a streak of light, disappearing on the spot. Chen Chen, Yin Jinghong defeats Zhang Hu. In his dying eyes, there was disbelief. Why did a long spear suddenly appear? Everyone stared in disbelief. No one could have imagined that the cooperation between Chen Chen and Yin Jinghong would actually work. Amidst the shock and horror, as they looked at the other candidates hiding on the screen, everyone's faces showed pity. The other candidates were really done for. Standing on the top floor, Chen Chen smiled gently. Well done. Yin Jinghong was equally excited. Great job, both of us. In an instant, Chen Chen's arm behind his back condensed, placing the tungsten steel long spear on his shoulder again, and then, the terrifying dark energy gathered once more. Direction. Yin Jinghong pointed excitedly at a certain residential building, there, on the 3rd floor, behind the colored glass. Got it. Suddenly, Chen Chen's dark giant spear burst out again, like a shooting star, cutting across the entire sky, shattering the silence of the entire Gaoshan city. Meanwhile, a golden dragon suddenly soared into the sky like a mountain, striking a candidate in front of it into a streak of light. Watching the candidate turn into light, Long Haoren shook his head, feeling bored. Indeed, in this duel, there is no opponent worthy of my full strength. Even Wang Tianming and Yin Jinghong, and one Chen Chen, if they can push me to use my full 5 layers of power, then they are worth my praise. Opening his golden dragon eyes, Long Haoren released a tremendous aura with a wave of his hand. The dragon, a mythical creature, displayed terrifying power after transforming into a warrior's talent, unmatched by any supernatural ability. Long Haoren now only saw the college entrance exam as a formality. The Jiangnan province was too small for him, far too small. There was simply no decent opponent worth his effort to climb, or rather, step on. Only within the Sacred Martial University could he experience a broader world. He was starting to look forward to showcasing his own style at the Sacred Martial University. It was said that there would be a grand exam upon enrollment. Perhaps only that exam would stir some emotions in Long Haoren. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Chen Chen and Yin Jinghong killed Zhang Hu. Hearing the spreading of this news, Long Haoren furrowed his brows, then a disdainful smile appeared on his face. I thought the combat power of Chen Chen and Yin Jinghong would satisfy me a little. However, I did not expect these two guys to join forces and kill the other candidates. Are they afraid of failing themselves? They are just too weak. Long Haoren shook his head, feeling everything was ordinary. It seemed that this college entrance exam, no one could be his match. Oh, there's an energy fluctuation. Just then, Long Haoren suddenly looked up at the sky. In an instant, his figure froze. Under the light gray clouds, streaks of black light suddenly crossed the sky. He could see that these streaks of light were actually condensed from long spears. Then, these dark long spears, like meteors, bombarded every place. Voices of shock, fear, and anger suddenly erupted. How is this possible? Dark long spears. Chen. I see, there's also Yen Jinghong. Meanwhile, a series of announcements suddenly sounded. Chen and Yen Jinghong defeated Shang Guanshui. Chen and Yen Jinghong defeated Qi Yusen. Chen and Yen Jinghong defeated Lin Zheyu. Announcement after announcement, Chen and Yen Jinghong actually teamed up to kill 25 candidates. All the candidates, including Long Haoren, were terrified, feeling their scalps tingle. The words impossible filled their hearts, making them feel like their eyes were about to burst. Outside the screen, everyone felt a chill in their hands and feet, because the pressure brought by Chen and Yen Jinghong was simply too terrifying. Before this, no one could have imagined that someone standing on a tall building could kill enemies, and with such swift and terrifying methods. These two monsters. No, it's only Chen who's the monster. Yen Jinghong's role can be replaced by almost any warrior, but Chen's very dark ability is unparalleled. If I were one of the candidates inside, I would at least be scared to death. After all, those candidates inside were almost all hiding in concealed buildings, with hardly anyone able to find them. And the next moment, what greeted them was a long spear like a shooting star. This guy is truly monstrous. As they recovered from the virtual helmets, seeing Chen throwing the dark spear from the high building, their faces turned pale involuntarily, trembling in fear. Inside the control room, S-level ability? Lin Jianfeng murmured. Immediately, all the leaders in the control room suddenly realized that only an S-level ability could make the dark spear reach such a level. I think Chen and our Starry Sky Martial Arts University are quite fated. Qin Xian stroked his chin, chuckling. I feel like our Azure Sky Martial Arts University is more suitable for Chen. Lin Xingqian refused to fall behind. Watching this scene, Su Lingyun and Principal Wei Qingtian behind them were stunned and thrilled that their student could catch the attention of these two big shots. Alright, this battle is not over yet. To truly gain our approval, it will require the next battle to reveal it. Lin Jianfeng gradually raised his hand, pointing to Long Haoren standing still on the screen. On the rooftop, Yen Jinghong was stunned as he watched them swiftly climb up and tie for first place in kills. He thought that with this kind of killing, it shouldn't be fast. But the result? Chen was hitting one target after another, not letting any slip through. This also greatly shocked Yen Jinghong. Hundreds of meters away on a street, a shot from Chen could maintain such destructive power. How intense and powerful had his energy and strength reached? At that moment, Yen Jinghong's hurricane ability suddenly sensed a terrifying energy fluctuation. Chen, I think I saw. Long Haoren. Where? Chen was slightly stunned, turned his head, and a wicked smile appeared on his handsome face. That direction. Yen Jinghong pointed. Dark spear throw. Then, with a swish, a dark long spear enveloped by 6 dark serpents, like a rotating meteor, rushed towards that direction. Boom! Looking at the dark meteor in the sky, Long Haoren looked up, feeling the powerful force coming towards him. Chen. After all, he's quite an interesting person. He reached out his hand, and suddenly, golden dragon scales appeared beside his eyes. The terrifying golden vertical pupils fully bloomed, and golden scales had already covered Long Haoren's right arm. Watching the meteor rapidly expanding in his sight, Long Haoren suddenly extended his golden hand. Boom! In the eyes of countless shocked onlookers, the clash of their weapons erupted in a brilliant light. Then, the dark long spear cut across Long Haoren's dragon arm, with a bang, piercing straight into the ground, causing numerous cracks to burst open. Long Haoren remained silent, raising his hand indifferently. Only a few scales fell from his right hand, and 3 or 4 drops of golden blood flowed out. I am actually injured? Interesting. Long Haoren suddenly flicked the long spear embedded in the ground, and as it flew out, it crashed into the dilapidated shop, turning it into ruins. Chen, you are worth my effort. Outside the virtual space, countless people's pupils suddenly contracted. Whether it was the examinees who had just taken off their virtual helmets or the spectators outside, everyone's minds went blank. They never expected that Chen's single shot could actually injure Long Haoren. In other words, Chen now should be placed on the same level as Long Haoren. Remember, Long Haoren's identity is the designated top scorer in the college entrance examination, universally recognized as the #1 in the province. Accompanied by the swift movement of Long Haoren's figure, countless people gasped, all knowing the battle that symbolized the strongest in the Jiangnan province's college entrance examination, the battle that would determine the top scorer, was about to unfold. Will Long Haoren win? The Zhang brothers looked at the figure filled with anger. He will win, Li Shuyun nodded. In terms of psychic intensity, I am no less than Yan Jinghong, but in terms of true terror, only Long Haoren. Wang Tianming crossed his arms. While others were unaware of Long Haoren's terror, how could Wang Tianming, one of the three prodigies, not know? As one of the three prodigies, he had long wanted to challenge Long Haoren. And in that lakeside area in the Jiangnan provincial capital, Long Haoren personally taught him what true psychic power was. Wang Tianming acknowledged that Chen Shen was strong, but in front of Long Haoren, there was no chance of winning. This guy is truly terrifying. Chen Shen, Long Haoren's energy fluctuations are getting closer. Before Yan Jinghong could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Chen Shen putting on a black windbreaker, the strong wind howling, the coat and hair fluttering, making the young man even more elegant. You stay here and watch, I'll go down and be back soon. Gathering the dark energy under his feet, Chen Shen walked down the high-rise in a 90-degree angle. At the same time, at the end of the street, a figure covered in golden dragon scales gradually approached. Suddenly, the entire street on both sides split into gold and black colors. Is this your doing? Long Haoren looked at Chen Shen, his face calm, and slowly cracked a smile. What do you think? Chen Shen smiled lightly. Swish, the black meteor spear shot out again, this time even distorting the air. However, Long Haoren opened his arms, and golden energy surged out, forming a huge shield. Bang, the long spear fell on the golden shield, terrifying energies collided, emitting an even more dreadful light. Then, the spear slowly fell and eventually shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. It's Long Haoren's dragon shield. Someone exclaimed from the sidelines. The dragon shield was one of Long Haoren's renowned skills, possessing extremely terrifying defensive capabilities. Such terrifying defense, perhaps even Yan Jinghong's sword energy, Wang Tianming's flame, or attacks from a second-grade martial artist, could be perfectly withstood. And Long Haoren actually used this move from the start, probably considering Chen Shen in front of him as a worthy opponent, about to go all out. A long spear fell from above, firmly held in Chen Shen's palm. On the high-rise, Yan Jinghong watched the two confronting each other and couldn't help but swallow nervously. Clearly, everyone was a second-grade martial artist, one of the three prodigies. How could you two be so terrifying? Your strength is impressive. It's worth me taking seriously. Long Haoren opened his arms, golden light shimmering, as if basking in the sun, relaxing all his muscles. Chattering warriors, perhaps your battles are weak. Chen Shen held the gun with one hand, dark energy surging, terrifying power rising. Oh, is that so? Perhaps, what I have in mind is slightly different from yours. Long Haoren smirked, opening his right palm, where a golden energy sphere condensed. Golden dragon playing with pearl. Countless people watched in shock as the two faced off. The first in this year's second round of tests. No, it was the first in the Jiangnan province's college entrance examination, the top scorer in the entire province entering the Holy Martial University. Who will it be? No one could have imagined that a guy from a county town could make it here, and even more so, to confront Long Haoren in the end. Countless people swallowed nervously, feeling their scalps tingling, overwhelmed with shock. And now, the battle that concerns the top scorer in the college entrance examination has officially begun. On the street, Long Haoren, holding a golden energy ball, suddenly leaped out like lightning towards Chen Shen. The terrifying speed, as if wings had grown on Long Haoren's back, propelled him forward like a tiger in flight. In an instant, the giant hand enveloping the energy golden ball was about to strike down. Facing this terrifying attack, Chen Shen smiled lightly, then a fierce cold light burst out, and the dark giant gun fiercely counterattacked. Boom! The collision between the ball and the gun erupted into a brilliant light. Then, under the shocked gazes of many, Long Haoren once again condensed two golden energy balls and attacked Chen Shen. Boom! 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 With each collision, an extreme burst of energy occurred, and the terrifying aftermath spread like a tidal wave, shattering the surrounding old glass and erasing all the weeds. These two guys are simply monsters. Countless people felt their scalps tingle, as the aura emanating from these two could even pose a challenge to a second-grade complete warrior or a third-grade initial warrior. Frankly speaking, the battle between Long Haoren and Chen Shen represents the highest level of the youth in the Jiangnan province. It's time to end this. Long Haoren sighed, then raised his arms high, suddenly clapped them together. In an instant, Long Haoren's figure disappeared like a phantom, reappearing several meters away. Sensing Long Haoren's retreat, Chen Shen grinned. Looks like it's time to use my ultimate move, huh? Hearing Chen Shen's words, Long Haoren smiled gently. Chen Shen, you are indeed the most terrifying opponent I have encountered in the Jiangnan province. I originally planned to save this move for the entrance exam, to secure a spot in a good academy for myself. I never thought I would have to use it in this way now. With these words, 2 golden dragons as thick as fists surged out of Long Haoren's body. Then, they twined around Long Haoren's arms like vines, tightly gripping them. At the same time, the 2 golden dragons turned their heads towards Chen Shen with fierce eyes. Their terrifying momentum, like towering mountains, pressed down, making everyone outside the screen feel the immense pressure brought by the 2 golden dragons. This is the Dragon Shadow, countless people exclaimed. Back when they were in school, they had heard that Long Haoren, the first day's proud dragon of the Jiangnan province, had mastered the strongest skill, the Dragon Shadow. Long Haoren himself claimed that no one in the same age group in the Jiangnan province could force him to use this skill. And now, facing Chen Shen with dark energy, Long Haoren had unleashed his strongest skill. The battle between these two is truly terrifying. But in the end, Long Haoren will prevail. Well, Chen Shen has already done enough to reach this level. Second in the province. If I had that kind of achievement, I'd be all smiles. It's a pity that the first place in the province, the position of the top scorer, will always belong to Long Haoren. That's an undeniable fact. Countless voices of discussion arose, but without exception, they all favored Long Haoren. After all, Long Haoren had held the position of the first day's proud dragon for too long, far too long. No one could defeat him. Even figures like Yin Jinghong and Wang Tianming could only barely keep up with Long Haoren, gazing up at his back. Despite being mid-level second-grade warriors, the gap between Long Haoren and Yin Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and others was simply insurmountable. Therefore, everyone boldly believed that Chen Shen was bound to lose without a doubt. In the vast control room, watching Chen Shen actually forced Wang Tianming's ultimate skill, the Dragon Shadow, out, everyone was both shocked and felt sorry for Chen Shen. The appearance of the Dragon Shadow already indicated that Chen Shen had no chance of winning. That was the Dragon Shadow condensed by the SS-Grade Golden Dragon, and within the same grade, perhaps only a stronger SSS-Grade or extremely rare SS-Grade could barely suppress it. Moreover, the difference in realm between the two sides could not be too great. Chen Shen's realm was only in the middle of the first rank, while Long Haoren's realm had long reached the middle of the first rank. The disparity between the two was like a huge gap. To achieve the current level was already satisfying enough for Chen Shen. How about it? Shouldn't this battle be over? Xin Xian squinted his eyes and chuckled. Long Haoren is the top scholar of the province, and Chen Shen is the second scholar of the province. This ranking is not bad. Yi Xingqian nodded. After coming out later, we can test Chen Shen's strength of abilities. It is highly likely to be at the SS level, and with cultivation, he may become a 9th rank martial master in the future. Relying on the achievements shown today, perhaps this time's Jiangnan provincial examination would not be at the bottom during the enrollment ceremony of the 3 holy martial arts universities. The people standing behind the 3 directors almost focused all their attention on the 9th rank martial master. When they heard about the 8th rank martial master, everyone couldn't help but be surprised, marveling at Chen Shen's hidden potential. Why are you two in such a hurry? Lin Jianfeng rolled his eyes. This battle is not over yet. Xin Xian smiled. Old Lin, aren't you too confident? Long Haoren, who used the Dragon Shadow, can contend with a 3rd rank martial artist. Lin Jianfeng didn't say anything but looked faintly at the screen. Why don't you take a look over there? Xin Xian and Yi Xingqian felt puzzled and turned their heads. But what happened next made their pupils suddenly shrink. At the end of the dilapidated street, Long Haoren, with golden dragon arms entwined, stood guard like a mountain. Just as Long Haoren was about to make a move to completely kill Chen Shen, his body suddenly stiffened. Chen Shen had already thrown the black long spear aside, and the dark energy on the spear rushed back into Chen Shen's body. Are you giving up? Before the words fell, Long Haoren's eyes widened suddenly. A darkness strong enough to engulf any light surged out of Chen Shen's body. This astonishing dark energy covered Chen Shen's skin surface at lightning speed. Chen Shen raised his head and smiled gently. Darkness annihilation. In an instant, the surging black energy formed light armor with unique runes. Behind the armor, a pair of giant hands constructed from dark energy gradually unfolded, and in the palms of the dark giant hands, 2 dark orbs like black holes suddenly appeared. A more terrifying aura than Long Haoren's spread from Chen Shen. This aura even made Yin Jinghong's blood in the sky above the tall building completely stiffen. Long Haoren looked at Chen Shen, whose eyes were already filled with pitch-black color. Your strength is not bad. In that case, I can also use a bit of power. Looking at Long Haoren, who was shocked and horrified, Chen Chen's mouth slowly curved into a smile. And as he looked at Chen Chen, who exuded terrifying dark energy all over his body, Long Haoren, with imperceptible movements, swallowed hard. This guy is quite strong. The energy bursting from Chen Chen's figure made the genius designated as the top scholar in the province show a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Countless people's pupils contracted simultaneously, feeling immense pressure. At the same time, everyone became more frightened. Could Chen Chen's strength really reach such a level? Even so. So what? After a brief moment of seriousness, what burned in Long Haoren's heart was an even more terrifying fighting spirit. As the top talent of Jiangnan province, he naturally had his own pride. No one could defeat him, not even Chen Chen. Long Haoren spread his arms again, his muscles surging like waves to the peak, and the two golden dragons in his eyes seemed to split open, opening their mouths towards Chen Chen. Boom! The golden energy gathered here, erupting like a volcano dormant for thousands of years. In an instant, Long Haoren's figure violently shot out, a huge golden dragon shadow lingering over his right arm, followed by the terrifying fist shadows of Long Haoren pouring out. Boom! The huge energy made countless people tremble with fear, and all the air around dispersed, as if creating a vacuum environment. Looking at the continuously enlarging golden fist in his line of sight, Chen Chen's face showed no change in expression. He still maintained that faint smile. The next moment, Long Haoren suddenly felt that everything around him was plunged into darkness. In the endless darkness, Long Haoren didn't even feel anything. Then, Long Haoren's pupils suddenly contracted. Before him, a huge black giant fist suddenly appeared, like a cannonball, roaring towards Long Haoren. Golden Jiao Dragon Hand. Long Haoren roared, his right dragon arm suddenly exerted force, like a dragon incarnate, carrying endless power, attacking Chen Chen. Boom! In the astonished eyes of countless people, the dark giant fist behind Chen Chen suddenly collided with Long Haoren's giant fist, bursting out a dazzling light. These two guys are really terrifying. Many people shouted excitedly. This battle was the highest level of struggle in the entire Jiangnan province. Chen Chen, I want you to lose. Long Haoren roared, raising both fists, and the golden dragon swirling around also roared. Roar! The terrifying golden energy poured out like a raging wave. Such an attack, even an ordinary third-grade martial artist might not be able to withstand. However, the next moment, all the people watching in Jiangnan province witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. The two huge palms behind Chen Chen were raised high, and then, the dark energy ball reappeared. Suddenly, a pair of fists enveloped in golden dragons suddenly collided with Chen Chen's dark giant fist. Boom! Fist after fist collided, huge energy clashed, and terrifying shockwaves erupted, forming waves of energy that made the earth tremble slightly. However, in the midst of this, Long Haoren's pupils suddenly contracted. This can't be real, right? The black holes on Chen Chen's black palms suddenly floated high, and then, a majestic devouring force erupted, actually swallowing Long Haoren's two golden dragons entirely. And Long Haoren, who lost his two golden dragons, saw all the golden light on his body fade away. In an instant, the huge fist struck his body, and then, almost half of Long Haoren's body disappeared abruptly. I lost. Long Haoren looked at Chen Chen, a wry smile appearing on his pale face. You are very strong. Chen Chen smiled. The top scholar of the province is yours. Long Haoren shook his head. It's not surprising, Chen Chen responded. Long Haoren gazed at Chen Chen for a long time, until finally, his figure suddenly turned into a faint stream of light, about to disappear in this virtual space. With your achievements, perhaps you can choose the best college within the St. Martial University, Long Haoren said with a bitter smile. Strive to perform well in the entrance exam. I hope to see you at the school you choose. He originally thought that no one in the entire Jiangnan province could be his opponent. But now, with Chen Chen's appearance, this idea was completely shattered. Watching Long Haoren about to disappear, Chen Chen smiled and said, "Why not change your figure to show your back? It would be more appropriate." Long Haoren almost burst out laughing, but in the end, he shook his head. What an arrogant fellow. Chen Chen defeats Long Haoren, currently ranking first on the kill list. With the spread of this voice, the first to react were the four people still in the college entrance exam testing space. The four were slightly stunned, then simultaneously shook their heads. I surrender to Chen Chen. Chen Chen defeats Yi, currently ranking first on the kill list. Chen Chen defeats. On top of a tall building, Yin Jinghong leaped down calmly like a swallow, but the constant rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was anything but calm. You're really amazing, Yin Jinghong exclaimed. No one could have imagined that Chen Chen could defeat Long Haoren, become the top scholar in the province, and secure the first place in the Jiangnan province college entrance exam. No one could have imagined. Chen Shen turned to Yan Jinghong and smiled gently. How about we have a match as the final battle of this college entrance exam? Yan Jinghong grinned oddly. Me? I surrender. In an instant, only Chen Shen remained in the entire Gaoshan city. Chen Shen defeats Yan Jinghong, currently ranking first on the kill list. Ding! In the second round of the college entrance exam, only candidate Chen Shen remains, therefore, candidate Chen Shen is determined as the ultimate champion. Congratulations to candidate Chen Shen for winning the top scholar of the Jiangnan Province College Entrance Exam. This notice is issued by the Dayu Intelligence System and will be delivered to the hands of the chairman of the Grand Xia Federation Parliament. Thank you all for participating. Listening to the echoing words, Chen Shen smiled faintly. It seems I did it. Looking at the light gray clouds in the sky, Chen Shen knew that his future would no longer be limited to just one province. More exciting places were waiting for him. How thrilling it is to anticipate. Chen Chen won. Chen Chen defeated Long Haoren. Chen Chen won the overall championship of the Jiangnan province? The entire venue, no. It seemed like the entire Jiangnan province had fallen into a silence where a pin drop could be heard. Countless candidates stared in shock at Chen Chen on the screen. Who could have imagined that a guy from a county town, with a mid-level martial arts skill, could reach this level? Am I really the top scholar of the province? Lin Qiming muttered to himself, his brain going into overload. It's over, it's over. Just awakened, Shangwan Kong, after seeing the news, fainted again. Countless people widened their eyes, unable to imagine that just one Chen Shen could defeat three major powerhouses in a row and win the top scholar title in the Jiangnan Province College Entrance Exam. However, the fact happened right before their eyes, making it impossible for them not to believe. In the monitoring room, many senior leaders and young leaders also showed astonishment. Obviously, at the beginning of the college entrance exam, no one had ever thought that a mere Chen Shen could defeat all major enemies and ultimately be crowned the top scholar of the Jiangnan province. No one could have imagined. Wei Qingtian, the principal of Jiangbei No. 1 middle school, was so excited that he was about to faint. If it weren't for the presence of leaders, he might have danced on the table directly. In Jiangnan province, Commander Su Lingyun was so excited that he almost jumped up. After years in office, it was rare to witness such a scene of unparalleled talent. Truly, it was like the saying goes, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Yi Xingqian, the admissions office director of the Azure Sky Martial University, shook his head. Indeed, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chen Chen's level of ability is truly terrifying. Old Qin, old Lin, don't you agree? However, when Yi Xingqian turned around, he found that both Qin Xian and Lin Jianfeng had vanished simultaneously. In that instant, Yi Xingqian realized and became anxious. You two are running so fast, planning to snatch someone, huh? You two, that's not fair. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xingqian also disappeared. The leaders present looked at each other and finally showed a bitter smile. Next, it seemed there would be an unprecedented battle for the top scholar in Jiangnan province. In the history of Jiangnan province, hardly anyone could make three prestigious martial universities compete like this. And this Chen Chen, he had truly achieved such a feat. Countless high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen couldn't help but marvel at how enticing the recruitment methods of these three prestigious martial universities would be. As the college entrance examination officially concluded, everyone was immensely shocked by the results. Before this, hardly anyone could have imagined that Chen Shen from Jiangbei First Middle School would actually be crowned the top scholar of the entire province. Soon, numerous reporters gathered at the entrance, interviewing various candidates and leaders. Some clever reporters even found a photo of Wei Qingtian and specifically interviewed him. In just a few minutes, the entire Jiangnan province was buzzing about Chen Shen. If Chen Shen wasn't an orphan, he would probably have been swarmed at home. While the outside world was in a frenzy, a special room was equally bustling. Chen Shen, Long Haoren, Yan Jinghong, and Wang Tianming sat in the room, facing three martial arts directors who seemed as imposing as mountains. Well done, well done. The quality of your students in Jiangnan province this year is truly unexpectedly high, Lin Jianfeng chuckled, his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Alright, enough dilly-dallying, let's get to the point. Qin Xian suddenly became impatient, but when he turned to look at Chen Shen, he softened. Student Chen Shen, what level has your unique ability evolved to? At these words, everyone's gaze turned sharply towards Chen Shen. Long Haoren and the others were especially focused. They didn't believe that Chen Shen's dark ability, even if it had evolved to an S-level talent, could have defeated them. Chen Shen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Since evolving, I haven't paid much attention to or measured it. That's alright. Yi Xingqian from Azure Sky Martial University smiled as he handed over a palm-sized device shaped like a phone. This is a device to test the strength of your talent. Just infuse your talent energy into it, and you will know your talent level. Okay. Chen Chen didn't waste any time and immediately infused his dark energy into it. He had no intention of hiding. Hide? Nonsense. In the era of martial arts, concealing one's talent and realm meant falling far behind others in terms of resources. After his energy was infused, a brilliant white light suddenly flashed from the device. Then, under the gaze of several people, a voice rang out. The Great U artificial intelligence system has detected an SSS-level talent ability. Automatically classified as confidential information. All personnel present must sign a confidentiality agreement and must not disclose this matter. Announcement from the Grand Xia Federation Council. Suddenly, the whole room fell into silence, and everyone looked at Chen Chen in disbelief. They had thought he might have an SSS-level talent, but SSS-level talents were extremely rare, with only about 5 appearing in the entire Xia Federation of 54 provinces. No wonder he could defeat my golden dragon. Long Haoren smiled bitterly and shook his head. During his battle with Chen Chen, he had already realized that the energy intensity of the latter was not on the same level as his own. Now, upon seeing Chen Chen's SSS-level talent, the proud Long Haoren couldn't help but feel relieved. The other 2 prodigies had similar thoughts. Great! In an instant, the gazes of Lin Jianfeng from Xianyuan Martial University, Qin Xian from Starry Sky Martial University, and Yi Xingchen from Azure Sky Martial University fell on Chen Chen as if they were looking at a peerless beauty. Chen Chen felt a bit uneasy under their scrutiny. Is there something you need, 3 directors? Lin Jianfeng smiled. Chen Chen, on behalf of Xianyuan Martial University, one of the 3 holy martial universities in the Xia Federation, I formally invite you. If you come to our Xianyuan Martial University, all your accommodation and meals will be free, and you will receive scholarships and financial aid every year for the 4 years of university. Instantly, everyone, including Qin Xian, Yi Xingchen, and others, was stunned. Did Lin Jianfeng just make a move? Long Haoren, Yan Jinghong, and Wang Tianming were filled with envy. They knew that a battle between peerless prodigies was about to begin. No, old Lin, do you think you can dismiss our classmate Chen Chen with just these meager offerings? Qin Xian smiled warmly. Chen Chen, if you come to our school, you will have more than just those terms. Our school can also provide you with a monthly living allowance of 100,000 yuan for cultivation and living expenses. Moreover, our Starry Sky Martial University is the strongest among the 3 holy martial universities. If you choose us, you won't lose out. Before Chen Chen could respond, Yi Xingchen spoke up as well. Azure Sky Martial University also values Chen Chen greatly. If you come to our school, we can offer the same conditions. In addition, our school has the most beautiful women among the 3 holy martial universities. I can arrange for you to have a few beautiful senior sisters as your companions so you won't be lonely. With this statement, the whole room fell into silence. Chen Chen slowly raised an eyebrow. The others. Qin Xian from Starry Sky Martial University was the first to react. Wait, companionship with beautiful women, isn't that a common offer? Lin Jianfeng from Xianyuan Martial University rolled his eyes. The male-to-female ratio in the 3 holy martial universities is 50-50. Are you bragging here? It was evident how much competition there was among the 3 holy martial universities for Chen Chen. This undoubtedly made Chen Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Although this was his initial goal, he had never experienced such a grand scene before. Chen Chen, we can each arrange a set of extraordinary level weapon equipment for you, Qin Xian said. Extraordinary level? Are you underestimating Chen Chen too much? If you come to our school, after reaching the 4th rank, you'll have top-tier weapon equipment. Yi Xingchen said, our school also has various types of beautiful women. Yi Xingchen, you're becoming shameless. Lin Jianfeng was so angry his beard was trembling. Initially, none of these people had high hopes for Chen Chen, except for him. But after witnessing Chen Chen's SSS-level abilities, they were all acting like they had taken stimulants. If this continued, he might not be able to compete with them. After much thought, Lin Jianfeng immediately made a decision. Chen Chen, if you join our Xianyuan Martial Arts University, I guarantee that every year of your 4 years in college, you will be able to participate in the competition for immortal artifacts. In an instant, Long Haoren and the others' breathing suddenly stopped. While Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian, who were flushed with excitement, were stunned, their gazes strangely fixed on Lin Jianfeng's face. Is it that big, old Lin? Looking at Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian's shocked expressions, Lin Jianfeng sneered. Lin Jianfeng, never go back on my word. Chen Chen, we at Xianyuan Martial Arts University really hope you can join us. Although Chen Chen didn't know what immortal artifacts were, upon hearing the word immortal and seeing the expressions of the other 2 directors, he knew that this was the best offer Xianyuan Martial Arts University could give. Therefore, Chen Chen didn't hesitate. Then, Xianyuan Martial Arts University it is. Great, great, great. Lin Jianfeng laughed heartily. In recent years, all the good talents had been snatched up by the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Azure Sky Martial Arts University, leaving Xianyuan Martial Arts University at the bottom of the rankings. This situation could not continue. Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen sighed with regret for not being able to recruit Chen Chen. However, they didn't show their displeasure to Chen Chen in a fit of anger. Instead, each of them gave Chen Chen a very precious elixir. Chen Chen, although we couldn't get you to choose our university, I also extend greetings to you on behalf of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Take this dragon blood pill back and cultivate well, strive to break through to the second-grade warrior. Qin Xian chuckled. We at the Azure Sky Martial Arts University also wish to befriend Chen Chen. This 9-star blood nourishing pill is made by our Azure Sky Martial Arts University and is a gift from us to you. Yi Xingchen smiled. The words of the two directors were extremely comforting to hear, truly befitting their high positions. Chen Chen didn't pretend to refuse these two reasons and accepted them openly. Thank you both, I will remember this. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Following Chen Chen's decision to join Xianyuan Martial Arts University, the next to choose were Long Haoren, Yan Jinghong, and Wang Tianming, 3 outstanding talents. In the end, Long Haoren went to the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Yan Jinghong went to Xianyuan Martial Arts University with Chen Chen, and Wang Tianming went to the Azure Sky Martial Arts University. Chen Chen exchanged contact information with Long Haoren, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and others, agreeing to meet at a restaurant outside. Despite the fierce competition in the virtual space, where it was a fight to the death, in the end, it was just the college entrance examination, and giving it your all was only natural. After the college entrance examination, everyone was human, all part of the same group. At the same time, Xin Shan and the others received messages from their respective holy martial arts universities, asking them to report in a month. Everyone was a bit excited and started drinking various kinds of good wine. The entire Jiangnan province was still too small for them. Only when they reached the Holy Martial Arts University could they truly show their brilliance. After a month-long vacation, Chen Chen felt the surging blood energy in his body. I have finally reached the middle stage of the second-grade warrior. As someone with extraordinary insight, he placed great importance on his foundation. This led him to strive for perfection in his advancement. Moreover, after consuming the 2 elixirs given to him by the Holy Martial Arts University, Chen Chen advanced once again. Although he was now in the middle stage of the second-grade warrior, the energy intensity contained in his body was already comparable to that of a third-grade warrior. It's been exactly a month. After tonight, I will take a plane with Yan Jinghong to the capital. Chen Chen was full of infinite longing for the capital and the Holy Martial Arts University. Only there could he truly shine. However, he heard that before entering the academy, there was an extremely important entrance exam. The consequences of failing the entrance exam were said to be extremely severe. Chen Chen still felt a bit of pressure. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations, host, for meeting the check-in time. Would you like to check in? Chen Chen's mind moved, and he responded, check in immediately. Congratulations, host, for completing the second month's check-in and receiving the reward of SSS-Grade 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder? A hint of shock flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected that the reward for the second check-in would also be an SSS-Grade talent. In other words, did he now possess the top talent with 3 talents? Detection shows that the SSS-Grade Dark God Body and the SSS-Grade 9 Heavens Divine Thunder have a high fusion compatibility. System initiating fusion. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the SSR-Grade talent 9 Heavens Dark Thunder Body. Suddenly, a vast power surged into Chen Chen's body, making him even more terrifying and legendary. Within the entire system space, it seemed to be covered by countless dark thunderstorms, with towering dark thunderstorms growing everywhere like towering mountains. Truly, a terrifying ability. Above SSS-Grade, there's still SSR-Grade? Could it be that he was unique in the whole world? At the thought of this, Chen Chen felt a bit excited. After feeling the majestic energy in his body, Chen Chen opened his eyes like black holes, and within those eyes, there was a hint of terrifying thunder energy. 3 talents, creating a new world. There are still 8 hours left before heading to Xianyuan Martial University for the opening ceremony tomorrow. In that case, let's perfect the 3 abilities. Dark Annihilation, Dark Doomsday, Dark Spear Throw. It seems that these abilities also need to be perfected. Looking at the system space filled with dark thunderstorms, dragon-like dark divine thunder surged around Chen Chen, turning into countless terrifying pressures that spread layer by layer. In an instant, the palm of Chun Chen's right hand opened, and the brilliance of the dark divine thunder suddenly appeared, then condensed into a 3-meter-long divine thunder dark spear. Next, it's time to show extraordinary insight. Each holy martial university has an enrollment ceremony. More accurately, it should be an entrance exam. This exam not only determines your future 4 years of university life but also decides which college within the holy martial university you will choose. Each college has its own strengths and unique features. However, if you don't choose the right students, you may progress extremely slowly during the 4 years of university, falling behind others. Therefore, the 200 sons of the top talents who entered Xianyuan Martial University were already fully prepared and set off from various places. The Xia capital. In a spacious practice room resembling a football field, a petite girl of about 1.5 meters tall, dressed in combat gear, was closing her eyes, sensing the 10 third-grade mechanical puppets in front of her. Suddenly, Lan Qi opened her eyes. Boom! Dark golden flying knives suddenly shot out from her belt, carrying terrifying energy that erupted simultaneously. The 10 mechanical puppets reacted instantly, their eyes bursting with blue light, attempting to charge towards Lan Qi. However, only the sound of swishing echoed in the training room, and the 10 mechanical puppets instantly separated their heads from their bodies, revealing their intricate internal wires. Then, 10 black gold flying knives surrounded them, shimmering with an extremely terrifying and chilling light. Miss, Xianyuan Martial University has issued a notice to attend the university today for the enrollment ceremony. A white-haired butler said. Okay, I understand. Prepare the car. Lan Qi shrugged, stretched out her arms, and an invisible telekinetic force gushed out, retrieving all the black gold flying knives into her waist. Xianyuan Martial Arts University. I hope there's someone there who can catch my flying knife. The towering and picturesque valley. A nationally renowned scenic spot controlled by the wealthiest businessmen in the province. However, in these days, this place was completely closed off by the businessman, announcing that it would reopen only after a month. Yet, beneath a waterfall that seemed to reach the sky, stood a towering man who was a full 2 meters and 4 centimeters tall. His body exuded a bronze color, resembling an ancient Buddha, standing immovably under the waterfall. Suddenly, Gu Jin opened his eyes, revealing a bronze-colored gaze. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy erupted from his body, even blocking the waterfall cascading down from the cliff. Then, Gu Jin calmly walked out from the waterfall, releasing a majestic energy that distorted the surrounding air slightly. Young Master, Xianyuan Martial Arts University has sent a message. Equally respectful, a man reported. Okay. Gu Jin nodded faintly, turned his head, and gazed in the direction of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Enrollment ceremony? Hopefully not like the riffraff in this province. Meanwhile, in a mountain forest, a handsome young man in a long robe was strolling. Despite the moss-covered blue stones and countless vines hanging like snakes, the young man remained calm and composed. It was as if nothing in this world could affect him. He walked gradually and arrived at a flat area. Suddenly, numerous creatures emerged from the dense forest. There were chirping yellow sparrows, chubby raccoons, spiky hedgehogs, and a huge tiger that dominated the forest. At this moment, they all prostrated themselves before the handsome young man, as if looking up to a deity. Always so fond of fighting, sustaining so many injuries? Watching the wounds on these animals, Shang Wuji lightly smiled, sighed, and said, "Let me help you then." Shang Wuji raised his hands, and instantly, a golden light emanated. This golden light, like the brightest divine light in the world, could dispel countless darkness. The golden light fell on the animals, and in an instant, their wounds began to heal rapidly, turning into a state of complete health. All animals and people emitted sounds of gratitude. I probably won't come back here in the next few months. Shang Wuji looked at his hands. I need to go and compete properly. Enrollment ceremony? I hope my divine light can completely drive them away. At the largest airport in the entire Jiangnan province, a massive passenger plane was parked on the runway. Countless onlookers were amazed to hear that this plane was specifically for transporting students to the Holy Martial Arts University. Just the name Holy Martial Arts University was enough to astonish them. In front of the plane, 4 figures stood, Su Lingyun, Yen Dinghon, and 2 students approved by the Daiyu Artificial Intelligence System to attend the Holy Martial Arts University, Li Shuyin and Yi Kong. At that moment, they were waiting for someone. Why hasn't Chen arrived yet? Could he have been too engrossed in his cultivation? Yi Kong asked. Impossible, I just called him. Li Shuyin replied. Let's wait, there's no rush anyway. Yen Dinghon smiled. Ah, the impatience of youth. Look, there he is. Su Lingyun chuckled, pointing to the figure dragging a suitcase in the distance. However, when the 4 people's gazes fell on Chun Chen, they were all stunned simultaneously. Chen Chen was dressed very casually, in a simple black and white tracksuit. However, there was a faint aura of terrifying pressure emanating from him. When Yan Jinghong and the others felt it, their pupils suddenly contracted. If the previous Chen Chen was like a deep black hole, now there was an indistinct hint of fierceness. It wasn't until Chen Chun chuckled and restrained his momentum that he appeared as ordinary as any other visitor. This guy has gotten stronger again, Li Shuyun sighed. It's only been a few days, right? I remember our last gathering was just a few days ago. Yan Jinghong clicked his tongue. Brother Chen is really amazing, Yi Kong smiled. Watching Chen Chen's approaching figure, Su Lingyun smiled and brought over his luggage. Another breakthrough in your cultivation? Su Lingyun asked. Yeah, just a tiny bit of insight, Chen Chen smiled lightly. A tiny bit of insight? Yan Jinghong, Li Shuyun, and Yi Kong exchanged glances. Chen Chen now could probably defeat them in one move. With this level of strength, this improvement was no small matter, right? The group chuckled wryly. In their own right, they might have been geniuses, but in front of Chen Chen, they seemed like ordinary people. And after entering the Xianyuan Martial University, this sense of disparity might widen even further. Let's board the plane. When we get to the university, make sure to perform well, Su Lingyun smiled gently. I won't see you off, I'm a commander and must stay here. Thank you, Commander Su. The four of them immediately thanked Su Lingyun. Little did they know, Su Lingyun chuckled, after you arrive at the Holy Martial University, make sure to excel. Our Jiangnan province's performance hasn't been great these past few years, and it's up to you to uphold our reputation. And when you get there, don't blindly compare yourselves to others. In the Holy Martial University, there are truly countless talented geniuses, too many to count. One person surpasses another, causing jealousy. Su Lingyun waved his hand. The entrance exam is very difficult, but with difficulty comes great rewards. Only those who stand out in the entrance exam can choose the academy you aspire to. Yes, the four of them shouted, then boarded the plane. Soon, the plane started and headed towards the sky, towards the vast heavens. Watching the plane gradually disappearing into the distance, Su Lingyun couldn't help but feel emotional. I hope these kids won't be discouraged. In the Holy Martial University, there are truly many real geniuses. Back in the day, I thought I was invincible, but after entering the Xianyuan Martial University and taking the entrance exam, I realized there are always greater talents out there. Thinking back to his own entrance exam, Su Lingyun's cheeks flushed. The entrance exam is really difficult. I hope these kids do well. Oh, and there's Long Haoren, Wang Tianming, and the others. Sigh, today is going to be busy. A few hours later, the plane arrived in the capital city. Chen Chen and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes at the bustling city. Skyscrapers everywhere, various floating cars, and even powerful martial artists driving shuttles in mid-air, looking extremely cool and handsome. Following the navigation on their phones, the four of them soon arrived at the Xianyuan Martial University. On the 7th day of July, a month had passed since the college entrance examination, and it was also the time for 3 Saint Martial Arts Universities to start their new academic year. On the right side of the gate of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, a door exclusively for freshmen was opened. Many students with different outfits were already standing at this entrance, chatting and waiting for the arrangements of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Among them were the top 10 students from each province, and some were even the top scorers of the college entrance examination. Today, they gathered here for the entrance exam. Such strong abilities. Yan Jinghong murmured as he glanced at some of them. Some figures were dressed in ordinary black robes but exuded a majestic aura like mountains. Some carried long spears on their backs, resembling ancient generals in stature. And then, there was a petite figure that immediately attracted countless shocked gazes. A young girl with blue hair stepped out slowly from a commercial vehicle, and with each step, the crowd felt a storm-like pressure. That's Miss Lan Chi from the Lan family in the capital city. Wow, she's the same age as us but already at the mid-stage of the 3rd-rank martial artist? Yes, it's said that she possesses SS-level psychic power. With her talent and family background, the power she can unleash is unimaginable. In the entrance exam, Lan Chi will surely be among the top 3. Beside Chen Chen and others, many strong individuals couldn't help but wipe the sweat off their foreheads. The capital city was the economic and political center of the entire Great Xia Federation, and the education received by martial artists born here was incomparable. Lan Chi was one of the pinnacle representatives. Rumor had it that she started martial arts training at the age of 3, mastered most martial arts at the age of 10, and deliberately suppressed her height for speed. After awakening her SS-level psychic power, she became even more terrifying, almost invincible in the entire capital city. It was said that she achieved the 2nd best result in the capital city's college entrance examination. I never thought a little girl could overshadow us so easily, Li Shuyun said with a bitter smile. There will always be someone better, stay humble, Chen Shen said with a gentle smile. Chen Shen didn't feel much, but his gaze shifted and soon noticed another man. A towering man of 2 meters and 4, bound in thousands of pounds of iron chains, slowly approached from a distance. With each step he took, the air around him seemed to collapse. Gu Jin from the Gu family in the Min province, this year's top scorer in the Min province. His awakened talent is said to be SS-level ancient bronze talent. Resembling a human fierce beast, isn't that too terrifying? It's normal, I heard he practices under a waterfall daily. Another expert, I'm already looking forward to the entrance exam. Everyone was stunned. They were all geniuses who excelled in the college entrance examination, but there were differences among these geniuses. Geniuses, prodigies, top geniuses, monsters, top monsters. These titles were not just casually made up. Chen Gu, what are you looking at? Yi Kang asked as he noticed Chen Shen's unchanged gaze. Chen Shen smiled lightly, I saw someone very interesting. Just then, a crane's cry suddenly sounded, and everyone looked up at the sky, where a figure landed gracefully on a white crane. Dressed in white robes, resembling an immortal, the figure descended from the sky and stood in the center with a graceful posture. Who is that? Such a show-off. Saint Wuji, acclaimed as the strongest among all freshmen at the Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Really? He hasn't even been in a fight yet? How can you be so sure he's the strongest? He awakened the highest level of SS-Grade talent, just one step away from SSS-Grade. No wonder. Wow. Doesn't that put him at the mid-level of 3rd rank in terms of strength? I feel like he's already secured the top spot in the entrance exam. Everyone's faces showed shock. Such top-tier geniuses were on the verge of becoming monsters. Soon, several other top geniuses arrived, causing cheers among the crowd. We in the Jiangnan province are almost being overlooked, Yan Jinghong said with a bitter smile. It's inevitable. Historically, we in the Jiangnan province have always been at the bottom in the Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Li Shuyun comforted Yan Jinghong. Then let's try to change that. Chen Shen smiled lightly, surprising Yan Jinghong and the others. The three exchanged glances, their eyes revealing complex emotions. Perhaps Chen Shen could really make a difference in this matter? For a moment, everyone remembered a month ago when he emerged as the ultimate dark horse in the college entrance exam, defeating Long Haoren, the genius. At that time, who could have imagined that Chen Shen could defeat Long Haoren and secure the top spot in the entrance exam? However, at that moment, a figure in white robes gradually approached. Everyone's breaths eased. Shang Wuji came to Chen Shen and grinned. I'm Shang Wuji, nice to meet you? Everyone was slightly stunned. Shang Wuji had been indifferent until now, and now he was actively trying to get to know someone? Blue Qi and Gu Jin couldn't enjoy this treatment. Even Blue Qi and Gu Jin looked at Chen Shen, squinting as if trying to figure out what charm this young man possessed to attract Shang Wuji's attention. In their eyes, in this entrance ceremony, they only needed to focus on each other and Shang Wuji. This young man in front of them seemed to have come from the remote Jiangnan province. Listening to Shang Wuji's voice, Chen Shen also smiled. Jiangnan province, Chen Shen. Suddenly, everyone realized. So he's from the Jiangnan province, no wonder I didn't recognize him. I heard he's from a county town? A county town? TSK, is the Jiangnan province that weak now? Letting a guy from a county town become the top scorer? Don't underestimate Chen Shen. I've seen his battle videos, they're terrifying. A guy who came from the bottom, how terrifying can he be? Blue Qi, Gu Jin, and the other geniuses shook their heads, thinking it was just a passing fancy of Shang Wuji. After shaking hands with Chen Shen, Shang Wuji smiled lightly. I look forward to fighting you at the entrance ceremony. Chen Shen smiled. I look forward to it too. Then, like passing strangers, the two turned slightly and walked away from each other. Chen, do you know him? Yi Kang asked, puzzled that this guy, acclaimed as the strongest freshman, suddenly approached Chen Shen. I don't know him, but well, our abilities know each other. Chen Shen replied truthfully. No wonder his dark divine body reacted. As it turned out, the other party also had an extremely rare luminous type holy light ability. Was this a fight that had to happen? Chen Shen shook his head lightly. Perhaps this was just a challenge from the weak to the strong. The freshmen didn't have to wait long. 18 warriors emerged from the school gate. The 18 warriors had very stable auras. Most of them were second-year volunteers with the strength of 4th-rank warriors. Suddenly, almost everyone's new heartstrings tightened. They knew that the entrance ceremony was about to begin. The leading volunteer scanned the crowd, regarding the corresponding provinces, followed the corresponding seniors through the school gates to the venue. Soon, groups followed the supporters in batches, seemingly advancing from different directions. Next, it was Chen Chen's group's turn. Jiangnan Province, Baoyu Province, Fushur Province, you three provinces follow me. A volunteer glanced at them. After entering the campus, Chen Chen and the others were shocked by the scene in front of them. The towering trees that covered the sky, the airship-like huge venue, a playground the size of 20 football fields, various lakes, a dazzling array that left people dazzled. This made Chen Chen quite pleased. TSK, Jiangnan Province, don't usually organize visits to the Xuanwu Dao University? Near Chen Chen and the others, a short-haired youth with crossed arms spoke lightly. His name was Xiao Wuheng, the provincial examination champion from Baoyu Province, with a strength that reached the second rank of perfection. In an instant, Yan Jinghong, Li Shuyun, and others felt a surge of anger, about to speak, when another youth nearby spoke up. Xiao Wuheng, have you forgotten? Provinces that rank at the bottom usually do not have the qualifications to participate in the study tour. Huo Fengyue shook his head with a smile. He was the provincial examination champion from Fushur Province, with an equally perfect second rank strength. The words of these two leading champions immediately made their followers cover their mouths and chuckle. In an instant, Yan Jinghong and the others became even angrier. Just as Yan Jinghong was about to speak, Chen Chen stopped him. Stay calm, Chen Chen smiled. Just as Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng thought Chen Chen was going to endure, the next words made them both look at Chen Chen. There's nothing worth arguing about with a bunch of trash, Chen Chen said lightly. The more you argue, the more time you waste. In an instant, Yan Jinghong and the others felt a sense of approval. This was what Chen Chen should say. You! Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng turned to Chen Chen with angry eyes. Get lost, Chen Chen smiled. For a moment, the two's faces turned slightly red. If it weren't for the prohibition of private fights at Xuanwu Dao University, they would probably have taught this kid a lesson. Just wait, see how I'll teach you during the entrance ceremony. Heh, ignorant. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng suppressed their anger. The entrance exam was coming up soon, and they had to be in the best state to face this entrance exam. The entrance exam would determine their cultivation life for the next 4 years. Arguing with a guy from Jiangnan Province here would only spoil their mood, which was not worth it. When the entrance exam arrived, they would show Chen Chen what they were made of. In a huge building at Xuanwu Martial Arts University, Lin Jianfeng looked down at the scenery below and smiled lightly. Wow, this year's freshmen are truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. At that moment, a white-robed old man walked slowly beside him. But the old man was spirited, with dark black hair, resembling a middle-aged man. It was clear that he had reached the level of a half-step 9th-rank martial king. Laowa, you seem to be in good spirits, Lin Jianfeng smiled. Huo Xiu gave Lin Jianfeng a glance. This year's enrollment is indeed good, with talents like Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others, all top-notch geniuses. The newcomer was none other than the vice principal of Xuanwu Martial Arts University, Huo Xiu. Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. You seem to have overlooked someone. Huo Xiu asked, who? Chen Chen. Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Huo Xiu was momentarily puzzled, searching Chen Chen's memories in his mind. After a while, he finally found it, the top scholar in the Jiangnan province? Old Lin, you're not playing a trick on me, are you? A few days ago, you applied to the principal for the highest new student standard, and even specifically applied for the competition for immortal treasures, wasn't it for St. Wuji? Huo Xiu said. In an instant, Huo Xiu thought of an astonishing quota. It's for Chen Chen, Lin Jianfeng shrugged. Insane. Huo Xiu said, but you usually have reasons for what you do, tell me about it. SSS level supernatural ability, perfect marksmanship, is that enough? Lin Jianfeng smiled. Huo Xiu was taken aback. Enough? Wow! Jiangnan province actually gave birth to a genius? SSS level monsters are usually kept confidential by the great Yu artificial intelligence. Generally speaking, apart from those present, hardly anyone knows. As for whether it will spread later, with one of them being an 8th grade martial venerable and the other a 9th grade martial king, what do they have to fear about spreading? Most importantly, SSS-level talented warriors have been snatched away by the Xingkong Martial University and the Tsangxiang Martial University for several years. Now, they have obtained a warrior with such SSS-level talent, even though it cost a quota for the competition for immortal treasures, Huo Xiu still felt it was worth it. You see, an SSS-level warrior is very likely to become a martial king-level powerhouse. By then, they could add significant combat power to the entire human race. Let me see which last-ranked sophomore student Chen Chen's group drew. Huo Xiu lightly smiled, then flicked his sleeve, and suddenly, a faint light flashed, followed by the appearance of a huge screen. On the screen was a reflection of Chen Chen and the others walking. And in front of the fence gate where Chen Chen and the others were, the number 17 was written. Gate 17? Could that be Zhao Ming, that guy? Lin Jianfeng was puzzled. Yes, it's him. Huoxiu crossed his hands and smiled lightly. If it's him, then it's interesting. At the entrance of Gate 17, the volunteer guide had already left without anyone noticing. What remained in front of everyone was a gate that only allowed one person to enter. At the entrance, a building resembling a glass bird's nest stood magnificently in mid-air, shimmering with countless reflections under the brilliant sunlight. Obviously, that was the location of the entrance exam. Could it be? Do they want us to enter from here? It seems so. The intersection is too narrow. Let's go. Let's participate in the new student exam. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong said one after the other. Just as they were about to enter, a blood-red figure suddenly stood in front of them. The blood-red figure sighed, extended his arm, and a blood-colored long knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Defeat me, then you qualify to take the new student exam. If you can't defeat me, then you'll have to clean the entire school's toilets for 3 months before taking the exam. Zhao Ming held the blood shadow war knife, looking at the 3 teams from 3 provinces. A hint of disdain and contempt flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from Zhao Ming. Like thunder that had not flashed for 1,000 years, once released, it would unleash an incredibly terrifying pressure. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Ming's realm had probably already reached the initial stage of a third-grade warrior. For a moment, everyone felt as if a tsunami-like oppressive force was crashing in front of them. Obviously, the purpose of sending a sophomore student here was to preliminarily measure their true strength, to test whether they could participate in this entrance exam. And even without a test, relying on those without real strength to enter the new student exam would mean they would have a tough time in the next 3 months. Cleaning the toilet, for all the proud students, was a shameful task. Instantly, an invisible anger ignited among the freshmen. Zhao Ming also felt a burning sensation in his chest. Among the sophomores, he was considered slightly above average academically, so theoretically, he shouldn't have been a whetstone for the freshmen. However, during the final test, his swordsmanship practice went awry, temporarily placing him at the bottom of the rankings. This nearly made him cough up blood, leading to his assignment as a whetstone for the freshmen. Zhao Ming glanced roughly at the 3 groups and a faint smile crept up his lips. It seems like your skills aren't that great either, Zhao Ming chuckled. Instantly, except for Chen Chen's calm face, the rest of the group glared angrily. It's important to note that the warriors who came to the Holy Martial Arts University were all considered geniuses, and now, they were being told their skills were lacking? At that moment, Guo Fengyue, dressed in a black robe, stood forward, reaching out and suddenly grabbing a huge axe. Senior, why don't you come and taste my axe? Watching the tense scene between the two, Chen Chen waved his hand, signaling Yan Jinghong and the others to step back. Isn't this senior too arrogant? Yan Jinghong sighed softly. Indeed, Li Shuyun agreed. Chen Chen crossed his arms, looking interested in the duel. It seems like the academy purposely set this up to test our skills. Yi Kong sighed, this test is really mindless. Chen Chen chuckled, it's fine, let's just watch. Watching Guo Fengyue with the huge axe and Zhao Ming with the long knife in front of him, Chen Chen was curious to see how the talented fighters from other provinces fought. As mentioned before, the Jiangnan province was really too small. Only within the Holy Martial Arts University could one witness more magnificent scenes. Suddenly, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited about the upcoming freshman entrance exam. Along with his anticipation, Guo Fengyue suddenly shouted, my talent is the SS-level talent of the earth, senior, you better be careful. Hearing this, Zhao Ming just smiled, do you newbies need to be so noisy to fight? Instantly, Guo Fengyue widened his eyes, and then, a layer of earth armor suddenly covered his body. This earth armor was even thicker and more terrifying than what Chen Chen had seen on the Zhang brothers. Coupled with Guo Fengyue's towering figure, it brought an extremely oppressive feeling. Earth and soil, mountain breaker. Boom! In that instant, this tower-like man erupted with a completely different combat power, wielding the huge axe in his hand at an incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhao Ming. Slash! The huge axe cut through the air, causing the surrounding air to disperse suddenly, as if carrying the force of 10,000 pounds. It almost seemed like it could split the entire air in half. This power was only slightly inferior to Long Haoren's attack. Watching the continuously enlarging giant axe in his line of sight, Zhao Ming crossed his arms and smiled. With just that, you want to participate in the freshman entrance test? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? Zhao Ming suddenly drew his sword, and instantly, 30 sword shadows appeared in the air. Each sword shadow attacked Guo Fengyue with extremely brutal and sharp angles. The speed completely overwhelmed Guo Fengyue. Quite fast, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Guo Fengyue also noticed this, and in an instant, cold sweat permeated his body. He forcefully pulled back the axe, trying to defend himself. However, the extremely sharp blade had already touched his neck. A drop of fresh blood suddenly flowed out. Guo Fengyue was sweating profusely, and if this were a real battle, he would have been dead by now. Alright, get lost. Zhao Ming withdrew his long knife, his face full of disdain. As Guo Fengyue returned to the crowd, almost all examinees from 3 provinces gasped in shock. They had not expected Zhao Ming's sword speed to be so terrifying. They were all the pride of their respective provinces, but when facing Zhao Ming's sword speed, their vision couldn't keep up at all. Obviously, his swordsmanship had already reached a profound level of perfection. Just then, a young man in a white combat suit, wielding twin swords, stepped out from the crowd. He was the top scholar of the Baoyu province, Xiao Wuheng. Twin swords? Interesting, I wonder if they have reached a profound level. Zhao Ming still wore a disdainful expression as he looked at Xiao Wuheng stepping forward. In Xiao Wuheng's eyes, there was no longer the contempt he had for Chen Chen. Instead, there was an extreme seriousness. This kind of seriousness had not even appeared during his college entrance examination. Senior, please enlighten me. Xiao Wuheng took a deep breath, and then layers of frost suddenly appeared around his twin swords. These frost layers continued to spread, not only solidifying a layer of ice armor on his body surface but also turning his long swords into extremely sharp ice swords. The terrifying low temperature spread, making everyone gasp in cold air involuntarily. SS level Despairing Ice. Yen Jinghong sighed slightly. SS level Despairing Ice, with its attack close to absolute zero, could bring devastating blows to enemies. This kind of ability was also known as the strongest ability below SSS level in the ice category. I wonder if this guy can defeat this senior. Li Shuyun clenched his fists, sweating in his palms, as Zhao Ming's oppressive aura was too strong. Just then, a sentence from Chun Chen made everyone freeze in place. Can't win. Before the other freshmen from the Baoyu province could refute Chun Chen, Xiao Wuheng on the battlefield had already raised his twin swords and charged towards Zhao Ming. 2 icy airs lingered around his body, followed by countless tiny ice crystals appearing. However, at that moment, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. Fancy stuff, but no practicality. Before everyone could react, Zhao Ming's figure suddenly split into 7 or 8 clones, and each clone attacked Xiao Wuheng. Damn it! It's actually the rare ability of cloning. Xiao Wuheng was sweating profusely, about to defend with his twin swords when a ghostly blood shadow warblade had already reached his heart. With just an inch, Zhao Ming could completely pierce Xiao Wuheng. Defeated. Xiao Wuheng, defeated. Everyone's faces turned pale. If these two lost, it meant that their 2 provinces basically had no combat power, which in other words, even if they entered the freshman exam, they would become the most embarrassing provinces. In an instant, the faces of the Baoyu province and the Fushi province turned extremely pale. How could they still participate in the freshman exam? Just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Senior, I have a question. That is, if I defeat you, then my Jiangnan province will definitely pass. So, do the other 2 provinces enjoy our luck, or do they have to clean the toilets separately? Chen Shan raised his hand and gave Zhao Ming a faint smile. Zhao Ming was stunned. He actually sensed a completely different vibe from this guy. This kid is not simple. Putting away the disdain in his eyes, Zhao Ming earnestly replied, the fate of the other 2 provinces in the group will be decided by the one who passes. Chen Shen suddenly realized, then walked forward and slightly bowed to Zhao Ming. Junior brother Chen Chen. Senior brother, please. To battle. Junior brother Chen Chen. Senior brother, to battle. Chen Chen smiled and bowed, his tone filled with indifference. His voice, like a tide, instantly spread throughout the venue. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng glanced at Chun Chen, their eyes filled with countless questions. Even they couldn't underestimate Zhao Ming, yet Chun Chen, with such audacity, directly challenged him to a battle? Did he really think he could defeat Zhao Ming? This was simply unbelievable. High above the sky, at the top of a tall building, in front of a massive corridor, Lin Jianfeng and Huoxiu continued to watch the screen. Huoxiu chuckled softly, this student with an SSS level talent is truly arrogant. Lin Jianfeng laughed, if he's not a bit arrogant, can he be called a genius? True. Huoxiu crossed his arms, arrogance is good, but I wonder if his arrogance can be backed up. Lin Jianfeng said with a smile, do you think Chun Chen can defeat Zhao Ming? Huoxiu nodded without speaking. Zhao Ming attends the Speed Academy, his speed has long surpassed many. Moreover, his talent is an S-level clone talent, just this alone is enough to make countless people suffer. If he hadn't gone astray in practicing swordsmanship last semester, he might have already advanced to the intermediate ranks. As the vice principal of the school, Huoxiu understood each student extremely well. After all, only by understanding the students of his own school could he truly grasp their needs. Lin Jianfeng suggested, want to make a bet? Huoxiu shook his head, who doesn't know that you won a few ounces of the 100-year enlightenment tea from Qinxian a few days ago? But honestly, if Chen Chen wants to defeat Zhao Ming, he still lacks a bit. Lin Jianfeng chuckled awkwardly, but unlike Huo Xiu, he wholeheartedly believed in Chen Chen. With Chen Chen's abilities, he might not necessarily lose. And this kid is quite likely to surprise him. As Chen Chen's voice spread, the words naturally reached Zhao Ming's ears. Looking at Chen Chen in front of him with a slight smile, Zhao Ming also smiled. You are very confident. But in front of me, it's not enough yet. Zhao Ming drew his blood shadow warblade, looking at Chen Chen with seriousness. Guo Fengwei and Xiao Wuhong couldn't help but sneer when they saw this. The Jiangnan province had been at the bottom of the 54 provinces for the past few years. How could there be any geniuses there? However, what happened next made their brows furrow in surprise at the same time. Chen Chen took a step back, then smiled at Yan Jinghong and the others. Step back a bit? Yan Jinghong and the others immediately nodded. Other people didn't know the terror of Chen Chen, but as fellow students from Jiangnan province, how could they not know? As Yan Jinghong and the others stepped back, Chen Chen finally exhaled a breath. Suddenly, Chen Chen extended his right hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of dark energy surged from Chen Chen's skin. Countless energy-formed dragons entwined all over Chen Chen's body, covering him in a terrifying light armor. The intensity of the erupting energy made everyone present tense. This guy has some skills. At this moment, Xiao Wuhong and Guo Fengwei had completely lost their contempt and were replaced by a terrifying seriousness. However, the convergence of this dark energy continued. Suddenly, this terrifying dark energy was covered with a completely different energy. The pupils of everyone suddenly contracted, feeling as if an invisible giant hand was gripping their throats, restraining their breath. The second kind of ability. Someone murmured to themselves. In an instant, the whole room fell silent. In the room above the sky, Huo Xiu jumped up on the spot, pointing incredulously in Chen Chen's direction. This kid actually has a second kind of ability? Wasn't it agreed that there was only one kind of dark divine ability? How come there's another thunder and lightning ability added? No, he actually completely fused the thunder and lightning ability with the dark ability? What a fantastic idea, really impressive. Even the knowledgeable Huo Xiu couldn't help but be amazed by Chen Chen's performance at this moment. Along with Huo Xiu's astonished voice, Lin Jianfeng, the director of the admissions office, was also at a loss. When did Chen Chen have two kinds of abilities? Wasn't it always the dark divine body? Suddenly, Lin Jianfeng thought of a shocking possibility, that is, Chen Chen was still hiding his true strength during the college entrance examination. After a long time, Lin Jianfeng let out a sigh and looked at the screen, at the youth enveloped by darkness and thunder. This guy seems to have brought me another huge surprise. Originally, in the entrance exam, it was expected that Shen Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others would humble Chen Chen's arrogance, make him calm down a bit, and polish himself. Now it seems that who will humble whose arrogance is still up for debate. And on that screen, the light armor formed by thunder and darkness continued to burst forth. The dark thunder, like a terrifying black dragon, entwined around Chen Chen's body. Then, in the eyes of everyone's shock, a pair of dark giant hands suddenly grew out from behind Chen Chen, each arm as thick as a giant python. A mountain-like pressure suddenly spread out, making everyone widen their eyes. And Zhao Ming's face also showed a seriousness that had not been seen in a long time. He actually felt a dangerous aura coming from Chen Chen. Is this guy really a freshman? TSK. 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 It could be seen that within Zhao Ming's body, countless shadows seemed to disperse. After completely dispersing, there were actually as many as 12. This was Zhao Ming's awakened S-level clone ability, with each clone having the same aura and power. As long as I can dodge Chen Chen's first wave of attacks, I will definitely find a chance to counterattack. In the end, Zhao Ming didn't want to lose. After all, as a senior student in his second year, losing to a new freshman would be too embarrassing. However, the pressure Chen Chen brought was the most terrifying one he had seen among the new students. What did this guy grow up eating? Can Chen Chen win? Yi Kong swallowed hard. He could feel the amazing pressure emanating from Chen Chen, but the defeats of Guo Fengwei and Xiao Wuhong told him how truly terrifying Zhao Ming was. I believe in Chen Chen, Li Shuyun said. Yan Jinghong nodded. With Chen Chen's character, he won't do anything he's not sure about. Just as everyone was chatting, Chen Chen's dark thunder energy was completely condensed. Looking at the 12 identical Zhao Mings in front of him, a smile gradually appeared on Chen Chen's lips. It seems like the senior wants to drag me down. But, with the senior's skills, it doesn't seem to be working too well. In an instant, the large hands growing behind Chen Chen completely spread out. Then, two 5-meter-long spears constructed of thunder and darkness were suddenly firmly grasped in the palms of these huge arms. The immense energy surging from the 5-meter spears distorted the surrounding air, making it become violent. Looking at Zhao Ming, who was already sweating a little, Chen Chen raised his hand gently and revealed a faint smile. Dark Thunder Gun Slay. The terrifying dark long gun, enveloped in black thunder, a full 5 meters long, shot out like a meteor from the dark giant hands. Buzz! This dark thunderous gun suddenly tore through all the air, the immense energy distorting large patches of air completely. Sensing this overwhelming energy fluctuation, everyone present couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Who is this guy really? Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong both had cold sweats on their faces. They never expected this guy to be so strong? So terrifying. On these 2 dark giant guns, both of them felt a taste of death. If they were hit, they would die. Facing the ever-enlarging dark thunderous gun, Zhao Ming's face was also covered in cold sweat. It's okay, Zhao Ming, you can do it. You are using a clone. He only has 2 long guns, how could he possibly attack himself? Before Zhao Ming could react, the 2 dark thunderous guns directly aimed at his real body among the 12 clones. Defend! Defend! Zhao Ming shouted immediately. The 11 clones rushed to shield Zhao Ming, but it was all in vain. The sharp and terrifying dark thunderous gun destroyed the clones one by one, rendering Zhao Ming's identity weak in front of the 2 terrifying guns. In an instant, the terrifying guns were right in front of Zhao Ming's face. No! Zhao Ming broke out in a cold sweat, he would die from this attack. However, at that moment, the 2 guns turned into black mist and disappeared suddenly. The residual tingling sensation of thunder continued to twitch on Zhao Ming's face. He looked up to see Chen Chen's face, which carried a calm smile. Senior, I yield. Chen Chen bowed respectfully. Silence. The atmosphere at the 17th entrance fell into complete silence. Before this, no one from the Baoyu province or the Fushi province ever thought Chen Chen could defeat Zhao Ming. After all, he was an opponent even Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong couldn't beat. Everyone was shocked. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong's faces turned pale. They actually offended a genius? Why didn't you show your strength earlier? Well done. Yan Jinghong and the others, for some reason, didn't feel as excited or shocked as expected. From the beginning of the battle, they had silently agreed that Chen Chen would win. They just didn't expect him to win so quickly. In their eyes, Chen Chen had truly become very strong. Zhao Ming, standing at the 17th entrance, looked deeply at Chen Chen. Congratulations, you guys from the Jiangnan province can go in now, Zhao Ming said with a bitter smile. Until now, he never thought he would lose to a newcomer, let alone a mid-level second-grade newcomer. Thank you, senior. Chen Chen smiled lightly, then waved his hand, signaling Yan Jinghong and the others to follow. At that moment, Xiao Wuhong and Guo Fengyue exchanged a glance, pursed their lips, wanting to ask Chen Chen to be exempted from cleaning the toilets for 3 months. However, when the words reached their lips, they couldn't say them. The pride of a genius wouldn't allow them. In the end, they could only smile bitterly and follow Chen Chen and the others into the huge arena behind the fence. Watching Chen Chen and the others leave, Zhao Ming shook his head. Chen Chen. Among this year's newcomers, he probably will be in the top 10, no, the top 5. As Zhao Ming was about to leave, he saw the residual dark thunder energy gradually condensing on his face, forming a one character in his bewildered gaze. First place? Zhao Ming grinned, this guy is really confident. Well, I have to see if you can really be the first. Since ancient times, those who can rank first in 3 holy martial arts universities are all top geniuses. No, at this point, they should be considered monsters. At the same time, on top of a tall building, in a cool breeze, Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu were both dumbfounded. The energy fluctuations from Chen Chen's dark thunder spear that was thrown, could this be emitted by a mid-level second-grade warrior? They couldn't unleash such a terrifying attack during their time as second-grade warriors. Old Lin, I have to admit, you picked the right person this time. Huo Xiu gave a thumbs up to Chen Chen after a long time. Lin Jianfeng came to his senses, hands behind his back. I told you, Chen Chen's strength is truly invincible. In this freshman competition, being able to rank in the top 10, no, the top 5 positions. Honestly, Lin Jianfeng himself did not expect Chen Chen to defeat Zhao Ming in such a manner. He thought it would require a long battle, and in the end, Chen Chen would emerge victorious. To win from the start, this was something Lin Jianfeng never expected. And what's even more unexpected is that Chen Chen actually awakened a dual talent. This is truly terrifying. No matter what level Chen Chen's second talent awakening is, but when combined with the SSS level dark talent, it can only become stronger and more terrifying. Looking at Chen Chen's figure, Huo Xiu smiled gently, this entrance exam won't be so dull anymore. Saint Wuji, Blue Qi, Gu Jin, and now a new one, Chen Chen. It really gets the blood pumping. Huo Xiu smiled lightly, thinking about Chen Chen participating in the artifact competition a month from now, it gets even more exciting. This era truly belongs to these young people. Lin Jianfeng shrugged. Let's focus on this entrance exam first. The artifact competition is important, yes, but I also hope to see Chen Shen's true strength in this exam. Otherwise, abruptly inserting a new student into the entrance exam might cause dissatisfaction among those sophomore students, right? Huoxiu nodded, noting that Chen Shen's relaxed demeanor didn't seem like he was giving his all. The only possibility was that he was holding back. Just how much, though, remains unknown. Let's go, I need to oversee the entrance exam. Huoxiu stepped lightly, with a hint of yin and yang aura surrounding him. The deans of the 4 major colleges should have arrived as well, right? Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Huoxiu nodded, yes, they should be on their way, let's go. In an instant, the two turned into streaks of light, disappearing from the spot. As Chen Shan and the others entered through the 17th entrance and stepped into the arena, they were stunned by the spacious and luxurious white surroundings. However, amidst the shock, the group of examinees displayed 2 distinct forms. One group had their heads down, clearly defeated by the senior students guarding the entrance. The other group had calm expressions or showed excitement and joy, having defeated those senior students. When many gazes fell on Chen Shan's entrance, they couldn't help but show surprise. Because the provincial team where Chen Shan belonged was almost in stark contrast to the Baoyu province and Fushi province teams. This meant that only Chen Shan's team had defeated the senior students, while the Baoyu province and Fushi province teams had all failed. You should know that historically, the province where Baoyu and Shuyun are located is in the middle among the 54 provinces. Not simple. In an instant, most people restrained their disdain for Chen Shan. And at the forefront of the crowd, Lan Qi turned her head with interest, gradually smiling when she saw this scene. Chen Shan. Quite interesting. I hope you can block my flying knives. Faintly, her black and gold flying knives suddenly emitted a series of crisp sounds, causing many newcomers to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums. Meanwhile, Gu Jin, with a bronze complexion, crossed his arms, his face neither sad nor happy. It seems that Shang Wuji's greeting was not wrong. This guy is indeed quite strong. However, this kind of strength can only be beneath me. Shaking his head, Gu Jin chose to rest with his eyes closed. Even though Chen Shen performed exceptionally well, the only targets worth his attention in this entrance exam were Shang Wuji and Lan Qi. Shang Wuji, always maintaining a slight smile by his mouth, seemed to have everything under his control. Upon closer inspection, one could see a beautiful aureole perched on his shoulder. Chen Shen. Dark talent. Don't disappoint me. Thinking that in the future, his holy light could completely dispel Chen Shen's darkness, a faint smile appeared on Shang Wuji's face. His holy light was enough to purify all darkness. Modestly speaking, in this entrance exam, only he had the qualifications to obtain the first place. Accompanied by a small commotion, several streaks of light fell in front of this luxurious venue. Everyone's breath suddenly stopped. As the 4 streaks of light descended simultaneously, everyone's breath caught in their throats. Because they could sense that the imposing aura emanating from these 4 streaks of light was almost all at the level of an 8th grade martial master. So strong. The immense pressure felt like a tsunami, leaving everyone speechless. At the same time, everyone realized that these were the deans of the 4 major academies. They were the Heavenly Academy, the Royal Academy, the Lingtian Academy, and the Endless Academy. The 4 academies represented different specializations: strength, defense, speed, and the versatility of the Endless Academy. The arrivals were the deans of the 4 major academies, Gulinghan, Shintuyi, Xiangtianga, and Xingtiani, for top martial masters. Following these 4 streaks of light, 2 more streaks of light descended. When everyone saw the white-haired old man among them, their souls seemed to freeze. He was the vice president of the Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Huoxiu. Along with another martial master, the enrollment director of the Xianyuan Martial Arts University, named Lin Jianfeng. Surveying the newly enrolled students, Huoxiu smiled gently. This year, not bad, at least much better than the previous one. As for the new student oath and the new student rules, we won't go into details here. After all, everyone has come from far and wide, from all corners of the world, just to achieve good results in the entrance exam and enter one of the 4 major academies, right? After hearing Huoxiu's words, everyone stood up straight, their eyes burning with determination. You see, each of the 4 major academies has its own strengths and weaknesses. To stand out in the entrance exam is to be able to choose the relevant academy. If you rank at the bottom or in the middle, it is highly likely that the deans of the various academies will choose for you, rather than you choosing the academy. Does this sound unfair? But in this era of the fierce star of martial arts, nothing can be considered fair. Everything is determined by strength. And at that moment, with a slight smile on his lips, Huoxiu waved his hand. Suddenly, hundreds of sets of virtual helmets descended from the huge dome of the venue. After receiving the virtual helmets, everyone's faces froze for a moment. Could it be another battle royale? I don't want to participate in a battle royale again, I'm tired, Yen Jinghong muttered. The last battle royale had only 100 participants, but this time there were 300, which seemed absurd. Moreover, among those standing here were top scorers from every province, including the champions, runners-up, and third-placers, or even the top 10. In this showdown, the pressure of the battle royale was immense. It shouldn't be, Shen Shen smiled. The battle royale mode is like an exam for the entrance test. Generally, it won't reappear in the admission exam. Looking at the varied expressions of the crowd, Wuxiu smiled lightly. Rest assured, this is indeed not the battle royale mode. It's the city defense mode. You will enter a city under siege by ferocious beasts. In the first round, you must individually block the first wave. The DU artificial intelligence system will determine your city defense destruction rate based on the combat situation. The lower the destruction rate, the better your performance. As for the second round of testing, it's confidential for now, because the second round is exclusively prepared for the cream of the crop among you. Hearing Huoxiu's words, most freshmen were stunned, their minds going blank. Defend a city alone? After the first round, there's a second round too? Vice Principal Huoxiu of Xianyuan Martial University wasn't joking, right? However, the thought that the second round was exclusively for the true elites ignited the competitive spirit of these talented youths from all over the country once again. It seemed that only in the second round could they choose the academy they loved. In that case, let's move forward towards the second round. Countless talented youths, their eyes shining, felt their blood boil at Huoxiu's words. As everyone put on their virtual helmets and sat on the corresponding recliners, their figures suddenly disappeared and appeared in a sealed control room. Above the control room, countless screens flickered, 300 in total. For ordinary people, it would be impossible to keep track. But everyone present was a martial arts expert of the 8th rank, coupled with years of training in monitoring screens. This was just a walk in the park for them. As they watched the figures gradually appearing within the dilapidated city walls, Lu Dao's gaze fell upon them. This time, there are quite a few interesting talents, Gu Linghan of Tongtian Academy chuckled. Shang Wuji is good, destined for my Yutian Academy, Shen Tuyi of Yutian Academy remarked. You Yutian Academy focus on defense every day? Are you sure it's destiny? Why not consider Lingtian Academy? Lingtian Academy's headmaster Xiang Tiange retorted. TSK, you Yutian Academy have already reserved Gu Jin, and now you want to snatch Shang Wuji from us? Shen Tuyi fired back. TSK, and you Lingtian Academy have secured Lan Qi, do you still want to compete with us for Shang Wuji? Gu Linghan of Tongtian Academy was not convinced. Amidst the confrontation between the heads of these three major academies, Xing Tianyi of Zhongtian Academy revealed a bitter smile. There were very few who chose their Zhongtian Academy. As for the reason, they trained in versatility, and almost no one could achieve mastery in all aspects. Even the most talented individuals found it challenging. Over time, the number of students at Zhongtian Academy decreased, and they had virtually no competitiveness in recruiting students. In the previous year, they could only select the least talented. Consequently, a month later in the battle for immortal treasures, their academy surprisingly had no slots. However, behind the bitter smile, Xing Tianyi had some vague speculations. After all, Xing Tianyi and Lin Jianfeng had been good friends for many years. And a few days ago, when drinking, Lin Jianfeng had revealed to him that among these people, there was a guy who had been approved by the principal to participate in the competition for immortal treasures in advance. Could it be one of them, Saint Wuji, Lan Qi, or Gu Jin? If so, then regardless of the means, he, Xingxianyi, would bring him to his own academy. It has been too long since the true top heaven's pride appeared in their academy. Watching the tense atmosphere among the crowd, Wuxiu waved his hand. Alright, stop arguing. We can fight after checking the exam results. Seeing this, the deans of the three major academies toned down the smell of gunpowder in their voices. Gu Linghan from the Tongtian Academy waved his hand. Dayu, enlarged the screens of Saint Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others to the maximum. The video surveillance of the three top heavens' pride could indeed be considered at the forefront. No one objected. After all, they were extremely outstanding top heavens' pride in the college entrance examination. At the same time, they were the targets that the four major academies must strive to snatch. Like the three holy martial arts universities, the four major academies also needed the influx of fresh talents to demonstrate their comprehensive strength. However, at this moment, Lin Jianfeng suddenly spoke up. Dayu, add a video of Chun Chen from the Jiangnan province. In an instant, the originally larger three-screen view abruptly turned into a four-screen view. Gu Linghan, the dean of the Tongtian Academy, frowned. Jiangnan province? Isn't that the province at the bottom of the rankings? Why enlarge Chun Chen's screen? Shin Tui from the Yutian Academy chuckled, Old Lin, is he your relative? If so, our Yutian Academy can take him in. Xiang Tianga from the Lingtian Academy also smiled, my academy can do the same. The cultivation speed here is not bad either. He can come to my academy for a try. Xingxiani from the Zhongtian Academy chuckled. Everyone. Seeing everyone speechless, Xingxiani also said, indeed, their Zhongtian Academy was really lucky. For a moment, everyone thought that Chun Chen was a relative of Lin Jianfeng and others. Otherwise, how could a kid from a province that often ranked at the bottom in the college entrance examination be put on the big screen by Lin Jianfeng? And because Chen Chen gave Lin Jianfeng a face, this deal was not a loss, but rather a huge profit. However, the next moment, what Lin Jianfeng said made the deans of the 4 major academies stunned at the same time. Chen Chen is not my relative. The reason I put his screen together with the 3 top heavens pride is that I believe he deserves this spotlight, because I believe he can achieve the first place in the entrance exam. In an instant, each dean was stunned. Could it be that Lin Jianfeng was joking? Jiangnan province has always been at the bottom of the 54 provinces. At this moment, Lin Jianfeng strangely said that Chun Chen, from Jiangnan province, could achieve the first place in the entrance exam? Who would believe that? Lin Jianfeng from the second house revealed a strange smile. The fact that Chun Chen had an SSS-level talent was known only to him, the vice principal, and the principal in the entire vast university. Did others want to know? This was a signed confidentiality agreement. Old Lin, you are getting more and more confused. How could someone from Jiangnan province possibly be the first? Gu Linghan from the Tongtian Academy shook his head. Seconded. Shuntul and Xiang Tianga said at the same time. In their view, Lin Jianfeng and Chen Chen must have reached some private agreement. Perhaps what Old Lin said is right? Xingxiani raised his hand, sounding somewhat incredulous. Faintly, he suddenly had a terrifying guess about the special quota for the competition for immortal treasures. Could it be Chen Chen? How is that possible? The other 3 deans' reactions to Xing Tiani's words were not surprising. Among the 4 deans of the academies, Xing Tiani had the deepest relationship with Lin Jianfeng. To be honest, the deans of the 3 academies thought that Xing Tiani was just giving Lin Jianfeng face. If you don't believe it, let's wait and see, shall we? Lin Jianfeng shrugged. Huaxiu watched the scene with no visible change on the surface, but cursed Lin Jianfeng in his heart for being a cunning old fox trying to show off. Since that was the case, he couldn't be bothered to expose it. Alright, the city defense battle has officially begun, Huaxiu smiled. Oh, the first to start are Saint Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. Watching the 3 top geniuses who started the city defense battle, Lin Jianfeng restrained the sharpness in his eyes. Chen Chen, you better perform well. I've boasted so much to you, don't disappoint me. Only seeing Chen Chen looking at this space in front of the dilapidated city wall, he felt endless emotions in his heart. At the border, are the defenders standing here protecting the safety of the people of Daxia? On the city wall, countless black mists pervaded, dried bloodstains flowed on the desolate land, and the sky was covered with numerous black clouds. Beyond the black mist, faintly, countless roars of beasts echoed, all of which were terrifying. Ferocious beasts. Since the appearance of a strange kind of monster 300 years ago, resembling a variant of the native life on Blue Star, or perhaps a conspiracy by aliens. This is unknown, and no one knows. However, humans know that the appearance of these ferocious beasts always comes with the goal of hunting them down. It was the darkest time for humanity. It wasn't until the appearance of the 11th ranked human martial god, Emperor Huangdi, that the history of humans being hunted down ended. After that, the world was divided into 5 major federations, with the Daxia Federation located in the east. Looking at the darkness in the sky and on the ground, Chen Shen's heart stirred slightly. It seems I have some insights. Chen Shen did not officially start the city defense battle but looked at the darkness in the sky, his thoughts racing. It seems that my darkness is not enough. Meanwhile, newcomers from around the world had already begun their own city defense battles. When their minds stirred, terrifying iron-armored pigs rushed out of the black mist like steel chariots. Each iron-armored pig's skin surface was completely made of terrifying iron armor, impervious to swords and spears. Their strength was almost comparable to a second-grade complete martial artist with defensive talents. Many unprepared students were suddenly knocked down by these iron-armored pigs, turning into pieces of flesh on the spot, extremely bloody. Along with the sound of numerous eliminations in the sky, the hearts of the examinees also tensed up. They knew that this exam was extremely difficult. Moreover, they were aiming for the second round. This round of testing must not have any mistakes. In the monitoring room, Gu Linghan from Tongtian Academy waved his hand. I take back what I said about this group of students being of high quality. They can't even handle this wave of ferocious beasts. When you go out, don't say they are students of our Shenyuan Martial Arts University. Xing Tianyi said to Xiang Tianga, this is just the beginning. Moreover, the three top geniuses have not even made a move yet. At this moment, Xiang Tianga pointed diagonally at the screen where Lan Qi was. Well, Lan Qi, it's time to start the challenge. Endless dark clouds shrouded the top of this world. In front of the huge city gate, a petite blue-haired girl stood. Unlike the other examinees, Lan Qi's face showed no panic but rather an incredible excitement and thrill. Looking at the ironclad boars constantly enlarging in her line of sight, Lan Qi grinned lightly. In an instant, numerous black gold throwing knives stood in the air, almost 12 of them, floating around her. The terrifying pressure made the 10 ironclad boars momentarily stunned, then they roared in anger and charged at an even more terrifying speed. Swoosh! 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 Each black gold throwing knife was like a black meteor, attacking the ironclad boars from various aggressive and cunning angles. Under the impact of these black gold throwing knives, the defense of the 10 ironclad boars was instantly broken. Then, with the mixing of these knives, the 10 ironclad boars burst open on the spot, turning into a pile of minced meat. Watching the monitoring video on the screen, such terrifying psychic power, the dean of Lingtian Academy, Xiang Tianga, sighed. Despite killing so many fierce beasts, Lan Qi, with her gaze unchanged, licked her lips and looked at another wave of ironclad boars rushing towards her from a distance. Come on, come on. This lady will kill enough in one go. This lady is going to enter the second round of testing and compete for the first place in the entrance exam. On the other side, also in front of a huge city gate, unlike Lan Qi, there stood a man here like a tower, Gujin. He opened his eyes and looked at the surging group of ironclad boars in the distance, a cold smile appearing on his lips. He didn't say much. Suddenly, a surge of power like erupting lava burst out from his body. In an instant, his skin surface changed into layers of ancient bronze color. His body suddenly expanded several times, reaching a height of 3 meters. The huge figure, when seen from afar, was almost on par with the ironclad boars. Roar! In a moment, the ironclad boar had already descended in front of him, with a large horn on its head, attempting to strike Gujin. Trash! Gujin extended his arm, which suddenly turned into a fist, like a bullet, hitting the ironclad boar's forehead. Boom! The ironclad boar's armor cracked into thousands of cracks on the spot, and then its body exploded, with countless internal organs flying around. Outside the screen, the dean of Yutian Academy, Shintiyi, smiled and said, "Wow, not only is his defense strong, but his attack power is also terrifying. Yes, he is also very suitable for our Tongtian Academy," said the dean of Tongtian Academy, Gu Linghan. Inside the screen, Gu Jin continued to crush the ironclad boars, which posed a great threat to other new students, one punch at a time, making them seem as insignificant as ants before him. Can we have some powerful exotic beasts? It's really boring. It seems that only in the second round can I make my blood boil. On the other side, also under the huge city wall, Saint Wuji, standing at the city gate like an isolated white lotus, clicked the button to start defending the city. In an instant, 10 ironclad boars emerged from the black mist and surged towards Saint Wuji. Sigh. I really want to convert all of you. My holy light, generally speaking, does not like to kill. It's just a pity that this is the confrontation between humans and fierce beasts. Saint Wuji murmured to himself, and suddenly, with the fall of this sentence, a flash of excitement gleamed on his face. So, you scum, I must exterminate all of you. Saint Wuji slowly raised his hand, and in the center of his palm, a huge golden magic array suddenly appeared. Then, on this magic array, there were faintly thousands of runes simultaneously bursting into a brilliant light. Boom! A beam of holy light shining enough to illuminate the heavens and the earth, like a giant dragon, suddenly bombarded the ironclad boars. In an instant, all the ironclad boars turned into powder and vanished into thin air. Saint Wuji just smiled lightly at this. It's really, why force me? In the monitoring room, everyone watching couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This Saint Wuji guy is really strong. Gu Linghan, the dean of the Tongtian Academy, chuckled. At this rate, their city defense destruction rate is estimated to be 0%. After all, they are the 3 top geniuses, so a 0% city defense destruction rate is normal. Shin Tu-yi, the dean of the Yutian Academy, laughed. These 3 are probably competing for the top spot in the city defense test. Ling Tian, the dean of the Lingtian Academy, said to Xiang Tianga, and the first round of the city defense test is just an appetizer for them. The second round of testing won't be as simple as now. Xing Tianyi chuckled. By the way, Lao Lin, why not take a look at how your Chin Chin is doing? Gu Linghan crossed his arms, a hint of teasing in his mouth. Let's see. Lin Jianfeng thought, and Chen Chen's screen instantly enlarged. As the screen expanded, everyone's gaze shifted to the screen where Chen Chen was. However, the scene on Chen Chen's screen made everyone furrow their brows slightly. As their eyes followed, their brows furrowed even more. Chen Chen on the screen was still staring blankly at the sky shrouded in darkness, with no movement in his body, as if he was mesmerized. However, what Gu Linghan, Shin Tuyi, and Xiang Tiange saw was a different scene. Could this kid be scared by this fierce beast's dark mist? Gu Linghan frowned, and he's only at the mid-level of the second rank, right? I remember the simulated fierce beast aura was only about half, right? How could he be scared like this? Shin Tuyi raised an eyebrow. Ah, Lao Lin, it seems your recommendation isn't that great. Xiang Tiange shook his head, his realm is too weak. Still aiming for the top? Remember, adapting to the atmosphere on the battlefield and killing enemies on the battlefield is what makes a qualified warrior. If a genius can only exert 1/10 of their power on the battlefield, then that so-called genius is no better than an ordinary warrior. No, he's not afraid. Xing Tianyi's pupils slightly contracted, saying seriously, he's comprehending. He's having an insight. He saw this dark mist enveloped with the fierce beast's aura and comprehended something new? Insight? Terrifying talent? In an instant, Gu Linghan and the others looked at Xing Tianyi, as if to say, are you sure? Have you forgotten? My talent is extremely sensitive to comprehending such things. Xing Tianyi shrugged. At this moment, he was already about 70 to 80% sure that Chen Chen was the one recommended by Lin Jianfeng. But just this isn't enough. Lin Jianfeng smiled faintly, this guy is not weak. Gu Linghan crossed his arms, his brows slightly furrowed. Just comprehension alone doesn't prove anything. Only actual combat ability can demonstrate his overall strength. Then, when everyone's gaze turned back to Chen Chen, they paused slightly. They saw a terrifying darkness suddenly shroud Chen Chen's body. In an instant, his body's surface was covered with layers of terrifying and sharp black armor. On this black armor, lightning flickered. He has dual talents? The deans of the 4 major academies' pupils suddenly contracted. It's worth noting that warriors with dual talents are extremely rare, and it's almost impossible for one to appear in the entire Great Xia Federation in a year. At this point, the deans of the 4 major academies vaguely began to understand the aspect of genius that Lin Jianfeng was referring to. However, at that moment, something on the screen completely surprised them. Looking at the dark smoke in front of him, Chen Chen exhaled deeply. Then, 2 pairs of dark thunderous giant hands suddenly grew behind him, each giant hand as thick as a water python, immense and terrifying, with muscles twisted and full of explosive power. For giant hands, finally condensed. I never expected that among them, I could have a breakthrough in my perception of dark thunder. This is really a good place. With each sound of successful clearance, Chen Chen shrugged and smiled lightly. It seems I have to work harder, or else I'll be caught up by others. And I have to go to the second round. With a thought, Chen Chen immediately began the city defense challenge. The dark smoke in front of him surged rapidly, and suddenly 10 iron-armored boars appeared. Their immense momentum was like a mountain pressing down, their huge bodies like steel war chariots, sending shivers down one's spine. Iron-armored boars. Second-grade complete-level ferocious beasts, truly worthy of the Holy Martial Arts University, coming here to select true geniuses. Well, it makes me slightly happy. Chen Chen's lips curled slightly, and his 4 python-like arms suddenly spread out. In an instant, 4 dark thunderous giant spears, each 5 meters long, appeared with surging darkness and thunder on them. As a mid-level second-grade warrior, he exudes pressure again. Gu Linghan and others were taken aback. He's gotten stronger again. Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu exchanged a glance. The momentum he displayed now was even stronger than when he fought Zhao Ming. This kid is truly a monster. Standing in front of the city gate, a glint of sharpness flashed across Chen Chen's face. Roar! In a moment, the 10 iron-armored boars charged, their tremendous impact making the earth tremble. However, Dark Thunder Spear Slay. It was at that moment that the 4 dark giant hands behind Chen Chen suddenly hurled the 4 dark thunder spears. Swish! 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 The 4 dark spears burst out suddenly, their immense power tearing through the air and landing on the bodies of the iron-armored boars. Like breaking dry branches, one iron-armored boar turned into a mist of blood, and then, with unstoppable force, continued to strike the iron-armored boars behind it destructively. Boom! After a moment, in front of Chen Chen, there were only 10 clouds of blood mist left. The dark thunder spears inserted into the ground, causing hundreds of terrifying cracks to appear, shocking and astonishing. He's got something. The 4 of them simultaneously had this thought in their hearts. From now on, they completely changed their view of Chen Chen. This guy is definitely not as simple as the vase recommended by Lin Jianfeng. He is a truly powerful genius. Looking at the expressions of the 4 deans, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. I'll be honest with you, in order to recruit Chen Chen, I gave him a total of 4 years to compete for the immortal artifact. So I believe that Chen Chen can definitely get first place. Buzz. In an instant, the 4 deans all turned their heads in disbelief, looking at Lin Jianfeng. Old Lin? Are you crazy? Among the sophomores, there are only about 20 capable of competing for the immortal artifact? Gu Linghan couldn't believe it. The 20 spots were hard-earned by them? Are you adding an extra freshman now? Shen Tuyi exclaimed. You know, even if Chen Chen is outstanding, that doesn't mean he can break the rules. Xiang Tiange said, and the strength Chen Chen is showing now is not as formidable as Saint Wuji, Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and others. They couldn't qualify for the immortal artifact competition, but Chen Chen can? What does this mean? After the competition for the immortal treasure in a month, how much strength can Chen Chen improve in this month? Just as Xingtian was about to continue, Xingtian smiled lightly. Old buddies, let's stop here. Lao Lin came back to drink with me. He got the qualification for Chen Chen, which was approved by the principal. It turned out that a few days ago, Lin Jianfeng and Xingtian had a drink, and he mentioned giving a qualification to compete for the immortal treasure to a new student. He originally thought it was a top-notch genius like Shang Wuji, but now he realized it was actually Chen Chen. In shock, Xingtian's heart suddenly tensed. You should know that Chen Chen seems to have the principal's tacit approval to participate in the competition for the immortal treasure. This top-notch genius might be approaching the level of a monster. After this exam is over, no matter what, Xingtian can help Chen Chen win. Of course, besides this reason, Xingtian had a strange feeling. You should know that Xingtian awakened a talent called SS-level Qitian Insight, and his martial arts cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, he actually sensed a strange feeling from Chen Chen, a primal power equivalent to his own talent but even stronger. An astonishing possibility exploded in Xingtian's mind. This guy, could he have a triple talent? While the others were silent at the mention of the principal, no one dared to speak out. You should know that the principal of Xianyuan Martial Arts University is the strongest in the entire school, and no one dares to refute him. If he decides, no one can object. Since it's what the principal said, we can't say anything. Gu Linghan sighed. But based on the strength Chen Chen has shown so far, he indeed doesn't qualify to participate in the competition for the immortal treasure. Unless he can get first place in this entrance exam. Gu Linghan's voice was decisive, causing Shen Tuyi and Xiang Tiange to nod. You should know that the competition for the immortal treasure is extremely brutal, selecting the top 20 elites from the sophomore year. And those 20 individuals are selected from a lot of fighting. Now, inserting a freshman from the sophomore year would naturally provoke the dissatisfaction of the deans. Unless Chen Chen can get first place in the entrance exam, only then can they shut their mouths. Why didn't Xingtian from the Endless Sky Academy speak? Oh, too few people chose their academy. And usually, they just pick the leftovers. Therefore, in the competition of the past year, no one from their academy qualified to participate in the competition for the immortal treasure. Hearing these voices, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. Let's just watch, isn't that enough? The first round of testing isn't over yet. Besides, there's a second round. Everyone was stunned, then they turned their gaze back to Chen Chen's screen. They wanted to see if Chen Chen really had the strength to participate in the competition for the immortal treasure. At this moment, on Chen Chen's screen, a large amount of black mist surged suddenly, and when it reappeared, 30 iron-armored pigs rushed out from the black mist. The immense power seemed to make the entire city gate tremble. 30 iron-armored pigs already formed a considerable beast tide. Is this the second wave? It seems there should be a third wave. Looking at the iron-armored pig group raising endless dust in front of him, there was a hint of playfulness in Chen Chen's eyes. In that case, don't blame me. Just right, try out the new ability. The group of iron-armored pigs in his line of sight continued to expand, as if they wanted to ruthlessly trample Chen Chen's body into the ground and crush it into minced meat. However, at this critical moment, Chen Chen did not use the 4 giant hands behind him. His mind was devoid of any excited thoughts. After all, this was just the first round of the entrance exam. It was only in the second round that he truly belonged. Chen Chen silently raised his hands and then aimed the palm of his right hand towards the ironclad boar charging towards him in the distance. The immense dark thunderous energy twisted rapidly in his palm at lightning speed. Under the attraction of this energy, even the surrounding air began to distort, faintly forming a vacuum zone. As the energy completely condensed, a disc-shaped mixture of dark thunder and lightning energy was revealed in the air. Dark thunder, you sure? With a tearing sound, the disc containing terrifying energy suddenly shot out. Its speed was so fast, it seemed to annihilate heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, this disc constructed of dark thunder drew a terrifying arc in the air. Bang! 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 Following that, the ironclad boars exploded one by one like fireworks. In just a moment, the battlefield was filled with 30 patches of blood-red mist. This ability is quite impressive. The pupils of the 4 deans all contracted simultaneously. Such destructive power could easily rank in the top 10 among all the freshmen. Moreover, with just one move, he had annihilated 30 ironclad boars. Combining 2 talents to unleash such formidable energy is not surprising. After coming to his senses, Gu Linghan comforted himself. However, relying solely on this is not enough. Even compared to Saint Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others, he falls short. Hearing this, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. Old Gu, why the rush? There's still one last wave to watch. In my understanding, Shen Shen should be getting serious now. And under that terrifying dark mist, a huge ironclad boar clad in silver-white armor suddenly appeared. This massive ironclad boar was as tall as a 2-story building, its huge body almost overwhelming Chen Shen. And this silver-armored boar was only a 3rd-grade initial stage fierce beast. Shen Shen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It was worth noting that this fierce beast was only at the 3rd-grade initial stage and already stood as tall as a 2-story building. Then, what kind of terrifying power did 4th-grade and 5th-grade fierce beasts possess? No wonder the border battles were constantly intense, with such a huge demand for warriors. With a sigh from Chun Shen, the silver-armored boar noticed him and raised its 4 massive hoof-like limbs, attacking him. Sigh. I really don't feel like playing with you anymore. Sorry. Facing the ironclad boar in front of him, Chen Shen suddenly dashed out. This was him taking the initiative, and his speed was terrifying, leaving almost only a residual image behind. He was tired of dragging it out and preferred to enter the second round of the exam as soon as possible. That was where the grand stage worthy of his performance lay. Great speed! Xiang Tiange from the Lingtian Academy exclaimed, it's almost equivalent to a 3rd-grade mid-stage warrior. Faintly, Xiang Tiange had once again changed his opinion of Chun Shen. However, Chen Shen might still be a bit lacking compared to truly top-notch geniuses. In an instant, Chen Shen was already close to the silver-armored boar. The boar also sensed Chun Shen's approach, roaring in anger and attacking him with the formidable horn on its head. Watching the enlarged horn in his line of sight, Chen Shen just shook his head. Trash! Chen Shen made no movement. Suddenly, 4 dark giant hands behind him surged out like dragons. In an instant, he dodged the boar's attack and then the 4 giant hands fiercely grabbed the boar's 4 hooves. Then, with a tearing sound, the massive silver-armored pig was suddenly divided into 4 pieces of minced meat, and countless fresh blood turned into a splattering blood rain, dyeing this desolate land red. The first round of the exam should be over by now. I wonder what form the second round of the exam will take. Sensing the energy from within, Chen Shen's figure moved, turning into a stream of light and disappearing in an instant. His close combat talent is not bad, but compared to Saint Wuji, Blue Qi, and Gu Jin, there are still some gaps. Yes, facing only the lowest level fierce beast like the iron-armored pig, its true combat power is yet to be determined. Let's wait for his second round of the exam. He might seem strong this round, but weaker in the next. The 3 deans, Gu Linghan, Shen Tiyi, and Xiang Tiange, all gave such evaluations, although they did not approve of Chun Shen qualifying for the Immortal Artifact competition. Obviously, they had not truly accepted Chen Shen yet. As the dean of the Endless Sky Academy, Xing Tianyi was still pondering whether Chen Shen truly possessed a 3rd kind of talent. Such thoughts made him itch in his heart. Listening to the words of the 3 deans, Lin Jianfeng snorted coldly, crossing his arms. He looked at Chen Shen on the screen, knowing that Chen Shen would definitely give him a huge surprise. The day he left the Jiangnan province, he asked Chen Shen about his thoughts on the entrance exam. It happened to be at sunset, and Chen Shen simply said, first. Moreover, Chen Shen awakened an SSS-level dark talent, coupled with that terrifying thunder talent. Lin Jianfeng naturally believed that Chen Shen could achieve first place. Just wait, old Gu, old Tu, old Xiang. Next, I will show you what a real surprise is. Looking at these 4 people, the elder Huoxiu smiled lightly and then put on a virtual helmet. I'll organize a wave. By the way, I'll announce the results of the first round of testing. At this moment, in a virtual space, on a huge platform, almost all the freshmen had gathered. Some showed joy, some forced smiles, and some were pale. Obviously, everyone's results in the city defense battle varied. With the final stream of light descending, countless eyes suddenly turned towards Chun Shen. It should be noted that Chen Shen was the last to start the city defense battle, so even though his killing efficiency was very high, he was the last to pass the test. This guy. Is his test efficiency really this slow? Gu Jin crossed his arms. In that case, he poses no threat to me. To compete for the first place in this entrance exam, we still need to pay extra attention to Blue Chi and Saint Wuji. Well, let's focus on the second round. On the other side, the girl Blue Chi, playing with 2 flying knives, also smiled lightly. He looks pretty good. Too bad his combat power is lacking. I wonder why Saint Wuji is so interested in him. Tisk tsk, I wonder if he'll be in the second round. Saint Wuji, shining with dazzling golden light all over his body, did not make any comments on the matter. After glancing at Chen Shen, he continued to sit cross-legged in place, seemingly contemplating something. Shen Gu, Yan Jinghong and others ran over and stood with Chen Shen. How did it go? Chen Shen asked. The city defense destruction rate is 50%, still 10% short of passing. Yan Jinghong lowered his head. Yikong, both of us have a city defense destruction rate of 70%, still not passing, Li Shuyun said with a bitter smile. For them, the third-grade silver armored pig was just too difficult to deal with. Once it appeared, they were all killed in one move, without any chance of defense. Despite their helplessness, the crowd was slightly disappointed. With their current performance, it seemed unlikely that they would advance to the so-called second round. At that moment, Yan Jinghong suddenly asked, Chen Shen, what is your city defense destruction rate? Li Shuyun and Yi Kang's gazes also turned towards Chen Shen. Almost everyone in the entire Jiangnan province had their hopes pinned on Chen Shen. Upon hearing about the city defense destruction rate, Chen Shen was slightly taken aback. City defense destruction rate? What is that? Instantly, the three of them looked at Chen Shen as if he were a ghost. Shen, when your city walls are attacked, doesn't it show a destruction rate? Li Shuyun asked. Oh, my city walls? They have never been attacked. Chen Shen innocently smiled, so, I guess I haven't triggered that reminder, right? Yan Jinghong, Li Shuyun, Yi Kang. They shouldn't have asked. Never been attacked? In other words, Chen Shen's city defense destruction rate is at 0%? Damn it! Yan Jinghong and the others wished they could crush their teeth on the spot. Why did they have to ask such a question? Weren't they just handing their faces over to Chen Shen? Amidst the shock of the crowd, a bitter smile inexplicably appeared on their faces. They knew that Chen Shen had become stronger again, and he had reached a level that was almost out of their reach. Previously, they could barely catch a glimpse of Chen Shen's figure, but now, he soared to heights they couldn't touch. They could only look up at his elusive figure from below. For a moment, the crowd was faintly hopeful that Chen Shen would achieve great results in the second round. They knew that the second round of the entrance exam was not just a competition within the Jiangnan province but a showdown among the top talents from all 54 provinces nationwide. Whether Chen Shen could come out on top was another matter. Just then, a streak of light flashed. In the center of the platform, an old man with white hair appeared. Huoxiu glanced at the crowd and smiled lightly. How was the city defense battle? Many people looked at Huoxiu's teasing tone and showed a bitter smile, and the atmosphere became subdued. Most of them had failed miserably in the assessment. Seeing this scene, Huoxiu shook his head. You may be called geniuses, but compared to the soldiers on the border, you are still too weak. The borders of the Great Xia Federation are currently under siege by countless fierce beasts. With your current state, if you were to go to the border, you wouldn't even be able to handle a basic ironclad boar. Then what are you cultivating for? Many people's faces suddenly turned red with anger, but no one dared to refute Huoxiu's words. Seeing their expressions, Huoxiu shook his head. I'm not saying this to crush your confidence but to urge you to be humble and diligent in your cultivation over the next 4 years of university. Don't let down the expectations of our people. Yes, countless people immediately responded. With the painful lesson from this entrance exam, if they didn't cultivate seriously, they would be ashamed of their own attitudes. Facing low-level beasts like the ironclad boar on the border was the most basic task, and they couldn't even surpass these basic beasts? Wouldn't that be a disgrace? Huoxiu waved his hand. Next, I will announce the results of your performance in the first round of tests. I will start by announcing the names of those who passed from the back. Those who achieved a city defense destruction rate of 20 or below will be eligible for the second city defense test. In an instant, countless gazes fell upon them, many with bitter smiles on their faces. Only those with a city defense destruction rate below 20 could proceed to the second round of the examination. It seemed overly strict. However, upon closer thought, no one was surprised. If the college entrance exam was to select the elite from various regions, then the entrance test was to choose the elite among the elite. Only by demonstrating corresponding strength in the entrance exam could one gain the favor of the 4 major colleges. And only by entering the respective college could one receive the best training. This was the goal of countless geniuses participating in this exam. The 36th place, City Defense Destruction Rate 81%, Eugenua. The young man named Eugenua raised his head proudly, inevitably standing out, attracting envious glances. At the same time, no one expected that there were only 36 people with a city destruction rate above 20%, just 1/10 of the total number. Realizing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling less uncomfortable. 35th place, 34th place, 33rd place. As Vice Principal Huashio's voice spread, each young man stood proudly at the forefront. Standing out among countless elites was indeed something to be proud of. And when it came to the top 4, Vice Principal Huashio smiled gently. Next, I will announce the newcomers with a city defense destruction rate of 0%. And they are the top geniuses of this exam, among you. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. For 3 of them, they already knew their spots, but the sudden appearance of the 4th one left everyone stunned. What? There's a 4th person? Who is it? I checked, except for the top 3 geniuses, there are hardly any with a 0% city destruction rate from the leading provinces, right? Who is this dark horse? It's too astonishing. Everyone speculated about the last spot. Huashio said, the first 3 to pass are Shangwuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. Instantly, all eyes turned to the 3 top geniuses. The 3 top geniuses stepped forward together, standing at the forefront of the group. However, they were also wondering who the 4th person with a 0% city destruction rate was. Before coming to the school, they had already investigated and found that besides them, there was no one stronger at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. At that moment, Huashio announced a name that no one knew. The last one, Chen Chen. In an instant, all eyes turned to Chen Chen, filled with shock, disbelief, admiration, and more complex emotions, all focused on him. How is this possible? Damn! That guy from Jiangnan Province. Isn't that guy from Jiangnan Province really strong these days? 0% city destruction rate? Chen Chen, is this guy really a top genius? Xiao Wuheng, Guofengyue, aren't you two following Chen Chen's team? Is he really that strong? Someone asked. Xiao Wuheng and Guofengyue, being asked, remained silent, lowering their heads in shame, unable to reply. This particularly surprised and shocked everyone. As Chen Chen, whose name was called, gradually stepped forward, he soon sat at the forefront of the group. You're very strong, Shang Wuji said to Chen Chen with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Chen replied lightly. I didn't expect you, praised by Shang Wuji, to be quite impressive. Lan Qi also spoke up. Indeed, he's quite handsome. Chen Chen politely responded, you're also very good-looking. The latter blushed slightly and remained silent. I, Gu Jin, acknowledge you. Gu Jin crossed his arms, saying, I hope you won't disappoint us in the second round of testing. It wasn't until now that Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and the others put away their air of disdain. After all, anyone who could achieve a 0% city defense destruction rate wouldn't be weak, even if their strength was inferior to theirs. Wisps of black smoke shrouded the blood-covered land. This was a vast city wall compared to the first round of exams, an endless, imposing wall standing on the earth, vast and majestic. And in front of this huge city gate stood 36 young people. These 36 youths had different expressions, but without a doubt, they all exuded a terrifying momentum. I didn't expect the second round of exams to be a team battle. My blood is boiling. These guys and girls on the screen are all top scholars, or even geniuses. I want to go up and fight too. No, your city defense destruction rate was 60% in the first round. How dare you say that? I wonder how terrifying records Saint Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin can achieve. Are you forgetting about Chen Chen? Not forgetting, but Saint Wuji and the others have long been famous geniuses. In comparison, Chen Chen is just a newly emerged dark horse, naturally not quite on par with Saint Wuji and the others. Although the crowd did not participate, lively discussions about the exam could be heard. If reality didn't work out, they could still trash talk. Among them, what they most anticipated was how Saint Wuji and the others would perform. They were the 3 recognized geniuses. As for Chen Chen, many people naturally had high hopes for him, but compared to the 3 geniuses, he fell short. However, deep down, many were still unconvinced. After all, Chen Chen was only from the Jiangnan province. How could he possess such formidable combat power? The only way to earn their approval was for Chen Chen to conquer them with astonishing strength. Yan Jinghong and the others watched the holographic screen without moving. Yan Ji, do you think Chen Ji will perform well? Yi Kong asked. Yan Jinghong paused, then turned around and smiled gently. Do you know? If you ask this question about Chen Chen, what do you think his answer would be? Before Yi Kong could finish, Li Shuyan smiled and said, he would say he's the most stable. Yan Jinghong gave a thumbs up, and then the 3 burst into laughter. In the vast control room, Gu Lingyun, the president of Tongtian Academy, lay on a recliner. Finally, in the second round, these geniuses in front of us are the ones worth fighting for. The president of Lingtian Academy, Xiang Tianga, smiled and said, I hope in this assessment, we can fully squeeze out their potential. The headmaster of Yutian Academy, Shintiyi, smiled, I'm curious to see how strong a warrior with fully released mental power, a warrior with all his ancient talents displayed, and a warrior shining with holy light talents can be. Of course, there's also Chen Chen, Shintiyi added. Alright. However, the president of Zhongtian Academy, Xingtiani, interrupted, rest assured, I have already decided that Chen Chen will definitely achieve first place in this exam. In an instant, the gazes of Gu Lingyun, Shintiyi, and Xiang Tianga all turned towards Xingtiani, a look of disbelief passing through their eyes. Old Xing, have you also gone astray with old Lin? There are Saint Wuji and the others in this. Gu Linghan stood up from the lounge chair. How about a bet? Let's see who can be the first. Xing Tian smirked strangely, let's bet with 100-year-old Tianling root. Gu Linghan pondered for a moment, looking at Xing Tian suspiciously. Tianling root? Are you sure? Xing Tian shrugged, when I speak, I mean it. Immediately, Gu Linghan nodded, alright, I want to see how accurate your judgment is, old Xing. In my opinion, Xin Chen is really unlikely to win the championship. During the solo city defense, Shang Wuji and the others didn't even display half of their strength. Xing Tian had no response to this but focused intently on the screen. Lin Jianfeng silently raised a finger to him, thinking that Xing Tian trusted his own judgment. However, Xing Tian believed that Chen Chen could win not because he was Lin Jianfeng's friend but because he had just taken a trip to the virtual space and glanced at Chen Chen. Now, he was absolutely certain that something earth-shattering was about to happen. That is, Chen Chen definitely possessed a third kind of talent. In that case, Xing Tian secretly made a decision that regardless of whether Chen Chen would be targeted by others next, their Tianxue Academy must get Chen Chen. The reason being, this guy is just too terrifying. And as everyone watched, on the virtual screen, black mist began to surge. Obviously, a ferocious beast was about to emerge. Roar! Suddenly, a loud beast roar echoed from afar, causing many youths to feel a tremor in their hearts. And at this moment, standing in front of the city gate were young elites from all over the country. Such a strong pressure. Is this a mid-level third-grade ferocious beast? I didn't expect our test to be this difficult. Along with the voices of the crowd, dozens of various ferocious beasts suddenly emerged from the black mist. There were iron-armored pigs from before, shadow cats, venomous toads, basically encompassing various types of ferocious beasts. These prepared ferocious beasts were arranged by Huoxiu specifically. The purpose was to completely unleash their potential. Looks like it's getting interesting. At this moment, a blue-haired girl smiled sweetly and then strode forward to the crowd. Next, it was time for the three great geniuses to show their skills. In an instant, dozens of black golden flying knives suddenly floated around Lan Qi, emitting a chilling aura. At this moment, the ability belonging to the psychic power users completely erupted. It seems it's my turn to make an appearance. Another towering bronze strong man walked forward, spreading his arms to reveal his muscular arms coiled like a dragon. Buzz, a terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, and the ancient gold's body seemed like a primordial beast, sending shivers down the spine. And the last one was Shang Wuji, radiating holy light all over his body. There seemed to be a faint smile on his face, unchanged. Then, he walked slowly to the center of the three, looking at Lan Qi and Gu Jin, as the ones with a city defense destruction rate of 0%, shall we each go in a different direction? How about it? Lan Qi and Gu Jin shrugged, indicating they had no objections. Strong individuals should bear more responsibility. Shang Wuji turned around, the rest of you will be divided into three groups, following us to attack from three different directions. Our goal is to reduce the city defense destruction rate. And Chen Chen. Meeting Shang Wuji's gaze, Chen Chen raised his head, what's up? Shang Wuji smiled, you are responsible for guarding the rear. If any ferocious beasts attack the city walls, remember to stop them. At once, everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Chen. Outside the screen, some people expressed dissatisfaction. It's really lucky for Chen Chen to get such an easy job. He doesn't even have to personally go into battle. Tisk TSK, I told you, there's some connection between Saint Wuji and Chen Chen. But Chen Chen is too relaxed. It seems like there's some room for doubt in his city defense destruction rate. Amidst the discussion, the topic shifted back to Chen Chen with a 0% city defense destruction rate. Countless prodigies had fallen for this. How could this guy from the Jiangnan province achieve this so easily? Meanwhile, a fierce battle was unfolding on the virtual battlefield. Large numbers of ferocious beasts emerged from the black mist, displaying astonishing power, yet they were all slain by these young warriors. Devouring Inferno, Hurricane Slash, Despair Fist. With each shout, hordes of ferocious beasts fell. Among them, the most frequent and terrifying attackers were the three top prodigies. Lan Qi's black gold flying knives were sharp and terrifying. Gu Jin's ancient gold skin was unmatched in strength. Even Saint Wuji's holy light attack seemed capable of completely dispersing the black mist. In a moment, the first wave of ferocious beasts was completely wiped out. TSK, they all seemed very strong. Chen Shen, sitting in front of the city gate, watched this scene with his arms crossed, leaning against the city wall, enjoying the spectacle of battle. No wonder Saint Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin are hailed as the top three prodigies. Their overall combat performance is indeed impressive. It's just a pity, compared to me. Before he could finish his sentence, several shadowy figures rushed out of the black mist once again, this time charging straight towards Gu Jin. What? So fast? It's over, we can't stop them, they're going to crash into the city wall. Many youths paled, their breath quickening as they looked at the shadows. The figures were almost entirely monkeys wearing black wind cloaks. Shadow monkeys. In the vast control room, Gu Linghan raised an eyebrow. Laowa, did you add shadow monkeys to this test? These creatures are quite troublesome even at the border. The dean nodded. Huoxiu smiled lightly. As warriors, we should learn to deal with all kinds of ferocious beasts. Encountering more now will give us more opportunities on the battlefield. If we don't encounter enough now, we might end up dying more on the battlefield. Hearing Huoxiu's words, everyone agreed. In recent years, the ferocious beasts at the borders of Daxia had become increasingly rampant, with numerous border cities at high risk and many warriors sacrificing themselves. Therefore, as an institution training talents from the mainland, they had to show corresponding results. Otherwise, the Daxia military would put pressure on them. In the virtual battlefield, everyone's breath suddenly hitched. Those are mid-level third-grade shadow monkeys. Ferocious beasts specialized in breaking through soldiers' defenses at the border. Gu Jin gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, trying to catch up. However, his speed was no match for the shadow monkeys. Saint Wuji and Lan Qi were too far from Gu Jin's location to provide support. It's over. Many thought, it seemed like this time the city defense destruction rate would skyrocket to over 10. The shadow monkeys possessed a strange power within their bodies that could corrode the city walls. In the borderlands of the Daxia Federation, many cities were difficult to defend precisely because of these cunning monkeys. The city defense destruction rate this time was probably determined by the comprehensive decision of the Dayu artificial intelligence system. Once the city walls were attacked, their overall score would undoubtedly decrease significantly. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly felt a tremendous energy gathering at the city gate. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards the city gate. They saw Chen Shen, standing alone, enveloped in a dark thunder-like liquid defense form, with four thick dark arms resembling giant dragons appearing behind him. The terrifying dark thunder energy, destructive and overwhelming, filled the entire battlefield space. Many of the weaker-minded geniuses even felt their scalps tingling and hearts filled with shock. How can his energy be so terrifying? Someone exclaimed. It's worth noting that Chen Shen's cultivation level was only at the middle stage of the second rank, yet the energy he displayed now was almost on par with the usual levels of Lan Qi and Gu Jin. Seems like we underestimated him. Gu Jin and Lan Qi raised their eyebrows. This is getting interesting, isn't it? Saint Wuji, with golden light spheres floating around his hands, revealed a playful smile. Under the gaze of the crowd, the four dragon-like giant hands suddenly condensed into long spears enveloped in dark thunder. Dual abilities. Countless minds flashed with this thought, and in their minds, two more words appeared when they looked at Chen Shen: monstrous talent. An astonishing 5-meter giant spear suddenly appeared on these dragon-like arms. Then, the four arms bent simultaneously, and with a terrifying explosive force, they all threw the 4 5-meter-long spears at once. Boom! The 4 dark thunder spears tore through the air, nailing all 4 incoming shadow monkeys to the ground in an unbeatable manner. Bang! The immense energy contacted the ground, shattering it into countless cracks. At that moment, everyone's gaze was firmly locked onto Chen Shen. He's really strong. A genius sighed. He had wondered just how strong Chen Shen's defense rate of 0% in city defense was, and if he could really compare to Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and Saint Wuji. Now it seemed that perhaps only someone like Chen Shen could compete with Saint Wuji and the others for the top spot in this entrance exam. Outside the virtual battlefield, numerous geniuses were left speechless. They wished they could slap themselves now. If they had known that Chen Shen could unleash such terrifying combat power, they wouldn't have mocked him one by one. In the vast control room, the 6 individuals showed no reaction. After all, they had already witnessed Chen Shen's strength in the previous personal city defense battle. What they hadn't expected was that the Dark Thunder spears displayed by Qin Shen had such formidable killing power even against a mid-stage third-rank ferocious beast. Old Lin's eyes are truly sharp. At this moment, Gu Linghan couldn't help but have a slight change in his view of Qin Shen. Moreover, he felt a bit uneasy. He had bet 100-year-old spiritual medicine with Xingtian. If he lost, it would truly be embarrassing. TSK, it was just too hasty in the competition for immortal artifacts, Shinti added. With Qin Shen's strength, he could definitely participate in the competition for immortal artifacts even when he reaches the second year. Hearing the somewhat regretful tone of the two, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. I told you so. And now, the strength Qin Shen is displaying is definitely not that simple. Let's continue watching. The surprises he will bring you next will be even more terrifying. To be honest, although Lin Jianfeng had an extremely strong ability to discern people, he found Qin Shen somewhat incomprehensible. He always felt that Qin Shen was hiding more than just a bit. If he were to display all his strength, it would probably be more than what was currently shown. Inside the virtual battlefield, after a brief moment of shock, the second wave of ferocious beasts began to attack continuously. In the second wave of ferocious beasts, there were 3 high-ranking ferocious beasts, each with formidable strength that almost cracked the ground with every step they took. Such terrifying combat power was truly awe-inspiring. However, the crowd quickly reacted. Especially the 3 top-tier geniuses, their eyes shimmering with a fierce fighting spirit. Obviously, the scene where Qin Shen just showed off made them very uncomfortable. Shi La. In an instant, 12 black golden flying knives floated near Lan Qi, and Lan Qi's body, under the influence of mental power, floated in midair. Her petite body was like a sitting lotus, pure and full of intimidation. And it was at that moment Lan Qi opened her eyes. 1,000 blades strike. Xie. The 12 black golden flying knives turned into flowing light, attacking the oncoming wave of ferocious beasts. The terrifying power almost tore through the air in pieces, turning into an extremely frightening speed, with a loud sound, instantly shattering a ferocious beast in front of them. The level of enhancement was truly hair-raising. On the other side, Gu Jin's eyes were filled with a fiery gaze. It was because of his momentary negligence that the Shadow Monkey had broken through the defense earlier. If it weren't for Qin Shen, he would have become the culprit for the increased rate of city defense destruction. Thinking of this, flames involuntarily ignited in Gu Jin's heart. Looking at the oncoming wave of ferocious beasts, Gu Jin revealed a fierce smirk. Gu Jin's body exterminate evil. Under that fierce smile, Gu Jin's originally 2-meter body crazily expanded, reaching a height of 4 meters at that moment. His terrifying body was like a 2-story building, and with a slap, it was as if a deadly weapon, instantly exploding a ferocious beast. His power made countless people feel tense. Was this the power of Gu Jin, one of the 3 top-tier geniuses? And on the other side, in the direction of Saint Wuji, facing the rushing ferocious beasts in front of him, Saint Wuji did not respond hastily. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, gave Qin Shen a seemingly provocative smile, then turned his head away. Suddenly, under the shocked gazes of countless people, golden swords constructed of golden light began to swirl around Saint Wuji's body. Each sword was extremely sharp, and the sharpness contained within made many people shudder. Holy light sword kill. Saint Wuji uttered those 2 words. In an instant, dozens of long swords burst out at an astonishing speed, like meteors streaking across the sky. When they landed on the ferocious beasts, they were all engulfed by the holy light, their figures disappearing instantly. Thus, the actions of the 3 top geniuses left everyone extremely shocked. These are the 3 top geniuses. I knew they weren't serious. Every time they make a move, they kill close to dozens of ferocious beasts. My God! Even if Qin Shen goes all out, he might not achieve this result. Outside the screen, the eyes of countless geniuses sparkled with excitement, their blood boiling. Outside, they were examples for others to learn from. But here, top geniuses like Saint Wuji were the ones they looked up to. Why do they like to belittle Brother Chen so much? Yi Kong listened to the voices around him and spoke discontentedly. Among the crowd, the one who seemed most delighted was Xiao Wuheng, who didn't even dare to make a sound when Qin Shen was around. It's simple, jealousy is a common trait among people, Yan Jinghong said in a calm voice. Obviously, they don't believe that a guy from a southern province like Qin Shen can achieve such outstanding results. Qin Shen will slap them in the face. Li Shuyun's eyes drooped. Did you figure it out? Yan Jinghong turned his head slightly. Intuition, Li Shuyun smiled. I dare say Qin Shen's strength is definitely not weaker than the 3 great prodigies. The people who are mocking now are like those who mocked Qin Shen during the college entrance examination. I believe in Qin Shen. And at that moment, the battlefield space underwent a huge change once again. An incredibly terrifying aura suddenly surged out from the thick black mist. Various bird calls suddenly came from the pitch-black sky. In an instant, everyone's gaze froze. Inside the control room, Gu Linghan and the others immediately stood up, looking at Huoxiu with surprise on their faces. You even arranged flying beasts? Huoxiu smiled lightly. I had no choice, I need high-quality students. You all know how strict the military has been recently, right? The Tricol Competition in 2 months will select candidates for various military departments. In that case, it's better to be prepared in advance. Listening to Huoxiu's voice, the deans of the 4 colleges could only twitch their mouths and say nothing in the end. Lin Jianfeng smiled. Old Hua, facing these flying beasts on the battlefield, they are mostly dealt with by laser weapons and suicide drones. And now, letting them deal with these, they will definitely have a hard time. Huoxiu shrugged. How is this a hard time? This is an opportunity to show off. An opportunity to show off? After a moment of thought, everyone suddenly thought of a name, Shan Chen. In an instant, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shantiyi widened their eyes, staring motionless at Huoxiu. Thoughts were entangled in countless considerations. What charm does Chen Chen have? That makes the old Hua, a 9th grade martial king, pay such attention. Even with dual talents, it shouldn't be like this now. And on the virtual battlefield, an attack from the sky had already begun. Virtual battlefield. Countless prodigies suddenly turned their gazes to the sky on the azure dome. Then, on the dome, there suddenly appeared numerous purple-black giant eagles, each with a 3rd grade high-level realm, terrifying beyond measure. Upon careful counting, there were exactly 10 of them soaring in the high sky. In an instant, many students turned pale. Are they crazy? They're actually using flying beasts for testing? We don't have laser weapons. Damn it! It's over, now we can only wait for those purple-black giant eagles to come down from the sky. The faces of the crowd darkened, as if the purple-black giant eagles descending from the sky would drastically increase the destruction rate of the city walls. In an instant, the 36 geniuses gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Shang Wuji said, My holy light longsword is enough to kill enemies. But, they are all soaring in the sky, and the attack of my longsword will gradually weaken. The eyes of the crowd dimmed once again. Then, they turned their gaze to Lan Qi, who showed a helpless smile. The purple-black giant eagles are known for their speed, and their wings can also emit energy attacks. As you know, it's difficult for psychics to defend themselves during attacks, especially in mid-air. It's hard to defend against multiple attacks. In an instant, the faces of the crowd completely darkened. Lan Qi and Shang Wuji couldn't do it. It seemed that this time they could only wait for the purple-black giant eagles to attack the city walls before they could retaliate. However, even with such retaliation, it would still cause a huge blow to the city walls. As for Gu Jin, there was no need to look. A pure meat shield warrior, when facing attacks from the sky, couldn't be very effective. And at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Let me give it a try. Chen Chen smiled lightly as he gazed at the purple-black giant eagle circling in the sky. Perhaps, I can really give it a try? The crowd was stunned, their eyes showing a hint of doubt. Although Chen Chen had displayed formidable power with the Dark Thunder Spear before, it was only effective at close range. Dealing with long-range sky beasts might not be as effective. At that moment, someone in the crowd stood up. We can trust Chen Chen. All eyes turned to this person, who hesitated for a moment before saying, I've seen Chen Chen's college entrance exam video. He definitely has the strength for this. College entrance exam video? Even Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. In the 54 provinces of Jiangnan province, which ranked at the bottom, someone had actually gone to watch his video. This was quite astonishing. Just then, St. Wuji said, Alright, let Chen Chen give it a try. In an instant, everyone exchanged glances and made up their minds. The next moment, they all appeared on the city wall, looking up at the purple-black giant eagle circling in the sky with a vigilant expression. If Chen Chen failed, they would use thunderous means to attack, minimizing the damage to the city walls as much as possible. This way, they could continuously improve their scores in the evaluation by the Daiyu artificial intelligence. Suddenly, the 10-headed purple-black giant eagle in the sky could no longer contain its attacking intent. With a roar, it plummeted from the sky like a purple-black meteor, launching a suicidal attack towards the city wall. Boom! The massive body tore through the air, heading towards the city wall for the attack. All eyes were on Chen Chen, wondering if this guy could handle all of them when the purple-black giant eagle landed on the city wall. Just then, Chen Chen exhaled a breath. Then, he leaped onto the only fluttering flag on the city wall. The next moment, when everyone's gaze fell on Chen Chen, their pupils suddenly contracted. They saw the surging dark thunder energy emanating from Chen Chen's body once again. This time, the dark thunder energy erupted like a dormant volcano for thousands of years, releasing energy that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Is this the energy intensity that a mid-level second-grade warrior can release? A genius's lips dried up. He possessed an S-level ability, coupled with the realm of a third-grade initial stage. With these two combined abilities, he found that the energy intensity he released was not even one-tenth of what Chen Shen was displaying at that moment. Blue Qi and Gu Jin's pupils also shrank suddenly. They had not expected Chen Shen to possess such energy intensity. But upon further thought, they realized that Chen Shen was probably exerting all his strength at that moment. Thinking of this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. If he was still holding back his strength now, his true power would be extremely terrifying. Saint Wuji's eyes flashed with a sharp light, pondering something unknown. Standing on the flagpole, Chen Shen sighed as he looked at the 10-headed purple-black giant eagle diving down. Why must you seek death? Then, I'll reluctantly use half of my strength. In an instant, 4 pairs of dark thunder hands appeared abruptly, strange runes climbing up Chen Shen's cheeks. Then, the 4 pairs of giant hands stretched out in a peculiar shape, forming hand signs in front of Chen Shen. Amid countless astonished gazes, Chen Shen suddenly uttered 2 words: Dark Thunder Fourfold Illusion. Dark Thunder Fourfold Illusion. With Chen Shen's voice falling, a dark disc that seemed capable of cutting through everything suddenly appeared in the center where the 4 pairs of hands converged. This disc spun rapidly, and if one did not look closely, they might think it was just an ordinary round disc. The terrifying energy gathered rapidly, and the dark thunderous energy it displayed made everyone's scalp tingle. But that wasn't all. Suddenly, the other 3 giant hands trembled, and then, 3 rapidly spinning dark discs appeared again. In the end, the 4 dark discs merged completely, forming a disc with a radius of half a meter, spinning at a terrifying speed. The terrifying power it emitted caused the surrounding space to twist and tremble violently. Impressive. The disdain on Lan Qi and Gu Jin's faces had completely disappeared, replaced by a very certain solemnity. If this attack were to fall on them without sufficient means of defense, they might perish on the spot. Saint Wuji raised an eyebrow, seemingly finding the person in front of him using dark energy a bit different from what he had imagined. Along with the astonished gazes of the crowd, the usher summoned by Chen Shen's giant hand also completely condensed. Roar! Accompanied by the cries of giant eagles, the giant eagles in the sky drew closer, almost like 10 steel chariots falling from the sky. However, it was at this moment that Chen Shen made his move. In an instant, the dark thunder disc in his hand was completely released. Hiss! The huge dark thunder disc tore through the space, instantly turning the entire area into darkness. Faintly, thunder roared. The purple-black giant eagles in the sky, looking at the dark thunder disc, felt as if all their feathers were standing on end. They wanted to retreat. However, it was already too late. The massive dark thunder disc, as if gaining some sort of intelligence, launched a destructive attack towards the nearest purple-black giant eagle. With a tearing sound, a third-grade purple-black giant eagle was split in half on the spot, followed by the second one, the third one, the fourth one. In an instant, 10 giant eagles that were previously lively and attempting to attack the city wall were abruptly split in half by Chen Shen. A rain of blood fell from the sky, like drifting drizzle, covering the entire city wall. Silence. Quiet. Countless people stared in astonishment at Chen Shen, their throats churning, wanting to say something but finding it difficult to speak. No one had expected that Chen Shen could use a single move to instantly kill this group of terrifying beasts threatening them the most. Nor had anyone expected that a young man coming from the southern province of Jiangnan could rival the 3 great geniuses. They had thought that even if Chen Shen used the so-called Dark Thunder Giant Spear to attack, it would still require a series of shots, and even in the middle of the launch, there would be a certain degree of weakening. However, they had not expected that Chen Shen would create another supreme skill. Fourfold You Sure. This name was deeply embedded in their minds, and looking at this slender figure standing on the flagpole, these geniuses would probably never forget. No wonder the city defense rate is 0%. Achieving this level, how could those ironclad pigs pose a threat? Lan Qi shook her head, feeling her previous disdain had become extremely foolish. It seems that perhaps only Saint Wuji can compete with him in this exam. Gu Jin revealed a bitter smile, realizing that he was far from being able to handle the intensity of the fourfold Yusher's energy. Perhaps only Saint Wuji could match it. And now, Gu Jin was somewhat looking forward to seeing whose strength was greater between Saint Wuji and Chen Shen. It was only at this moment that everyone understood why Saint Wuji had asked Chen Shen at the school gate. A representation of immaculate light. A representation of a wildly fierce darkness. Perhaps, these two were born to compete against each other. And under the gaze of countless people, Saint Wuji looked at Chen Shen descending from the sky and revealed a faint smile. You are strong. I look forward to sparring with you. If previously Saint Wuji only engaged with Chen Chen in a playful manner because of Chen Chen's dark energy, now Saint Wuji truly regarded Chen Chen as his opponent. Chen Chen's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. This guy is worthy of being his opponent. Suddenly, Saint Wuji reached out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Chen Chen in an instant, and Chen Chen smiled gently, extending his hand as well. Saint Wuji, nice to meet you, Saint Wuji said with a smile. Chen Chen nodded. From Saint Wuji's eyes, he saw not only kindness but also a stunning boiling intent to kill. It was terrifying. Watching the two suddenly shaking hands, all the geniuses present were struck by shock. And the scene of Chen Chen using the fourfold Yushur to kill the purple-black giant eagle, and then shaking hands with Saint Wuji, suddenly appeared on the screens of the geniuses in the virtual space. Countless people were shocked by it. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a tide of discussions followed. I shouldn't have doubted Chen Chen before, he is indeed one of the 4 great geniuses. Yes, I've said it before. The 4 great geniuses definitely include Chen Chen. Weren't you just criticizing Chen Chen? I declare, Chen Chen is now the male god of my 4 years in college. Oh my god. The fourfold Yushur, how terrifying of an attack is that? Dark god. In the eyes of countless geniuses, there was a fiery passion, and everyone was shocked. When a strong person inexplicably surpasses you, people will raise doubts accordingly. However, when that strong person truly displays terrifying means in front of you, people will admire them. And at this moment, Chen Chen was clearly representing this. As for Xiao Wuheng, who had criticized Chen Chen, his face turned red, and he couldn't say a word. In the 3-person team in Jiangnan province, the 3 of them stared blankly at the screen showing the spirited Chen Chen and smiled gently. See, I told you, Chen Chen will definitely take the first place. Li Shuyun shrugged, looking like he had the winning ticket. But in fact, if you look closely, you can see Li Shuyun's trembling hands. Similarly, Li Shuyun was almost shocked to death. Who could have imagined that Chen Chen could unleash such terrifying power? That was a 3rd-grade flying-type fierce beast, a major weapon on the battlefield. In high school military classes, they were warned by the teacher that if they encountered flying-type fierce beasts in the future, they must find appropriate cover to hide, and not blindly confront the enemy. Because below the 6th-grade Grandmaster realm, the threat of fierce beasts to humans is too great. With flying ability combined with long-range attacks, it was an invincible posture. And now, Chen Chen actually killed it with a single move? Moreover, there was not even a drop of sweat on his face, clearly indicating that he did not use any effort. Thinking of this, Li Shuyun took a cold breath. This guy has really become so strong. Yan Jinghong also realized at this moment, it's only been a short time, and Chen Chen has become so terrifying. If Wang Tianming and Long Haoren see this scene, they probably won't be able to sleep. At the same time, the 3 suddenly noticed that there were stunning gazes coming towards them from all around, including shock, surprise, fear, respect, and so on. And the 3 of them knew that almost all of this was brought by Chen Chen. They still remembered when they were complaining about the lack of attention to the Jiangnan province at the school gate. Chen Chen told them that he would make the entire Jiangnan province receive attention. Unexpectedly, Chen Chen really did it. As the attention came one after another, there was a slight sense of pride and shyness on the faces of the crowd, but deep down, they were truly exhilarated. It had been a long time since they felt this good. If this news were to spread back to the Jiangnan province, it would probably cause a shocking uproar. At the same time, in the monitoring room, the deans of the 4 major academies were staring at the video of Chen Chen with fascination. Gu Linghan pointed at Chen Chen and looked at Lin Jianfeng. You said he's a mid-level 2nd-grade martial artist? Tell me honestly, what level is Chen Chen's dark ability? In an instant, the deans of the 3 academies immediately realized they were not fools. How could a mere mid-level 2nd-grade martial artist unleash such terrifying power? Was this really an SSS-level ability? Yes, before each student enrolled, they had observed the files of each student, and in Chen Chen's file, only a plain SS-level dark ability was written. SS-level abilities had appeared before, but the overall combat power they unleashed was not strong. Therefore, everyone had overlooked Chen Chen. And now, was the talent Chen Chen displayed truly an SSS-level dark talent? Unable to hide it any longer, Lin Jianfeng smirked. Indeed, it's not SSS level, but SSS-level dark divine body. SSS-level dark divine body? Suddenly, everyone looked at each other. Damn, they had really been played by Lin Jianfeng. They had thought earlier that Lin Jianfeng took a liking to Chen Chen, which was why he made an exception to apply for him to compete for the quota for the immortal artifact. But now, it turned out to be an SSS-level dark divine body, which was not surprising at all. No, he's not just an SSS dark divine body, he also has a thunder and lightning ability. Shin Tui from the Imperial Academy reacted. The thunder and lightning ability awakened by the SSS level Dark Divine Body is at least above S level, otherwise, the combination wouldn't have this effect. Xiang Tianga from the Ling Tian Academy said. In an instant, the entire monitoring room was in shock. SSS level Dark Divine Body plus S level thunder and lightning ability. Chen Chen was truly an unprecedented monster. Yes, in the minds of the three deans, Chen Chen's talent had already surpassed top-tier geniuses and reached the level of a monster. Seeing the three of them utterly astonished, Lin Jianfeng felt extremely pleased. Serves them right for underestimating Chen Chen from the start. However, the next moment, the dean of the Zongtian Academy, Xing Tianyi, completely threw the three of them into confusion. It's not just two talents. There's also a perception talent that's not inferior to mine. In an instant, everyone, including Huo Xiu, looked closely at Xing Tianyi. Those eyes, as big as copper bells, seemed to say three words, "Are you sure?" However, Xing Tianyi smiled lightly, "I can be 100% sure. You know, perception talents are almost impossible to detect, but they can be sensed by warriors with similar perception talents. You also know the reason why I can practice the peerless martial arts of the Zongtian Academy is because I have an SS level Qitian talent. Now it seems that Chen Chen's perception talent should be on par with mine." In an instant, the entire monitoring room fell into absolute silence. SSS level Dark Divine Body plus S level Thunder and Lightning ability plus perception talent not inferior to SS level. How many surprises would Chen Chen bring them? The next moment, Gu Linghan suddenly said, "Old Xing, I'll give you that spiritual medicine, and Chen Chen will belong to our Tongtian Academy. As for the competition for the immortal treasures, our academy also allows it. Chen Chen, is it worth joining the battle for the immortal treasures?" Suddenly, the deans of the four major academies became noisy. Shin Tuyi from the Royal Academy said, "Nonsense. Chen Chen's talent is absolutely suitable for our Royal Academy, he should come to our Royal Academy." Xiang Tiange from the Ling Tian Academy also urged, "Our Ling Tian Academy specializes in cultivating speed, which also suits Chen Chen." Xing Tian from the Endless Sky Academy twitched his mouth. He remembered that these people had initially looked down on Chen Chen with disdain. Now that they knew Chen Chen's talent, their attitudes changed faster than changing faces in a Peking opera. Everyone looked surprised. You see, at this moment, Chen Chen's realm is only at the mid-level of the second rank, and he hasn't even unleashed his strongest combat power yet. If he goes all out, how strong would he be? If this dark horse is thrown into the competition for the immortal treasures, will he achieve even more brilliant results? For example, can Chen Chen, as a freshman, obtain the ownership of the immortal treasures? This is truly exciting. Lin Jianfeng looked at the deans of the four major academies in front of him and sighed. How similar was this scene to when they were fighting over Chen Chen at the three major enrollment offices back then? It's just that this situation is probably even bigger. However, at this moment, Huo Xiu smiled lightly and waved his hand. "Alright, no need to rush. After the city defense battle is over, then you can compete properly, right? They are still taking exams now." Huo Xiu smiled. "There are a few big guys next in line, ready for them." For a moment, everyone's gaze turned to Huo Xiu, and Huo Xiu weirdly said three words, "mutant level." On the blood-red battlefield in the virtual helmet, 36 young people were visibly excited. Just now, they had realized the horror of Chen Chen. And now, standing at the forefront were Chen Chen, Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and Shang Wuji. Yes, the proud talents of the heavens believed that with Chen Chen's strength, he deserved to stand at the forefront. However, at this moment, two overwhelming pressures surged out from the black mist. In an instant, everyone's faces changed. When they looked at the terrifying figures emerging from the black mist, some of the proud talents' faces suddenly turned pale. In the endless darkness, there were two mammoth beasts like steel tanks slowly stepping out. With each step, the earth collapsed and cracked into countless fissures. The immense momentum enveloped everyone. That's a third-rank high-level mutant mammoth. Why are there mammoths appearing in the city defense battle? I heard that these mammoths can only be dealt with using cannonballs. At worst, it requires a fourth-rank warrior to intervene. It's over, they've really raised the intensity for us. Feeling the sudden pressure from the mammoths, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The reason being, the power of the mutant mammoths was just too strong. And behind those two mutant mammoths, dozens of third-rank beasts followed closely, roaring loudly at them. Roar! The deafening sound spread out, causing ear pain. Outside the screen, most of the geniuses were already feeling uneasy. Not only did the mutant mammoths have astonishing combat power, even the roars they emitted could have a certain attacking effect. It's over. Those proud talents are in trouble. Yes. I heard my uncle say that mammoths are the most difficult to deal with among low-rank beasts, let alone these mutant mammoths. It seems that the test for the proud talents is 10 times tougher than us geniuses. That's why they are called proud talents, right? But, I wonder who can deal with those two mutant mammoths in the end. It should be Chen Chen and Shang Wuji, right? Someone said. Yes, only the two of them can handle such a mutated third-grade fierce mammoth, while Gu Jin and Lan Qi fall a bit short. For a moment, everyone quieted down, naturally trusting Shang Wuji in their hearts. As for Chen Chen, they also carried great expectations. You see, if it were a land battle now, the technique Chen Chen previously used, you sure, might only be effective in the sky. It would probably be difficult to break through the mutated mammoth's defense on land. But who knows if they have any hidden cards up their sleeves. So, with various expectations in their eyes, everyone's gaze once again turned to the screen. On the virtual battlefield, the young talents could already feel the earth shaking. In the forefront, Chen Chen stood side by side with Shang Wuji. I'll take care of the one on the right, Shang Wuji said. In his eyes flashed a hint of battle intent, not just towards the mutated mammoth, but more so a declaration of war against Chen Chen. You see, the powers of light and darkness are distinct, often on opposite sides. Therefore, Shang Wuji did not want to admit being weaker than Chen Chen. Not to mention, Shang Wuji's inherent pride would never allow him to consider himself weaker than Chen Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen nodded, all right. Then, Chen Chen turned his head slightly to look at all the young talents, including Gu Jin and Lan Qi, and said, the rest, I leave it to you. Gu Jin and Lan Qi exchanged a glance, realizing they had no absolute confidence in defeating the mutated mammoth. And if they were to be aggressive and choose to face a fierce beast that didn't match their abilities, it could likely increase the city's destruction rate. This was absolutely unacceptable. Suddenly, Chen Chen chuckled, can someone hand me that big gun? The longer and thicker kind. A gun? Everyone was stunned. Chen Chen still used guns? Since Chen Chen joined the group battle, no one had seen him use a gun. Even though the terrifying giant spear condensed by the dark giant hand was considered just an attack method. Who would have thought that Chen Chen would actually use a gun? However, everyone was curious about whether Chen Chen's marksmanship was truly exceptional. Soon, a person swiftly threw a giant silver gun measuring 3.5 meters, resembling a meteor, towards Chen Chen. Watching the elongating gun in his eyes, Chen Chen smiled lightly, gently sidestepped, and in an instant, grabbed the massive gun handle in his hand. In that moment, Chen Chen's demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. If Chen Chen before was like a deep abyss enveloped in thunderous pressure, then at this moment, he transformed into a stunning giant spear soaring with sharpness, standing tall like a mountain in place. This guy really knows how to use a gun. One person's pupils constricted, incredulously exclaiming. Shang Wuji glanced at Chen Chen, slightly shocked. He had thought Chen Chen was only gifted in abilities, never expecting his martial arts skills to be exceptional as well. You see, it's rare for someone to practice both abilities and martial arts. But, even if Chen Chen was like this, did that mean Shang Wuji lacked this ability? He could also master intricate martial arts. Composing himself, Shang Wuji looked at the mutated mammoth in the distance. Let's see who can kill it faster. Upon hearing Shang Wuji's voice, everyone was stunned, turning their gazes to the indifferent Chen Chen, who simply smiled, bring it on. Perfect, I haven't used my marksmanship in a long time. I'll practice on this fierce beast. Just then, a loud roar echoed. Roar! Before the black mist, those two mutated mammoths, leading countless fierce beasts, suddenly charged forward, their immense momentum making the earth tremble like a dragon turning over. Boom! Charge! In an instant, countless proud warriors turned into virtual shadows, swiftly joining the battle, clashing with numerous fierce beasts. And in the center of the battle, in front of the two mutated mammoths, stood a slender figure on each end. Facing the mammoth beasts in front of him, Saint Wuji's expression turned serious as he raised his hands abruptly. Holy light radiant armor. In an instant, numerous holy lights coiled around him like ethereal dragons, then swiftly condensed into layers of thick holy light armor around his body. This holy light armor immediately attracted the attention of many. So powerful! Exclaimed a proud warrior. Then, Saint Wuji raised his hands high, and in a flash, two long swords enveloped in holy light appeared in his hands covered by his robe. Suddenly, the aura of Saint Wuji's figure underwent a tremendous transformation. He stood on the battlefield like an invincible sword. Countless people were shocked. Saint Wuji's swordsmanship has reached such a profound level? My goodness! He's been hiding it so well. Wow! I've watched all his recorded matches, and he never used it. Seems like he was forced by the mutated mammoths. No, it's not the mutated mammoths that forced him, it's Chen Chen, right? Amidst the astonishment of many, Saint Wuji glanced at Chen Chen, catching a glimpse of surprise in Chen Chen's eyes. and this was exactly the effect he wanted. Come, Chen Chen. Next, there will be something even more shocking for you. Facing the mutated mammoths in front of him, Saint Wuji lightly drew a curve at the corner of his mouth. Holy light sword annihilation. With a soft murmur from Saint Wuji, his hands, like lightning, swiftly struck one of the mutated mammoths in an instant. Boom! In the bewildered gazes of many, that mutated mammoth was instantly sent flying by the impact of the holy light sword aura. With a mournful cry, the massive body showed a trace of blood on its surface. Wow! This is too strong, isn't it? Swordsmanship at the pinnacle of profundity. So Saint Bro had this hidden skill all along. It's over, now that mutated mammoth is really going to be killed, Chen Chen's bet is going to fail. It's worth noting that the defense of mutated mammoths is incredibly strong. However, Saint Wuji was able to forcefully send the mutated mammoth flying with the might of his twin swords. He even left a scar on the surface of the mutated mammoth's skin. How terrifying is this strength? Some initial stage 4th grade martial artists find mutated mammoths extremely tricky to deal with. Yet, in the face of Saint Wuji's response, it seems so effortless. Sometimes one has to admit how vast the gap between individuals can be. On the other side, the battlefield between Chen Chen and the mutated mammoths. Speaking of Chen Chen, along with Saint Wuji's gaze, they both turned towards Chen Chen, eagerly anticipating the performance of these dark horse top-tier proud warriors. However, when they looked in Chen Chen's direction, everyone's gaze suddenly froze in place. In an instant, the skin of many proud warriors began to prickle with goosebumps. In Chen Chen's direction, a long spear was seen climbing up the endless darkness and thunderous light. A terrifying pressure suddenly condensed within the huge spear. And there stood Chen Chen, clad in black armor, standing boldly before the mutated mammoths, his dark hair dancing wildly, resembling a general standing on an ancient battlefield. An astonishing intent of the spear, like a volcano that had not erupted for 1,000 years, burst forth, shocking countless people. The emanation from Chen Chen's body was actually the embryonic form of spear intent? What is the embryonic form of gun intent? That is something only a monstrous talent who has reached the true self level of marksmanship can comprehend and bring forth. Often, when someone reaches the true self stage in marksmanship, they can comprehend that supreme embryonic form of gun intent. Once understood, the long spear used will have effects several times greater than before. It's something that many martial arts geniuses pursue throughout their lives but find it difficult to achieve. And now, they actually see it on Chen Chen? Is this guy really a genius? A genius exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone was shocked by this. The emanating gun intent unexpectedly spread out like a tide, and Lan Qi and Gu Jin also felt it, staring at Chen Chen with eyes wide open like copper bells. He's truly a monster, Lan Qi said with a bitter smile. How can I even compare to this? Gu Jin was slightly stunned. Meanwhile, Saint Wuji clenched the dual swords in his hands, feeling a faint sense of loss passing through his heart. The true self level of marksmanship is a level above his profound swordsmanship. The true self level is what Saint Wuji has been tirelessly pursuing. How terrifying is this guy's talent? In the virtual space, geniuses from 54 provinces were dumbfounded when they sensed the aura emanating from Chen Chen. Their minds went blank. The entire arena fell silent once again because of Chen Chen. After a while, the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard repeatedly. True self-level marksmanship. This guy actually has such accomplishments in martial talent? Terrifying dual talents, coupled with true self-level marksmanship. This is truly a top genius. No! This is at the level of a monstrous talent. In our generation, such a terrifying participant has emerged. Most shocking of all, this monster comes from the previously almost bottom-ranked Jiangnan province. While everyone was shocked, some blushed like monkeys' buttocks. For example, Xiao Wuhan and Guo Fengyue, thinking back to their previous derogatory remarks towards Chen Chen, couldn't help but want to slap themselves 2 or 3 times. Why were they so despicable back then? And at that moment, everyone's gaze suddenly turned towards the 3 individuals from Jiangnan province. Yan Jinghong, Li Shuyun, and Yi Kong were also engulfed in immense shock. Isn't it? Chen Chen's marksmanship has reached the true self level? Li Shuyun was dumbfounded. Remember, in their previous confrontation during the Battle Royale mode, Chen Chen's profound marksmanship had already left him feeling hopeless. And now, Chen Chen was displaying true self-level marksmanship? How long has it been since then? Just a month, right? The speed at which this guy is getting stronger is truly terrifying. Damn, he's really a monster. Yan Jinghong cursed under his breath. He wasn't this terrifying a month ago. Shan Bro is amazing. Yi Kang's eyes were sparkling with admiration. Along with everyone's astonishment, even the leaders in the control room were at a loss. If there were any doubts about what Xingxianyi from the Endless Sky Academy had said before, they all vanished when Chen Chen displayed true self-level marksmanship. Absolutely possesses the talent of comprehension, Gu Linghan said confidently. Triple talent. Triple talent. There are only a few in human history. Shen Tuyi became excited. Comprehending true self-level marksmanship, understanding the embryonic form of gun intent, just this alone is enough to match the appearance of a monstrous talent. Xiang Tiange's eyes narrowed. Moreover, Chen Chen's realm is only at the mid-stage of the second rank. Mid-stage of the second rank. Understanding true self-level marksmanship. In a moment, the four deans, along with Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu, all felt their scalps tingling. It's worth noting that they could barely come into contact with martial arts of the true self level when they were at the level of a 5th grade warrior. Contact with a 2nd grade warrior? They couldn't even imagine touching the martial arts at the micro level of a 2nd grade warrior. Chen Chen, you must come to our academy. Instantly, the eyes of the four college deans lit up, wishing they could immediately enroll Chen Chen. Such strength. Even among sophomore students, this was considered exceptional. If he participated in the competition for immortal artifacts, there would likely be no problem at all. Perhaps that would be Chen Chen's true stage. Lin Jianfeng also felt a surge of joy in his heart, a monstrous talent with 3 major talents. If Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian knew they had missed such a talent, they would probably be so angry they'd spit blood on the spot. At this moment, Huo Xiu, the vice principal, smiled and said, Lin Jianfeng's investment this time really shows his discerning eye. But everyone, you can also take a good look at the strength of Chen Chen's embryonic spear intent before making a decision, right? For a moment, everyone's gaze turned back to Chen Chen. On the screen, Chen Chen's eyes, like black holes, suddenly widened. Along with the opening of his eyes resembling black holes, Chen Chen's aura at this moment reached its peak. Buzz! Countless dark thunderous dragons constructed of chi swirled around him. He seemed to be covered in a layer of dark thunderous light, with strange runic patterns appearing on his cheeks. It was at this moment that the mutated mammoth on the opposite side seemed to sense a great threat. The mutated mammoth roared and, with the pressure of a steel tank, charged towards Chen Chen. Boom! Boom! Amid the astonished gazes of countless people, the earth cracked under the feet of the mutated mammoth, causing many to feel the terrifying power. As they watched the mutated mammoth in their line of sight growing larger, Chen Chen just smiled lightly. Ants. But the noise it makes is quite loud. In that instant, the dark thunderous spear in Chen Chen's hand, like a dragon, suddenly thrust towards the head of the mutated mammoth. Buzz, accompanied by the power of dark thunder in the spear and the spear intent generated by the martial arts of the true self level, the momentum of the dark thunderous giant spear was as terrifying as a storm. In an instant, this spear tore through the air. In a flash, the terrifying spear tip was already against the head of the mutated mammoth. Then, the dark thunderous giant spear, like cutting through dead wood, completely pierced the head of the mutated mammoth. Ripping, the entire mutated mammoth was split in half in an instant, with countless blood splattering and drenching the earth in warm blood. This creature that had shaken countless people to their core was killed by Chen Chen with a single spear in an instant. This guy is too powerful, isn't he? A prodigy's legs trembled slightly. Who could have imagined that Chen Chen could unleash such terrifying power? No one had expected it. The terrifying dark thunder energy and the martial arts talent of the true self level, when placed separately on an ordinary prodigy, would shock an entire province. And at this moment, these two were converging in the same person, making everyone feel like they had a lump in their throats. There were no words to describe Chen Chen's terror. At this moment, Gu Jin and Lan Qi also paused in their killing of the ferocious beasts. Gu Jin smiled bitterly. I'm no match for him. This was the first time he had voluntarily admitted defeat in front of others. You see, he came from the Gu family and was considered the top prodigy at provincial city No. 1 high school, making everyone envious. But in front of Chen Chen, his title as a prodigy seemed fake. Chen Chen, I reckon you can compete with the top guy in the capital city, right? Lan Qi pursed her lips in disbelief. You see, Lan Qi was the second-ranked talent in the capital city, just below the most terrifying monster in recent years. However, when compared to Chen Chen, even that monster seemed lackluster to Lan Qi. For the Lan family in the capital, this was already an extremely terrifying compliment. On the other side, Shang Wuji's hands trembled slightly as he looked at the mutant mammoth that Chen Chen had killed with one move, feeling a bit dazed. How is this possible? Is Chen Chen really stronger than me? And even stronger than me by who knows how much? You see, Shang Wuji chose the Xianyuan Martial Arts University with the goal of getting first place in the entrance exam, gaining the favor of the 4 major colleges, and earning the admiration of countless people. However, now, with Chen Chen possessing dark supernatural abilities, he had completely surpassed him? Shocked, astonished, unbelievable. Various emotions surged through Shang Wuji's heart, and faintly, Shang Wuji felt a sense of his Dao heartbreaking. Since birth, Shang Wuji had never thought he could lose to anyone. Yet, in Qinshen, he felt a defeat he had never experienced before. Just a moment ago, he was proud of leaving a wound on the mutant mammoth with one sword, and now someone could kill the mutant mammoth with one shot? The difference between the two was like night and day. This was nothing. Shang Wuji's past pride was completely shattered here. However, before Shang Wuji could think further, the mutant mammoth in front of him suddenly stood up. Its round eyes seemed to be filled with blood due to Shang Wuji's sword strike or its companion's death. In just an instant, the mutant mammoth charged towards Shang Wuji. Its huge body was like a steel tank, delivering a destructive blow to Shang Wuji. It's over. Shang Wuji's face turned pale, his heart trembling. His attention had been completely drawn by Qinshen just now, and at this moment, the ferocious mammoth was attacking him, yet Shang Wuji couldn't react. And when he tried to raise his long sword, it was already too late. The mutant mammoth was charging towards him, its steel-like hard head rushing towards Shang Wuji like a tide. And at that moment, a faint murmur suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. Dark Thunder Spear Throw. Qinshen exhaled a breath, his body bending like a spring with flexibility. Then, the 5-meter giant spear was suddenly released. Boom! The huge spear completely tore through the air, shooting towards the mutant mammoth attacking Shang Wuji. Bang! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Qinshen's spear pierced through the mutant mammoth's head. With a splutter, the whole head suddenly exploded. The second mutant mammoth. Dead. The entire battlefield fell silent. Whether it was the simulated mutant beasts from the virtual space or the talented individuals defending the city, they all felt a sudden halt. What kind of monster is this guy? 2 spears to kill 2 mutant mammoths? Is he really from the same generation as us? Is he really a second-grade warrior? Is he really from the Jiangnan province and not the illegitimate child of some military big shot? All the talented individuals roared. And it seemed that the group of beasts also sensed Qinshen's terror, as they all gasped in fear, their trembling bodies retreating back into the black mist. The simulation of the Dayu artificial intelligence was the most advanced thing on the entire Blue Star, because the intelligence of the mutant beasts was simulated almost perfectly. And now, these beasts were actually retreating in fear of Qinshen. None of the prodigies had ever thought of this. However, they knew that the reason for this was because Qinshen stood on this battlefield. Are you okay? Qinshen stepped forward and stood in front of Shang Wuji. Looking at Qinshen's handsome face, Shang Wuji was stunned and showed a bitter smile. It's really. So it turns out. I really can't compare to you. All the prodigies showed a shocked expression, because they could hardly imagine that Shang Wuji would say such words to Qinshen. You should know that Shang Wuji's strength has always been considered the first among all the freshmen at Xianyuan Martial University, and his performance in the entrance exam naturally earned him the recognition of many. And now, he actually admitted to being weaker than the other party? In the past, this group of prodigies would definitely shake their heads and deny it. However, Shang Wuji's words were directed at Qinshen. In an instant, everyone felt that it was right. At this moment, Qinshen's displayed combat power was absolutely worthy of such a title. And after hearing Shang Wuji's words, Qinshen just smiled lightly. You're not bad either, just a little bit worse than me. A little bit? Is it really just a little bit? A rare bitter smile appeared on Shang Wuji's face. At this moment, Qinshen had become the well-deserved number 1 among the freshmen. And as the scene of Qinshen killing 2 mutated beasts spread, along with Shang Wuji's final bitter smile, countless geniuses on the virtual screen suddenly felt their scalps tingle. Who could have imagined that Qinshen could reach such a terrifying level? Who could have imagined that Qinshen could be stronger than Shang Wuji? Who could have imagined that Qinshen could become the number 1 freshman at Xianyuan Martial University today? If someone had told them before that Qinshen was the top freshman at Xianyuan Martial University this year, they would have just sneered and mocked. But now, they could hardly laugh, because before them stood a terrifying genius, suppressing this group of exam geniuses from all over the country. Forgive me for being blind before. Stronger than Shang Wuji, damn. I can't believe it. I want to ask, who has Qinshen's contact information? I want to be friends with him. I even want to give birth to monkeys for Qinshen. You damn man. I would be almost there too. Countless discussions rang out, but in their tones, there was nothing but shock and awe towards Qinshen. And in a corner of the viewing stand, 3 people from Jiangbei First Middle School also stared at the screen in a daze. Chan bro, really got first place? Yi Kong almost exclaimed. You should know that although Qinshen had not fought Shang Wuji directly, by killing this mutated mammoth, he could indirectly prove their true levels. Shang Wuji left a scar with 1 sword, but Chun Chen could kill the mutated mammoth with one spear. In comparison, Chen Chen's terror was simply undeniable. Li Shuyun shook his head. I didn't expect this guy to achieve such a dazzling result in the entrance exam. Yan Jinghong clicked his tongue. I didn't expect. I guess even Wang Tianming and Long Haoren wouldn't have expected it. You should know that their province was one of the last among the 54 provinces. Historically, they had always been at the bottom during the entrance exams, and Yan Jinghong and the others were well aware of their own results. However, among them, there was such a shining star who helped them break through to the first place at Xianyuan Martial University. What an astonishing achievement! If this news were to reach the Jiangnan province, the entire Provincial Education Bureau, all schools, and even Commander Su Lingyun, I wonder how shocked they would be. When the entrance exam is over, I'm afraid this news will spread. Amidst the shock of countless students, even the 4 deans in the monitoring room and the admissions office director Lin Jianfeng were also stunned. Looking at Chen Chen on the screen, who was receiving countless respectful gazes, the 4 deans were unusually calm. After a long time, Gu Linghan stared at Chen Chen intently. Chen Chen, you have the bearing of a 9th-rank martial king. Shinti took a step forward, his eyes shining. No, I think he can challenge the half-step 10th-rank martial saint. Xiang Tianga also nodded. Triple talent, SSS-Grade Dark God Body plus Thunder talent, and an Insight talent. In our Xianyuan Martial Arts University, we haven't seen such a genius in decades. Xingxiani also said, I'm really dumbfounded, this little guy is so strong. At this level, he could probably rank around 80 in the sophomore year. Tisk TSK, if those sophomore students knew that a freshman like Chun Chen could compete with them for immortal artifacts, I wonder what their expressions would be like. Everyone was shocked by Chen Chen. You see, in their eyes, Chen Chen was just a lucky kid who happened to be the top scorer in the province. When they heard Lin Jianfeng say that Chun Chen would compete for the immortal artifact quota, they were furious. And now, they were all like wolves and tigers, their eyes gleaming, wishing they could devour Chen Chen right away. Gu Linghan said, this child is destined for our Tongtian Academy. Shinti angrily said, does your Tongtian Academy have no shame? You were the most enthusiastic about Chen Chen just now. Our Yutian Academy also welcomes him. Xiang Tianga waved his hand. Enough, you two are the most disdainful of Chun Chen. Let my Lingtian Academy handle this. Xingxiani raised his eyes. Our Zhongtian Academy also wants Chen Chen. Just as everyone was about to argue over Chen Chen, Lin Jianfeng coughed lightly. Alright, stop arguing. Next, there will be one final battle, you can continue watching. Lin Jianfeng chuckled, but the deans of the 4 colleges all turned their heads at the same time. The appearance of a mutant mammoth? Isn't that the most difficult exam question in history? Do we need something even more challenging? Lin Jianfeng shrugged, pointed his finger diagonally at Huaxiao. The latter smiled lightly and said, it's been a long time since I've seen such a genius, should we increase the difficulty a bit? Xingxiani asked, how difficult do you plan to make it? Adding a 3rd-rank perfect mutant beast for them to practice against? Gu Linghan added, it's for Chen Chen to practice, no one knows his limits now. However, the words they heard next made all 4 deans freeze at the same time. Huaxiao said, I plan to add a test for Chen Chen to become a Beast Lord. A Beast Lord isn't that strong. In terms of strength, just a 3rd-rank perfect will do. The 4 deans were all in a state of confusion. Testing students in the mid-2nd rank with a 3rd-rank perfect Beast Lord? Are you sure this isn't a joke? With everyone's bewildered gazes, Huaxiao stroked his beard and then smiled. Daiyu Artificial Intelligence System, initiate the final trial assessment. Release the 3rd-rank perfect sword Tiger Lord. Release all the pressure. With the flickering light on the screen in front of them, everyone in the monitoring room once again turned their eyes to Chen Chen. This is a 3rd-rank Beast Lord. I wonder if Chen Chen can do it? And in the virtual battlefield on the screen, all the geniuses were cheering. You should know that getting good grades in the entrance exam can lead to more rewards after the exam. These rewards are undoubtedly enviable. With a 0% city defense destruction rate, some well-informed students said that this has broken the final record for Xianyuan Martial University to offer this program. Therefore, the rewards they receive are definitely the highest among all year levels. Thinking of this, the proud talents couldn't help but get excited. But without a doubt, everyone knows the reason they can get these rewards. It's because in their team, there is the existence of Chun Chen, a monstrous individual. At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but emit a hint of golden light. Before this, no one could have imagined that Chen Chen was so strong. In this world, strength is respected. As long as you are strong enough, anyone is worthy of respect. And now, the proud talents have already focused all attention on Chen Chen. This exam should be over by now. St. Wuji smiled, let's fight again after we go out. Chen Chen smiled, sure, real battles are more exhilarating. Gu Jin raised his hand, I want to spar with you, your black battle armor looks terrifying in defense. Lan Qi jumped up, although my dark gold flying knife may not break your defense, it will definitely make it difficult for you to defend. Hearing the voices of the three top talents, the surrounding talents were extremely shocked. Who could have imagined before this that the three top talents would challenge Chen Chen in this way? No one. And after hearing Gu Jin and Lan Qi's words, Chen Chen also nodded, sure, let's try again when we go out. Seeing Chen Chen being so agreeable, the other talents were eager to try. And just then, the faces of all the talents suddenly changed, immediately looking towards the surging black mist. In that black mist, a terrifying aura suddenly spewed out. Boom! The terrifying pressure exploded completely, causing the eardrums of all talents to ache under this pressure. What is that? I heard my senior say that a mutated level ferocious beast is already the most terrifying assessment? No, how is this possible? Wait, this pressure, look at it. Damn! What is that? Amidst countless exclamations, a huge tiger-shaped ferocious beast, 6 meters in size, suddenly stepped out of the surging black mist. The tiger-shaped ferocious beast was entirely a stunning silver-white color, with eyes as blue as the sea and a sense of devouring. What made people's scalps tingle the most was the 3 10-meter-long tail swords hanging down behind the tiger-shaped ferocious beast, sharp as blades. This is a Lord-level sword tiger. A talent's face turned pale, suddenly losing their voice. And it's of the 3rd rank high stage. Lord level. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, deeply striking at everyone's hearts. You see, ferocious beasts are generally divided into 3 levels, ordinary, mutated, and Lord level. Lord level ferocious beasts are the strongest among all ferocious beasts of the same attribute and realm. Generally speaking, a Lord level ferocious beast is capable of killing the same kind of ferocious beast across realms, not to mention facing martial artists with inherently weak physical bodies. In battles, it often takes several martial artists of the 4th rank initial stage to deal with a 3rd rank Lord level ferocious beast. And now, their final assessment in the city defense exam is actually a Lord level sword tiger. 1 tail sword is ordinary, 2 tail swords are mutated, 3 tail swords are Lord level. With 3 tail swords striking together, almost no one can rival it. It's over. Countless talents shuddered. Even Saint Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin, the top talents, showed an unprecedented seriousness on their faces. Outside the screen, countless people gazed at the sword tiger, their bodies trembling violently. Even through the screen, they could feel the terror emanating from the sword tiger. If they were to face such a ferocious beast in the real world, they would probably be killed instantly with just one glance. Chen Chen and the others are done for. A 3rd grade high-level Lord-class beast. Unless they are 4th grade warriors, no one can defeat it. My god. This entrance exam is way too difficult. We are truly the most unfortunate cohort. Everyone discussed fervently, their teeth involuntarily feeling sour. Among the 3 in the Jiangnan province, they couldn't help but exchange glances, their faces turning pale. Their highest strength was only at the mid-level of the 2nd grade, and the pressure brought by the Lord-class sword tiger was simply overwhelming. Yan Jinghong realized, I suspect this was specifically arranged for Chen Chen. Li Shuyun nodded, it's possible. Yi Kong said, what about Brother Chen? Could he be done for? However, Yan Jinghong and Li Shuyun shook their heads simultaneously, their gazes coincidentally meeting Chen Chen's eyes on the screen. I can feel it, Chen Chen is damn confident, Yan Jinghong said. Li Shuyun gave a thumbs up. Although the Lord-class sword tiger was indeed formidable, why did he feel like it couldn't defeat Chen Chen? Sword tiger. A 3rd grade perfect sword tiger. Lao Hua, you really brought it out. Gu Linghan sneered. On the battlefield, we might need to request reinforcements, Xing Tian added. Facing the 2, Huaxiu just smiled lightly, you both know that the battlefield is ever-changing, and any ferocious beast could appear. Therefore, we must not take it lightly. Otherwise, it's highly likely to die on the spot. I'm doing this for their own good, look at them, each with a 0% city defense destruction rate, all cheering. And now, most importantly, I want to see the limits of this little guy, Chen Chen. Huaxiu's faint murmur also gained the approval of the others. They didn't become deans and directors for nothing, they fought their way up on the battlefield. Humans are in trouble. Warriors assist. Almost every graduate must head to the border to kill ferocious beasts, it's everyone's duty. However, once again, everyone's gaze shifted back to the screen. They were curious whether Chen Chen, who possessed 3 terrifying talents, could defeat this Lord-class beast. If he couldn't, they would see Chen Chen's maximum strength. If he did win, they simply couldn't imagine what they would do. While they were contemplating, on the virtual battlefield, the 3-tailed sword tiger seemed to have noticed the outstanding individuals. Then roar! A terrifying tiger roar resounded, making countless outstanding individuals feel their blood freeze. This Lord-class beast was showing its killing intent towards them. As the massive roar spread, everyone immediately released their abilities, concentrating on their eardrums. Boom! The terrifying sound wave attack created waves of air, even causing the earth to crack slightly. Everyone's expression changed abruptly as they looked towards the city wall. Seeing the city defense destruction rate still at 0%, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This three-tailed sword tiger was truly terrifying. It even had an attack effect with sound waves, truly deserving its reputation as a killing weapon on the battlefield. Let's join forces. Shang Wuji said solemnly, this ferocious beast is no longer something we can handle alone. Ancient Gold, Lan Qi, and other outstanding individuals all nodded in agreement. They knew that the Lord-level ferocious beast in front of them was truly powerful. Soon, their gazes turned towards Chen Chen. After Chen Chen displayed extraordinary strength, the center of the entire team unconsciously shifted towards him. However, the next moment, the words spoken by Chen Chen made everyone's faces freeze in shock. I think this ferocious beast is prepared for me. I'll handle this alone. Chen Chen smiled lightly, holding the Dark Thunder Giant spear and wearing the Dark Thunder light armor. He stepped forward to the front of the entire team. Everyone was stunned, looking at Chen Chen's back in amazement. They never expected that facing a Lord-level ferocious beast, Chen Chen would dare to take it on alone? How confident was this guy in his own abilities? Could it be that Chen Chen really had a way to contend with this ferocious beast? They didn't know, and they couldn't believe it. However, a faint sense of anticipation surged in their hearts, believing that Chen Chen could defeat the ferocious beast lord on his own. Just then, Saint Wuji spoke up. Chen Chen, are you sure? Saint Wuji asked. Yes. Chen Chen nodded lightly, the hurricane causing his black hair to dance wildly, his robe rustling in the wind. I also want to show a bit of my true strength. A bit of true strength. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Could it be that Chen Chen hadn't used his true strength before? How was that possible? How much more was Chen Chen hiding? Whether it was Saint Wuji, Ancient Gold, Lan Qi, or the 33 outstanding individuals, upon hearing these words, they were all shocked beyond belief. In the end, Saint Wuji said, step back. Let Chen Chen handle this on his own. Ancient Gold said solemnly, Chen Chen, if you can't win, remember to call for us. Lan Qi said seriously, I will also lend you a hand. As everyone gradually stepped back after speaking, Chen Chen slowly turned his head and gave them a faint smile. Please trust me. I want to nail the corpse of that ferocious beast to this land. Buzzed black mist billowed, and on the vast land, only Chen Chen and the three-tailed sword tiger stood facing each other. The terrifying pressure was like a tide, colliding like heaven and earth. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Chen, showing expressions of anticipation, shock, fear, and various other complex emotions. Before this, everyone thought there would be a terrifying group battle. But now, it was Chen Chen fighting alone. He's too confident. Confidence can be both good and bad. If I were Chen Chen, I would never be so arrogant. I would definitely have all the outstanding individuals join forces. If he fails, Chen Chen will be the culprit of the 35 outstanding individuals. Just then, Yan Jinghong stepped forward voluntarily. So, you are not Chen Chen, you don't have Chen Chen's confidence. Li Shuyun smiled, I've said it before, Chen Chen is the strongest, no doubt about it. Yi Kong raised his hands, I, Brother Chen, am invincible. Everyone couldn't help but be slightly stunned by their words, containing countless complex emotions. Some hoped that Chen Chen could defeat the ferocious beast lord and successfully complete this entrance exam. Some also hoped that the ferocious beast lord would crush Chen Chen with a single slap, satisfying their dark inner desires. However, in the end, everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Chen. In the virtual battlefield, the three-tailed sword tiger looked at Chen Chen in front of it, and on its terrifying and fierce huge head, a human-like sneer appeared. The ferocious beast simulated by the Dayu artificial intelligence system was almost 100% accurate, and the lord-level ferocious beast already possessed the intelligence of a human child around 10 years old. Feeling the aura of a second-grade intermediate warrior emanating from Chen Chen's body, even the three-tailed sword tiger couldn't help but show a contemptuous smile. How dare this human be so arrogant? Wasn't he just here to deliver food? With that thought, the fur all over the three-tailed sword tiger bristled, and a fierce killing intent erupted from its snowy white vertical pupils. Roar! Accompanied by a loud roar, the three-tailed sword tiger suddenly stomped forward, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered the earth into countless cracks. Following that, like a steel chariot, the three-tailed sword tiger swiftly charged towards Chen Chen. Such speed! Exclaimed a prodigy. He possessed the top-tier storm talent of S rank, making his speed among the best of all prodigies. Yet, in his eyes, he was not even half as fast as the three-tailed sword tiger before him. Chen Chen was in danger. In the blink of an eye, the three-tailed sword was already in front of Chen Chen, opening its fanged mouth and letting out a tremendous roar. Then, the three-tailed swords behind it, like meteors, suddenly burst forth with a tsunami-like energy towards Chen Chen. Yes, the tail sword attack of the three-tailed sword tiger was its most terrifying move. The terrifying three-tailed swords tore through the air, surging towards Chen Chen menacingly. Swish! In an instant, the tail swords were just a yard away from Chen Chen. Watching the three-tail swords rapidly enlarging in his line of sight, a hint of excitement suddenly appeared on Chen Chen's face, wrapped in a light smile. In his mind, a long-lost sense of battle intent suddenly flashed by. It turned out that only opponents like this were truly worth his full effort. In an instant, an energy potent enough to make all prodigies present pale erupted instantly. Boom! A huge dark thunder energy enveloped in thunder and darkness formed a circle around Chen Chen with a radius of half a meter. Then, this vast circle, like a mountain, suddenly erupted a terrifying dark thunder pillar towards the sky. Boom! The terrifying pillar of light shot straight into the sky, causing the entire land to tremble slightly. The pupils of the three-tailed sword tiger suddenly contracted. Under this terrifying energy, a sense of absolute crisis swept through the three-tailed sword tiger's mind. This human in front of him, how could he unleash such a powerful energy fluctuation? What kind of power is this? The three-tailed sword tiger's mind exclaimed in horror. Looking at the massive energy column in front of him, the three-tailed sword tiger quickly retreated, strategically withdrawing tens of meters in the blink of an eye. On the vast battlefield before him, the dark thunder energy column continued to surge. Even the black mist in the sky seemed to be connected to Chen Chen. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying energy column expanded once again, as if it wanted to engulf everything in front of it. Countless prodigies suddenly felt their scalps tingle, as if their blood had completely frozen at that moment. No way! Are you kidding me? Is Chen Chen really just a second-grade intermediate? The intensity of this energy eruption is estimated to be at least at the fourth-grade initial level. A second-grade intermediate erupting with the energy of a fourth-grade initial? No, isn't this a monster? Under the energy column erupted by Chen Chen, a bitter smile appeared on the faces of all prodigies. What was there to compete with in front of such a genius? What was there to compare? Nothing at all. Solely based on this energy intensity, Chen Chen probably didn't even need to use his true-level marksmanship to annihilate them all. However, in the eyes of the three top prodigies, it was a different scene. Looking at the dark energy column, Gu Jin smiled lightly. Perhaps, sometimes, some monsters are beyond our reach. Lan Qi sighed. If Chen Chen comes to the capital, he will probably become the top scholar of the capital. Shang Wuji was slightly stunned. The top scholars of your capital are not as good as Chen Chen? In terms of energy intensity, I'm afraid they really can't compare, Lan Qi said seriously. In an instant, the three top geniuses all took a sharp breath. They knew that this year's top spot in the entrance exam truly belonged to Chen Chen. This guy is really too strong. Can that lord-level, third-grade three-tailed sword tiger really be Chen Chen's opponent? As the screen lit up, countless people were still completely shocked in place by the dark thunder energy pillar. No one dared to imagine that Chen Chen could unleash such power. The energy Chen Chen unleashed is just a bit less than my martial arts teacher. He could be a principal at a high school in the county. He just started school. I'm sorry, Chen Chen bro. I shouldn't have said you were weak just now. Damn. I'm so inferior. Along with the shocked cries of countless people, the entire viewing area suddenly cast hot gazes towards Chen Chen. Everyone has a certain admiration for strength, and at this moment, the gazes directed at Chen Chen were like burning flames. The reason is simple. The shock Chen Chen brought to them was truly terrifying. I told you, Chen Chen is very strong. At this moment, Yan Jinghong and the others stood proudly, their gazes arrogantly sweeping around. And everyone around them had no objections. If they had a big brother like Chen Chen, they would probably appear even more arrogant and domineering than these three. In the monitoring room, the 6 people were all stunned in place, incredulously staring at the dark light pillar that Chen Chen had unleashed. Who can unleash such pressure at the second-grade martial artist stage? Even Gu Linghan, who had long become a martial honored at the 8th grade, was completely shocked by all this. Isn't it? Ah, Shin Tuyi exclaimed on the spot. This guy is the most terrifying talent I've ever seen. Xiang Tiange was equally shocked. This combat power could rival the top of a high school sophomore. It's at the level of a lower-tier upper class, Xing Tianyi said. They couldn't imagine that Chen Chen could unleash such power at this moment. Seeing the stunned expressions of the crowd, even Lin Jianfeng, whose heart was already churning with waves, couldn't help but laugh with his hands on his hips. Huh? What's with that expression? Just now when I said I would give Chen Chen a chance to compete for the immortal weapon, why did each of you look angry and resistant? And now, at this moment, the faces of the 4 deans were unusually flushed. They were raging in their hearts. Knowing that Chen Chen possessed such strength, how could they possibly speak out? No wonder even the principal, who knew that Chen Chen had the qualification to compete for the immortal weapon, had no objections. If the group of sophomores knew that there was such a terrifying junior competing with them, they would probably feel some pressure, right? However, with Chen Chen's strength, it would be too difficult to make it to the top 10 in the battle for the immortal weapon. But, that's the top 10, representing the strongest geniuses of the sophomore year. If he were to further refine his skills for another year, how terrifying would Chen Chen's strength be? No one dared to imagine. Alright, calm down, don't be shocked, look at the screen. In an instant, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned towards the screen, and the next moment's display made countless people's pupils suddenly shrink. Only in front of that vast city wall, within that terrifying Dark Thunder pillar, a slender figure slowly emerged from the Dark Thunder pillar. In the next moment, terrifying Dark Thunder dragons surged out from all around this slender figure. Boom! The Thunder dragons surged towards the sky, completely tearing apart the surrounding air. Everyone suddenly looked towards the slender figure, then froze in place. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Chen Chen's Dark Thunder armor had completely disappeared, turning into Dark Thunder liquid. The Dark Thunder liquid flowed on Chen Chen's skin, moving with his breath as if it were a flexible substance. Amidst endless turmoil, Chen Chen's black hair danced wildly in the wind, and the terrifying dark liquid adhered to his arms. A strange rune appeared on one side of Chen Chen's cheek, and a faint smile played on his lips. Terrifying. Shocking. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, feeling a chilling sensation rising from their feet to their heads. They had never imagined that Chen Chen could unleash such terrifying power. Chen Chen looked at the Dark Thunder liquid swirling in his palm and smiled lightly. Is this the initial form of the 9 Heavens Dark Thunder divine body? It's a pity. Only able to condense energy blocks the size of arms. Feeling the surging power within him, Chen Chen squinted his eyes, feeling only 8 words at this moment above the heavens and below the earth. I am unrivaled. Oh right, there's also a cowardly beast to deal with. Chen Chen raised his head, revealing eyes as dark as black holes, and then his gaze, filled with mockery, turned towards the distant 3-tailed sword tiger with a solemn face. Scum! I said I would pin you to the ground with a gun. Buzz, along with this murmuring voice, an invisible circle of darkness spread out. Countless people were shocked. Chen Chen's murmurs echoed throughout the venue. Under the astonished gazes of many, the lord-level beast's eyes widened to their limits. At this moment, he knew full well that the human in front of him was mocking him. Roar! In an instant, the 3-tailed sword tiger roared in anger, trying to intimidate the human in front of him with his lord-level pressure. However, his intimidation had no effect. He was met with a disdainful gaze, as if he were looking at a pile of garbage. Kill him! The 3-tailed sword tiger's heart surged with anger like molten lava. In an instant, the snowy white fur on his body turned blood red, his huge 6-meter body expanded to a terrifying 7 meters, almost the size of a 3-story building. Boom! Under countless fearful gazes, the 3-tailed sword tiger rose up, its massive body incredibly agile, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Chen Chen. The 3-tailed swords now exuded a completely different terrifying power, capable of piercing through almost anything in their path. However, as the 3-tailed sword tiger charged towards him, Chen Chen calmly spoke, Dark Thunder Sever. Simple and unadorned words. Yet, the Dark Thunder liquid between Chen Chen's arms twisted rapidly. In an instant, this Dark Thunder liquid extended like tentacles, condensing into 2 huge blades in the air at lightning speed. The blades fell, cutting through the endless air and severing the 3-tailed swords of the tiger. Ripping sounds echoed as blood sprayed, and the 3-tailed sword tiger let out a horrifying roar, its silver-white eyes filled with unbelievable bloodshot veins. One move killed the 3-tailed sword tiger. Everyone felt their scalp tingling with fear. However, that was not enough. Looking at the horrified 3-tailed sword tiger, Chen Chen smiled gently, I am Chen Chen. Prepare to die. In an instant, the Dark Thunder liquid between Chen Chen's hands changed once again. Suddenly, it moved behind Chen Chen, and then, a pair of Dark Thunder arms, as huge as ancient pythons, appeared abruptly. Following that, in the palms of these Dark Thunder hands, 2 7-meter giant spears suddenly appeared. The terrifying long spears, condensed with darkness and thunder, emitted an aura capable of annihilating everything. Then, under the horrified gaze of the 3-tailed sword tiger, these 2 Dark Thunder giant spears fiercely pierced from the left and right. Ripping, the Dark Thunder giant spears burst forth like an unstoppable force, piercing through the skin of the three-tailed sword tiger, with a crushing pressure, piercing through the three-tailed sword tiger completely. However, that was not enough. The deep-reaching long spears pierced through the body of the three-tailed sword tiger like skewers, and then plunged into the ground. A massive energy explosion occurred, creating deep craters in the earth, with countless dust clouds erupting, covering Chen Shen's figure as well. What happened? A series of gulping sounds echoed in the throats of everyone present, as all eyes were fixed on the dust cloud. Moments passed. The dust gradually dispersed, revealing a slender figure slowly walking towards the city wall. And behind this figure, a huge tiger assumed a crouching position, closely hugging the ground. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a dark long spear on each side of the tiger's head, firmly locking the three-tailed sword tiger in place. Thus, the three-tailed sword tiger, a third-grade leader of ferocious beasts, met its end. Silence. Eerie silence. The kind of silence where you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene, feeling as if there were explosions like nuclear bombs in their ears, drowning out all other sounds. All that remained was the sound of Chen Shen's footsteps echoing. As Chen Shen approached the group of prodigies, their dazed eyes regained a glimmer of vitality. You are truly strong. Saint Wuji looked at Chen Shen, a smile of genuine admiration appearing on his handsome face. At this moment, his arrogance had completely vanished. No one had expected that Chen Shen would be able to slay the ferocious beast leader in such a dominating manner. Chen Shen politely replied, "Your holy light talent is not bad either." Thinking of this, a bitter smile spread across Saint Wuji's face, realizing that back in the forest, he had hoped to achieve the top score in the entrance exam using his holy light. But now, it seemed like his wish was a bit too ambitious. Gu Jin chuckled, "After we leave, shall we exchange contact information?" Chen Shen nodded, "I would be delighted." Including Lan Shi, all the prodigies' gazes fell on Chen Shen, each of them wanting to add him to their contacts. Amidst the shock, they couldn't help but exchange glances. Chen Shen, the strongest among them. Only someone like him could shine brightly among the geniuses of the human race and lead a magnificent life, right? It was said that a month later, there would be a grand competition for a divine weapon in the second year of college. Perhaps by the time they reached the second year, they wondered if Chen Shen would still be able to obtain that supreme divine weapon. How exciting would that be? Just thinking about it made everyone look forward to it. Little did they know that Chen Shen had already qualified for the upcoming divine weapon competition before even starting school. If they knew, how astonished would the prodigies be? Beyond the screen, countless talented spectators were left dumbfounded. Chen Shen won? Chen Shen actually defeated the Lord of the Fierce Beasts? Chen Shen actually achieved the first place in the entrance exam? Looking at the slender figure on the screen, everyone knew one thing. The future Chen Shen is probably going to be the most dazzling figure in their entire freshman year. Such terrifying strength, even the students in their sophomore year would have to step back. Too strong, Lao Yan, Chen Shen is too strong. Li Shuyun felt like he was dreaming. Yan Jinghong's eyes were dull and lifeless, frozen in place. Chen Gu, simply invincible. Yi Kongjin exclaimed excitedly. Not long ago, they were still thinking that the Jiangnan province was not receiving attention from any other province, but now, it seems that their Jiangnan province is going to be in the spotlight. And all of this was brought by Chen Shen. At this moment, the gazes of Yin Jinghong and the others suddenly became completely fiery. Chen Shen, the strongest among them. Meanwhile, in another monitoring room, a similarly earth-shattering commotion was taking place. The vast monitoring room also fell into silence. However, after a brief silence, it erupted into a sound like a volcano. I, Gu Linghan, the dean of the Tongtian Academy, say that Chen Shen must come to our academy. Gu Linghan raised his hands. Gu Linghan, the last first place was from your academy. This time the first place is coming to our Yutian Academy. Shin Tuyi was not willing to back down at all. Our Lingtian Academy is the most suitable for Chen Shen. Xiang Tiange gritted his teeth. I'm telling you, this time, I won't back down either. I must snatch Chen Shen. Xing Tian also declared. In an instant, the four of them locked eyes, then turned into streaks of light and disappeared in an instant. And with Chen Shen's slaying of the three-tailed sword tiger, this news spread like a tidal wave. Even after leaving the virtual space, countless examinees were still licking their lips, showing expressions of shock. After all, in this world, it is especially rare for someone from the last-ranked province to achieve first place in the entrance exam. Especially when they heard that Chen Shen was just a student from a county-level high school, they were all dumbfounded, their eyes popping out. County-level high school, last-ranked province, first place among freshmen. When these three labels fell on the same person, it caused a huge sensation. Countless people were shocked by it. And at this moment, the protagonist of this event was in a huge office. Looking at the four deans surrounding him, Chen Shen swallowed nervously. Not afraid. It's just that the four deans' gazes were so intense, as if they were going to devour him, which was truly intimidating. At this moment, Gu Linghan smiled gently and cast a very warm gaze on Chen Shen. Chen Shen, we at the Tongtian Academy have high hopes for your potential. If you come to our Tongtian Academy, I'm afraid the entire academy will welcome you. Gu Linghan squinted his eyes. I guarantee that the treatment you receive will be the best among the four major academies, and we will provide you with the best resources for competing for immortal treasures. Before Chen Shen could respond, Shin Tuyi from the Yutian Academy spoke first. Chen Shen, you must not listen to Gu Linghan's nonsense. Their Tongtian Academy is a place that devours people without spitting out bones. Come to our Yutian Academy, where you can learn the most powerful defense techniques, and we can also guarantee resources for competing for immortal treasures at our school. Shin Tuyi rubbed his hands excitedly, but before he could say more, the dean of the Lingtian Academy, Xiang Tianga, spoke up. Why not come to our Lingtian Academy? Chen Shen, you know that our Lingtian Academy specializes in studying body techniques. You see, what's the point of practicing body techniques? There are so many women. If you come to our academy, I'll introduce you to 10 senior sisters. Let those senior sisters accompany you, guide you in the competition for immortal treasures. Chen Chen, you are trying to harm me, and the other three deans. On the side, Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They didn't expect Xiang Tianga to pull this move. Seeing this, Lin Jianfeng couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that the scene of the three universities competing for Chen Shen a month ago could be reproduced here. It was at this moment that Xingtian from the Zongtian Academy cleared his throat and smiled, saying, Chen Shen, I know your comprehension is extraordinary. It should be at least an SS-level talent comparable to Qitian's comprehension, right? Chen Shen nodded. Without surprise, he didn't deliberately hide any talent but displayed them all. Pretending to be weak won't get any support. When others heard what Chen Shen said, their pupils couldn't help but contract. Indeed, as Xingtian said, it was truly an SS-level Qitian comprehension. This guy has 3 innate talents. Shin Tuyi continued, what we cultivate at the Zongtian Academy is the Zongtian method, which can only be cultivated by 4th grade warriors. Moreover, the threshold for cultivation is extremely high and extremely difficult. However, it is precisely this high threshold that brings huge benefits. Tongtian, Yutian, and Lingtian cultivate strength, defense, and speed respectively, while we at the Zongtian Academy cultivate all three in harmony. Cultivating all three in harmony. At this point, Chen Shen's eyebrows suddenly raised, and excitement flashed through his eyes. You see, with his SSS level comprehension, no matter what martial arts he cultivates, it will become extremely easy. If he were to cultivate this Zongtian method, perhaps he could enhance his potential by more than a little. Before Chen Shen could think further, Shin Tuyi burst out with something that made everyone widen their eyes. Among the 4 major academies, there are the Tongtian Steel, Yutian Steel, Lingtian Steel, and Zongtian Steel. Xingtian organized his thoughts, and each of these 4 steels can only be comprehended by one person every 10 years. Chen Shen, if you are willing to come, I am willing to give this opportunity to you. Buzz. Gu Linghan, Shin Tuyi, and Xiang Tianga all widened their eyes at the same time. Even though Chen Shen's talent was monstrous, they couldn't imagine that Xingtian would directly give this opportunity to him. You see, the qualifications for comprehending these steels are extremely strict, not only based on talent but also on character, and all other aspects. Moreover, the comprehension quota has to be fought for among countless geniuses. They hadn't even decided who to send next year. And Xingtian, the dean of the Zongtian Academy, actually said he would give this quota to Chen Shen? What if an even more talented genius emerges in the future? How dare he take such a risk? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. At the same time, Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu couldn't help but glance at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that Chen Shen would actually have the opportunity to comprehend the Zongtian steel directly, nor did they expect that Xingtian would be so generous. And after hearing Xingtian's sincerity, even though he didn't know what the so-called Zongtian steel was for, judging by everyone's reactions, it was probably very precious. Moreover, the Zongtian Academy has had a small population over the years, perhaps going there could lead to enjoying better resources. At this moment, Chen Shen faced everyone's gaze and smiled gently, Dean Xing, I'll go with you. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Xingtian, who just smiled faintly. Congratulations, Chen Shen. You have successfully chosen us. No, we should choose each other. Fight for the immortal weapon, go for it. Chen Chun chuckled softly, immortal weapon? I will strive to obtain it. Chen Chen knew that the results of the entrance exam were nothing to be proud of. Perhaps, the battle for the immortal weapon was where he truly belonged. Immortal weapon. The moment these two words were mentioned, they seemed to shake people's hearts. With the official end of the freshman entrance exam, news of Chen Chen surpassing the geniuses like Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin spread throughout the entire academy like a tidal wave. Countless people marveled and were shocked by Chen Chen's terrifying abilities. After all, for a candidate of his background to clinch the top spot among the freshmen was incredibly difficult. There were even rumors that Chen Chen possessed a rare duel ability. At the same time, these rumors spread rapidly to other places. The other two holy martial arts universities, the Jiangnan province, and even Chen Chen's hometown of Jiangbei County, all became aware of this matter. In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with incredulity. In a moment, whether on campus forums or short video platforms, Chen Chen became the undisputed hot topic champion. After spreading throughout the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, these news spread like lightning in all directions. After this lightning-fast dissemination of news, within the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy, Long Haoren opened his eyes, revealing golden pupils. In this year's freshman exam, I ranked 29. Looking at it this way, it's actually quite good. But, I wonder how much Chen Chen scored, losing to Chen Chen in the entrance exam. Although he didn't say anything, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Maybe my entrance exam score is higher than Chen Chen's? Just then, Long Haoren received a text message on his phone, and as he read it, a bitter smile appeared on his face. This guy is really strong. First in the freshman entrance exam, surpassing Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. In that case, losing to Chen Chen might not be too embarrassing, right? Following Long Haoren, Wang Tianming, the Zhang brothers, and others also received news of Chen Chen's achievement as the top student in the Holy Martial Arts University entrance exam. In the end, everyone came to a conclusion: this guy is truly abnormal. In a certain second-tier university, Lin Qiming had just finished their freshman assessment. Lin Qiming's performance was average, neither strong nor weak. At this moment, lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling absent-mindedly, I wonder if Chen Chen's score is among the top. The pressure at the Holy Martial Arts University is immense. Meanwhile, his roommates were discussing the results of the freshman competition. Hey, come and see, the top freshmen of the three major Holy Martial Arts universities have been announced. Surprisingly, the Azure Sky Martial Arts University's top student is a girl, truly terrifying. The top student of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University is also impressive, with lightning flashing all over, very frightening. Look at this, hey! The top student of the Xianyuan Martial Arts University is quite handsome. His eyes are like black holes, very handsome. Let me see the name, what's it? Oh, it's Chen Chen. Suddenly, Lin Qiming jumped up from the bed and immediately went to the side of this roommate. What did you say? What's the name of the top student? Lin Qiming asked anxiously. This roommate gave Lin Qiming a look. His name is Chen Chen. What's wrong? Do you happen to know him? Lin Qiming giggled. I know him, of course I know him, he's my brother. We were in the same class in high school. Instantly, the faces of the roommates were filled with doubt. How could this kind of monster possibly know Lin Qiming, who was just a student at a second-tier university? And when Lin Qiming took out the photo of him and Chen Chen, the whole dormitory fell into an unusual silence. Then, the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard one after another. Jiangnan Province, Command Office. Su Lingtian rubbed his head, still feeling a bit of a headache until now. Although this time the college entrance examination produced such a top-notch talent like Chen Chen, there was still a long way to go before he could meet the KPI set by the higher-ups. To be honest, Su Lingtian was still hoping for the higher-ups to send him a Grandmaster Dan to help him break through, right? It seems we can only wait for the next college entrance examination. I hope we can have top talents like Chen Chen. By the way, I wonder how Chen Chen and the others did on the exam. However, just then, Su Lingtian suddenly received a text message. Ha? From Chen Chen? Let me see. And the moment Su Lingtian saw the message, as a 6th-rank Grandmaster, his whole body's blood suddenly froze. He smacked his lips, looking at the phone screen in disbelief. First in the freshman entrance exam? Am I dreaming? Wait, I'm not dreaming. Chen Chen really ranked first in the freshman entrance exam. In an instant, Su Lingtian's smile spread wider and faster. Ha ha ha, report, report. We can rely on Chen Chen for this year's KPI, no, for the next few years' KPI. Meanwhile, at Jiangbei No. 1 High School. At this moment, Jiangbei No. 1 High School was shining with a new brilliance. With Chen Chen achieving the top score in the college entrance exam, the entire school received praises from the county, city, and province. And at this moment, Principal Wei Qingtian was directing the sculptors under him. In front of him, a huge and handsome young man statue was gradually taking shape. Yes, he was sculpting Chen Chen. This kid, I will make him worshipped by the students of Jiangbei No. One high school day and night. Wei Qingtian's face was beaming. Just then, his phone suddenly received a text message. And when he read it clearly, with a snap, his phone dropped to the ground. Wei Qingtian's lips trembled. Chen Chen, ranked first in the freshman competition? So much so that today, the hot searches were filled with entries about Chen Chen. As the protagonist, he lived in the most high-tech luxury villa in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. As a special enrollment student and the top freshman, he was allocated the best resources. With such good resources, he couldn't afford to slack off. Because, in a month's time, he would need to participate in the Immortal Artifact competition. In the virtual space defense battle, he gained a lot, but there were still some areas that needed improvement. In that case, I need to work hard. If I can't achieve good results in the Immortal Artifact competition in a month, I won't be at the bottom of the rankings. Chen Chen thought. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Chen's realm advanced by leaps and bounds. With the high-quality resources provided by the Endless Sky Academy, his realm almost skyrocketed at a rocket-like speed. In just a month, Chen Chen broke through from the mid-level of the second rank to the mid-level of the third rank. And not just an ordinary mid-level of the third rank. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. Vast blood energy suddenly burst out, almost forming a mist of blood energy in the entire room. Chen Chen thought to himself, in this month, I have improved the SSR level 9 Heaven's Dark Thunder body a bit. If I face the three-tailed sword tiger, I can kill it with just my physical body. Oh, the system lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, on signing in for the third month and receiving the SSS level Godslayer Spear Intent. Wow! Jackpot! In an instant, Chen Chen's heart was filled with immense joy. After a month of fermentation, the leaders of the university gradually spread the news of Chen Chen's participation in the battle for the immortal weapon. Countless freshmen were amazed and shocked by this. According to the information, the battle for the immortal weapon could almost only be participated in by sophomores, and they only had one chance. After all, the immortal weapon becomes scarcer with each use, with extremely strict quota restrictions. The fact that Chen Chen could obtain this opportunity as a freshman was enough to astonish everyone. Even Saint Wuji and others were greatly surprised. Of course, some sophomores were extremely dissatisfied with the special treatment Chen Chen received. Why? Why can Chen Chen participate while we can't? Just a mere freshman, even if he's talented, so what? What qualifications does he have? At a barbecue stall, 3 people voiced their discontent. At a barbecue stall, 3 sophomores were cursing loudly. Really, why? I just want to ask why. There are only 20 spots for sophomores in the whole school, and because of him, it's increased to 21? I've worked hard all year and got nothing. The 3 sophomores looked at the information on the school forum, wishing they could smash their phones. If anyone familiar with them knew, they were ranked exactly 21, 22, 23 in their sophomore year. In other words, their strength was already very close to participating in the battle for the immortal weapon. However, due to luck or circumstances, they missed the opportunity completely. Seeing a freshman getting the chance to compete for the immortal weapon, everyone couldn't help but feel furious. Lao Wang, I have a plan, a sophomore said with a dark expression. Tell me. Another sophomore nodded. After whispering a few words, the eyes of the other 2 sophomores lit up. Good. Let's do it this way. Just a mere freshman, how strong can he be? Participating in the battle for the immortal weapon is nothing. We must make him lose face completely. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Let's drink. With these 3 hearty laughs, a plan against Chen Chen gradually unfolded. At the same time, more sophomores became increasingly aware of this matter. Within the Lingtian Academy, in a bamboo forest behind a villa area, a slender woman stood holding a delicate long sword in her right hand. The sword, shining like colored glaze, seemed to radiate brilliance in her palm. Her eyes, as clear as a mirror, flickered with a hint of surprise. Lin Qingzhu smiled lightly, and suddenly, countless sword shadows shimmered around her. Every time they fell, millions of sword shadows shimmered, stirring up strong winds that completely shredded the falling bamboo leaves. A freshman coming to compete for the immortal weapon? Did the school specially make an exception for him? Originally, there were only 20 spots for sophomores. They probably just let him go through the motions. Chen Chen? He's quite good looking. Just don't know if he's strong enough. Lin Qingzhu's long sword suddenly fell. With a buzzing sound, the bamboo branches in front of her burst open. Terrifying sword energy filled the air, leaving a huge pit on the ground. 4th rank intermediate, Lin Qingzhu. On the other side, At the summit of a 10,000-foot-high mountain, a rock-like figure stood tall. Various weapons were placed around him. Long swords, short swords, giant spears, halberds, and so on. If one looked closely, they would see the densely packed wounds covering his body. On each wound, there were twisted scabs, clearly divided by countless beatings and trials. It was terrifying to the point of making one's scalp tingle. Zhou Wenyu let out a sigh, his pitch-black eyes revealing a subtle sense of darkness that was hard to detect. TSK. It seems that the new junior brothers recruited by the school this time are highly valued. To actually grant him the qualification to participate in the artifact competition in his freshman year. It should be noted that due to the limited number of artifacts, almost everyone can only participate once, and usually, this takes place in the sophomore year. However, Zhou Wenyu had never heard of anyone participating in the artifact competition in their freshman year before. Indeed, to think that he can get a spot from me, isn't that a bit too far-fetched? Tongtian Academy. Inside the dim and narrow underground passage stood a young man with muscles like twisted knots, standing still in place. He closed his eyes, the fists seeming to contain infinite power. Stepping forward lightly, he suddenly saw 3 robots rushing towards him. The aura of each robot had reached the mid-4th rank or higher. Yet, his eyes remained unchanged. Then, facing the 3 robots, he showed a polite smile. Scum! In an instant, an astonishing surge of lightning energy erupted from Shang Tianlei's body. Buzz, boom! Suddenly, 3 ferocious thunder dragons appeared in front of the robots, and the robots vanished in an instant. My strength has increased again. Shang Tianlei crossed his arms, a faint smile on his lips. He extended his right palm, and in the center of his palm, a thunderous lightning ball appeared suddenly. No one knew that after a whole year of cultivation, Shang Tianlei's thunder talent had already broken through to the SSS level. Looking at the dark alley, Shang Tianlei's eyes flashed with several terrifying thunderbolts. This artifact competition. I will definitely be the first. He had heard of Chen Chen's name. Just a monster in his freshman year. It was probably just a formality for him to participate in the sophomore artifact competition. However, it was said that Chen Chen possessed thunder talent. This inadvertently stirred excitement in Shang Tianlei's heart. Perhaps his thunder ability could become stronger once again. As the world underwent earth-shattering changes, Chen Chen was completely immersed in the system space, unaware of everything. Inside the system space, Chen Chen held a gun in one hand, looking at the blank space in front of him, gradually opening his eyes like black holes. A mysterious aura that touched the soul suddenly emanated from Chen Chen's body. Then, a shot was fired. In an instant, the space seemed to collapse with terrifying ripples, the air of terror completely detonated, and the terrifying power was unleashed. A vast intent of the gun erupted. Buzz, the long spear was like a dragon, its shadow overwhelming, piercing through the heavens and earth. Watching the waves caused by the god-killing gun intent, a touch of ecstasy crossed Chen Chen's mind. When using the god-killing gun intent, even without the power of the 9 heavens dark thunder god body, the comparable strength may reach the mid-4th rank, or even close to the mid-4th rank. Feeling the boiling mysterious gun intent in his body, Chen Chen finally smiled. The artifact competition consists of 2 rounds. The first round is usually the Battle of the Machine Canyon, and the second round is the Arena Battle. Only those who rank in the top 5 out of 20 people can qualify to obtain immortal treasures. It's worth noting that Chen Chen is competing against elites from the sophomore year. After a year of training, coupled with reaching the 4th realm, he probably can practice the martial arts of the Heavenly Passage, Heavenly Control, and Heavenly Suppression. However, Chen Chen gazed at the scene outside the Xianyuan Martial Arts University Villa. I'm not bad either. I should find a suitable weapon for myself. His marksmanship realm broke through another level. If he didn't find a suitable weapon, it would be a disservice to his marksmanship, and that immortal treasure. Perhaps it's his best choice. Host, Chen Chen, Talent, SSR Level 9 Heavens Dark Thunder God Body, SSS Level Extraordinary Insight, Realm, 3rd Grade Warrior, Midterm, Martial Arts, Basic Marksmanship, Mood, SSS Level God Slaying Spear Intent. After leaving the luxurious villa provided by the university, Chen Chen planned to participate in the Immortal Treasure Competition. The Immortal Treasure Competition is scheduled for noon today, and he can get there by taking the campus bus. It is said that the place is located in the back mountains of the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts University. I wonder what it's set up for. Just then, Chen Chen looked up. He saw a stream of light suddenly descending, and Xingtian's figure, with a smile on his face, appeared in front of him. How do you feel? And when Xingtian's gaze fell on Chen Chen, his pupils slightly contracted. How did your realm improve so quickly? In surprise, as Xingtian's perception spread, he suddenly opened his eyes. Did your marksmanship break through? Xingtian said incredulously. It hasn't even been a month since Chen Chen's last breakthrough to the true self level of marksmanship, right? And now, he seemed to have broken through from the true self level of marksmanship again. Could it be that he has reached the perfect level of marksmanship? Looking at Xingtian's astonished expression, Chen Chen just smiled lightly. I luckily broke through a bit. A bit? Xingtian looked puzzled, then suddenly reached out his hand and patted Chen Chen. Good job, kid, come on. Seeing the enlarged palm in his line of sight, Chen Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, then suddenly pointed his finger out. Profound and overbearing spear intent lingered, piercing through like a dragon. Bang, their fingers met, and Chen Chen took 2 steps back. When he looked up, he saw Xingtian's face full of shock. Damn, you kid, you really broke through. My god. A 3rd grade midterm at 18, with perfect level marksmanship. Your talent is too terrifying. Even Xingtian, at this moment, couldn't help but feel shocked by Chen Chen's breakthrough. Do you know what a perfect level of marksmanship means? Probably only the group of students in their 3rd year might have a chance to master it. Or even the top students in their 3rd year. And now, Chen Chen, just in his 1st year, has almost mastered the perfect level of marksmanship. Moreover, this perfect level of marksmanship doesn't seem to be a forced breakthrough but gives a feeling of reaching the pinnacle effortlessly. What a find! Xingtian was overjoyed. If he were to tell this to the people from the Lingtian Academy, Tongtian Academy, and Yutian Academy, those old guys would probably come over to snatch him away. Then, Xingtian smiled lightly and patted his shoulder. Xingtian said with a smile, Chen Chen, I see great potential in you for this immortal treasure competition. Our Lingtian Academy needs outstanding talents like you. Rest assured, once you reach the 4th grade warrior, I will immediately let you comprehend the Lingtian steel. The Endless Monument depicts the ultimate mystery of the endless law, with a rare opportunity for comprehension only once every decade, extremely precious. However, Chen Chen nodded, acknowledging that it was a good thing, but not something he should be thinking about right now. He still had a battle for a celestial weapon to attend to, right? Stepping forward, Chen Chen said, Director Xing, are you here to take me to the celestial weapon battle? What about the other senior brothers and sisters? Hearing this, Director Xingtian was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, In the past few years, the endless law was quite difficult to learn, so this year, no one qualifies to participate in the celestial weapon battle. Ahem, only you qualify. Chen Chen was taken aback, only me? Xingtian awkwardly and seriously said, yes, only you. Chen Chen. No wonder, after entering the top-ranking villa area of the freshman year, he didn't see any students from the Endless Academy. In the end, Chen Chen sighed. Lao Xing, there's no other way, I'll have to uphold the honor of our Endless Academy in this battle. Don't worry, I will definitely get the celestial weapon this time. Xingtian nodded, yes, let's not be arrogant, we should be humble. Wait, did you say you're going to get the celestial weapon this time? Are you kidding me? After all, Xingtian, Lin Jianfeng, and others had Chen Chen participate in the celestial weapon battle for 4 years to gain experience and ensure he could obtain the celestial weapon. And now, Chen Chen actually said he would get the celestial weapon directly? Was Chen Chen crazy? Or was he? However, as Xingtian looked into Chen Chen's eyes, which were like black holes, the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. A bold idea suddenly emerged. What if Chen Chen really obtained the celestial weapon this time? With an unbelievably hopeful feeling, Xingtian and Chen Chen turned into flowing light and instantly arrived at the back mountain of Xianyuan Martial University. The celestial weapon battle was a confidential matter. Therefore, no one else was allowed to watch. Yan Jinghong, Shang Wuji, and others sent blessings to Chen Chen in the contact list, and as Chen Chen flew, he responded to each one. Already gathered in the back mountain were 20 students. And when they saw Chen Chen approaching, sharp gazes suddenly swept over. It had never happened before that freshmen participated in the sophomore celestial weapon battle. They were all curious about what qualifications Chen Chen had to have the opportunity to compete for the celestial weapon. Even though Chen Chen had an SSS level dark talent, coupled with thunder talent above S level, what did it matter? Their strength had already reached the 4th rank warrior level. With such a gap in realms, no matter how great the difference in abilities, it would be instantly leveled. And when they saw Chen Chen's eyes, like black holes, their own eyes slightly narrowed. They could sense that Chen Chen's aura was extraordinary, but it was just that, an extraordinary aura. A mid-3rd rank warrior? Tisk TSK, one big realm away from us. It seems like he's just here for the experience. I heard from my deputy dean's relative that this guy got a 4-year qualification. 4 years? TSK, is the school planning to groom him as a seed-level player? So what? He's nothing in front of us now. Be careful. What if he's pretending to be weak and planning to strike? Shoo! Suddenly, the top geniuses present began to discuss. Chen Shen remained expressionless, casting his gaze slightly at the three warriors among the three major academies. After all, it seemed that only these three could pique his interest. Ha! Lin Qingzhu was slightly surprised, a charming smile playing at the corner of her mouth. You can actually sense me? This guy's perception is pretty good. She cultivated the Lingtian method, not only terrifying in speed but also extremely astonishing in the ability to hide her breath. On the other side, Zhou Wenyu frowned. He didn't expect that Chen Shen would notice their three top geniuses first. Do you want to challenge the three of us right from the start? This idea is a bit far-fetched. Well then, don't blame me for teaching a lesson. I wonder what that guy is thinking. With that, Zhou Wenyu glanced at a young man in a blue robe beside him. This idea is a bit far-fetched. Well then, don't blame me for teaching a lesson. I wonder what that guy is thinking. With that, Zhou Wenyu glanced at a young man in a blue robe beside him. The young man in the blue robe raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at Chen Shen's gaze, Sheng Tianlei's mouth curved into a playful smile. The lightning roaming within his body seemed ready to burst out at any moment. Do you have the same lightning talent as me? Sheng Tianlei's right hand trembled slightly. He knew it was the excitement causing the tremor. Don't worry. I will devour Chen Shen's lightning talent properly. Let him know what true thunder is. Just as Sheng Tianlei's thoughts ended, three streaks of light arrived one after another at the scene. The faces of the crowd immediately showed respect as they bowed, saying, "We greet Dean Gu Linghan, Dean Xiang Tiangda, and Dean Shintiyi." The three deans nodded without speaking. Then, they turned their gaze to Chen Shen. Gu Linghan smiled gently. How's your freshman life? Just do your best in this artifact competition, no need to feel too pressured. Gu Linghan's words were like those of a kind elder, and Chen Shen quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Dean Gu." Subsequently, Shintiyi and Xiang Tianga also gave their instructions. It was these instructions that left everyone stunned. You see, the deans of these four major academies are usually very aloof and rarely smile. But now, they were acting like relatives in front of Chen Shen. Damn! Countless thoughts ran through everyone's minds. Could it be that this guy is the principal's illegitimate child? Perhaps sensing the strange looks around him, Xing Tian lightly coughed twice. Now that everyone is here, let's go in for the first round of testing. As for the rules, they will be explained later. Only then did the gazes of the crowd become serious. They knew that what they were about to participate in was the supreme artifact competition. Each artifact was a precious and potentially growth-promoting treasure. If missed, who knows how many opportunities would be needed to make up for it in the future. In this artifact competition, no one wanted to lose. Just as everyone was about to head towards the back mountain, a voice suddenly rang out. We refuse. Why should Chen Shen be allowed to participate in the artifact competition? At that moment, three voices suddenly came from behind the crowd, causing everyone to pause and look back. At the gate, three imposing young students stood tall, their expressions fierce. They were wearing clothes from the Yutian Academy, Tongtian Academy, and Lingtian Academy. Obviously, they were from three different academies. The students selected for the artifact competition naturally recognized them. Wow! It's Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li. Aren't they ranked 21, 22, and 23 in the final exam? Yes, that's right behind me. Unfortunately, they missed the chance to participate in this artifact competition. Their strength is already at the peak of the third rank. Tisk TSK, it seems like they are dissatisfied with Chen Shen. The competition for immortal treasures is the best opportunity to enhance one's strength, and these three don't have it. Seeing Chen Shen, a freshman, having this chance, of course, they are not happy about it. Most of the students couldn't help but show mocking expressions on their faces. You see, these three guys are obviously here with the intention of embarrassing Chen Shen. What are the consequences of this? 1. Chen Shen fights back against the three of them and gets defeated, losing face. 2. Chen Shen chooses to remain silent, losing face. This is clearly a blatant conspiracy against Chen Shen. At the same time, Xing Tianyi's face darkened. Beside him, the three deans, including Gu Linghan, exchanged glances, wishing they could immediately grab these three guys. You see, these three appearing here, impulsively questioning Chen Shen, isn't this a slap in their faces? Chen Shen's participation in the competition for immortal treasures has also gained the approval of these three. And the reason for Xing Tianyi's bad mood is simple. Chen Shen is a student of their Tianxian Academy. Does he still need to be bothered by students from other academies? Moreover, their academy hasn't had anyone participate in the competition for immortal treasures for several years. Finally, when they have a chance, they have to endure gossip again? Any dean in their place would feel uncomfortable. However, when Xing Tianyi was about to speak, Chen Shen stepped forward in front of them. "Let me handle this," Chen Shen said with a gentle smile. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Shen looked at Li Yun and his group of 3. "You guys have a problem with me?" Chen Shen's lips curved into a brilliant smile. The 3 of them were momentarily stunned, then Li Yun, the leader, stepped forward and said, "Yes, we do have a problem with you. Humph. The 3 of us have worked hard for so long, putting in so much effort for this competition for immortal treasures. Why should you, a newcomer, be able to get this spot?" At the same time, Zhang Hu and Wang Li also stood tall, their eyes full of disdain. They knew Chen Shen wouldn't dare to lay a hand on them. After all, they had no chance in the competition for immortal treasures. They just wanted to discuss Chen Shen a bit. Let Chen Shen know that there are terrifying old students among them in this school. However, the next moment, the words Chen Shen uttered made countless people's pupils slightly contract. "For some trash. I can't be bothered to say another word. If you want to fight, then come at me. All 3 of you, come at me. I'm in a hurry. Understand? Why am I qualified? It's because I'm stronger than you. Understand?" Chen Shen looked at the 3 of them, a hint of coldness passing through his eyes. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, only by demonstrating corresponding strength can one avoid jealousy. Since someone is dissatisfied, he will fight until they are no longer dissatisfied. Only the strong can establish and enforce rules. This guy has guts. Lin Qingzhu was slightly surprised but shook her head. However, it's just limited to having guts. "If I were this guy, I'd probably just remain silent." Zhou Wenyu also shook his head. You see, although Li Yun and his group are not very strong, they all have the strength of the peak of the 3rd rank. If they join forces, they can even challenge a 4th rank martial artist. Not to mention Chen Shen, who is only at the middle of the 3rd rank. In his opinion, Chen Shen is just a young man speaking out of impulse. Beside him, Shang Tianlei's face showed no expression. The deans of the 4 academies were about to say something, but after noticing Xing Tianyi's gaze, they all stopped their actions. Gu Linghan, Shin Tiyi, and Xiang Tiange's faces suddenly froze. Could it be? Xing Tian intends to let Chen Shen face Li Yun, Wan Li, and Zhang Hu alone? Xing Tian, this guy, is really bold, isn't he? The 3 deans of the colleges thought simultaneously. After all, even if Chen Shen were to make a move, he would be facing students who had spent a year in the university. In terms of overall combat power or fighting techniques, they would be more than twice as strong as freshmen. Dealing with one might be manageable, but 3 at once. In history, there had never been a freshman like Chen Shen who, within a month of enrollment, challenged 3 top-ranking senior students. While worrying about Chen Shen, the 3 deans also seemed somewhat expectant. What if Chen Shen really defeated Li Yun and the others? Could it be that Chen Shen had improved so much in just a month? Regardless, after the competition for immortal treasures, the 3 deans would surely discipline Li Yun and the others properly. Chen Shen had already become a seed-level player in their Xianyuan Martial Arts University. How could this happen? However, when Li Yun, Wang Li, and Zhang Hu heard Chen Shen's mocking tone, their faces flushed red. They had expected Chen Shen to back down, but they hadn't anticipated that he would dare to speak to them like that. Moreover, he even issued a challenge to them in a mocking manner? This was clearly humiliating them. However, while feeling humiliated, a hint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the 3. They didn't expect to have the chance to teach this kid a lesson. Thinking this, they glanced at the 3 deans, who remained expressionless, and rubbed their hands together. They were right. The 3 deans were probably feeling quite aggrieved, right? After all, allowing a freshman to participate in the competition for immortal treasures. Thinking of this, the 3 became excited again. Perhaps by teaching Chen Shen a lesson this time, they could earn praise from their deans and gain access to even better resources? With this in mind, the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Just then, Li Yun stepped forward, looking at Chen Shen. "Chen Shen, don't blame us, brothers, for not warning you." Zhang Hu crossed his arms. "Since you want to challenge the 3 of us, we won't hold back either." Wang Li shook his head. "If I were you, I would have chosen to remain silent in your previous words." Upon hearing the words of the 3, Chen Shen smiled lightly. "Don't be so noisy. It's too loud." At these words, the faces of the 3 turned cold, and they sneered at Chen Shen. "Let's go together." Li Yun shouted. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying energy burst forth from the 3 of them, like a volcano erupting after 1,000 years. Boom! A faint energy aura enveloped their bodies, and then they raised their heads, their eyes sharp as they stared at Chen Shen. Boom! The 3 suddenly turned into 3 afterimages, like lightning, rushing towards Chen Shen. Cloud-splitting palm. Tear apart. Li Yun was the first to arrive, his palms condensing a milky white light, and in the next moment, as if tearing through the air, he struck towards Chen Shen. Behind him, Zhang Hu and Wang Li acted in unison, moving apart and attacking Chen Shun from both sides. A tiger's roar erupted from Zhang Hu's fist, echoing through the mountains. And Wang Li's giant axe exuded a fierce aura, as if it could shatter the entire space. Chen Chen is finished. Under this three-way attack, many second-year geniuses shook their heads. Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li's attacks didn't seem powerful to them as fourth-rankers. However, for Chen Chen, a mid-third-rank warrior, these were far from attacks he could withstand. However, at this moment, Chen Chen looked at the three figures charging towards him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Fight me? You guys are worthy? Boom! Under the bewildered gazes of countless people, Chen Chen's nine heavens dark thunder god body suddenly erupted. Rumble! The overwhelming dark thunder energy surged out like a tsunami, causing terrifying energy ripples that made the earth tremble slightly and the surrounding leaves rustle loudly. Such a strong energy fluctuation. Many sophomore students quickly condensed energy shields to prevent any harm to themselves. Feeling the pressure emanating from Chen Chen, Li Yun's expression changed first. How is this possible? A freshman, how can he have such power? Something's not right. In an instant, Li Yun tried to step back. However, it was too late. Who said you could leave? Within the erupting dark thunder energy, a giant hand suddenly materialized like a python, fiercely swinging down towards him. Li Yun's pupils constricted, feeling a great sense of danger rushing over him. Not good. Talent of rending heaven and earth. In an instant, Li Yun abruptly spread his arms wide open, his palms taking on a tearing appearance, attempting to tear apart Chen Chen's dark thunder giant hand. However, when his palm touched Chen Chen's in an instant, only faint sparks flew off. It's over. With a bang, Li Yun was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, dozens of meters away. How is it possible? A punch sent Li Yun flying? Many sophomore students' pupils shrank. Oh, quite interesting. Lin Qingju looked at the dark thunder giant fist, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. This intensity is truly hidden deep. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms, looking slightly surprised. As several voices fell, Li Yun crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a mark nearly 20 feet long. Li Yun! At this moment, both Zhang Hu and Wang Li were equally startled. Before they made a move against Chen Chen, they had already understood his strength. A freshman at most has the strength of the mid-third rank. How could he be so strong? After all, what they didn't know was why Chen Chen could achieve first place in the freshman exam. He actually directly killed a lord-level ferocious beast. However, at this moment, they had no time for further contemplation. They had already made a move against Chen Chen. If they won, it would be fine, proving their slight strength. But if they didn't win, they would probably become the laughingstock of the entire sophomore year. Thinking of this, Zhang Hu and Wang Li immediately roared. Despairing tiger earth-shattering. Terrifying power shocking nine heavens. Their skills were extremely loud, and from their hands, an alarming aura also burst forth. Boom! A tiger-shaped fist and a sky-commanding axe suddenly descended towards Chen Chen. However, the slender figure of Chen Chen just sneered. If you seek death, don't blame me for taking action. Dark thunder shatter. In an instant, a more violent dark thunder energy erupted completely than before. Dark thunder shatter. In the majestic dark thunder energy, these three words reverberated. The terrifying energy erupted completely, and on both sides of Chen Chen's body, two huge arms as large as 5 meters each suddenly condensed. Boom! Each dark thunder arm was as tall as a towering tree, sending shivers down everyone's spine. And under the astonishment of the crowd, Chen Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. Then, the two dragon-like dark thunder arms behind him suddenly struck down. Boom! The two massive dark thunder arms clashed with the axe and tiger-shaped fist. The ensuing shockwaves made the earth tremble slightly. And then, in the astonished gazes of Zhang Hu and Wang Li, cracks suddenly appeared in the energy shields that had condensed around their bodies. No! Not just one crack, but countless cracks. With a snap, the energy shields that had condensed on Zhang Hu and Wang Li shattered apart. Amidst the numerous incredulous looks, the two figures suddenly flew backward, blood spraying from their mouths, splattering the ground. Silence. The entire scene fell into complete stillness. It's worth noting that these second-year prodigies had previously made fun of Chen Chen, a freshman. Even when Chen Chen challenged Li Yun and the others to a fight, the second-year students had regarded him with an irrational mindset. However, at this moment, Chen Chen had managed to defeat Li Yun and the others with just 2 moves? This guy. Not simple. In an instant, nearly all the second-year prodigies restrained the disdain in their eyes. The second-year students participating in the competition for immortal artifacts were the top 20 ranked. For those ranked 15th to 20th, they would need to exert a certain amount of effort to withstand Li Yun and the others' combined attack. However, seeing Chen Shen's calm demeanor at this moment, It seemed that countering this attack was not a simple matter. As for the second-year prodigies ranked 4th to 14th, they all took note of Chen Chen's current state. Their strength had already reached the middle stage of the 4th rank. Dealing with Li Yun and the others was a simple matter of instant defeat. However, for Chen Chen, they still needed to be cautious, as no one wanted to be eliminated by a freshman. No wonder the school broke the rules for Chen Chen. Lin Xingzhu's face flashed with a different color, so, he does have some strength. Impressive strength. Even Zhou Wenyu couldn't help but nod in admiration towards Chen Chen. If Chen Chen were to cultivate for another year, perhaps no one present would be his match. However, for the three of them who were at the high stage of the 4th rank, Chen Chen's strength was not considered strong. On the contrary, they could also defeat him in one move. On the other side, Sheng Tianlei suppressed the trembling of his right hand. Looking at Chen Chen's figure, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Thunder! Such powerful thunder. Although it's mixed with a bit of another aura. But perhaps it could lay a foundation for the evolution of my thunder. A greedy glint passed through Sheng Tianlei's eyes. This greedy glint seemed to have encountered some kind of prey. Along with Chen Chen turning around, Sheng Tianyi's mouth almost couldn't contain his smile. Well done. Very well done. If it weren't for the others present, Sheng Tianyi would have burst into laughter. Chen Chen merely smiled lightly, as if the battle that had just taken place was just a trivial matter to him. Sheng Tianyi laughed heartily, well done. Then he turned to look at Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shin Tiyi, and said with a light smile, well, how about that? Our students from the academy? Not bad, right? The corners of Gu Linghan and the other two's mouths twitched, but they didn't say much. Looking at Chen Chen, their gazes were somewhat complex. Chen Chen reaching the middle stage of the 3rd rank warrior under the full consumption of high-quality resources did not shock them too much. However, what truly shocked them was the occasional burst of intention from Chen Chen. Could it be that Chen Chen had truly comprehended intention? It shouldn't be possible. After all, intention is the main method used by 5th rank warriors for attacks. Generally speaking, it's rare for someone to comprehend it at the 3rd rank warrior stage. It should be a misconception. A misconception. After coming to their senses, the deans of the 3 major colleges coldly eyed Li Yun and the other two as they helped each other up from the ground. Upon meeting the gaze of the 3 deans, the trio immediately lowered their heads. They never thought they would be defeated by a mere freshman. This was truly a huge embarrassment. Gu Linghan spoke. The competition for immortal treasures is one of the biggest events at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The final test results will determine the outcome of the inter-school competition in a month. Although you caused a disturbance with valid reasons, it still violates the school's rules and regulations. You should know that Chen Chen's participation in the Immortal Treasure competition was personally approved by the principal. The reason is simple, he was able to kill a 3rd-grade Lord-level beast when he was only at the 2nd-grade warrior stage. Can you do that during your freshman year? In an instant, most of the audience's gazes suddenly shifted towards Chen Chen, their expressions turning more serious. If they were to fight a 3rd-grade beast lord now, they would surely win. But to fight a 3rd-grade beast lord at the 2nd-grade stage? That's just wishful thinking. They would probably be slaughtered on the spot. Is this new student really from a county-level school? In an instant, everyone began to doubt the rumors they had heard about Chen Chen. Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li lowered their heads even further, almost burying them in the ground. The monstrous Chen Chen, fighting a 3rd-grade beast lord at the 2nd-grade level, personally approved by the principal. No matter which way you looked at it, they were doomed. And they still had the audacity to challenge Chen Chen to a fight? The key point was that the 3 of them, as freshmen, were taught a lesson by Chen Chen. It was truly humiliating. Gu Linghan didn't hold back either. As punishment for today's events, go to the Academic Affairs Office and receive your penalty. At least 1 month of solitary confinement. And each of you must write a 100,000-word reflection and apology to Chen Chen. Now go. Solitary confinement. Upon hearing these words, the 3 shuddered. That place was definitely not where one would want to be. And a 100,000-word reflection. That's enough to write a short story. With a sigh, the 3 reluctantly left. Watching them go, Chen Chen clicked his tongue slightly. Old Gu was really harsh, demanding a full 100,000 words, but it was well deserved by those 3. Alright, now that the matter is settled, let's go and participate in the Immortal Treasure Grand Competition, shall we? Gu Linghan waved his hand. Instantly, the faces of everyone, including Chen Chen, turned serious. Chen Chen hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming here this time. It was to obtain an immortal treasure, to enhance his combat power. That was an immortal treasure. Just the name alone was terrifying. As they continued towards the back mountain, the surroundings grew increasingly dark and cold. Giant ancient trees reaching tens of meters high, their canopies blocking out the sun. After the invasion of the savage beasts on Blue Star, even the flora and fauna had undergone rapid changes. Soon, the group came to a halt in front of a deep and secluded canyon. The oppressive aura emanating from within sent a chill down their spines. This place is no ordinary place. Many second-year students grimaced. At that moment, Gu Linghan stepped forward. This is a checkpoint specially set up by our principal. It's called the Mechanized Canyon. The Mechanized Canyon. Dozens of gazes were simultaneously cast towards the deep canyon, as if they could sense the terrifying aura of the mechanical puppets within. The puppets inside range from the 4th grade initial stage to the 4th grade high stage. The goal for you all is to swiftly pass through the machine canyon in the shortest time possible. The top 12 will qualify for the next round. Understood? Everyone's faces suddenly turned solemn. Even the lowest ranked machine puppet at the 4th rank initial stage knew that this test was going to be extremely challenging. Yet, there were also many who showed no change in their expressions. For instance, Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei remained unfazed, as if nothing was worth their attention. Chen Shen, however, gazed at the canyon with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Since his breakthrough, his true strength had not been fully revealed for a long time. Perhaps, this could be a good opportunity to test himself. Next, enter according to your numbers. The deans of our 4 major academies await you at the finish line. Suddenly, the deans of the 4 major academies transformed into streaks of light and vanished on the spot. The remaining students fell into a brief silence. Sheng Tianlei, the top student in the 2nd year, raised his eyes and walked towards the machine canyon. As the top scorer in the previous semester's year-end exam, he naturally was the first student from the entire school to undergo the machine test. Click! In an instant, he stepped forward and disappeared amidst the bewildered gazes of many. Following the machine puppets, Gu Linghan, Xing Tianyi, and 4 others were already standing at the finish line. Impressive, indeed, the students from our academy. No change in expression at all. Gu Linghan looked at Sheng Tianlei inside the machine canyon, a faint smile playing on his lips. Although he didn't compete with Chen Chen, Sheng Tianlei was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding students from their Skylink Academy. Achieving first place in the year-end exam from the 1st year to the 2nd year, he had truly brought honor to their dean. I wonder how long it will take. I must say, Sheng Tianlei definitely has a shot at the artifact this year. Xiang Tianga crossed his arms, but our Lin Qingzhu is not to be underestimated. Come on. Shintiyi waved his hand. Your Lin Qingzhu is only 3rd in the year, while our Zhou Wenyu is 2nd. During the final exam, he almost surpassed Sheng Tianlei. As they watched Sheng Tianlei slowly approaching the machine puppet on the screen, the crowd began to discuss fervently. What if Chen Chen gets first place? Sheng Tianyi suddenly spoke up. Chen Chen in first place? Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shintiya's mouths twitched. Discussing who among Lin Qingzhu, Sheng Tianlei, and Zhou Wenyu would come first or second could lead to heated arguments. But now, inserting Chen Chen into the mix, they acknowledged Chen Chen's exceptional talent. Unprecedented, even. But, to think he could beat Sheng Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu for first place? That was just wishful thinking. There's no need to discuss it, really. Let's see how they perform. Then we'll know, won't we? Just then, another streak of light flashed across the sky, and everyone turned to see Vice Principal Hua Xiu. Old Hua, you finally decided to oversee things. Gu Linghan chuckled. Hua Xiu shrugged, can't help it. Lin Jianfeng is busy, and the principal is in seclusion. Only the Tricol Competition could bring him out. So, the responsibility naturally falls on me. The competition for the artifact is indeed crucial. Just as everyone was chatting, a voice suddenly rang out. 2nd year student Sheng Tianlei passed through the machine canyon in 6 minutes. Instantly, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. 6 minutes to pass through the machine canyon as a 2nd year student? Gu Linghan burst into laughter. 6 minutes, a 2nd year student, truly worthy of being a student who has practiced my Skylink technique. Impressive, this result could easily make it to the top 10 in the school's history. On the other side, upon hearing Sheng Tianlei's result, the others were also momentarily stunned. You should know that in this machine canyon, there are robots of the 4th rank everywhere. And Sheng Tianlei actually managed to pass the test with a good time of 6 minutes. This guy is really unbelievably strong. 6 minutes. Did he dismantle something inside? Truly deserving of being the first in our group. The proud students discussed one after another. Even though they were all proud students, there were differences between them. For example, those ranked lower, compared to Sheng Tianlei, were worlds apart. Chen Chen also noticed Sheng Tianlei's performance. 6 minutes? I wonder how many minutes I'll need when I go in. Chen Shen clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with excitement. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Next, should it be my turn? At that moment, Zhou Wenyu, with a body like a tower, slowly walked up to the machine puppet. The gate of heavenly mastery. Suddenly, he lightly shouted, and then, a golden light spread all around his body. A heavenly mastery technique at the intermediate level? No wonder Wenyu is so confident. Basically, the attacks of a mid-level warrior of the 4th rank will probably be completely ineffective. Discussions echoed around. Is this the heavenly mastery technique? Chen Shen focused intently. The heavenly mastery, the gate of heavenly mastery, the lingering heaven, and the ultimate heaven techniques are all top martial arts. They are the ultimate training methods that go beyond innate abilities to explore the potential of the human body. Originally, Chen Shen didn't feel particularly strong, but now it seems it's probably not that simple. He should speed up his training to become a warrior of the 4th rank and get in touch with the ultimate heaven technique. And at that moment, Zhou Wenyu stepped into the machine canyon. 6.5 minutes later. Sophomore Zhou Wenyu completed in 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes. Although not as good as Shang Tianlei, it was still an outstanding performance. Then, a graceful figure with a sword in hand stepped in. Lin Qingzhu held a long sword, lightly tapped it, and leaped into the machine canyon like a spirit crane. It seems that Lin Qingzhu's lingering heaven technique is also very strong. It's probably mastered. Oh my god. I really don't know how to compare with this group of top-notch proud students, people exclaimed. As Chen Shen watched the figures of Shang Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Lin Qingzhu disappear one after another, he suddenly had some thoughts in his mind. It seems that martial arts training cannot be underestimated. After becoming a warrior of the 4th rank, I will go find Lao Xing for the ultimate heaven steel and practice the ultimate heaven technique. The entire world of warriors is divided into 3 types of attack methods: innate abilities, martial arts, and artistic conception. As someone with an SSS level insight, Chen Shen naturally chose to advance in all 3. However, this had to wait until after the battle for the immortal weapon. Chen Shen could see the profoundness of the body technique Lin Qingzhu had previously used. It can be said to be extremely fast. Is this the martial arts that excel in the 3 major aspects of strength, defense, and speed? Combined with his innate abilities, it was undoubtedly a terrifying weapon. However, the path he cultivated was said to be the ultimate heaven technique that could master all 3 attributes together. So, when he reached the warrior of the 4th rank, how strong would he be? And if he were to win the battle for the immortal weapon this time, how much would his strength skyrocket? Chen Shen was full of anticipation. At that moment, a series of challenge sounds continued to ring out. Sophomore Lin Qingzhu completed in 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Sophomore Yuntian completed in 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Sophomore Su Qing completed in 10 minutes and 2 seconds. One after another, the voices suddenly sounded, and the examinees around Chen Shen kept disappearing. And when only Chen Shen was left, another voice rang out. Sophomore Zhangli completed in 20 minutes. At this point, the entrance to the entire machine battlefield was left with only Chen Shen. On the other side of the machine Great Wall, Gu Linghan and others stood on the cloud top. It should be noted that the viewing effect through the screen was far less comfortable than watching with their own eyes. As 8th grade martial arts masters, their own strength had reached unimaginable levels for ordinary people. Our academy's Lin Qingzhu is indeed impressive, Xiang Tiange said with a gentle smile. What about Lin Qingzhu? Can't compare to our Zhou Wenyu. Shen Tuyi crossed his arms. During actual combat? Are you going to target the big guys? Suppress and kill. Xiang Tiange taunted. Zhou Wenyu could crush your Lin Qingzhu with a single slap, Shen Tuyi retorted. Seeing the two about to argue, Huoxiu sighed. There was no way around it. The deans of the 4 major academies were like this in private. At this moment, Gu Linghan said, alright, anyway, none of us can compare to Shang Tianlei. Xiang Tiange and Shen Tuyi were about to form a united front to retort, but Huoxiu spoke up. However, the performance of this group is quite good. Taking at most 20 minutes, this kind of performance is already considered extremely outstanding. Hearing this, the deans of the 3 academies couldn't help but smile. Since the disastrous defeat in the inter-school competition last year, they had specially intensified the training of their students, almost training them like AIs. And this kind of training was now yielding results. Perhaps if they continued to train like this, by the time this group of sophomores became juniors, their Xianyuan Martial Arts University would no longer be at the bottom of the rankings. By the way, Lao Xing, how long do you think your Chen Chen will take? At this moment, Gu Linghan turned his head slightly to look at Xing Tianyi, who had a calm expression on his face. The others also turned to look at Xing Tianyi, slightly curious. After all, it was said that within this month, Chen Shen had been secluded in the dormitory, focusing on studying martial arts. Therefore, they didn't know to what extent Chen Shen had cultivated. There were teachers in the university responsible for teaching students their daily practice. Of course, if a student had monstrous talent, they could apply not to attend classes. And Chen Shen happened to be one of those students. Stronger by a bit compared to before, Xing Tianyi casually remarked. Stronger by a bit? The others looked somewhat skeptical, but when they saw Chen Shen about to challenge the trial, their eyes couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. They didn't know what this kid could achieve within this machine Great Wall. After all, including Huoxiu and the others, their requirements weren't high. As long as Chen Shen could pass through the machine canyon and control the time within half an hour, it would be considered an extremely outstanding performance. After all, Chen Shen was just a freshman. The essence of letting Chen Shen participate in the competition for immortal artifacts was to let him train first, preparing him for the competition in his sophomore year. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Xing Tianyi didn't bother to say more. Just have faith in him. Xing Tianyi shook his head and then focused his gaze on the machine canyon below. At the exit of the machine canyon, 20 Tianjiao students were already standing. Regardless of the final results, after a brief adjustment, everyone's mindset had calmed down. It should be noted that a necessary element to become a Tianjiao was to have a good mindset. However, they had not expected that the results of entering the top 12 had already reached 12 minutes, which was something they had never expected. And at this moment, their eyes all turned towards the direction of the machine canyon. I wonder how strong Chen Shen's performance will be. Well, let me tell you, they're just giving Chen Shen a chance. Winning or losing doesn't matter. I'm really envious. This one is talented. But we can also make a bet. What are we betting on? It's simple, we bet on whether he can pass through the machine canyon within an hour. 1 hour? I doubt it. He's only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, right? Despite his record of killing the Lord of Savage Beasts, that was only on the virtual battlefield. But these machine puppets are the real deal. As the crowd discussed, the 3 top geniuses standing at the forefront also began to talk. Zhou Wenyu smiled. Are they all betting? Should we join in? Lin Qingzhu looked at the machine canyon and said, I bet on whether Chen Shen can make it. Zhou Wenyu replied, alright, I bet on an hour. Lin Qingzhu pondered for a moment, 30 minutes then. Suddenly, Zhou Wenyu widened his eyes and looked at Lin Qingzhu. Wait, are you that confident in him? Remember, he's only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. As the realm becomes more profound, the difference between each level is extremely significant. Sometimes, the realm is so high that it cannot be matched by any martial arts or talent. In this machine canyon, there are a total of 50 4th-rank puppets. Although most are at the initial stage of the 4th rank, there are still some at the high stage of the 4th rank. Even if he dodges each one, Chen Shen's progress will be extremely slow. After all, he has to face attacks from all directions. Lin Qingzhu's unexpected confidence in him was something Zhou Wenyu and the others had never considered. Sheng Tianlei, what do you think? Zhou Wenyu turned to Sheng Tianlei. Sheng Tianlei smiled lightly, almost grinning from ear to ear. What do I think? I'm looking forward to Chen Shen making it to the 2nd round. Seeing Sheng Tianlei's expression, Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu felt helpless. It seemed that he had noticed Chen Shen's talent for lightning. For some reason, every time Sheng Tianlei learned that his opponent had a talent for lightning, he would show a strange expression. However, Chen Shen needed to achieve a result within 15 minutes at least to make it to the top 12. Only the top 12 could enter the 2nd round. Can Chen Shen do it? Amidst the various opinions from the outside world, Chen Shen, standing at the entrance of the machine canyon, narrowed his eyes like a black hole. With absolute perception, Chen Shen could sense the terror within the machine canyon. It's time to go in. Suddenly, Chen Shen stepped forward. Buzz, the surroundings suddenly underwent a dizzying change, with dozens of robots standing on a 3-meter-wide path. Each robot was made of special metal, emitting the aura of the 4th rank. Terrifying, sharp, suffocating. When the blue light burst from the eyes of each robot, a vast pressure spread out completely. However, there was no trace of fear in Chen Shen's eyes. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. I'd been practicing diligently for a month. Finally, I can show what I'm capable of. As Chen Shen muttered to himself, 3 4th-rank initial stage machine puppets in the distance noticed him. Buzz, 3 4th-rank initial stage machine puppets, like steel tanks, charged towards Chen Shen. And around Chen Shen's figure, dark lightning liquid surged rapidly. Good, bring it on. Above the sky, the 4 deans remained suspended. This kid doesn't hesitate at all. Gu Linghan crossed his arms. It's worth noting that Chen Shen has not yet experienced real combat. Virtual battles are indeed very real, with a simulation accuracy of 100%. However, they are still virtual. Real battles are completely different. In the virtual battlefield, some geniuses can dominate all directions, but in reality, their strength is less than a tenth of what they can display. Therefore, their academy specifically sets up real-world assessments to test their abilities. Lao Xing, how many 4th grade robots do you think Chun Chen can defeat? Shin Tuyi looked at Xing Tianyi. Xing Tianyi shrugged. I said he can make it to the second round. Shin Tuyi. Well, this topic can't be pursued. Xiang Tiangu pointed downwards. Alright, Chen Chen is about to battle, let's not disturb. But as they looked down, their pupils slightly contracted. 3 robots with the strength of the initial stage of the 4th grade raised their fists and suddenly rushed from a distance. The speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. It's important to note that the mechanical puppets have almost no weaknesses, whether it's strength, defense, or speed. Under the corresponding program, everything is set with extreme precision. It would be extremely difficult for ordinary warriors of the same realm to deal with them, let alone someone like Chen Chen, a 3rd grade warrior. However, a hint of battle intent erupted in Chen Chen's eyes. Since you're so eager to die, then come on. Watching the 4th grade mechanical puppet rapidly expanding in his line of sight, a playful smile appeared on Chen Chen's lips. In an instant, he pointed forward. Dark Thunder Spear Throw. Boom! Immediately, 4 streams of dark thunder liquid surged up Chen Chen's shoulders, followed by a black mist-like smoke that instantly condensed behind him. Then, giant dragon-like arms made of dark thunder formed on Chen Chen's back once again. In the puzzled gaze of the 3 mechanical puppets, the 4 giant dark thunder hands suddenly condensed into 4 6-meter giant spears, releasing a terrifying pressure. Within them, a faint artistic conception lingered. The next moment, they all shot out. Boom! In an instant, the 4 dark thunder spears tore through the air in front of them, rushing towards the 3 mechanical puppets with a devastating momentum. Beep beep beep. Detecting a terrifying attack, the internal programs of the 3 mechanical puppets suddenly sounded intense alarm bells. They raised their hands to form shields, attempting to block Chen Chen's attack. However, as soon as the dark thunder spears touched the mechanical puppets, cracks suddenly appeared on the mechanical shields, rapidly expanding, and then the shields instantly shattered. The vast dark thunder spears, like a force of nature, completely destroyed the 3 4th grade initial stage robots. Such a strong talent fluctuation. Above the sky, Gu Lingen's pupils contracted. Everyone nodded involuntarily. It wasn't just the immense energy released by Chen Chen, but within that energy, they actually sensed a mysterious taste. It was like an artistic conception? Could it be that Chen Chen has comprehended an artistic conception? Otherwise, how could such terrifying power be condensed in the dark thunder spears? However, the power of artistic conception. That requires mastering the art to a perfect level. And Chen Chen, at just 18 years old, comprehended the perfect level of spear technique? Thinking of this, the deans of the 3 major academies shook their heads one after another, exclaiming it was impossible. After a brief moment of contemplation, everyone's gaze returned to the machine canyon. Chen Chen defeating the 4th grade initial stage mechanical puppets was not surprising to them. After all, by defeating Zhang Hu and the other 3 in a joint effort, he had already proven his strength. The real test awaited him with the mechanical puppets to come. Inside the machine canyon, Chen Chen shrugged lightly. Click, he stepped out of the wreckage of the 3 mechanical puppets, his face showing no change. Even though his realm was only in the middle of the 3rd grade. However, his talent, physical strength, and even his comprehension ability are all beyond the comparison of ordinary people. Therefore, Chen Chen has absolute confidence in himself. It seems that the aura he emits is too strong. Suddenly, in the distance, 5 mechanical puppets were awakened, and from their eyes, a burst of azure light erupted. The terrifying pressure swept in like a violent storm. They were 5 mid-level 4th grade mechanical puppets. At this moment, the aura emanating from each mechanical puppet was even more powerful and terrifying than that of a lower grade 4th grade mechanical puppet. This is truly one of the real tests in the mechanical gorge. Dealing with mid-level 4th grade mechanical puppets is not as easy as dealing with lower grade 4th grade mechanical puppets. In the sky, the 3 deans were also filled with anticipation. They wondered how many minutes it would take for Chen Chen to deal with these 5 mid-level 4th grade mechanical puppets. At this moment, Chen Chen looked at the 5 puppets and smiled lightly. He reached out his hand. Suddenly, 4 dark thunder giant hands behind him moved towards him, and then, countless dark thunder energies shimmered like dragons in the air. Finally, a 5-meter-long dark thunder giant spear condensed abruptly. Black mist surged, thunder rolled. Chen Chen held the long spear as if a god held a scepter. Sensing the mechanical puppets growing larger in his pupils, Chen Chen held the spear and murmured softly, "Dark Thunder Spear, you sure?" Chen Shen took a deep breath, and a burst of energy exploded in his chest. The terrifying dark thunder energy gathered at the black spear tip. In an instant, countless dark thunder dragons shimmered at the spear tip. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding air to condense, forming swirling air currents. The air shook, the ground trembled. The 5 mid-level 4th grade mechanical puppets, unaware of the imminent danger, continued to attack Chen Chen with their special metal fists. The approaching fists completely ruptured the air, attacking Chen Chen from 5 different directions. How will Chen Chen deal with this move? Gu Linggen's eyes twinkled with a smile. However, what happened next made everyone, including Huixiu, pause. On Chen Chen's spear tip, not only did terrifying talent energy gather, but also a faint sense of intent. It was not just the rudiments of intent, but a peak state close to the transition from rudimentary intent to full intent, named half intent. In the next moment, Chen Chen's long spear swept forward. Boom! The energy on the dark thunder spear tip exploded instantly with this movement, and the rampant energy rushed out like a flood, forming a crescent-shaped wave. This crescent wave, carrying a sharp intent, instantly tore through the air in pieces. Swoosh! Unlike the dark thunder spear throw, dark thunder spear Yushur was an absolute speed. It was so fast that it seemed to transcend time. The entire mechanical gorge seemed to quiet down. Boom! The crescent-shaped dark thunder wave effortlessly destroyed the bodies of the 5 mechanical puppets. Buzz! After shattering the bodies of the 5 mechanical puppets, the crescent-shaped wave continued without pause, descending upon the earth in absolute terror. Instantly, a huge pit of about 10 meters was blasted out. The ground was littered with fragments of the mechanical puppets. On the battlefield, only Chen Chen stood alone. How boring! With Chen Chen's voice falling, everything that happened in the mechanical gorge naturally reached the eyes of the 4 deans and the vice principal. Half intent. Chen Chen actually comprehended half of the gun intent. Gu Linggen's eyes were about to burst. He rubbed his eyes, confirming that he wasn't mistaken. Mastering half of the gun intent at 18. It's very likely that before 20, he will master the true gun intent. He is truly a monstrous talent. Indeed, this kid's talent is truly terrifying. Shinti also spoke up, his eyes filled with envy. You see, if Xingxianyi hadn't set the condition of opening the Tianbei for him to read, he would have definitely included Chen Chen in his plans. TSK, no wonder old Xing is so concerned about him, Xiang Tiange sighed. Chen Chen's talent is indeed unique in this generation, no, in the past 2 generations. If Chen Chen focuses on cultivation for a year, he could easily win the next year's battle for immortal treasures without much effort. If he focuses for another 2 years, he might even win the championship in the 3 schools' grand competition. In his freshman year, Chen Chen already possessed such combat power. By his junior year, he probably already comprehended the true gun intent. This is an extremely astonishing matter. However, the 3 deans also knew one thing. That is, Chen Chen comprehending half of the gun intent almost guarantees his spot in the top 12. You see, mastering half of the gun intent almost represents the ability to control one's own body and mastery of gun skills to a near-perfect level. When facing a real person, it might be a bit tricky. But facing a robot that lacks intelligence and operates purely from a calculation perspective, it would probably be easy to sweep past them. And in the Machine Canyon, there are only a dozen mid-level 4th grade machine puppets. There are only 2 high-level 4th grade machine puppets. Even if Chen Chen doesn't fight back and just dodges, it would be extremely easy. TSK. Gu Linggen's eyes showed a hint of complexity. At this rate, Chen Chen estimated that he would reach the finish line in just over 10 minutes. I wonder what expression those arrogant sophomores will have when they realize they've been surpassed by their own junior. On the other side, Xingxianyi looked at the expressions of the 3 deans and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Just half of the gun intent has shocked you all like this? If you were to know that Chen Chen has comprehended all of the gun intent, your eyes would probably pop out in shock. However, Xingxianyi was not in a hurry to reveal this. He was saving the best for later. When it comes to the second round of the battle for immortal treasures, during the arena battles, that's when Chen Chen will truly shine. Just thinking about the expressions of the 3 deans at that time, Xingxianyi's heart was filled with excitement. As Chen Chen stepped over the fragments of the puppets under his feet, he continued towards the machine canyon, carrying his gun on his shoulder, fearless of anything. At the end of the machine canyon, the talented individuals were still chatting. It's already been 6 minutes, looks like breaking Shang Tianlei's record is out of reach. What are you daydreaming about? 6 minutes? Even a deity couldn't do it. Ha ha ha, let's be honest, we envy Chen Chen for having this opportunity. Yeah, he can compete for immortal treasures since his freshman year. Can't help it, he was a special admission. Aren't we all special admissions? We have to admit, there is a gap between the talented and the exceptionally talented. As time passed, it had already been 10 minutes. People sighed and started chatting. Lin Qingju and Zhou Wenyu also began to rest their eyes, preparing for the upcoming arena battles. After all, in their eyes, Chen Chen was only a mid-level third-grade warrior. Being able to pass through the Machine Canyon was already an extraordinary feat, not to mention achieving a ranking in the top 12 of those who passed through the Machine Canyon. I guess he might be the last one? Among the crowd, only Shang Tianlei's gaze remained fixed on the Machine Canyon. His heartbeat grew louder, and he even licked his lips in excitement. Getting closer. Tisk TSK. Such an interesting thunder type. Never seen before. My thunder is excited too. With these murmurs, a slender figure slowly emerged from the puppet machine. Everyone looked up to see Chen Chen, his face calm. He's out. How long did it take? Let me see, 11 minutes and 7 seconds? 11 minutes. For a freshman, that's quite. Wait, what did you say? Chen Chen passed the assessment in 11 minutes. Damn! In an instant, everyone looked at Chen Chen in shock. Their expressions changed drastically. Unbelievable. 11 minutes? What does that even mean? Remember, those participating in the artifact contest are the top 20 elites of the sophomore year. Excluding the top 10, their average time is around 14 minutes. And now, Chen Chen's time is only 11 minutes? Damn! Is he really a freshman? What does this prove? With his freshman status, Chen Chen surpassed hundreds of sophomores. He even ranked 11th among these sophomore elites. He's truly a monster. Many elites beyond the 12th rank had their faces change. Their disdain for Chen Chen completely transformed at this moment. This guy is truly terrifying. No wonder he could kill a lord beast beyond his level. The top 10 elites, looking at Chen Chen, became more serious. In their eyes, Chen Chen already had the level to compete with them. Even though Chen Chen is only a mid-level third grade, they couldn't afford to be complacent in the subsequent competition. Behind the elites, Lin Qingju looked at Chen Chen's slender figure with astonishment in her beautiful eyes. She never imagined that a freshman could achieve this level. Each student had gone through a year of exams, big and small. Whether in combat or theory, they were far superior to so-called freshmen. Almost all the top 20 elites had practiced top-level techniques like the Sky Passage, Skyling, and Sky Control. Yet, Chen Chen could still defeat them and even reach the top 12. 11 minutes. He made it to the 11th position. Lin Qingju could almost see the faces of those who were originally 12th, turning pale instantly, then showing a bitter smile and a helpless expression. This kid seems interesting. Looking at Chen Chen's handsome face, Lin Qingju's face showed a hint of curiosity. Perhaps in the second round, Lin Qingju would find out the true strength of Chen Chen, who reached the 11th position. On the other side, Zhou Wenyu looked surprised. His face was burning with pain. Earlier, he had almost desperately believed that Chen Chen couldn't make it. But now, Chen Chen had surprised him greatly. This guy's strength, TSK, I never expected it to be this strong. So the leaders weren't giving Chen Chen a chance to train. They wanted to see if Chen Chen could really compete for the artifact. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhou Wenyu quickly regained his composure. Strong is strong. Anyway, in this test, there's absolutely no way he could threaten his top 3 position. In this exam, only Lin Qingju and Shang Tianlei could give him some pressure. However, Zhou Wenyu did not expect that Chen Chen's achievement of entering the top 12 was actually guessed by Shang Tianlei. And the young man in the purple robe standing aside, looking at Chen Chen's figure, smiled lightly. Integration. Evolution. Only thunder can make me stronger. And Chen Chen's thunder. Shang Tianlei's voice grew fainter and eventually disappeared. As Chen Chen looked at the shocked, astonished, and incredulous gazes of the crowd, he just shrugged. Actually, he could come out of the Machine Canyon even faster. And the results he displayed would definitely shock countless people. Just in the battle. Faintly, Chen Chen felt that his gun intent seemed to be breaking through. So, let's warm up a bit. Some foreplay before the big battle. Let the blood boil. His gun intent has not been fully revealed yet. If it were to be revealed, what a dazzling scene it would be. Chen Chen was bound to win this time's Immortal Artifact contest. Only by obtaining the Immortal Artifact could he elevate his strength once again. It would also provide space for the true display of the God-slaying gun intent and the Nine Heavens Dark Thunder God body. He wanted to see the scene when the God-slaying gun intent and the Nine Heavens Dark Thunder God body truly erupted. Just then, 5 streaks of light fell from the sky, and the 4 deans and vice principals headed towards them. The crowd quickly saluted, while Huoxiu waved his hand, indicating they need not. Finally, the eyes of the 5 newcomers swept over Chen Chen. It was no surprise to them, Gu Linghan, Shintayi, Xiang Tiangda, Huaxiao, that Chen Shen could enter the top 12 and participate in the second round of the Immortal Artifact contest. What surprised them was Chen Shen's calmness in dealing with the final 4th grade high-level machine puppet. It was as if he was just playing around and had never shown his true strength. Could it be that Chen Shen was still hiding something? When they looked at Xing Tianyi, he crossed his arms and whistled, as if nothing concerned him. The crowd was at a loss. Fine. By the time of the second round of the contest, Chen Shen's hidden strength would surely be brought out. They were quite curious about one thing. After a month of training, to what extent had Chen Shen's true strength reached? This was something worth looking forward to. Then, Huaxiao, as the vice principal, stepped forward and smiled at everyone, since the test in the Machine Canyon has ended. Next up is the second round of testing, the Arena Battle. As soon as the words Arena Battle were heard, the top 12 sophomores couldn't help but tense up. It was known that only by achieving a top 5 result in the second round of the arena test could they have the opportunity to come into contact with the Immortal Artifact. Without reaching the top 5? That meant all was in vain. This was almost the most important thing among the 3 holy martial arts universities. Only by mastering the Immortal Artifact could one further advance and better tread the endless path of martial arts. Huaxiao chuckled lightly and then flicked his hand gently. In an instant, the earth trembled, and a huge silver arena suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Huaxiao smiled lightly. The second round of the Immortal Artifact contest in previous years has been extremely simple. Through a random drawing mode, the top 12 people select their respective opponents. Win, advance. Lose, do not advance. It's that simple. If you want to choose strong opponents, don't expect any tricks. In the battlefield against ferocious beasts, luck is also part of strength. At the same time, when contending for immortal treasures, luck is extremely important. Huaxiao's tone was calm and matter-of-fact as he stated a fact. In this world, there is no absolute fairness. The Great U artificial intelligence system will conduct a random selection of spots. Huaxiao whispered softly. Suddenly, virtual screens flickered in front of everyone, and then spots rapidly jumped. The tension rose among the crowd. Finally, the spots were determined. The first arena battle. Shang Tianlei vs. Duge Shang. Looking at these two names, Chen Shen narrowed his eyes. Shang Tianlei's strength was almost the strongest in the entire second year. He also wanted to see how strong Shang Tianlei could be. Could he surpass him? Chen Shen smiled lightly. The first match, Shang Tianlei vs. Duge Shang. With Huaxiao's words, the 4 colleges and the vice principal floated in midair, and a huge audience stand suddenly appeared. On the arena, 2 figures suddenly shot out. Chen Shen stood below the arena with his arms crossed, waiting for his turn. He could watch for now. On the arena, Duge Shang wore a bitter smile on his face. He never expected to face Shang Tianlei in the first match. Shang Tianlei remained calm, his face expressionless. How do you plan to lose? Shang Tianlei smiled lightly. So arrogant. People thought. However, they also knew that Shang Tianlei indeed had the capital to back it up. Duge Shang's eyes hardened, then he raised his hands, and in an instant, a long spear appeared. I will defeat you. Duge Shang's eyes were sharp. Those who could enter the top 12 were almost all in the middle of the 4th rank. Shang Tianlei was only in the high 4th rank. However, Duge Shang knew that this slight difference in rank was like heaven and earth. In an instant, Duge Shang's body muscles suddenly changed rapidly. Every muscle twisted like a spiral, then, holding the long spear, he unleashed it completely. He was also a strong student of the Tongtian Academy, practicing the Tongtian technique. Flames flickered on the sharp spear. Combining with his exquisite spear technique, he thrust forward. Shang Tianlei looked at the enlarging spear in his eyes and sneered. Suddenly, he raised his arm and lightly pointed forward. Despairing thunder heaven entrapping finger. Crack! A lightning bolt shot out like a meteor, heading straight towards Duge Shang. Boom! The long spear in Duge Shang's hand trembled violently, then the lightning struck his chest like a force of nature, sending him flying off the arena and crashing down. Huaxiao announced, the winner of this duel, Shang Tianlei. Such strong power. One finger defeated Duge Shang. I can feel that Shang Tianlei's thunder power has become even stronger than before. What has happened these days? Not only were the top talents surprised, even Lin Xingzhu and Zhou Wenyu looked very serious. They sensed a different aura from Shang Tianlei's lightning. Among the crowd, Chen Shen's gaze fell on Shang Tianlei. This thunderous pressure seems to be at the level of SSS, right? Suddenly, excitement flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. It seemed that in this duel, he had found a truly exciting opponent. In the observation stand above the sky, the deans nodded in agreement. This energy intensity truly lives up to the reputation of our Tongtian Academy. Gu Linggan's face was flushed with pride. Without using the Tongtian technique, the eruption was unexpectedly powerful, truly living up to the arrogance of being the number one on the first day of sophomore year. Even Shintui from the Imperial Academy couldn't help but admire. His talent may have evolved, sharp-eyed Xiang Tiange said. Is it SSS level? Upon hearing Xiang Tiange's words, Gu Linghan smiled lightly. Yes, it is indeed SSS level. Instantly, Xiang Tiange and Dean Shintui took a sharp breath. They never expected the appearance of Sheng Tianlei at this moment. They had thought that Zhou Wenyu and Lin Xingzhu might have a chance to compete with Sheng Tianlei, but Sheng Tianlei had actually broken through his talent to SSS level, so the odds of winning became very slim. Seeing this, both of them couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps a dark horse will emerge later? Xingtian held his hands across his chest. Everyone fell silent. Gu Linghan chuckled. Old Xing, stop thinking about your little Chen. I know little Chen is strong, but not this year. Only tomorrow, he can truly show his talent. For him to enter the top 12 this year is already a miracle. Do you really expect him to be the first? Xiang Tiange and Shen Ti nodded. It seemed that the opponents Chen Chen faced now were almost all mid-level 4th grade, peak martial arts practitioners. Unless Chen Chen comprehended the intent of the spear. Otherwise, there was no chance. But the intent of the spear was extremely difficult to comprehend. Throughout the entire first, second, and third years at Xianyuan Martial Arts University, almost no one had comprehended it. On the other hand, it seemed that each of the Zhangqiang Martial Arts University and Xingkong Martial Arts University had one. But that was in the third year, when they were 20 years old. And those two were carefully cultivated by the two holy martial arts universities for the grand competition in 2 months. However, even they could only grasp it at 20 years old, let alone Chen Chen, an 18-year-old boy? Shaking their heads, they continued to watch the match. Next, it was Zhou Wenyu's turn to fight a mid-level 4th grade student from the Tongtian Academy. Zhou, please advise. The opponent said. Okay. Zhou Wenyu nodded, but there was still no great interest in his eyes. Then, the opponent's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, his whole body tensed up like a spring and shot out. At some point, a huge pair of boxing gloves appeared on his right hand, with ice spikes forming in front of the gloves inch by inch. Cold. Piercing. However, this attack did not arouse any interest in Zhou Wenyu. Golden defense of the heavenly realm. In an instant, golden light flashed on Zhou Wenyu's body, and then he reached out his palm towards the opponent. Boom! The clash of palms and fists erupted into a huge wave of energy, even causing cracks on the arena. However, in the next moment, the opponent was sent flying by Zhou Wenyu with just one palm strike, hitting the arena. The opponent stood up, showing a wry smile, bowed, and stood aside. Such strong defense. The crowd of talented individuals were full of shock. As 4th grade martial artists, they naturally could see that Zhou Wenyu did not use force to push the opponent out. Instead, relying solely on his terrifying defense, he forcefully sent the person flying out due to the rebound effect. Our Zhou Wenyu is not bad either, Shen Tui grunted. Others nodded slightly in agreement. After all, to cultivate the heavenly realm technique to such a level in the second year was quite impressive. Moreover, he possessed the rare SS-level golden heavenly talent, which could turn his skin into a metallic armor. When combined with the heavenly realm technique, he would definitely be an excellent tank on the battlefield. Next, the drawing of lots for the next match began. In the third match, Lin Xingzhu will battle against Xie Tao, Hua Xiu announced. Immediately, there was another burst of noise on the field. Lin Xingzhu is up, the master of the great second sword Dao. It is said that she has completed the credits for swordsmanship. Tisk Tsk, a strong warrior and the school's beauty. The proud students spoke one after another. It should be noted that there were many outstanding women, but versatile ones like Lin Xingzhu were extremely rare. Even Chen Chen couldn't help but nod slightly. He could perceive the faint sword intent on Lin Xingzhu's body. Obviously, she was a master who had cultivated swordsmanship to the realm of true self. Seems like she's a good opponent too, Chen Chen murmured to himself. In an instant, Lin Xingzhu stepped onto the stage, looking at her opponent with a gentle smile. Please teach me. Please teach me. Her opponent Xie Tao quickly responded. Although Xie Tao was very polite, when the bell for the match rang, he rushed out without any reservation. Roar! In an instant, a fierce white tiger's true form appeared on Xie Tao's body, charging towards Lin Xingzhu like an ironclad tank. It should be noted that Xie Tao practiced the Tongtian method, which was extremely powerful. If he were to collide, even ordinary mid-level or high-level 4th grade warriors would find it extremely difficult. However, Lin Xingzhu just smiled lightly. In an instant, a slender long sword appeared in her hand. Lingtian Pamiao Sword Shadow Infinite. Suddenly, hundreds of sword shadows burst out from Lin Xingzhu's soft sword, slashing towards Xiatao densely. Such fast swordsmanship! Someone exclaimed. On the other side, Xiatao's body was covered in goosebumps, preparing to defend himself. The crisp sound of swords suddenly rang out. Then, Lin Qingju's soft sword was placed on Xiatao's neck. I lose. Xiatao looked lost, and after hearing the announcement, he voluntarily stepped down from the stage. The remaining proud students couldn't help but show astonishment. Shang Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, Lin Qingju are too strong. What a joke! They defeat their opponents with just one move. Their final exams weren't this terrifying. It should be noted that during the previous final exams, everyone could exchange blows with the three. But now, they were defeated with just one move? It was simply unbelievable. Perhaps, during the final exams, these three were still hiding their true strength. Thinking of this, the remaining 5 second-year students suddenly looked serious. The top 3 had no hope left. Now, they could only compete for the top 5. As long as they could reach the top 5, there was still a chance to obtain immortal treasures. At this moment, they looked at each other again. Then, the announcements of the next battles began. After that, 2 more battles ended. At this point, there was only one second-year proud student left who hadn't been tested. And one more. A freshman from the first year. Everyone's gaze turned towards the 2 of them. And standing in the sky, Wuxiu smiled gently and said, in the first round, the last match, Chen vs. Ouyang Jing. In an instant, 2 figures leaped onto the silver-white stage. Below the stage, a lively discussion suddenly broke out. TSK Tisk, it's Chen's turn. I didn't expect him to be up against Ouyang Jing. He ranks 4th in the Machine Gorge, just below those 3 monsters. I thought Chen might advance further, but now it looks grim. It's okay, he's just here to train, not really aiming for an immortal treasure. Ouyang Jing won't hold back. With his practice of the Lingtian method, he might beat Chen black and blue. A sudden wave of discussions erupted. Even Lin Qingju and Zhou Wenyu turned their gaze towards the arena. Who do you think will win? Zhou Wenyu smiled. Who else could it be? Lin Qingju shrugged. In my opinion, Chen probably has about a 20% chance of winning, right? Zhou Wenyu was taken aback, looking at Lin Qingju. No. Do you really think Ouyang Jing has an 80% chance in your mind? You should know, his strength can even overpower 3rd-grade martial artists. Lin Qingju remained silent. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with ripples. Not because of anything else, but she sensed a faint artistic conception emanating from Chen. Could it be that Chen has mastered the essence of the spear? A year younger than her and already mastering the essence of the spear? Is that even possible? Meanwhile, in the spectator stands above the sky, Gu Linghan watched Chen's challenger and lightly smiled. Lao Xiang, remember to let Ouyang Jing go easy on him. His sky-crossing technique has already reached mastery. Martial arts proficiency is divided into initiation, mastery, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Therefore, reaching mastery level is quite rare in the entire second year. Xiang Tianga had not spoken yet, but Xing Tianyi did. Don't let Chen defeat Ouyang Jing in an instant. Xing Tianyi snorted coldly. Defeat him? Gu Linghan chuckled. How is that possible? Even if Chen has cultivated to half the level of spear intent, so what? With an absolute gap in realm and martial arts, Chen chances of winning are almost zero. Lao Xing, I know you're biased, but you can't be this biased. Xing Tianyi snorted coldly, expressionless, and said no more, shifting his gaze to Chen on the arena. But deep down in his heart, Chen, show them what you've got quickly. On the arena, Ouyang Jing, dressed in a snow-white robe, with long flowing hair, fair fingers, and a gaze that carried a hint of disdain. When I make a move, I usually don't hold back. If you don't want to lie in bed for 2 months, I suggest you step down. As Ouyang Jing spoke, he chuckled lightly, but within that smile, there was an infinite chill. In an instant, an invisible hurricane suddenly entwined, gathering winds from all directions like towering mountains pressing down towards Chen. Obviously, Ouyang Jing was using his innate ability to exert pressure on Chen. Ouyang Jing's SS-level gravity is truly terrifying. Indeed, it can pose a threat to enemies and provide convenience for oneself. Combined with the sky-crossing technique, it's simply amazing. He's probably the most likely to challenge those 3 monsters. Actually, there's no need to watch. Chen has already lost. If Chen surrenders now, he might avoid a few extra hits. The crowd immediately began to comment. And as if hearing the words of those around him, Ouyang Jing chuckled softly. Did you hear that? They're calling you. Before he could finish, Chen interrupted. Senior, this is the arena, not a place for idle chatter. Instantly, the atmosphere quieted down. Ouyang Jing's face gradually turned grim. He looked at Chen, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It's true. If you won't take the toast, you'll have to drink the penalty. Indeed, if you won't take the toast, you'll have to drink the penalty. Watching Chen Shen's calm face, a cold light flashed across Ouyang Jing's face. In an instant, the hurricane surrounding Ouyang Jing whirled violently. Buzz! An invisible gravity suddenly released. Even outside the arena, the young talents could already sense a pressure emanating from all over their bodies. This was the effect of gravity. Under this oppressive gravity, whether they condense energy, surge blood and chi, or move, they will carry a layer of negative debuff. Therefore, coupled with Ouyang Jing who possesses the sky-piercing law, this effect will become extremely terrifying and formidable. I guess Chen Shen can't hold on anymore, right? A prodigy chuckled lightly. And when their gazes turned to the arena, everyone suddenly froze in place. What? Chen Chen? How is he still not reacting at all? They saw Chen Chen standing on the platform, still wearing a plain face, even yawning. As if he was bored? Is this your gravity? Quite impressive. Feeling the pressure from all around, Chen Chen smiled lightly, indeed. However, these words, when they reached Ouyang Jing's ears, were undoubtedly a kind of humiliation. You see, after releasing the gravity field, almost all martial artists of his age and realm would look serious. Under this gravity field, no one can remain calm and composed. A cold light flashed through Ouyang Jing's eyes. This kid is definitely pretending. The thought crossed Ouyang Jing's mind, and a hint of disdain was all that remained in his eyes as he looked at Chen Chen. It seemed that the freshman in front of him was just pretending to be relaxed. Kid. Ouyang Jing crossed his arms. I originally wanted you to realize the difficulty and retreat. But it seems like you're too stubborn. In that case, don't blame me for making a move. Boom! In an instant, a gravity wave erupted like a volcanic eruption. The air from all directions was suddenly compressed and torn apart. Countless streams of air dragons surged out, sweeping over. The prodigies couldn't help but change their expressions. They knew Ouyang Jing was not holding back. Going all out against a freshman? Why? What else could it be? Ouyang Jing must be annoyed by that guy. With various remarks falling, brilliant light shields suddenly rose, protecting everyone from being affected by this battle. Lin Xingzhu, it seems like you've guessed wrong this time. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms, a faint smile on his lips. Feeling the gravity field emanating from Ouyang Jing, Zhou Wenyu just smiled faintly. Under such an attack, hardly any third-grade martial artist could withstand it. Even if Chen Shen had some hidden cards, it would be impossible for him to surpass Ouyang Jing. However, Lin Xingzhu remained silent. She and Shang Tianlei were watching the platform intently. Seeing the expressions of Lin Xingzhu and Shang Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu furrowed his brows. Could it be that these two really think Chen Shen can win? In the viewing stands above the sky, Xing Tianyi couldn't help but feel nervous. You see, even though Chen Shen displayed the intent of the spear, facing Ouyang Jing's attacks, there was still a slight inadequacy. I wonder if Chen Shen can defeat him in the end? That's the question. If it were some ordinary second-year prodigy, Xing Tianyi would have no doubts. Lao Xiang, Ouyang Jing is going all out, remember to protect him. Xing Tianyi spoke up. After all, Ouyang Jing was from the Sky-Piercing Academy, so it was most appropriate for Xiang Tiange to intervene. Xiang Tiange nodded, I understand. Gu Linghan looked at Lao Xing's slightly nervous expression and smiled lightly. It seems that Lao Xing is not so confident after all. After all, for Chen Shen to reach this level at the age of 18 is quite remarkable. To master half-step spear intent at such a young age. This achievement is only second to the most outstanding insightful students nurtured by the two holy martial arts universities for the Tricol Grand Competition. They might as well take a look at what Chen Shen's hidden skills are, after all. As numerous gazes turned towards the arena, Ouyang Jing revealed a faint smile. Then, his robe began to rustle loudly. He extended his hands, and in the palms of his hands, a chaotic sphere of wind and waves suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't just wind and waves. It was a spherical mass of disorderly gravity. Next, I will defeat you with one move. Ouyang Jing felt the pressure of the gravity sphere in his palm and smiled lightly. Chen Shen smiled faintly, perhaps, I am too? Ouyang Jing was already too lazy to say anything more to Chen Shen. Some arrogant geniuses just like to talk nonsense. Next, let Senior Ouyang wake you up. Gravity sky compression of the world. Bang! In an instant, terrifying energy spewed from Ouyang Jing's feet, and this gravitational energy created a huge pit on the ground. Then his entire body suddenly shot out. No! It didn't stop there. Every drop of blood, every muscle fiber, every meridian in his body underwent a tremendous transformation. They moved, they condensed, they transformed. Martial arts is the ultimate study of the mysteries of the human body, maximizing a warrior's control over their body. The 4 martial arts gates of the Xianyuan Martial Arts University pushed this potential to the extreme. Under the dual effects of the sky-penetrating technique and the gravity field, Ouyang Jing's speed had reached an unprecedented level. The surrounding winds surged, and Ouyang Jing's figure suddenly disappeared. Then, to the astonishment of many, Ouyang Jing appeared in front of Chen Chen. Slash! Ouyang Jing shouted, and the gravity sphere in his palm burst open, releasing a huge wave of energy that spiraled towards Chen Chen's chest. Chen Chen is finished. This thought flashed through everyone's minds. However, what happened next left everyone wide-eyed. On the arena, Chen Chen looked at the enlarging Ouyang Jing in his line of sight and smiled lightly. Too weak. No. Too slow. Chen Chen raised his hand gently, and then, a dark thunder spear suddenly appeared in his right hand. The spear was calm, without any surging energy. Because, in Chen Chen's eyes, Ouyang Jing didn't even need to conjure a strong dark thunder spear. Do you know why you will lose to me? Sensing the strange aura emanating from Chen Chen, Ouyang Jing's face changed, feeling a tremendous sense of crisis. I must kill Chen Chen immediately. Ouyang Jing's right palm struck towards Chen Chen, intending to send him flying. However, Chen Chen smiled lightly and said the next words, because, you are weaker than me. In an instant, the spear, like a dragon, pierced through heaven and earth. The intent of the spear manifested. This dragon-like spear, followed by an invisible intent, burst forth. Chen Chen didn't hesitate at all, but unleashed the intent of the spear. Pretending to be weak? That wasn't his style. If he was going to fight, he would aim to kill. Boom! Under the shroud of this spear intent, everyone's faces suddenly froze. Spear intent. Spear intent. Spear intent. Chen Chen had actually comprehended the spear intent. Everyone felt their scalps tingle, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Comprehending the spear intent requires a perfect level of spear technique. This spear technique is above the level of true self. And now, Chen Chen, only 18 years old, a freshman, had comprehended a perfect level of spear technique? Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Beside the crowd, Zhou Wenyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Chen Chen, this guy, actually comprehended the gun intent? A look of shock flashed through Zhou Wenyu's eyes. As a top-tier sophomore genius, he naturally knew how difficult it was to comprehend the gun intent. And now, Chen Chen had actually grasped the gun intent. This fact would probably be unimaginable to many. No wonder Chen Chen could break through the machine gorge with just a third-grade warrior and enter the second round of the competition for the immortal artifact. It turned out to be the reason. Even now, Zhou Wenyu had to admit Chen Chen truly had the qualification to fight against him. Standing beside Zhou Wenyu, Lin Qingzhu stared wide-eyed. My perception has not made any mistakes. Chen Chen has truly mastered the power of intent. Even the extraordinary Lin Qingzhu, known for her swordsmanship talent since childhood, was briefly stunned when she saw Chen Chen's gun intent. Countless swordsmanship masters had praised her. Lin Qingzhu's goal had always been to comprehend the sword intent before she turned 20. Then, she would become the #1 figure stunning the entire Great Xia Federation. However, at this moment, she discovered that Chen Chen's intent had reached a complete level. She hadn't even reached half of the sword intent. Suddenly, a thought wandered through her mind. Perhaps that way is really possible. Beside Lin Qingzhu, looking at Chen Chen on the platform exuding overwhelming intent, Shang Tianlei's mouth gradually curled up. He liked this. He liked geniuses with thunder and lightning talents like this. Come on, Chen Chen. The stronger you perform, the more I want to crush you under my feet. Shang Tianlei crossed his arms, with thunderous snakes swirling in his eyes, flashing and erupting. A thunder talent can only be ruled by him. Even though Chen Chen possessed the gun intent, in Shang Tianlei's eyes. So what? He would personally crush Chen Chen's pride. Crack! Swish! Almost simultaneously, the three deans stood up from their seats, staring incredulously at the scene on the platform. In the minds of the three deans, it felt like helicopters were buzzing around. Isn't it? Chen Chen has mastered the perfect level of marksmanship? Isn't it? Chen Chen comprehended the gun intent? Isn't it? Chen Chen? The three deans' gazes suddenly turned towards Xingxianyi, their faces full of disbelief. After Xingxianyi noticed the terrifying eruption of Chen Chen's intent, the tension in his heart also eased. Even he hadn't expected Chen Chen's current overwhelming gun intent to be so terrifying. With that in mind, Xingxianyi crossed his arms and sat down nonchalantly, as if he had everything under control. Seeing Xingxianyi's expression, the corners of the three deans' mouths twitched. Chen Chen comprehended the intent? This guy had been hiding it all along. Clearly, he wanted to wait until now to slap them in the face. The three deans wished they could strangle Xingxianyi, while waves of shock surged in their hearts. 18 years old. A genius who comprehended the power of intent. Moreover, this genius who comprehended the power of intent had actually mastered three talents. For the Tri-School Grand Competition, the other two holy martial arts universities had put in a lot of effort to cultivate two monstrous talents. And now, Chen Shen's mastery of intent was on par with theirs. Who would believe it? If Chen Shen were to participate in the Tri-School Grand Competition now, perhaps just revealing his gun intent would be enough to shock the students of the other two holy martial arts universities? Suddenly, they remembered a sentence the principal said a month ago. This year's Tri-School Grand Competition seems to allow freshmen and sophomores to participate. Placing the current Chen Shen among the freshmen of the other two schools, it would probably be a piece of cake to defeat them. For some reason, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shinti felt a sour feeling in their hearts. Could it be missing out on Chen Shen? Really missing out on billions? And all of this still happened in an instant. On the silver-white arena, Ouyang Jing widened his eyes, his trembling pupils filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you comprehend the gun intent? With a roar, the gravity ball in Ouyang Jing's right hand rapidly expanded, almost in the blink of an eye, reaching a diameter of 1 meter. Ouyang Jing knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. If he hesitated further, he might end up losing to himself. This was something Ouyang Jing could not accept. Gravity Ultimate Compression World. Boom! The huge gravity wave erupted again, the terrifying gravity field causing the air around to collapse, countless air waves escaping towards the sky. Obviously, Ouyang Jing had pushed his gravity energy to the extreme. However, all of this was futile in front of Chen Shen. Between Chen Shen's eyes, a faint sigh passed. Then, as Ouyang Jing's gravity ball approached Chen Shen shot. A simple shot. Plain and ordinary. Even extremely plain. However, on this long gun, everyone felt a chilling and terrifying breath. The Dark Thunder long spear tore through the air as if it could destroy everything. The destructive gun intent light converged on the tip of the gun. Only a gunshot was heard. In Ouyang Jing's astonished gaze, Chen Shen's long spear instantly tore Ouyang Jing's gravity ball apart. Then, a cold star broke through the air. Buzz, in just a moment, Chen Shen's long spear tore through the air and stabbed towards Ouyang Jing. Watching the long spear in his line of sight continuously enlarging, Ouyang Jing's face instantly turned extremely pale. No! Don't! With this terrified voice, Chen Shen's long spear stopped in front of Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing looked at Chen Shen's Dark Thunder long spear, sweat dripping down his forehead like grease. His chest heaved continuously, and the cold sweat completely soaked his robe. Looking at the terrified Ouyang Jing, Chen Shen clenched his hand, and the Dark Thunder long spear turned into starlight particles, dissipating in the air. It seemed that this guy couldn't force out his true strength. After all, he hadn't even revealed the Godslayer attribute yet. Facing Ouyang Jing, he only displayed an attribute-less intent. Who knew what kind of terrifying power Chen Shen could unleash once the Godslayer intent was revealed? Not even he knew. Perhaps this was something worth looking forward to. After a while, Chen Shen realized he was still on the arena. Then, Chen Shen smiled gently at Ouyang Jing, who was soaked and trembling. Senior, I concede. Senior, I concede. Chen Shen's murmuring voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire arena. Silence. The surroundings of the entire arena fell into complete silence. Never before had anyone imagined that Chen Shen could actually defeat Ouyang Jing, and even more so, doing it with such ease and dominance. You should know that Ouyang Jing's strength is not weak, otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked 4th in the entire sophomore year. However, Chen Shen's displayed strength is even more terrifying. Even in this battle, before everyone could even see clearly what his supernatural talent was, Chen Shen, with just a long spear, took care of Ouyang Jing. The endless sky law. No supernatural talent, only a pure intent of the spear. This is truly terrifying. You see, in previous years, there has never been a monster who could emerge, challenging the top 10 of the sophomore class as a freshman. Never before. And now, Chen Shen has actually done it. His talent is truly astonishing. Now, everyone is left with one thought. It seems that Chen Shen will probably only be dealt with by Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Shang Tianlei. However, a faint glimmer of expectation flashed through everyone's minds. What if Chen Shen defeats all three of them? How glorious would that be? Beyond the crowd, the three prodigies each had their own expressions. Perhaps, we really have to rely on him. Lin Qingzhu looked at Chen Shen's face, with a hint of indescribable emotion flickering. It was a complex mix of frustration and curiosity. Even Lin Qingzhu hadn't expected that someone younger than her could surpass her in the realm of artistic conception. If we're talking purely about the intent of the spear, my defense can withstand it without any problem. Watching Chen Shen's calm demeanor, Zhou Wenyu's brows furrowed slightly with a hint of seriousness passing through. But it wasn't much. You see, the disparity between Chen Shen and him, whether in realm or martial arts cultivation, was extremely vast. Therefore, Zhou Wenyu naturally dared to believe that Chen Chen was still not his match. The focus of this match should still be on Sheng Tianlei. He seeks revenge. As for Sheng Tianlei, he still stood with his arms crossed, his eyes faintly flashing with thunder, lost in thought. Now, can we announce the results, President Hua? Looking at the bewildered crowd under the sky, Chen Chen smiled lightly. In the sky, President Hua's face lit up with a smile. The winner of this battle is Chen Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen smiled lightly and was about to step down from the stage when a voice suddenly rang out. Why are you so strong? Ouyang Jing looked at Chen Chen, his trembling pupils still revealing an incredulous expression. He still couldn't understand how a freshman, a mere third-grade intermediate warrior, could be so strong. He had worked so hard in his cultivation for so long. He even mastered the Lingtian law to an introductory level. Why? Why was he still not Chen Chen's match? Upon hearing this, Chen Chen smiled lightly and turned around. Sometimes, true genius is not something that can be measured by age or grade. With that, Chen Chen leaped down, the breeze blowing, making his robe and black hair dance wildly. True genius? After carefully murmuring these few words, Ouyang Jing finally showed a bitter smile on his face. I am not as good as him. The prodigies were in an uproar. However, not a single person refuted Chen Chen. Because those 5 words, true genius, truly described Chen Chen. Everyone knew that perhaps in this round of obtaining immortal treasures, Chen Chen had a share. Their eyes were filled with envy, with no trace of jealousy. After all, Chen Chen had truly impressed them. It seems that only Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei can battle Chen Chen now. What a daring kid, Zhou Wenyu frowned slightly. If he were to encounter Chen Chen, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Chen Chen. Lin Qingzhu murmured to herself, the artistic conception. Meanwhile, Sheng Tianlei's lips were moving, murmuring something indiscernible. On the other side, in the audience seats under the sky dome, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shen Tuyi undoubtedly found themselves caught in the aftermath of shock. Gu Linghan was the first to react. Damn it, Xingxiani, did you already know that Chen Chen had comprehended the essence of the spear? Xingxiani remained composed. I definitely didn't know. How could I know? This is about trusting my own student. Shen Tuyi gave Xingxiani a sidelong glance. I think you just want to show off in front of us. Xiang Tianga raised his hand. Exactly, I think the same. Seeing the 3 deans rare united against a common enemy, Xingxiani couldn't hold back his laughter and burst into hearty laughter. The sound of his laughter reached the ears of every dean. At this moment, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shen Tuyi unexpectedly felt a tinge of regret. If they had known how exceptionally talented Chen Chen was, being able to comprehend the essence of the spear at the age of 18, they would have definitely tried to recruit him. However, at this moment, it seemed like it was all too late. Huaxiu smiled gently, the 3 of you don't need to regret too much. After all, there are plenty of things to regret in this world, and this one doesn't make much of a difference. The 3 deans remained silent. Gu Linghan suddenly laughed. It seems like this time, the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Azure Sky Martial Arts University want to shatter our dreams completely. The remaining deans and Huaxiu nodded in agreement. This year, the military department of the Great Xia Federation specially requested both freshmen and sophomores to participate in the Tricol Grand Competition, probably because the 2 neighboring universities wanted to showcase their students. Over the years, Xianyuan Martial Arts University's performance had not been good, ranking last for 4 consecutive years. In provinces with better resources, they couldn't attract good students at all. This time, the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Azure Sky Martial Arts University's actions seemed to aim at completely ruining their reputation. Their intentions were terrifying. In the past, they might have been nervous. But this year, with the emergence of Chen Chen, just the thought of Chen Chen displaying the essence of the spear in the Tricol Grand Competition, shocking everyone. TSK. A hint of anticipation appeared on the faces of the deans involuntarily. Outwardly, their school was united. All right, Lao Xing, have you guided Chen Chen in comprehending the attribute of the spear's essence? Shen Tuyi asked. No, Xingxiani honestly replied. I only found out about Chen Chen's comprehension of the spear's essence this morning. If it's about the attribute of the spear's essence, how could I guide him in comprehending it? However, given Chen Chen's talent, he should be able to comprehend the attribute of the spear's essence quickly. The so-called attribute of the spear's essence indicated a change in artistic conception. Previously, what Chen Chen displayed was a common artistic conception without any attributes. If one possessed an artistic conception with attributes, various changes would occur. For example, the artistic conception of slaughter, when used, could bestow the martial artist with a terrifying essence of slaughter. Similarly, the artistic conception of selflessness, when used, could completely immerse the user in the artistic conception, unleashing a power several times greater than usual. These artistic conceptions needed to be elevated and connected based on the attribute-less artistic conception. Upon hearing Xingqianyi's response, Xiang Tiange nodded, then, Lao Xing, the comprehension of his attribute artistic conception will fall on you. Xingqianyi smiled, of course, after all, he is a student of my academy. Hearing the words, my academy, the others felt a twinge of sourness. Just then, Shinti suddenly said, do you think Qin Chen has already comprehended the attribute of the spear's essence? Instantly, everyone widened their eyes and looked towards Shinti. Shinti blushed under the scrutiny, chuckling lightly, I was just speaking casually. Qin Chen couldn't possibly be a genius to such an extent, right? Understanding each attribute's realm is extremely difficult. It almost always requires guidance from predecessors who have mastered the attribute's realm. This has been the case for thousands of years. Unless one is a monstrously talented prodigy, they can comprehend it on their own. Although they thought Qin Chen might have a chance, it couldn't be that extraordinary, could it? In an instant, everyone fell into silence. Since you all want to know, Huaxiu smiled gently, shall we proceed to the next round of the arena battles? There are 6 contestants left. At this rate, Qin Chen will soon face those 3 top-ranked youngsters. By then, pushing a bit might reveal what Qin Chen is hiding. The 4 deans exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The next battles would be 6 against 3, with the victorious 3 students earning the right to choose a fairy weapon. The 3 who fail will compete in the losers bracket, and the winner can also select a fairy weapon. This can be considered the fairest competition format. As Qin Chen's gaze fell, the virtual screen in the sky continued to draw lots. In the first round, Sheng Tianlei will battle. Obviously, Sheng Tianlei was not facing the other 2 top prodigies but an unlucky sophomore. Will you go down on your own, or shall I send you down? The sophomore pondered for a moment and then raised his hands. Suddenly, terrifying flames ignited in his palms, transforming into 2 huge fire dragons. Boom! The 2 fire dragons lunged towards Sheng Tianlei. However, Sheng Tianlei's expression remained unchanged. Just then, his voice resounded throughout the arena. Qin Chen, I hope that when facing you, you will confront me with your thunder. Everyone's minds were momentarily confused. Even the opponent standing in front of Sheng Tianlei was bewildered. Wasn't he still fighting Sheng Tianlei? Yet, Sheng Tianlei unexpectedly wanted to face Qin Chen? Wasn't that too insulting? Instantly, the opponent of Sheng Tianlei activated the pressure of the fire dragons to the extreme, and the terrifying flames surged towards Sheng Tianlei in a destructive manner. However, a disdainful smile appeared on Sheng Tianlei's lips. He casually raised a dark blue thunder blade. With a swift motion, the blade descended. The world fell silent. Devouring thunder, reaching the sky, slashing the heavens. A brilliant thunder wave surged forward, breaking through the air with scorching energy, disintegrating the 2 fire dragons into countless fiery particles that vanished. Then, the dark blue wave struck the ground in front of the opponent. With a loud bang, a figure was sent flying, leaving a huge pit in front. One move. Instant kill. Everyone was left speechless for a moment. They hadn't expected Sheng Tianlei's outburst to be so terrifying. It brought almost a devastating blow. Wait, did he say Qin Chen? In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards Qin Chen, the freshman. Qin Chen remained calm, as if nothing could affect his inner self. Perhaps upon hearing Sheng Tianlei's words, Qin Chen slowly raised his eyes. Then, he smiled gently. Since Senior Shang wants to challenge me with thunder and lightning, naturally, I will also battle you with thunder. Hearing this, Sheng Tianlei smiled faintly. Alright. In an instant, Sheng Tianlei transformed into a phantom of lightning and disappeared on the spot. The crowd was still a bit confused. Sheng Tianlei, did he really challenge Qin Chen like this? And Qin Chen actually agreed? They had heard that Qin Chen had 2 different abilities, but it was said that his dark ability was the real deal. If he focused on using thunder and lightning, wouldn't that be a dead end? It's like cutting off one's own arm. Not very wise. Zhou Wenyu shook his head. A freshman in college, living a smooth life, actually dared to accept Sheng Tianlei's challenge. It was known that after challenging Sheng Tianlei and his thunder talent, the opponent's thunder talent user usually ended up lying in bed for 2 to 3 months. After hearing about the investigation by the family, Zhou Wenyu knew Sheng Tianlei's talent was an extremely rare SS level devouring thunder. This kind of thunder talent was enough to devour the thunder talent of a warrior of the same level or lower level to enhance his own talent. That's why Sheng Tianlei was so keen on challenging thunder talent users. And now, Qin Chen actually dared to make a bet with Sheng Tianlei. For a moment, a hint of pity filled Zhou Wenyu's eyes. Perhaps, Sheng Tianlei would absorb Qin Chen's thunder talent. After all, Chen Shen's talent couldn't be above SSS level, right? Among the crowd, Chen Shen remained as calm as water. Since Shang Tianlei wanted to fight like this, then he would go along with it. The Nine Heavens Dark Thunder God's body would not weaken in combat power due to the dispersion of dark and thunder elements. And Chen Shen also knew one thing: no matter what means Shang Tianlei would use, he would still be invincible. In the viewing stand in the sky, Xing Tian snorted coldly. Gu Linghan, if your kid hurts my Chen Shen, I'll risk this old bone and kill you. Devouring others' abilities, let him devour others' abilities. Not allowed to devour Chen Shen's. You know, in a few days, it's the Tricol Competition. He is going to represent our freshman class. Gu Linghan hurriedly smiled bitterly. Chen Shen is a genius that we haven't seen in many years. I can't let him get hurt no matter what. In terms of teaching level, Gu Linghan was far ahead of Xing Tian. But in terms of actual combat level, among the four of them, Xing Tian was the strongest. After all, Xing Tian had truly mastered the endless sky law. Alright, if something goes wrong, I will also take action. Huo Xiao smiled. After all, he was a school prodigy, and naturally wouldn't let Chen Shen get hurt. Then, it was the next round of testing, with Zhou Wenyu fighting another sophomore prodigy, and the former undoubtedly won. And the final match slot undoubtedly reignited everyone's expectations once again. Yes, it was freshman Chen Shen versus sophomore Lin Qingzhu. Chen Shen versus Lin Qingzhu. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to the arena, where two figures had already leaped onto the stage under the gentle breeze. One figure held a soft sword, graceful and charming, evoking myriad emotions. The other figure was slender, but there was a hint of overwhelming pressure. The former was Lin Qingzhu, and the latter was the terrifying dark horse of this artifact competition, Chen Shen. Damn! The showdown between Chen Shen and Lin Qingzhu is here. I never expected this. One mastering half-step sword intent, the other mastering spear intent, both are martial arts prodigies. Who knows who will win? The probability of Lin Qingzhu winning is higher. Proficient in the endless sky law, shadowless talent, half-step sword intent, 4th grade high level, these conditions combined are very terrifying. Tisk TSK, even if Chen Shen uses spear intent, can he beat her? I don't think so. Remember, Chen Shen didn't even use his special abilities in the previous battle with Ouyang Jing. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Both of them were super popular contestants in the current Immortal Artifact competition, naturally surprising countless people. It seems like Chen Shen won't encounter him this time. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms, facing Lin Qingzhu. Chen Shen is doomed. You should know that Lin Qingzhu's swordsmanship even made him feel challenged. And most crucially, Lin Qingzhu's martial arts and special abilities were all about speed. With the ultimate combination of two speeds, it was difficult for martial arts at the same level to catch her swordsmanship. Not to mention Chen Shen, a freshman. Meanwhile, above the sky, Xiang Tiange stroked his beard. It looks like this time our little Lin will battle Chen Shen. Xiang Tiange smiled lightly. He was extremely confident in Lin Qingzhu. You should know that he personally brought Lin Qingzhu to Xianyuan Martial Arts University, aiming to push her swordsmanship and Lingtian techniques to their peak. In this world, special abilities were crucial, but martial arts talent was equally important. Shintiyi laughed. Lao Xing, Lao Xiang, who do you think will win? The question was thrown to Xiang Tiange and Xing Tianyi. Xing Tianyi looked at Lin Qingzhu on the stage and hesitated to make any judgment. You should know that Lin Qingzhu was one of the most outstanding geniuses in this sophomore class, her speed almost unmatched at the same level. Chen Shen's combat ability was indeed strong, but facing Lin Qingzhu, he might feel somewhat powerless. Xiang Tiange naturally didn't dare to make any predictions. Gu Linghan, who had made bold claims before, had fallen from grace so miserably. Let these two youngsters battle first and see the truth through practice. Xiang Tiange squinted and smiled. Yes, I agree with Lao Xiang. Xing Tianyi nodded. Seeing this, everyone turned their gaze to the stage. Faintly, anticipation arose among the crowd. How many surprises would Chen Shen bring in this arena battle? On the stage, Lin Qingzhu looked at Chen Shen and asked softly, "How do you want to fight?" Chen Shen replied, "Follow senior sister's lead." With a sneer, a soft sword stood in the air, a majestic half-sword intent spreading out, like thousands of wind blades tearing through the air. Countless waves of wind swept over, making many feel a stinging sensation on their cheeks. I want to experience your spear intent. Mixed with special abilities, spear intent. Lin Qingzhu stood with her sword, a swift and wandering light energy swirling around her, exuding unmatched power. Alright, Chen Shen nodded in response. He didn't mind. After all, he also looked forward to Lin Qingzhu bringing out his true strength. Otherwise, being invincible would truly feel lonely. And in the next moment, a mottled half-sword intent burst out completely from Lin Qingzhu's soft sword. Her eyes closed, then opened again, with a clear gaze that contained a sword intent capable of destroying everything in the world. Shadowless Lingtian Thousand Swords. In an instant, Lin Qingzhu's figure suddenly shot out, her speed as fast as a lightning-fast serpent. This lightning-fast serpent almost arrived in front of Chun Chen in an instant. Such incredible speed. Everyone's faces changed suddenly. If a month ago during the final exams, Lin Qingzhu's speed was only at level 1, now it had probably reached level 2. And then, Lin Qingzhu's soft sword thrust out abruptly. In an instant, as if thousands of sword shadows appeared simultaneously, they stabbed towards Chun Chen's vital point. Each sword's speed was extremely sharp. Among the thousands of sword shadows, only 10 were the most terrifying. That was Lin Qingzhu's killer move. However, as Chun Chen watched the eyes rapidly enlarging in his line of sight, his expression remained unchanged. Even to the other geniuses present, it seemed like Chun Chen wasn't scared silly. A vast dark thunder energy suddenly erupted. Boom! In an instant, 4 streams of dark thunder liquid roamed around Chun Chen's body. These dark thunder liquids instantly flew towards Chun Chen's back, and then, 4 dark thunder arms, like giant dragons, formed again. The terrifying pressure was like a violent storm, sweeping out. Then, amidst countless astonished gazes, the 4 arms behind Chun Chen all grabbed hold of a terrifying 5-meter giant spear at the same time. Bang! The dark thunder arms swiftly transformed, intertwining into a sky full of rain of spears, clashing with Lin Qingzhu's sword moves. Spear and sword clashed. Brilliant light suddenly burst forth. The immense energy caused ripples in the air, making countless people feel their scalps tingle. Bang! 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 And as the rain of light disappeared, 2 figures stood facing each other again. You're strong, Lin Qingzhu's face showed a serious expression. She actually couldn't defeat Chun Chen with one move. Even under this attack, Chun Chen hadn't even used his spear intent and still managed to block it. I have to give it my all. The next moment, endless energy surged behind Lin Qingzhu, green energy swirling around him, forming a pair of huge wings in an instant. In a flash, a pair of green wings and 2 pairs of dark thunder giant hands stood facing each other, creating a strange sense of balance. Finally, it's getting interesting, Chun Chen smiled lightly. This move of mine is more than just interesting. Lin Qingzhu raised her eyes, which were now completely bursting with green light. Looking at Chun Chen's figure, Lin Qingzhu exhaled deeply. I have a sword that can cut through all things. Sky Lingering Shadow Dispelling Sword. I have a sword that can cut through all things. Sky Lingering Shadow Dispelling Sword. Suddenly, Lin Qingzhu's wings behind her vibrated and spread open, the huge wings slamming the ground. With a buzz. Among the dozens of astonished gazes, Lin Qingzhu seemed to be floating above the sky. Looking at Chun Chen standing on the ground, Lin Qingzhu suddenly raised the soft sword in her hand, then quietly descended. A sword fell. All things vanished. A huge green energy mist suddenly descended. However, upon closer inspection, within this green energy mist, 100 green sword energies collided and condensed. These 100 green sword energies were not mere illusions of sword moves but real sword moves. Due to Lin Qingzhu's speed, she had slashed out 100 sword lights in just an instant. And within these sword lights, countless fragmented sword intents converged. Yes, in Chun Chen's perception, it was indeed fragmented sword intent. No wonder you've progressed so quickly. So that's how it is. Feeling the sword intent falling from the sky, Chun Chen sighed softly. Just then, a message suddenly entered Lin Qingzhu's ears. In Lin Qingzhu's astonished gaze, Chun Chen's voice echoed in her mind. The only reason your sword intent hasn't progressed is because it's not pure enough. In an instant, Lin Qingzhu suddenly looked towards Chun Chen, and the next moment, her pupils shrank abruptly, only to see the dark thunder giant hand on Chun Chen's body, collapsing rapidly, and then turning into dozens of dark thunder dragons, wandering in Chun Chen's palm. Then, a 6-meter-long dark thunder giant spear suddenly appeared. On the dark thunder giant spear, countless dark thunder and lightning lingered, terrifying beyond measure. At this moment, a brilliant dark-colored spear intent suddenly surged from the tip of Chun Chen's spear. In an instant, within a radius of 1 meter from Chun Chen, a complete vacuum zone was condensed. And within this vacuum zone, only Chun Chen's soaring spear intent filled the space. Is this spear intent? Damn! So terrifying. More than 10 geniuses' foreheads were suddenly covered in cold sweat. Even Ouyang Jing couldn't help but take a cold breath. At this moment, the spear intent erupted by Chun Chen was completely different in level from the spear intent he had faced before. The difference between the past and the present was like night and day. So young, yet possessing such spear intent? Truly a monster. In the sky, the 4 deans all exclaimed in shock in their hearts. And under countless astonished gazes, the long spear grasped by Chun Chen's palm once again erupted with a brilliant dark color. This eruption of dark color seemed to absorb all the myriad rays of light between heaven and earth. Dark Thunder Spear Intent Annihilation. Chen Chen extended his arm, like a spring, with thousands of muscle fibers and bones acting in unison within his body, and then, the majestic spear intent condensed on the Dark Thunder Giant Spear in an instant. Chen Chen's right arm suddenly shot out, the knotted muscles carrying the Dark Thunder Giant Spear, thrusting out a world-destroying spear intent. Boom! This spear intent pierced towards the sky like cutting through dead wood, entering an uninhabited realm, completely annihilating Lin Qingzhu's sword intent. Even the hundreds of sword chi shattered, turning into countless light particles that fell down one after another. This spear intent, with undiminished momentum, pierced towards Lin Qingzhu's face with even more terrifying pressure. Lin Qingzhu seemed as if she was enchanted, in a daze, appearing as if she didn't even resist. Not good. Xiang Tiange's pupils contracted, about to transform into a stream of light. Just then, the three deans unexpectedly intercepted him together. Xiang Tiange was about to question, but upon seeing Lin Qingzhu's appearance, he also froze in place instantly. Swish, the brilliant spear intent did not hit Lin Qingzhu, instead, it brushed past her face. The trace of the spear intent left a bit of blood on Lin Qingzhu's face. Yet Lin Qingzhu remained motionless, with her wings flapping, still suspended in the sky. However, the people below were in shock, astonished, bewildered, unbelievable. From the moment Chen Chen's spear intent completely annihilated Lin Qingzhu's sword intent, it foretold that the final victor of this duel would be Chen Chen. The victory in this battle was something some had thought of, but no one had expected it to be so effortless. It should be noted that from start to finish, Chen Chen had never left his original position. The first of this year's freshmen is truly a monster. He can even defeat Lin Qingzhu. Looks like we can only rely on Zhou Wenyu and Shang Tianlei. I think Zhou Wenyu is in for a tough time. Damn! Does it mean only Shang Tianlei can suppress him? Anyway, Chen Chen is just too strong. Damn, a freshman in the first year, and he actually obtained an immortal weapon. So envious. Indeed, besides envy, there's nothing else we can do. This is the true genius. The crowd erupted into a tumultuous noise, and on Zhou Wenyu's face, an extremely rare and solemn expression appeared. He knew that perhaps this time, the opponent he had to fight with all his might was not just Shang Tianlei alone. There was also Chen Chen. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why Lin Qingzhu was still standing on the arena, hesitating to come down. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Lin Qingzhu seems to have comprehended the sword intent. A voice suddenly spread out. Countless gazes once again looked up at the sky above the arena, only to see a profound and mysterious power surging out of Lin Qingzhu. This power of intent was different from Lin Qingzhu's usual fluctuations. It was an extremely pure sword intent. And with the emergence of this sword intent, Lin Qingzhu's momentum reached a new peak once again. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that Lin Qingzhu had actually comprehended the sword intent in her exchange with Chen Chen. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. Could it be that this fight is going to continue? However, at that moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the green wings behind Lin Qingzhu suddenly disappeared. She descended from the sky like a graceful butterfly and stood in front of Chen Chen. Looking at the slender figure in front of her, Lin Qingzhu knew that it was this young man who had helped her comprehend the sword intent. If it weren't for Chen Chen's power of intent, she didn't know how long it would have taken her to truly comprehend the sword intent. She didn't know. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Lin Qingzhu solemnly bowed and said, "Chen Chen, thank you." Chen Chen shrugged, "Your own talent is strong enough." Hearing this, Lin Qingzhu gave a bitter smile. Strong talent? In front of others, her talent might be strong. But she knew that her talent was worthless in front of Chen Chen. Only a genius like Chen Chen could make her feel a great sense of powerlessness. Chen Chen is too strong. I, Lin Qingzhu, admit defeat. Lin Qingzhu smiled lightly. Silence. Quiet. Everyone fell into silence. Their silence was not because Lin Qingzhu voluntarily admitted defeat, nor was it because Chen Chen defeated Lin Qingzhu. It was because Chen Chen actually helped Lin Qingzhu succeed in comprehending the sword intent. In an instant, everyone felt an incredible shock. No one had expected that Chen Chen could not only display the intent of the spear, but also help Lin Qingzhu comprehend the sword intent. You must know, the power of intent is one of the top 3 attacks on the entire Blue Star. Intent. Extraordinary talent. Supreme martial arts. The so-called 3 powerful attacks come from these 3, each of which is extremely important for martial arts. And now, Chen Chen could actually help others comprehend the power of intent. In an instant, everyone looked at Chen Chen with a hint of admiration in their eyes. They almost wanted to devour Chen Chen. Ahem. Sensing the gazes around him, Chen coughed lightly. "Senior sister, no need to thank me, I'll go down first." With a leap, Chen left the arena. Lin Qingzhu's gaze still lingered behind him, and her heart seemed to ripple slightly. Perhaps, after it's over, she could add a junior brother's contact information? And as Chen came down, he still felt countless gazes focusing on him. Then, "Junior brother Chen, shall we exchange contact information? Let's keep in touch when we have time." "Yes, let's keep in touch." "What junior brother? This is brother Chen. This is brother Chen. "Exactly. Brother Chen, can you give me your contact information?" Facing the gazes of those around him who seemed eager to devour him, how could Chen not know what they were thinking? They probably wanted him to help them comprehend the power of intent. So, he quickly said, "After it's over, I'll add you all." Hearing Chen's words, the restless hearts of the crowd calmed down slightly. Yet, even so, a storm of emotions still raged in their hearts. After all, before this, no one could have imagined that a mere freshman could achieve such a level. You see, Chen had only been in school for a month. If this trend continues, by the time he reaches sophomore year, how strong will he be? People simply couldn't fathom it. And at this moment, under the calm sky, Xiang Tianga, with a complex expression on his face. The bad news is that his proud disciple, Lin Qingzhu, was defeated by Chen. The good news is that under Chen's guidance, Lin Qingzhu has cultivated the sword intent. The combination of these two pieces of news instantly made his brain buzz. Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? He never thought a freshman could achieve this level. But it's not just him. Even Gu Linghan, Shin Tiyi, and even Huaxiao and Xingxianyi never thought of it. Even more excited than Xiang Tianyi at the moment Lin Qingzhu comprehended the sword intent was Xingxianyi. Xingxianyi looked at that slender figure, muttering to himself incessantly, "Oh my god, what kind of monster did I pick up? Damn it, not only did he comprehend the spear intent himself, he even helped others comprehend the spear intent." The more Xingxianyi muttered, the more excited he became. He really picked up a treasure. Chen's talent can be said to be the most monstrous in Xianyuan Martial Arts University in decades. When the other three deans realized this, they wished they could slap themselves twice. If only they had known Chen's talent was so high, they would have fought for it with all their might. No matter what, they would have fought for it. Such high talent would definitely leave a mark on Xianyuan Martial Arts University, no, even the entire Great Xia Federation. There is no doubt about it. And they just handed Chen over to Xingxianyi for nothing. They were regretting it so much, they wished they could snatch Chen back on the spot. Seeing the expressions of the three, Xingxianyi felt so good in his heart. He truly had a keen eye and had thoroughly unearthed this gem. Seeing the expressions of the four, Huaxiao smiled lightly. "Alright, everyone calm down. There's no need to dwell on it too much. After all, Chen is a genius of our Xianyuan Martial Arts University." Hearing this, the hearts of the four finally calmed down a bit. After all, they were all from the same school, and in the future battles against ferocious beasts, they would help each other. At this moment, Huaxiao grinned and said, "But if we put Chen in the arena of the three schools competition, I'm afraid the realm geniuses cultivated with all the effort by the two neighboring schools will be ashamed." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up suddenly, naturally filled with laughter. For the past few years, their Xianyuan Martial Arts University had been at the bottom of the rankings. Countless times, the mentors and deans of the neighboring schools had mocked them in turn. And now, in their school, a genius like Chen had emerged. If placed in the three schools competition, it would surely cause a huge stir. If Lin Jianfeng were here, he would probably burst into laughter on the spot, eager to see the embarrassed expressions of the two enrollment directors from the neighboring schools, Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen. Remember to keep Chen's comprehension of the spear intent a secret before the three schools competition, Huaxiao added. The faces of the deans of the four colleges all showed strange expressions at the same time. They couldn't wait to see the expressions of the students, mentors, deans, and even the principals of the other two schools when Chen slaughtered the competition at the three schools competition. Alright, Huaxiao waved his hand. Next up is the final round of the arena battle. In an instant, everyone looked at the slender figure next to the arena, unable to help but feel a bit of anticipation. Previous Chen brought them such a terrifying surprise. So, will this surprise expand further next? Or rather, do they still want to know, what exactly is Chen hiding? With the end of the second round of the arena, the top three spots who successfully obtained the immortal treasures have been established. Shang Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, Chen. If it were the two before, the crowd showed no shock, even considering it as a matter of course. However, upon seeing the last spot, although the crowd already had a psychological expectation, their hearts still skipped a beat. Chen Chen, a freshman, brought such a shock to the sophomore students, which was truly immense. Is he still just an ordinary third-grade intermediate warrior? Impossible, right? After much commotion, the third round of the arena officially began. The first to start was the losers group, with Lin Qingzhu competing against the other two sophomores. Undoubtedly, Lin Qingzhu easily secured victory in a crushing manner, claiming the final spot. The crowd was not surprised, after all, it was Lin Qingzhu. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Qingzhu had mastered the sword intent. Moving on to the winners group battles. There were 3 participants in the winners group, who would draw lots, with one person receiving a bye and automatically advancing to the finals. By this point in the arena battles, the competition for the immortal treasures had become fully apparent. What remained was to determine who among the crowd was stronger or weaker. And inevitably, the crowd started to anticipate who was stronger between Chen Chen, Zhou Wenyu, and Shang Tianlei. What surprised everyone was that Shang Tianlei received the bye in the draw. Yes, the penultimate challenge was between Chen Chen and Zhou Wenyu. The scene was in an uproar. The clash between Chen Chen and Zhou Wenyu. If it were in the past, no one would have thought that these two could battle each other. However, now, this dreamlike scene was happening right before everyone's eyes. No one could have imagined that a former freshman like Chen Chen could make it this far in the competition for the immortal treasures. It's starting. It's starting. Guess who will emerge victorious? It must be Zhou Wenyu. Zhou Wenyu is your direct classmate. Do you trust him that much? Remember, Chen Chen is strong, but Zhou Wenyu is no weakling either. Zhou Wenyu lacks the power of artistic conception, but his talent, realm, and even his cultivation of the heavenly law have reached a level that Chen Chen cannot match. In any case, this duel will definitely be exciting. Watching the two figures standing on the silver-white arena at this moment, everyone excitedly discussed. After all, it was one of the most anticipated duels, naturally attracting countless gazes. On the silver-white arena, Zhou Wenyu looked at Chen Chen, a seriousness never seen before appearing on his face. Before Chen Chen's confrontation with Lin Qingzhu, he had never imagined that Chen Chen's strength could reach such terrifying heights. Undoubtedly, the current Chen Chen deserved his full attention. Finally, Zhou Wenyu said, "Congratulations, Chen Chen. I'm glad you made it this far. But unfortunately, I intend to tell you that your journey ends here." As Zhou Wenyu's words fell, the crowd was in an uproar. It seemed that Zhou Wenyu was getting serious. In the previous battles, Zhou Wenyu had always appeared relaxed. But now, has he reached this level in front of Chen Chen? Upon hearing Zhou Wenyu's words, Chen Chen's expression remained unchanged. "Senior Zhou, winning a battle is not about chatting." Chen Chen lightly smiled. At his words, Zhou Wenyu was momentarily stunned, then a light smile appeared on his face. It's also, in battle, victory is not achieved through words, right? In an instant, Zhou Wenyu's face suddenly revealed a fierce expression. The next moment, lines with golden patterns intertwined around his body. Suddenly, his muscles twisted and bulged, the massive muscle groups pushing his robe apart, revealing a domineering and arrogant figure. The terrifying power, like the end of the world, spread out. Everyone's expression changed. They all knew that Zhou Wenyu had probably pushed his SS-level golden control ability to its extreme. Zhou Wenyu's SS-level golden control ability was different from others, equally evolutionary. With Zhou Wenyu's vast family background, he had almost perfected his SS-level golden control talent. "Qingzhu, who do you think will win?" At this moment, a prodigy looked towards Lin Qingzhu beside him. "Me?" Lin Qingzhu shrugged slightly, looking at the arena with a gentle smile. "Perhaps it will be Chen Chen." At that moment, Zhou Wenyu's golden body had completely solidified, exuding a terrifying pressure like a volcanic eruption. "Next, I will shred your gun intent." Zhou Wenyu's muscles surged again, releasing dozens of strange attacking postures simultaneously. "Control the heavens, golden, tyrant's hand." Buzz amidst countless astonished gazes, Zhou Wenyu's figure suddenly shot out like a hunting cheetah. If Lin Qingzhu's body technique was extremely agile, then Zhou Wenyu's technique emphasized extreme ferocity and speed, requiring a one-hit kill level of skill. In an instant, Zhou Wenyu had already reached Chen Chen, his hands suddenly spreading out like a mouthful of fangs, tearing towards Chen Chen. "It's over." The other's pupils constricted. It was known that Zhou Wenyu's tyrant's hand skill was extremely terrifying, capable of making dozens of changes in a short time. If there was still some distance between Zhou Wenyu and Chen Chen, perhaps it could be resisted. However, at this moment, Chen Chen was already within Zhou Wenyu's reach. This meant that Chen Chen was likely at a disadvantage. However, the next moment brought an unexpected scene that surprised everyone. Chen Chen suddenly raised his eyes, looking at his hands that were rapidly enlarging in his line of sight, and lightly pursed his lips. In an instant, for streams of dark thunder liquid surged from his body, swiftly coming behind him. In the blink of an eye, 4 pairs of dark thunder giant hands suddenly condensed. At the same time, the 4 pairs of dark thunder giant hands also turned into a tearing posture, rushing towards Zhou Wenyu. Amidst dozens of astonished gazes, hand met hand. A vast force suddenly rippled through the air. Buzz, 2 majestic energies clashed, then exploded, causing the robes and black hair of countless people to flutter. Then, 2 figures separated in an instant, standing once again on opposite sides of the arena. This time, the fight did not determine a winner. What is this dark giant hand exactly? Damn, it's a bit terrifying. It can actually rival Zhou Wenyu's tyrant's hand. So strong, so strong, so strong. Previously, everyone's attention had been focused on Chen Shen's gun intent, but few noticed the talent and abilities he displayed. And now, Chen Shen had not used any gun intent, but solely relied on the collision of energies, managing to match Zhou Wenyu. This was unexpected by everyone. His thunder ability is worth devouring. Looking at Chen Shen with 2 pairs of dark thunder giant hands behind him, Shang Tianlei revealed a faint smile. His ability to devour thunder was enough to consume any thunder of lower or equal rank to his. In his view, Chen Shen's thunder was at most on par with him, both reaching the SSS level. In that case, he could also devour it well. And at this moment, in the sky above, among the audience seats, everyone was stunned. They had not expected that Chen Shen not only possessed monstrous martial arts talent but also such terrifying energy intensity. No, is this really SSS level? Gu Linghan questioned skeptically. You must know that with the energy eruption of a mid-level 3rd grade warrior, could it match the energy eruption of a high-level 4th grade warrior? This, ordinary SSS levels couldn't achieve, right? Correct. Xing Tian nodded. He is indeed an SSS level dark god body, seemingly complemented by other supernatural abilities. Could it be that Chen Shen's other thunder supernatural ability is also SSS level? In an instant, everyone fell silent. Seeking more updates, bookshelves, free gifts, thank you all. If they had known earlier that Chen Shen's other supernatural ability was SSS level, everyone would have definitely not believed it. After all, having 2 SSS level supernatural abilities was almost unheard of in their high school. Perhaps one could only see a few in the military. However, the combat power displayed by Chen Shen now probably had reached such a level. Thinking of this, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shintiyu once again felt a sourness in their teeth. Why didn't they snatch Chen Shen back then? Why did it feel like such a loss? Feeling more and more regretful, they could only turn their gaze to the arena. After all, they still needed to see the extent of Chen Shen's strength. On the arena, Zhou Wenyu looked solemnly at Chen Shen's dark thunder giant hand. He hadn't even noticed before that Chen Shen's energy intensity was also so terrifying. No wonder the principal specially approved your qualification to participate in the competition for the immortal weapon. So, you are that strong? Zhou Wenyu took a cold breath, the blood in his body continuously condensing, a sign that he was pushing his limits. The heavenly law brought about an increase in body strength. And with the increase in body strength, one's attack power would naturally increase. Next, I wonder if you can handle this move. In an instant, Zhou Wenyu's body suddenly swelled again, in a blink of an eye, reaching a height of 3 meters. His terrifying body was like a giant, towering above, the sunlight slanting down, casting a daunting shadow. Heavenly law evil. Zhou Wenyu shouted, his body expanding again, astonishingly reaching a height of 4 meters. A huge pressure burst forth, causing countless stones to fly on the arena. Evil. This is the level of mastery in the heavenly law. No, it's more than that. It's almost reaching perfection. Did Zhou Wenyu deliberately hide this move to deal with Shang Tianlei? I didn't expect Chen Shen to force it out. So strong. Many geniuses immediately exclaimed in disbelief, their faces showing incredulity. You must know that the universal law, heavenly law, and Ling Tian law are among the top martial arts in the world, coveted by countless people for cultivation. However, their high thresholds make it impossible for many to achieve in their lifetime. Therefore, Zhou Wenyu's ability to cultivate to this extent had already shocked countless people. Impressive. Your little Zhou's talent is not bad. Even Huoxiu nodded at this moment. Hearing this, Shintiyi smiled wryly on his face. He was happy that his student's heavenly law had finally reached this level. But, a subconscious thought completely spread in his mind. Why did he feel like his Zhou Wenyu couldn't beat Chen Shen? And on the arena. Correct. Looking at this huge figure, Chen Shen nodded with a smile. It seemed that upon hearing Chen Shen's not bad, a sly smile flashed across Zhou Wenyu's face. Just not bad? Chen Shen, maybe you've imagined me to be too weak. Bang! A terrifying force suddenly erupted between Zhou Wenyu's legs, creating a huge pit on the platform's surface. Then, under this force, Zhou Wenyu's figure soared into the air. The muscles intertwined on his back, under the sunlight, reflected a line of muscles that stretched out like a spiritual crane. Terrifying, powerful, unbeatable. Then, amidst dozens of shocked gazes, Zhou Wenyu suddenly raised his fists and fiercely rushed forward. In an instant, he was in front of Chun Chen. Imperial Sky Fist, despairing golden sky. Buzz, in a flash, Zhou Wenyu's right fist swelled to a size resembling a meter in diameter, tearing through the air in a crushing blow towards Chun Chen. Watching the giant fist enlarging in his line of sight, a slight smile appeared on Chun Chen's lips. Finally, an attack worth my attention. At that moment, Chun Chen took a step forward. Then, a murky energy burst forth from his mouth, and the dark thunder energy surged wildly all over his body. Boom! A terrifying dark thunder pillar, with Chun Chen at its center, rushed towards the sky. Darkness enveloped the land in large swathes, completely suppressing the clouds in the sky and reality with a dark shroud. What is this? A genius exclaimed. Then, the dark thunder pillar collapsed rapidly, transforming into an astonishing dark thunder liquid that surged towards Chun Chen's right shoulder. In an instant, a dark thunder arm resembling a giant dragon appeared on Chun Chen's right shoulder. A single arm. A dark thunder arm with a radius of 1.5 meters. The terrifying pressure of the dark thunder spread like a violent storm, making countless people's scalps tingle. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. At the same time, Zhou Wenyu, facing Chun Chen's dark giant arm, doubled his seriousness in his eyes. So strong! So strong! So strong! I must deal with Chun Chen immediately. A great sense of terror and crisis surged in his heart instantly. Chun Chen must be dealt with in this move. Otherwise, Zhou Wenyu felt he would truly lose. Boom! Zhou Wenyu's golden giant fist roared like a dragon, then fiercely struck towards Chun Chen. Chun Chen's slender figure did not retreat in the slightest, but his dark thunder giant arm collided with Zhou Wenyu. Amidst the shocked gazes, Zhou Wenyu's fist and Chun Chen's fist collided completely. Boom! Two huge fists collided, unleashing a massive wave of energy. The light from this energy wave almost filled the entire land, causing everyone's vision to suddenly turn white. When the light dissipated, a figure was sent flying out. Everyone quickly looked over. When they saw the identity of the figure, they were completely stunned in place. Indeed, the one sent flying and defeated was not the freshman Chun Chen, but Zhou Wenyu, the sophomore prodigy, the second strongest sophomore. Zhou Wenyu, defeated. In such a decisive and overwhelming manner, he lost to a freshman. The minds of the onlookers buzzed. It should be noted that Chun Chen had never truly defeated Lin Qingzhu before, because no one knew how strong Lin Qingzhu was after comprehending the sword intent. Lin Qingzhu, after comprehending the sword intent, had never fought Chun Chen. But now, Zhou Wenyu's defeat is a real and concrete event. Chun Chen, unexpectedly, with just a freshman status, made it to the second round of the Immortal Artifact competition, defeating Zhou Wenyu, who had mastered martial arts to its peak. Everyone's gaze revealed an incredulous look. Before this, they had high hopes for Chun Chen, but they never expected him to defeat Zhou Wenyu in such a dominating manner. Zhou Wenyu had mastered the heavenly law to perfection. And Chun Chen? He hadn't even practiced such top-tier martial arts. Is this guy really that strong? Looking at the slender figure standing on the platform, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Among the various complex gazes, two more kinds of looks emerged: respect and awe. This is the gaze towards a strong individual. In their hearts, Chun Chen had truly become the strong one. Chun Chen is just a freshman. Such a strong energy fluctuation, Lin Qingzhu murmured to herself. Not only is his comprehension terrifying to the extreme, but even his talent for special abilities is so terrifying. This guy is truly a monster. Interesting, very interesting, really quite interesting. Shang Tianlei crossed his arms, his face slightly contorted with excitement. He couldn't wait to devour Chun Chen's special abilities to evolve his own. Judging by Chun Chen's current displayed strength, Chun Chen's talent for thunder is SSS level. Shang Tianlei could already imagine devouring Chun Chen's special abilities to nourish his own. Meanwhile, in the sky, the four deans were also immersed in silence. This kid is truly a monster. Gu Linghan clicked his tongue, his eyes burning with excitement. Right now, he really wanted to bring Chun Chen under his wing. Damn it! Without practicing any techniques, he managed to defeat little Zhou, who possesses the heavenly law. If he succeeds in practicing the endless law, how terrifying will he become? Shen Tui muttered to himself. The heavenly law symbolizes absolute physical strength, indestructible and unbreakable. However, in front of Chun Chen, it was destroyed as if it were nothing. This guy truly is shocking. If he successfully practices the endless law, his strength will be at least several times what it is now. Xiang Tianga also added, finding it hard to imagine the true extent of Chun Chen's abilities. The Endless Law is more difficult than the Transcendent Law, the Soaring Law, and the Heavenly Law. However, if successfully practiced, it would result in a several-fold increase. Definitely stronger than the current Chen Chen. Just think about it, if Chen Chen, who has mastered the Endless Law and the attribute of gun intent, had participated in the 3 schools competition just now, he would probably be unstoppable. Truly terrifying strength. TSK, I told you he was a good seedling. You didn't believe me back then. Seeing the complex expressions on the faces of the 3 deans, Shintui's heart was extremely pleased. The Endless Academy hadn't been this pleased in years. In the past, due to the difficulty of practicing the Endless Law, most freshmen would choose to change majors and leave. However, after waiting for so many years, they finally encountered a strong individual like Chun Chen. Just thinking about it made their hearts extremely pleased. You see, Chun Chen hasn't even practiced the Endless Law yet. If he does, how far will his strength reach? Probably enough to make the other 2 holy martial arts universities feel shocked. Fortunately, he gave Chen Chen the qualification of the Endless Steel. Just recruited this top-tier genius with extreme talent. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw Hua Xiudao. Alright, next, it's not the time to discuss this. After all, it's time for the final showdown of the next round. The last match, the ultimate showdown. The showdown between Shang Tianlei and Chen Chen. At the thought of this, everyone looked towards the arena again, and at some point, 2 figures were already standing on the platform. These 2 figures, under the care of the wind and waves, had their robes and black hair rustling. Who do you think will win between them? In an instant, the hearts of the 4 deans were filled with anticipation. If someone had told them before that Chen Chen would be able to challenge Shang Tianlei, they would never have believed it. But now, Chen Chen had actually achieved it. Shang Tianlei. Gu Linghan smiled lightly, he will win. Although Chen Chen's talent and strength were strong, there was still a distance from Shang Tianlei. Shen Tuyi and Xiang Tianga nodded. It's worth noting that Shang Tianlei's strength is not just strong. Even his unique talent can counter Chen Chen. Shang Tianlei's unique talent is the extremely rare ability to devour thunder. He can completely devour the abilities of other thunders and enhance his own thunder abilities. Coupled with Shang Tianlei's devouring of thunder, he had already reached the SSS level. It can be said that Shang Tianlei's thunder ability is enough to counter any thunder ability of the same level SSS, or even below SSS level. According to their observations, Chen Chen's unique talent is the release of darkness and thunder together, which is why he can unleash such terrifying pressure. Even though if Shang Tianlei really wanted to devour Chen Chen's ability, they would intervene. But this also meant that Chen Chen would fail. Perhaps, this time Chen Chen was really going to lose. Looking at Chen Chen on the platform, Xing Tian couldn't help but sweat for him. At the same time, there was a hint of anticipation in his heart. Can Chen Chen defeat Shang Tianlei? Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, 2 figures stood facing each other on the platform. One figure was wearing a purple robe, with a huge figure and a disdainful look in his eyes, as if he looked down on all geniuses. The other figure was slightly slender, but his face revealed a confidence that ordinary people could not possess. Shang Tianlei looked at Chen Chen, a hint of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was eager to devour Chen Chen's thunder ability. Shang Tianlei said, "Are you sure you don't want to rest a little longer? I can spar with you for a few moves, but you can only hold on for a few moves." There was an uproar among the crowd. They did not expect Shang Tianlei to be so harsh towards Chen Chen all of a sudden. After all, Chen Chen's strength was not weak. Chen Chen just smiled lightly at his words. "Senior Shang Tianlei, don't be like Senior Ouyang Jing, who only knows how to talk big." "Ouyang Jing? I'm already dead. Do I have to be criticized even more?" Shang Tianlei's expression froze slightly, then he revealed a fierce smile. "In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite." In an instant, 2 terrifying thunders roamed in Shang Tianlei's eyes. In a split second, Shang Tianlei's figure was enveloped by thunder. Then, to the astonishment of many, thunder armor actually condensed on the surface of Shang Tianlei's skin. Buzz, the scorching thunder armor seemed to have completely transformed Shang Tianlei into a thunder giant, and in the hands of this colossal figure, weapons made of thunder were formed. One was a thunder blade completely constructed of thunder. Another one was a thunder vortex shrouded in thunder, containing a devouring power within. Rest assured, before I officially start, I will give you a fair chance to challenge me. Boom! In an instant, a huge thunderstorm accompanied by winds erupted fiercely around Chen Chen, creating countless white waves. So strong. Is this the full power of Shang Tianlei? The strongest of the sophomores. Damn, how much stronger has he become? Everyone's faces changed, drawing out countless energies from their bodies to firmly protect themselves. However, this was just the aftermath caused by the energy, which made his black hair and robe flutter loudly. So strong. Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu's brows furrowed suddenly. If Shang Tianlei was a formidable opponent during the previous final exam, now he seemed like an insurmountable peak. Moreover, compared to Shang Tianlei, he had a talent for devouring thunder and lightning abilities. Can Chen Chen really win? Just then, a faint light suddenly flickered, and countless thunder snakes entwined around Shang Tianlei's body once again. Overbearing, terrifying, it even felt suffocating. Looking at Shang Tianlei, who was now wearing thunder armor, Chen Chen smiled lightly. In an instant, the power of dark thunder surged out, and in a blink of an eye, mysterious runes appeared on his skin surface. These runes twisted with a divine aura. Although they didn't look as domineering as Shang Tianlei's, they carried an overwhelming feeling. Looking at Chen Chen in his line of sight, Shang Tianlei smiled lightly. Back during the final exam, I only needed 3 moves to deal with others. So, to deal with you, I'll also use 3 moves. Witness my first move. One strike invoking heavenly thunder. In an instant, Shang Tianlei raised his right hand high, and then, the thunder blade soared into the sky, causing countless dark clouds to gather in the sky, followed by the sound of thunder. Boom! A thunderbolt struck down fiercely, hitting Shang Tianlei's long blade, which then burst into a brighter light. Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, Shang Tianlei smiled lightly. One strike, thunder falls. Buzz! Shang Tianlei's palm suddenly fell. In an instant, a blade of light burst out, containing an immense energy. This was an attack from the heavenly thunder. A grandmaster could change the phenomena of heaven and earth. As a 4th grade high-level expert, Shang Tianlei could turn heavenly thunder into a blade, a talent that surpassed many. Chen Chen is done for. Many people trembled in fear, feeling their legs quivering under such an attack. And this was only Shang Tianlei's first move. Facing the thunderous blade energy coming towards him, Chen Chen's eyes finally showed a hint of change. This was the second opponent to bring pressure to him after Zhou Wenyu. However, it seemed that the pressure wasn't too great. Watching the thunderous blade energy, Chen Chen sighed. Spear. In an instant, the world darkened. Countless dark thunders seemed to gather in Chen Chen's right hand, and then, a 6-meter dark thunder spear suddenly condensed. Thrust. Chen Chen raised his head lightly and thrust the long spear forward. Dark thunder spear throw. Buzz! Countless darkness converged on the spear tip, even connecting with the lightning in the sky, falling together. In just a moment, a brilliant dark thunder pillar suddenly erupted from the tip of the spear. Boom! A dark thunder pillar with a radius of a meter burst out from Chen Chen's spear tip, erupting like a dormant volcano for thousands of years. Boom! Among countless bewildered gazes, the dark thunder pillar and the thunderous blade chi collided abruptly. In an instant, a terrifying energy burst forth, creating thousands of cracks on the ground, simultaneously surging towards the surroundings. Just as everyone felt bewildered, a yin-yang aura suddenly descended from the sky, forming a massive protective shield. As everyone looked towards the sky, they saw Headmaster Huoxiu raising his arm, releasing an energy shield. At the same time, they could see a hint of astonishment on Huoxiu's face. In that moment, they all quickly looked towards the center of the arena. The next moment, they all froze in place. In the center of the arena, a huge crater had appeared. On either side of the crater, the 2 figures remained motionless, standing in place. It seemed as if the surging energy wave just now was not created by the 2 of them. This is the first move. You're not bad. A hint of excitement and greed flashed in Shang Tianlei's eyes. He finally realized that Chen Chen's Dark Thunder talent was probably on par with his SSS level. By devouring an SSS level Thunder talent, his own Thunder devouring ability would surely advance further. Yes, before that, he preferred to crush Chen Chen under his feet, making him understand harshly that even the spine of a genius could be broken. You're not bad either. Chen Chen nodded slightly as he looked at Shang Tianlei. Not bad in strength. Moreover, he could sense a devouring power within Shang Tianlei's thunder. Even though Shang Tianlei had not fully revealed his power yet, it seemed that this devouring power might not affect his own talent. Upon careful consideration, it seemed so. His own talent was the SSR level 9 Heaven's Dark Thunder God Body. It appeared that in terms of level, his talent completely overshadowed Shang Tianlei's. Suddenly, the thought occurred to him that if Shang Tianlei discovered the ineffectiveness of his devouring effect on himself, what would he think? With this in mind, Chen Chen shrugged. You still have 2 chances. I'll give you 2 chances. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, everyone, including Shang Tianlei standing opposite him, was momentarily stunned. Shang Tianlei revealed a playful smile. You're giving me a chance? Junior. You seem to have misunderstood the order of strength between us. Are you confused about the order between us? Yes, I am stronger than you. Shang Tianlei propped his face with one hand, and between his fingers, a thunderous gaze flickered. Are you looking for death? Chen Chen smiled lightly. I couldn't ask for more. Bang! In an instant, hundreds of lightning bolts streaked behind Shang Tianlei, and then his body transformed into a lightning shadow. In just a moment, he sprinted to Chen Chen's front. Devouring thunder, sky-piercing thunder dragon. Among countless bewildered gazes, Shang Tianlei's right arm suddenly burst forth, a dragon roar resounded, and a long dragon rushed towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he extended the spear in his hand, drawing a circle in the sky. Dark thunder, spear intent, six-fold illusion. In an instant, the huge circle in front of him erupted into a rapidly rotating dark thunder disk. Upon closer inspection, within this dark thunder disk, 6 small disks were rotating. Boom! As Chen Chen's spear descended, the massive disk shot out like a rocket, turning into a shuttle, heading towards the thunder dragon. The dragon and disk collided. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth. Boom! However, the next moment, the two figures suddenly soared high into the air. Shang Tianlei's thunderous aura all over his body grew even larger, in an instant, reaching a size of 5 meters, more terrifying than the three-tailed sword tiger Chen Chen had faced earlier. And Chen Chen's slender figure unexpectedly exuded a myriad of dark thunderous energy dragons. Then, behind Chen Chen, 2 pairs of dark thunder giant hands condensed. In an instant, Chen Chen's dark thunder giant hands suddenly spread out, collided and merged in pairs, forming a pair of dark thunder flesh wings. The dark thunder wings beat the air, causing Chen Chen's figure to float in midair, his right hand holding the gun handle, as if a falling archangel grasping the authority of countless beings. And then, Chen Chen, I will show you what real thunder and lightning are. Shang Tianlei shouted explosively, raising his right hand high, and the 5 to 6 meter long knife thundered down. Swish! In the dim sky, 3 10-meter-sized sword auras thundered down, creating a pressure that tore the surrounding air apart completely. As they watched the surging thunderous sword light approaching, a hint of fighting spirit flashed through Chen Chen's eyes. Finally, an attack that wasn't like child's play or amateur hour. The 3 thunderous sword lights in sight kept getting closer, and at that moment, Chen Chen also raised the dark thunder spear. I have a spear, guiding dark thunder, annihilating God's body. Sweep! Countless dragon energies suddenly burst out from the spear in his hand, sweeping out like mist in all directions, followed by a crescent-shaped dark thunder spear wave shooting out. It collided with Shang Tianlei's sword light with a thunderous roar. Countless dazzling lights burst forth. However, after the light dissipated, the two of them were unscathed, even continuing to unleash such terrifying attacks. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared at the scene on the shielded arena, motionless, incredulous. Never before had they imagined that Chen Chen and Shang Tianlei could be so terrifying. A 4th-grade warrior could trigger a 6th-grade warrior's phenomenon. A 3rd-grade warrior could rival such a phenomenon. Are these two really in the same realm as us? No, a 3rd-grade warrior is this strong? No. This isn't a 3rd-grade warrior, this is a freshman. Oh my god. What kind of monster is Chen Chen? All the geniuses were suddenly dumbfounded, their former glory completely vanished at this moment, never to return. Obviously, they were so shocked by the power of Chen Chen and Shang Tianlei that they didn't know what to say. These two monsters. Zhou Wenyu's mouth twitched slightly. He realized that when he fought against Chen Chen before, Chen Chen hadn't even used his full strength. If he were to fight against himself in this manner, his heavenly law, his golden law talent, he wouldn't know how many times he would die. Everyone involuntarily gasped. So powerful. Watching Chen Chen on the stage continuously wielding his gun, exuding a fierce aura, Lin Xingzhu also fell into a brief daze. Before this, she had never seen such a monstrous genius like Chen Chen. And when everyone's gaze returned to them, they found that the unruly Shang Tianlei was faintly falling behind. In the audience seats in the sky, everyone's mouths hung open, their faces full of disbelief. Chen Chen had already exceeded their imagination by coming this far. And now, Chen Chen was on par with Shang Tianlei? No. In fact, he even suppressed Shang Tianlei. Remember, what was Chen Chen's realm just now? Mid-3rd grade. And Shang Tianlei was already high 4th grade, even approaching the level of perfect 4th grade. The difference between the two was like night and day. Lao Xing, I have to admit, I regret it. Gu Linghan clicked his tongue. I regret it too. Shen Tuyi sighed. I regret it even more. Xiang Tiange couldn't help but want to slap himself. Looking at the expressions of the three, Xing Tianyi's face rarely showed a sense of pleasure. TSK, they all say that I, the dean of the 4 great academies, am the only one with exceptional insight. Exceptional insight. Do you understand? Upon hearing Xingxianyi's words, the three deans were almost regretful. Seeing the conversation among these four individuals, Wuxiu also smiled lightly and stroked his beard. The longer he lived, the more he enjoyed watching people argue. However, at that moment, a force of devouring suddenly rose from the platform below. The faces of the crowd changed. Not good, Sheng Tianlei is about to use the devouring power of thunder. Xingxianyi immediately focused on the platform, and then, a vast amount of energy surged all over his body. As long as Sheng Tianlei made a move, he would immediately rush down. With his speed, he could shatter space and arrive directly. Chen Shen now was like his treasure, and he did not want Chen Shen to be harmed in any way. However, a pair of large hands blocked his way, and everyone looked up to see a white-haired old man in a long robe. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at the old man with respect. Principal. Yes, the visitor was Lin Wudi, the principal of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, a 9th grade martial king, one of the strongest individuals in the entire Great Xia Federation. Lin Wudi smiled gently. Perhaps, you don't need to take action. Sheng Tianlei cannot devour Qin Shen's thunder power. All the deans, including Wuxiu, immediately looked towards the platform. However, the next moment, their pupils suddenly contracted. On the platform, the weapons between the two figures clashed again. However, this time, Qin Shen emerged victorious from the clash. The dark thunderous giant spear completely destroyed the swathes of thunder blades as if crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Then, the dark thunderous giant spear suddenly swept across Sheng Tianlei's face. Even before Sheng Tianlei could react, a little blood trickled down his face. A drop of blood fell on his thunder armor, spreading a mist of blood. Everyone looked surprised as Chen Shen completely suppressed Sheng Tianlei. I have been injured? Feeling the pain on his face, Sheng Tianlei's mouth suddenly twisted into a smirk. The laughter spread like a tide. His massive body even trembled along with the laughter. I never expected that someone of my age could actually injure me. I truly did not expect it. Sheng Tianlei raised his eyes, revealing a fierce light. However, Chen Shen, floating in front of Sheng Tianlei, remained unchanged. Instead, he smiled lightly. If you don't use the other aspect of your thunder, in this battle, you have already lost. Chen Shen held the gun with one hand, his words filled with nonchalance. This voice undoubtedly completely infuriated Sheng Tianlei. Sheng Tianlei shrugged and smirked. Since you want to witness my devouring power, then, I'll show you. Sheng Tianlei's long knife in his right hand suddenly disappeared, and the hands of the 6-meter-tall Thunder Kai giant spread out abruptly. Then, two vortexes made of thunder suddenly appeared. As soon as these two thunder vortexes appeared, they emitted a terrifying suction force, completely devouring the surrounding air. Here it comes, Sheng Tianlei's devouring power. Previously, he has been constantly fighting other thunder talent users to evolve his thunder. Damn it! Thunder martial arts are just like cheating. Chen Shen is probably done for this time. If I were Chen Shen, I would surrender now. Yeah, otherwise, Sheng Tianlei will suck him dry. The crowd discussed fervently. Previously, Chen Shen was able to vaguely gain the upper hand, which they considered quite remarkable. However, since Sheng Tianlei erupted with devouring power, Chen Shen was in real trouble. On the arena, Sheng Tianlei looked at Chen Shen and smirked once again. The current you. If you rely solely on gun intent without using your supernatural talent, you won't be able to defeat me at all. Even if you use your supernatural talent, you still won't defeat me. What will you do now? Upon hearing Sheng Tianlei's words, a faint smile appeared on Chen Shen's lips. Fourfold Yushur. Without any nonsense, in an instant, 4 Yushur discs appeared again, rapidly spinning around Chen Shen. Buzz, in a flash, these 4 discs suddenly burst forth, streaking across the sky like meteors, leaving a dark arc of light in the firmament. Sheng Tianlei looked at the surging dark thunder discs coming towards him, his eyes showing no fear. Devouring thunder. Devour for me. His devouring thunder could consume thunder of the same level or below. Facing someone like Chen Shen, who was also SSS level, it was enough to satisfy his devouring desires. However, just as he was eagerly anticipating absorbing Chen Shen's dark thunder disc, the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. The dark thunder disc seemed unaffected by any of his factors. Then, at a speed that crushed everything in its path, it burst towards his arm. With a bang, his right arm's thunder armor shattered completely, turning into a sky full of lightning, scattering everywhere. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at Chen Shen, and suddenly exclaimed, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is my devouring power ineffective against you?" Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, they looked at Chen Shen in disbelief. How could Sheng Tianlei's devouring power, which had been invincible against thunder martial artists, have no effect on Chen Shen? Shang Tianlei also roared, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In an instant, the remaining devouring orb in his hand burst out like a cannonball. Boom! The huge devouring thunderball left a trail in the air and surged towards Chun Chen with an unstoppable momentum. Chen Chen didn't move a muscle. The dark thunder disk in front of him formed again, like a massive barrier, completely isolating Shang Tianlei's devouring power. In the end, Shang Tianlei's devouring power completely disappeared, leaving Shang Tianlei with a face full of astonishment. He stood there motionless. It's over. Looking at Shang Tianlei's bewildered face, Chun Chen sighed lightly. Was he still invincible at this level? It was truly boring. Shaking his head, Chen Chen silently raised the long spear in his hand and then launched it. There was no energy fluctuation, no manifestation of intent, not even any skillful technique, just a simple shot. However, the moment it hit Shang Tianlei's body, the thunder armor covering him shattered completely. Because Shang Tianlei's Dao heart had also shattered completely. He fell to the ground, landing in a huge pit below the arena, facing the sky. His gaze was fixed on the dark clouds in the sky, his eyes still trembling. He couldn't understand. He couldn't comprehend. Why couldn't his proud devouring power consume Chen Chen's dark thunder? Even on this dark thunder, he felt a sense of fear. It was a fear that surpassed everything. Until Chen Chen gradually walked up to him, feeling the dark thunder power gradually fading away from Chun Chen's body. Shang Tianlei's pupils showed a hint of clarity just now. Your ability, isn't it SSS level? Shang Tianlei's voice was extremely low, only he and Chen Chen could hear it just now. Chen Chen shook his head lightly at the words, I don't think I ever mentioned the level of my gifted ability, did I? Shang Tianlei was stunned for a moment, then stood up. A bitter smile appeared on his face at this moment. Not SSS level? Then, there's only one possibility. Chen Chen's gifted ability is above SSS level. In an instant, a bitter smile spread across Shang Tianlei's face. He was too incredulous. Everyone was stunned in place as they looked at the two figures on the stage. They all stared in disbelief, unable to swallow their saliva. Until now, they still hadn't reacted. The winner of this time's artifact contest was actually Chen Chen. Yes, the freshman from the first year. Everyone was dumbfounded. Our university is going to change. More than that, Chen Chen, a once-in-a-century ultimate genius. Damn it! I'm impressed. Chen Chen deserves the artifact. Voices echoed one after another, even Lin Xingzhu and Zhou Wenyu showed a look of shock. They glanced at each other, seeing the amazement in each other's eyes. Chen Chen, undoubtedly the true dragon of their Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded, followed by 6 streaks of light descending simultaneously. When everyone saw the leading elder, their faces instantly turned serious, then they respectfully greeted, Hello, Principal Lin. Lin Wudi, the principal of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, who had reached the strength of a half-step martial saint, an ultimate martial king, making countless fierce beasts tremble at the mention of his name. All is well. Lin Wudi nodded, then looked with interest at Chen Chen and Shang Tianlei. Under Lin Wudi's gaze, even Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. After all, Lin Wudi was one of the highest combat powers in the Great Xia Federation. Chen Chen, you're very impressive, Lin Wudi said with a gentle smile. Everyone was dumbfounded. They all knew that Principal Lin Wudi was kind and gentle, but to receive his praise was almost unheard of. Even senior students above the 4th year found it difficult. The school has trained you well, Chen Chen smiled. Lin Wudi waved his hand. Alright, stop flattering. Chen Chen, Shang Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, the 4 of you come with me. As for the others, stay here and wait. Everyone, yes. As they watched Chen Chen and the others leave, the eyes of the talented individuals were filled with envy. But there was no hint of jealousy. Obviously, Chen Chen's displayed strength had earned their respect. As Chen Chen and the others walked away, Xing Tianyi and the others still seemed to be in shock. They wanted to say something. After all, Chen Chen's gifted ability was not absorbed by Shang Tianlei. But these words were stuck in their throats, difficult to speak, because the principal was present. Soon, everyone arrived at a cave entrance. From the deep and secluded cave emanated an extremely sharp aura, as if it contained countless terrors. Chen Chen, Shang Tianlei, and the others felt their blood slightly stagnate despite their strong abilities. Before entering the artifact cave, I want to ask 2 questions. Lin Wudi turned around, looked at Chen Chen, squinted his eyes and smiled lightly. You should only have 2 gifted abilities, right? One of them should be above SSS level. Is it SR or SSR? Yes, above SSS level. There are still corresponding gifted abilities. However, the supernatural talents above cannot awaken on their own but need to evolve gradually using the spirit medicines of heaven and earth. Like the 4 deans, they have all evolved using spirit medicines. Upon hearing this, Qinshen smiled lightly. It should be SSR level. He didn't think about hiding it. Pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? That's not something he wants to do. In an instant, everyone was stunned, looking at Qinshen in disbelief. SSR level. And it's innate SSR level? Buzz, like a nuclear bomb exploding in the brain. Everyone except the principal was dumbfounded. It's important to know that evolving supernatural talents to SR level is already very difficult. 1 in 10,000. An innate SR level is even rarer, or almost extinct in the whole world. And now, Qinshen's supernatural talent is not only SR level but also SSR level. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Subconsciously, everyone cursed in their hearts. Sheng Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu glanced at each other, each showing a bitter smile. Their family backgrounds are not weak, so naturally, they know this kind of secret. However, upon hearing that Qinshen has a supernatural talent above SR level, they were still extremely shocked. The reason is simple, it's just too rare. When Lin Wuti heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly, showing some surprise and admiration. Then, Lin Wuti smiled and said, "What about your gun intent?" Hearing this, confusion appeared on everyone's faces. Qinshen's gun intent had already been shown during the previous arena battle. Could it be that Qinshen was hiding it? Above gun intent is attribute gun intent. Qinshen couldn't have comprehended attribute gun intent as well, right? It's worth noting that even the genius of artistic conception cultivated by the 2 neighboring universities only have a partial understanding of attribute gun intent. The following words spoken by Qinshen slightly relieved them. However, Qinshen smiled lightly, just touched the threshold a bit. Just a bit of a threshold. It turns out it's not. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they also felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Just touching a bit of the threshold is already an amazing achievement. Xing Tianyi immediately criticized Qinshen, but his words were filled with excitement and excitement. Gu Linghan, Shintiyi, Xiang Tianga, and others were also excited, but after hearing Xing Tianyi's criticism, they were itching with anger. This guy is typical of taking advantage and acting cute. Even if Qinshen has just touched a bit of the threshold of attribute gun intent, reaching the stage of just starting or half-stepping into it, that alone is enough to surpass the 30 billion people of the Great Xia Federation. Qinshen, a well-deserved monstrous talent. Sheng Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu, the 3 top-tier geniuses, showed even more bitterness on their faces. Qinshen, who comprehended attribute gun intent without using attribute gun intent, could easily defeat them. What if he used attribute gun intent? What then? Even if he only showed a hint of his level, he would probably still beat them effortlessly. They simply couldn't imagine it. In response to this, Principal Lin Wuti just smiled lightly, a hint of playfulness passing through his murky and cunning eyes. Still at the threshold? The threshold is good. There is still room for improvement. Qinshen smiled and nodded. Principal's guidance is good. Lin Wuti shook his head and pointed to the immortal cave. Since the questioning is over, the 4 of you should also enter the immortal cave next. Next, I will give you a briefing on the main contents of the immortal cave. I hope you can enter well and choose an immortal weapon that belongs to you. Suddenly, Qinshen, Sheng Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu became serious. They knew mastering immortal tools would be their greatest assistance. It could elevate their strength by more than 1 level. Perhaps they could stand out in the Tricol Competition. They just didn't know what immortal tool it was. As everyone delved deeper, Principal Lin Wuti's voice fell on their ears. Immortal tools are not weapons. They are a source of original power. But they can transform into corresponding weapons based on your inner thoughts. Each weapon is basic but will become stronger as your energy of extraordinary abilities rises. As Lin Wuti's words fell, excitement filled the hearts of the group. Weapons that changed with their own energy intensity. Thinking about how their energy had already reached levels beyond their peers. So, how terrifying would the immortal tools they summoned be? At this moment, Gu Linghan chuckled. Immortal tools are also divided into levels. Shintiyi nodded. They are divided into basic immortal tools, intermediate immortal tools, and advanced immortal tools. Xiang Tianga said, when you feel the immortal tools later, there's no need to be too nervous, it's all fate. Xingxianyi added, but when the time comes to strive, you must strive your best. Everyone nodded. Qinshen suddenly asked, so, Director Xing, what level is your immortal tool? Xingxianyi smiled lightly. Me and the other 3 directors all have intermediate immortal tools. Although they are only intermediate immortal tools, only one can be obtained each year. As for advanced immortal tools, they are even rarer. Upon hearing Xingxianyi's words, the group suddenly became solemn. The 4 directors were all exceptionally talented, yet even their immortal tools were only intermediate level. If it were them, what level of immortal tool should they choose? Soon, they arrived at a nearly 10-acre cold pool. Lin Wuti smiled with his hands behind his back. This cold pool is called the Immortal Tool Cold Pool. By entering and comprehending the true source of the immortal tool within the cold pool, you can obtain the corresponding immortal tool. We'll wait outside for you. The 4 directors said in unison, "Good luck." The group nodded, then stepped into the cold pool. Instantly, an invisible force turned into ripples, spreading completely. Inside and outside the cold pool seemed like 2 completely different spatial planes. Outside the cold pool, Huoxiushu squinted and smiled. "I wonder what kind of immortal tool they can awaken this time." Gu Linghan said with a smile, "An advanced immortal tool. Of course, I'm talking about Chun Chen." The other 3 directors were momentarily stunned. Previously, Gu Linghan had been the one who could press Chen Chen the hardest, and now he was suggesting that Chen Chen might obtain an advanced immortal tool. It should be noted that advanced immortal tools were extremely rare, only appearing once every few decades. Xingxianyi chuckled, "Old Gu, if Chen Chen really awakens an advanced immortal tool, I promise to treat you to a drink." The group burst into laughter. Just then, a voice made everyone freeze in place. "What if that kid Chen ends up with the ultimate immortal tool?" Principal Lin Wuti smiled lightly. The ultimate immortal tool. In an instant, everyone felt their scalps tingle. It should be noted that the ultimate immortal tool was above advanced immortal tools and was the most terrifying of all. In the past few hundred years, no one had been able to obtain it. And now, Lin Wuti was actually suggesting that Chun Chen could get the ultimate immortal tool? If he were to obtain the ultimate immortal tool and bring it out in the Tricol Competition, the people from the other schools would be dumbfounded. Seeing the expressions of the group, Lin Wuti lightly brushed his sleeve. Then, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of everyone, reflecting the scene of the icy pool within its surface. In a daze, the group found themselves in the center of the icy pool. Sharp and powerful auras surged from all directions. Within these fierce auras, they couldn't help but feel the word powerful resonate within them. Next, all we need to do is focus on releasing our innate talents, attracting the attention of the immortal artifacts instinctively, right? Zhou Wenyu asked. Yes, according to what the principal said, that's how it works, Lin Qingzhu nodded. Then who goes first? Shang Tianlei suggested. Subsequently, the 3 of them all looked towards Chun Chen simultaneously, as he was the strongest among them, naturally the first to be consulted. After a while, Chen Chen said, "You go first, I'll observe." The 3 top talents were momentarily stunned, feeling touched as they thought Chen Chen was deliberately letting them go first. So, they began discussing the order among themselves. However, a faint smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. Inexplicably, he felt a mysterious attraction beneath the icy pool, but it was vague and required his perception to locate. This would take some time because he didn't mind letting Lin Qingzhu and the others try first. Lin Qingzhu was the first to sense the immortal artifacts. She walked slowly to the center of the icy pool, closed her eyes carefully, and then her figure was surrounded by the talent of shadows. Soon, these shadow talents seemed to establish a connection with the icy pool. The icy pool trembled slightly, then suddenly burst out 3 white origins. Each white origin exuded a terrifying pressure. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingzhu sighed, "Only low-grade immortal artifacts? White for low-grade, blue for mid-grade, purple for high-grade." This was common knowledge Lin Wuti had imparted to them before they entered. However, since she had obtained the origin immortal artifact, she wasn't too disappointed. Sensing the strongest energy contained within the white origin, she gently touched it, and in an instant, the white origin burst open. Then, a chilling long sword was suddenly held in Lin Qingzhu's hand. Such a powerful force. Feeling the energy emanating from the sword, Lin Qingzhu's eyes were filled with joy. With this sword, Lin Qingzhu's strength could at least double or triple. Not to mention, it was a weapon that could grow stronger. "Let's call you the green bamboo sword." With that, Lin Qingzhu's thoughts moved, and the green bamboo sword turned into a stream of light, flowing into her mind. Immortal artifacts, as origins, could accommodate the wielder's mind. Zhou Wenyu and Shang Tianlei watched with excitement. When Lin Qingzhu obtained the immortal artifact, the pressure she emitted made their energies slightly timid. Obviously, the immortal artifact was an extremely powerful buff. Next, it was Zhou Wenyu's turn. He also sensed a low-grade immortal artifact, which transformed into armor, attaching itself to his body. This coincided with his practiced heavenly defense law and heavenly defense talent. Soon after, it was Shang Tianlei's turn. To everyone's surprise, Shang Tianlei actually awakened a blue mid-grade immortal artifact, and he was ecstatic. When the mid-grade immortal artifact landed on him, it turned into a pair of gauntlets, exuding a majestic aura. Finally, it was Chen Chen's turn. All eyes turned to him. At that moment, Chen Shen just raised his head. The immortal artifact at the bottom of the icy pool. Finally connected. I wonder what level it is. I just don't know what level the immortal artifact connected under the icy pool is. Chen Shen exhaled deeply, then walked slowly towards the front. Soon, he arrived at the center of the icy pool. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him, revealing looks of anticipation. What level do you think he can achieve? Zhou Wenyu asked. Not sure. Lin Qingzhu and Shang Tianlei shook their heads. We don't know either. They dared not speculate. Outside the cold pool, all 6 people's gazes were fixed on Chen Chen. What kind of immortal weapon do you think Chen Chen can awaken? Gu Linghan looked around. The principal said, the ultimate immortal weapon. Shen Tuyi laughed heartily. Everyone burst into laughter. As for the so-called ultimate immortal weapon, no one dared to believe it. How many unparalleled talents had been born in the past few hundred years? Even the 3 great martial saints who founded the Xuanwu Martial Arts University, or later leaders like Lin Wuti, their strength almost stood at the pinnacle of the human world. However, what they awakened was only high-level immortal weapons. Now, to have Chen Chen stand at their peak and awaken the ultimate immortal weapon, that was truly too difficult. Alright, Lin Wuti waved his hand and smiled. There's no need to dwell on it too much. Blind guesses serve no purpose. In the end, we have to see Chen Chen's actual situation. The deans nodded in agreement. In the center of the cold pool, a slender figure stood tall. Chen Chen closed his eyes, then opened them again. In an instant, the 9 heavens dark thunder god's body suddenly released, a terrifying dark tide swirling around his fingertips. Then, to the astonishment of many, the calm cold pool began to boil. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The surface of the cold pool suddenly churned with a large amount of water splashing, followed by dozens of streaks of light crossing through the cold pool at the same time. Terrifying energy poured out completely. Suddenly, everyone was stunned in place. How is this possible? Zhou Wenyu exclaimed. Among those dozens of streaks of light were various white, blue, and purple lights. And these were the immortal weapons that actively chose Chen Chen. My goodness! There's even purple in there. No! 3 purples. Everyone was dumbfounded. Purple represented high-level immortal weapons, and now, 3 high-level immortal weapons had been actively attracted to Chen Chen and arrived in front of him. The more immortal weapon sources one had, the more favored the chooser's talent was by these sources. And now, the number of immortal weapon sources Chen Chen had obtained had completely exceeded their imagination. Dozens of types of immortal weapon sources. Among them were 3 high-level immortal weapons. Who could have imagined this? Even the 4 deans had never seen such a scene and widened their eyes. They had been guiding students into the immortal pool for many years, and at most, they encountered students who were on par with them, obtaining intermediate-level immortal weapons. They had never seen high-level immortal weapons. At this moment, Xing Tianyi also laughed heartily. Old Gu, I'll definitely treat you to a drink when I get out. Gu Linghan muttered to himself, if you don't give me Chen Chen? Xing Tianyi immediately jumped up. How is that possible? This was a student with 3 talents, possessing high-level immortal weapons. This was a rare genius in hundreds of years. How could he let him go so easily? Shen Tuyi and Xiang Tianga were even more regretful at this moment. Why didn't they persist a little longer back then? Just then, a voice rang out again. You all need not worry. Lin Wuti muttered to himself, but in his narrowed eyes, a hint of surprise appeared. It seems. It's something extraordinary. Everyone was stunned. A bold idea that was simply impossible flooded into their minds. In an instant, they hurriedly looked ahead. How is this possible? Only to see another explosion erupting above the boiling cold pool. This time, the explosion was tens of times more powerful than the previous boiling, almost completely shaking the surface of the lake, a water column rising straight up, shooting towards the top of the cave. When everyone saw clearly, they all stood still in disbelief, staring at the scene in front of them. The water column gradually dissipated, turning into a rain of light. And within this light rain, what appeared was not white, blue, or purple. Instead, it was a brilliant golden color. The entire dark cave was instantly illuminated by this dark golden color, a terrifying light shining inside the cave. The earth trembled. The cold pool boiled. The 3 people in the cold pool felt every cell in their bodies trembling at the same time. It was a sense of worship. The immortal artifact True Source had merged into their bodies, a part of the immortal artifact True Source within them. Therefore, encountering an advanced, even ultimate immortal artifact True Source would lead to this. However, a golden immortal artifact. None of them had ever heard of it. Outside the cold pool, inside the cave. Silence. Quiet. The 4 deans suddenly fell into a strange state. Ultimate immortal artifact? Ultimate immortal artifact? Ultimate Immortal Artifact? Damn! 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 Oh my god, am I seeing things right? Ultimate Immortal Artifact. Oh my god. Everyone showed expressions of incredulity. Ultimate Immortal Artifact. It had not been sensed by anyone for nearly 1,000 years. And now, Qin Chen actually sensed it? Everyone was dumbfounded. This kid is really amazing. Xing Tian's face was flushed with excitement. He never expected that in his old age, he would still be able to have such a talented student. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The other 3 deans were even more speechless. Is this the top-notch monster? Huaxiu muttered to himself, with a surprising look in his cloudy eyes. And President Lin Wudi's pupils also shrank slightly. He looked at the golden light floating in front of Qin Chen. A faint smile appeared on his face. Finally, another human has achieved it. It's not easy, really, it's not easy at all. Inside the cold pool, Qin Chen looked at the golden light in front of him, not feeling too shocked. Just now, through the talent link, he had sensed the golden light in front of him. Judging from the situation, it should also be among the immortal artifacts, the leader of the 10,000 soldiers. He reached out to touch the immortal artifact True Source. In an instant, the golden immortal artifact True Source suddenly turned into a long spear. A stream of information rushed into Qin Chen's brain. This spear was called the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear. Half a month later, in front of the villa area, Qin Chen was practicing his spear technique. In his hand, there was a golden long spear. The surface of the golden long spear was inlaid with various patterns, gorgeous and strange, awe-inspiring to behold. Upon closer inspection, one could sense the mysterious aura lingering within it. Indeed, Qin Chen exhaled a breath. At this moment, he had reached the initial stage of the 4th rank warrior. And what he was holding now was the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear. With this immortal artifact, my strength should be more than 10 times what it was before. Thinking of this, a look of excitement flashed in Qin Chen's eyes. More than 10 times, probably even more. The Yin-Yang Chaos Spear in the 4th rank initial stage realm had almost raised his overall combat power to an extremely terrifying level. Qin Chen could confidently say, invincible within the 4th rank. And his intent with the god-slaying spear had reached a perfect level during these past few days of tempering. Feeling the majestic power within him, a smile crept across Qin Chen's lips. Artistic conception, extraordinary talent. It has truly reached its limit. Next, I should cultivate martial arts. In this way, at the Tricol Competition, perhaps, I can directly challenge those senior students. Qin Chen smiled lightly. Basically, the senior students of the 3 holy martial academies were already considered the top geniuses of the Great Xia Federation, the most powerful generation. Senior students were mostly sent to military internships, hunting and killing ferocious beasts. Martial arts. Endless heaven law. Qin Chen did not hope that if he participated in the Tricol Competition, he would only be compared to freshmen and sophomores. Only by comparing with the strongest could he truly test his martial arts heart. Time flew by. Qin Chen arrived at the Endless Heaven Academy's office. Xing Tianyi raised his head and smiled. Is there something you need? Since Qin Chen obtained the ultimate immortal weapon, Xing Tianyi's attitude had been getting better day by day. The resources provided were even better than those for his own son. Qin Chen smiled lightly. Old Xing, I plan to comprehend the Endless Heaven Law. Endless Heaven Law? Xing Tianyi was stunned, then incredulously said, You've broken through to the initial stage of the 4th rank? In an instant, Xing Tianyi grabbed Qin Chen's hand, then let go again. It really is the initial stage of the 4th rank. My goodness! How did you cultivate, you little rascal? Xing Tianyi clearly knew that when Qin Chen entered the academy, he was only at the middle stage of the 1st rank. And now, it had only been a little over 2 months, right? His realm had skyrocketed to the initial stage of the 4th rank like riding a rocket. Your talent, you really are too terrifying. Xing Tianyi sighed, shocked but accustomed to being shocked by him in these 2 months. The shock Qin Chen brought to him was like waves, one after another, making Xing Tianyi feel numb all over. You want to cultivate the Endless Heaven Steel, right? Follow me. I will inform the entire academy to come and witness the acquisition of the Endless Heaven Steel. Qin Chen nodded. These days, he had learned that the use of the Endless Heaven Steel could benefit those around him. He was not narrow-minded, and being able to help improve the combat power of the human race was also a good thing. By the way, as a freshman, suddenly obtaining the first Endless Heaven Steel, the others will definitely be dissatisfied. Remember. Qin Chen raised his eyes, a black light flashing through them. Subdue them. Xing Tianyi nodded in satisfaction. In the world of martial arts, the strong were respected. Soon, they arrived at the center of the Endless Heaven Academy. There stood a stone steel that pierced the sky. The huge stele was located in the center of the Endless Heaven Academy, surrounded by many students. Seeing Chen Shen approaching, everyone showed a look of surprise. That's the junior brother who was receiving the inheritance of the Endless Heaven stele. A freshman? He can actually receive the inheritance? No, is this a mistake? Dean. It's not a mistake. It is said that this guy is the first among the freshmen. So what if he's the first among freshmen? Can his realm match mine now? I heard he even ranked in the top 3 in the Immortal Weapon contest? Top 3? How is that possible? Everyone was filled with surprise. The Immortal Weapon contest was the most rigorous examination in the university, only starting in the second year. Their Endless Heaven Academy had no qualifications to participate. However, Principal Lin Wudi had signed a confidentiality agreement with those top geniuses to allow Chen Shen, this great weapon, to shine in the Tricol Competition. Therefore, only rumors had spread. As for the truth, it was hard to discern. Most people still leaned towards it being impossible. After all, Chen Shen was just a freshman. Looking at the crowd of people, Xing Tian hovered in midair and smiled gently. Welcome, everyone, to the Monument of Eternal Days. Next, Chen Shen will receive the inheritance of the Monument of Eternal Days. Of course, our Eternal Days Academy is a democratic institution, so naturally, everyone has the right to question. Those who want to question can stand up now. The inheritor of the Monument of Eternal Days would be referred to as the candidate for the next dean of the Eternal Days Academy in advance. Naturally, not only must they receive the inheritance of the Monument of Eternal Days, but they must also gain corresponding prestige among the students. Xing Tian was pleased to see this. He wanted to see how powerful Chen Shen, who had been practicing for half a month, could become. Just as Xing Tian finished speaking, swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 3 figures stood up from the crowd, and then, like thunderous snakes, they also arrived in front of the Monument of Eternal Days. We refuse to accept this. Yes, I also refuse. All 3 were dressed in long robes, exuding the aura of high-level martial artists of the 4th rank throughout their bodies. Obviously, these 3 were seniors in their 3rd year. Chen Shen was not surprised to see these 3 people. Due to the extremely high requirements of the Eternal Days technique, most geniuses did not choose the Eternal Days Academy. As a result, there were very few outstanding talents in the academy. Being a 4th rank high-level student in the 3rd year at the Eternal Days Academy was already good enough. However, for Chen Shen, they were still too weak. The 3 of you can come at me together, Chen Shen casually said, his face showing indifference. It seemed that seeing Chen Shen's indifferent expression, the 3 who stood up first were stunned at first, then a hint of embarrassment appeared in their eyes. They did not expect a freshman to show such an expression towards them. With a thought, a hint of hostility flashed in the eyes of the 3. Attack! Chen Shen, let me teach you to respect your seniors. Defeat him. In an instant, the muscles of the 3 burst forth, and then, bursts of energy erupted. Eternal Days Ice freezing all. Eternal Days Fire burning heaven. Eternal Days Earth solid earth. In an instant, the surging energy came towards Chen Shen. Looking at the combined energy of the 3, everyone felt the earth tremble. TSK. Chen Shen shouldn't be able to withstand these attacks. That's right. The Eternal Days technique enhances all attributes for those with extraordinary abilities. Although we are just beginners, dealing with a freshman is already enough. Chen Shen is finished. With countless voices falling, the pillar of light formed by the convergence of the 3 energies surged towards Chen Shen. Buzz, the terrifying energy almost tore the air apart completely, causing the entire sky and earth to darken. As the expanding wave of energy came into view, Chen Shen just shrugged. Then, he raised his head. Before he could even make a move, 4 dark thunderous liquids surged up his back, and then 2 huge dark thunder arms appeared with a bang. The appearance of the terrifying arms instantly attracted the shocked gazes of countless people. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the dark thunderous giant hand behind Chen Shen suddenly turned into a palm strike and slammed horizontally. A palm print nearly 5 meters in size rushed towards the 3 surging energy columns. Boom! The dark thunder palm print collided with the energy columns, erupting into a brilliant light. Then, to everyone's surprise, the dark thunder palm print almost effortlessly tore apart the 3 energy columns. Boom! The terrifying energy erupted instantly, and the 3 students who had challenged Chen Shen were sent flying backwards in an instant. Everyone was stunned in place. He defeated our 3rd-year students in one move? What the hell? Is this really a freshman? Could it be that he actually made it to the top 3 in the competition for immortal artifacts? Impossible. How is it impossible? Look at him, he hasn't even used his full strength. Is a freshman this strong? No wonder the dean wants to give him the qualification for the Endless Sky Steel. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and when they looked at Chen Shen, their gazes involuntarily carried a hint of awe. After all, in this world, only the strong could earn the respect of others. Seeing everyone hanging their heads, Xing Tianyi showed no surprise. After all, Chen Shen, a mid-level third-grade student, could almost instantly defeat Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and the others. Not to mention the guys in his own year who were not even as good as the sophomores. But now, everything had completely changed. With Chen Shen, he was enough to concentrate all the resources of the Endless Sky Academy on him. In that case, let's begin. Wait. Before Xing Tianyi could finish speaking, another voice rang out. Chen Shen squinted his eyes and saw a figure slowly walking out from the crowd. It was a man in a long robe with a thick beard. Rather than saying he had a thick beard, it was more accurate to say he looked mature. Chang Feng is making a move. The top student of the third year at the Endless Sky Academy. He probably doesn't accept Chen Shen, right? That's right. With his previous SS level talent, he naturally has pride in challenging the limits by practicing the Endless Sky technique. I heard that his Endless Sky technique was almost perfected. Martial arts practice is divided into entry level, proficiency, minor completion, major completion, and perfection. Achieving minor completion was already considered outstanding. Moreover, the Endless Sky technique was extremely difficult to practice. In terms of strength, he had already reached the complete 4th grade early on. Therefore, Cheng Feng's overall combat power was almost the strongest in the entire Endless Sky Academy, excluding those on military internships. Cheng Feng spread out his hands. Cheng Feng. Chen Shen nodded. Chen Shen, you should know why I don't accept you, right? To comprehend the Endless Sky steel, you have to defeat me. Otherwise, I won't let you understand it. Cheng Feng snorted, drew a black gold short knife from his waist, and in an instant, a black light unsheathed, bursting with countless knife intents, leaving traces of knives on the ground. The pupils of the crowd contracted. Cheng Feng has mastered the essence of knife intent. I think so. Too strong. He actually mastered the essence of knife intent. This talent is unmatched. Knife intent, mastery of the Endless Sky technique, SS level talent, Chen Shen can't beat him. How can he win? If it were me, I would probably surrender. The people around were discussing fervently. As they watched the knife intent emanating from Cheng Feng, Chen Shen's expression remained unchanged. You go first, Chen Shen said. Cheng Feng frowned, then gripped a long knife in his hand, his arm veins bulging like pine branches entwined around it. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Swish! In an instant, Cheng Feng had turned into a shadow, and then, like a storm, he swiftly rushed towards Chen Shen. With his extraordinary talent, his speed was extremely fast. Not to mention with the comprehensive blessing of the Endless Sky technique, although he was only a mid-level 4th grade warrior, Cheng Feng's speed had already surpassed some 5th grade warriors. Endless Sky knife intent roaming in the wind and clouds. When he was just a moment away from Chen Shen, the long knife in Cheng Feng's hand suddenly split into dozens of knife auras. In just an instant, these knife auras came rushing towards Chen Shen. Each knife aura contained several changes, making it hard to keep up. If one was unprepared, they would probably be chopped into dozens of pieces. However, when these knife auras landed in Chen Shen's hands, they were too slow. Chen Shen sighed. Then, he raised his hand. Dark Thunder Finger. Buzz! Suddenly, behind Chen Shen, a huge Dark Thunder Disc appeared. Amidst everyone's astonishment, within the Dark Thunder Disc, a huge Dark Thunder Finger, 5 meters in size, suddenly shot out. The surface of the Dark Thunder Finger not only exuded terrifying energy but also carried an extremely profound sense of a spear intent. How is this possible? It's actually a spear intent. Cheng Feng's pupils contracted, his face full of disbelief. With the appearance of this huge Dark Thunder Finger, it effortlessly shattered all of Cheng Feng's sword energy in an instant. Boom! The terrifying Dark Thunder Finger seemed to shatter space, instantly tearing apart the rifts in the heavens and earth, fiercely striking towards Cheng Feng. Bang! Under the impact of this Dark Thunder giant finger, Cheng Feng was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Cheng Feng was defeated. All eyes turned to Chen Shen, filled with disbelief. The entire area fell into an eerie silence. It was as if there was a natural spotlight on Chen Shen, covering him completely. Chen Shen scanned the surroundings, his expression calm. Anyone else? Silence. Quiet. In front of the Endless Sky Steel, everyone fell into silence. They stared at Chen Shen in a daze, their eyes filled with disbelief. However, the fact unfolded right before their eyes. Chen Shen had truly defeated Cheng Feng in one move. Gurgling sounds of swallowing saliva could be heard. They remembered the rumors once again. In the battle for the immortal artifact, Chen Shen surpassed all and claimed victory. Could this really be true? Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. It was simply too unbelievable. Suspended in midair, Xingqiani's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. Chen Shen's appearance was truly a blessing for the Endless Sky Academy. Alright, everyone, calm down. Xingqiani waved his hand. The crowd. They were already quiet, silenced by Chen Shen's actions. Chen Shen's gaze turned serious as he looked around. The inheritance trial of the Endless Sky Steel was extremely rare, an opportunity almost impossible to come by. If obtained, perhaps he wouldn't need to cultivate on his own, as his understanding of the Endless Sky Law would reach a realm beyond ordinary reach. Next, everyone sit on the ground and look towards the Endless Sky Steel. Chen Shen, stand in front of the Endless Sky Steel. Everyone immediately sat down, even Chung Feng. Their gazes were all focused on Chen Shen, filled with respect. Even though Chen Shen was just a freshman, Chen Shen gradually walked towards the stone steel. An ancient pressure hit him, making Chen Shen feel like he was in the midst of a desolate battlefield. Is this the Endless Sky Steel? Chen Shen murmured to himself. Just then, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Endless Sky Steel. Activate. Whoosh! In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from the Endless Sky Steel. A mysterious aura swept through everyone's bodies like a tornado, focusing mainly on Chen Shen. Swish swish swish. 3 more streaks of light descended, revealing Gu Linghan, Shen Tuyi, and Xiang Tiange as the strongest in the Xian Yuan Martial Arts University. The 3 immediately rushed to the Endless Sky Academy upon sensing the commotion. Kid, Chen Shen has broken through to the 4th rank warrior? Gu Linghan exclaimed. Indeed, Chen Shen is truly a monster. In just over 2 months, from the middle of the 1st rank to the beginning of the 4th rank, this is unprecedented. Xiang Tiange shook his head. And, he has also accepted the challenge of the Eternal Monument all day long. The future is hard to estimate. Listening to Xiang Tiange's words, Gu Linghan and Shen Tuyi once again turned their gaze towards Chen Shen, who was engulfed in light. There was a time when this little guy also wanted to come to their academy. But now, they were willingly giving way to him. Alright, now is not the time for you to regret. Xingqiani crossed his arms and smiled lightly. Shouldn't we see how much scripture Chen Xiaozai can comprehend on the Eternal Monument? 80, Gu Linghan said without hesitation. Not enough. Chen Shen's words should be at least 85. Shen Tuyi added. Personally, I think Chen Shen should be around 90, Xiang Tiange said. Hearing the words of the other 3 deans, Xingqiani's mouth almost twitched to the corners. It is important to note that comprehending the Eternal Monument is extremely difficult. For top geniuses from other academies, comprehending 80, 90, or even 100 is not a problem. However, the highest record in their Eternal Academy is only 75. And that was created by Xingqiani himself. They thought this record would remain unbroken until Chen Shen appeared at this moment, changing their perspective. Personally, I think. What if Chen Shen comprehends 100%? Xingqiani hummed with his arms crossed, a slight smirk on his lips. The 3 deans were speechless. Gu Linghan said, Old Xing, don't jinx it. 100% would mean complete communication with the Eternal Monument, something that has never happened in the history of our Blue Star. Hearing this, Xingqiani chuckled. I know. I'm just saying what if. Alright, let's look over there. So, everyone's gaze turned entirely towards Chen Shen. At this moment, Chen Shen seemed to have entered a space. It was a dark space. In this space, a beam of light suddenly shone. The next moment, Chen Shen appeared on an ancient battlefield. On this ancient battlefield, the flames of war raged, with the distant dark tide colliding. Upon closer inspection, it was the human race against ferocious beasts. It was a collision of blood and fire. Is this a virtual space? It seems I have entered the interior of the Eternal Monument. Chen Shen was not panicked but calmly analyzed everything. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. This figure raised its fist, muscles bulging, and struck out mightily. Boom! The space rippled violently, and tens of thousands of ferocious beasts dropped dead on the spot. Chen Shen could clearly see that it was pure physical strength. No artistic conception. No talent. Just a body cultivated to the pinnacle of martial arts. Powerful. Terrifying. It had reached at least the level of a 9th grade martial king, or even a 10th grade martial saint. Is this the strongest form of martial arts? It's truly terrifying. Chen Shen's pupils slightly contracted. For some reason, every inch of the figure's muscles suddenly appeared perfectly in Chen Shen's eyes. It was extremely clear. Every inch of exertion, every breath, every flow of blood, all completely displayed in Chen Shen's eyes at that moment. So strong. Chen Shen stared fixedly at the figure. At this moment, he understood the operation of the Eternal Monument. It turned out to be observing the figure itself to comprehend the Eternal Law. No wonder the Eternal Law is so difficult. it almost entirely involves various aspects of the body. Ordinary people simply cannot comprehend it. But he was Chen Chen, not someone else. With his SSS-level extraordinary talent, it had always stayed in his mind. Come on, let me see how much I can learn. Time passed slowly. The radiance gradually faded. Many people began to open their eyes. They all had a certain level of comprehension about the endless heaven technique. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look at Cheng Feng." Every inch of muscle on Cheng Feng's body was clearly visible, filled with majestic power. This was the symbol of Cheng Feng's partial mastery of the endless heaven technique. Cheng Feng opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. So this is power. Then, he looked towards Chen Chen, who was still engulfed in light. He wanted to see how much could Chen Chen grasp. It was said that using the endless heaven steel could help a martial artist quickly master the endless heaven technique to a partial or higher level. If Chen Chen had not mastered the endless heaven technique beyond a certain level, Cheng Feng couldn't do much, but he felt relieved in his heart. With that in mind, Cheng Feng couldn't help but look towards Chen Chen. In the sky above, Lao Xing, why hasn't Chen Chen, that kid, finished receiving the inheritance? Gu Linghan frowned. Usually, the time for receiving an inheritance was within 10 minutes. The longest would be half an hour. Chen Chen had been receiving it for a full hour now. I don't know. Xing Tian also furrowed his brow, power surging within him. Once something happened, he was ready to act at any moment. Just then, a figure suddenly tore through space and, to everyone's surprise, appeared before them. Only the 4 deans could see this figure, the others did not. The faces of the crowd suddenly turned serious. Principal. The visitor was none other than Principal Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi smiled, "Don't disturb him." The crowd was puzzled but didn't say much. Lin Wudi was the strongest and most senior figure in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts University. If he said there was no issue, then there really was none. However, they did not see the look of astonishment that crossed the principal's eyes once again. He actually managed to obtain that person's inheritance? The ultimate immortal weapon, that person's inheritance. Chen Chen. Who exactly are you? In Principal Lin Wudi's eyes, an indescribable emotion appeared. Meanwhile, within the endless heaven steel, Chen Chen exhaled a breath. An hour? No. In this virtual space, he had experienced a whole month's time. Within this month, he had finally perfected the endless heaven technique. Yes, from partial to complete mastery, the most powerful form of martial arts. It's time to go out now, Chen Chen murmured to himself. Although he had completed the endless heaven technique, he still needed to return to reality for further practice. Just then, in the distance, that figure suddenly looked towards Chen Chen. Then, the figure arrived in front of Chen Chen. "Senior, do you need anything?" Chen Chen asked. "Senior?" The figure smiled gently. "Perhaps, it should be great-great-great-great-grand senior. Great-great-great-great-grand senior, hello." Chen Chen added another great to his greeting. Polite, the figure chuckled. "The endless heaven technique you are currently practicing is just the most basic form. If you want to advance further in the endless heaven technique, go there and practice the purgatory endless heaven technique." Chen Chen was stunned. Wasn't the endless heaven technique the strongest form of martial arts? It seemed that martial arts in this world were not as simple as imagined. I will infuse the location of the purgatory endless heaven technique into your mind later. If you have time, go and practice. Good luck. Lan Xing, time is running out. Buzz, in an instant, the space collapsed, everything plunged into darkness. Chen Chen gazed into the abyss of nothingness. His brow furrowed. Lan Xing, time is running out? One after another, the flowing light suddenly dissipated from the end sky steel, and a slender figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Chen Chen is out. Let's see how far Chen Chen's martial arts have reached. Don't tell me he hasn't even reached the minor achievement. Yeah, that would be too embarrassing. The crowd immediately started discussing. With each breakthrough and proficiency in the end sky method, there corresponded a specific state. For example, the beginner stage meant the body becoming a bundle. For example, mastery meant the body shimmering. And for the minor and major achievements, it was based on the physical body and blood. As for perfection, it meant the body becoming sacred, possessing profound sacred intentions. At this moment, in the sky, the 4 deans were suspended in place, staring blankly at Chen Chen. Because they all sensed an unusually different aura emanating from Chen Chen. And just then, the radiance completely dissipated. A slender figure still stood motionless on the ground, gazing at the steel. Everyone was stunned. Could it be? Has Chen Chen not comprehended anything? Really? The end sky steel is the most precious treasure for cultivating the end sky method. Heavens! This is simply wasting a treasure. Just as everyone was saying this, a beam of light suddenly burst from Chun Chen. This is mastery level of the End Sky method? A genius exclaimed. No, it's not over yet. Just then, a vast blood energy suddenly spread out, filling the entire square in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is the minor achievement level of the End Sky method. Chung Feng looked at the vast blood energy surrounding Chun Chen, took a deep breath, and a blush involuntarily flashed across his face. Just a moment ago, he actually wanted to compare himself with Chun Chen? That was simply ridiculous. However, this was not enough. Suddenly, the vast blood energy surrounding Chun Chen surged out again, like a pillar of light, shooting straight into the sky. And the upper body of Chun Chen's clothing all shattered, revealing a perfect physique that captivated anyone who laid eyes on it. Major achievement level. This time, even the four deans were shocked. He comprehended the major achievement level of the End Sky method in one go? This is unprecedented in history. Xing Tianyi immediately became excited. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! You see, the End Sky method he comprehended when he studied the End Sky steel was only at the minor achievement level. Old Xing, don't get too excited. I feel like Chen Chen is not done yet. Gu Linghan patted Xing Tianyi's shoulder, and at that moment, Shen Tuyi exclaimed, "Look at that!" Boom! In an instant, a mysterious light, like an ancient martial arts scripture, suddenly spread out. And within this light, there was a sense of the utmost simplicity of the Great Tao. Everyone was stunned. They knew that this was the sacred intention produced when one cultivated a top-tier martial art to its peak. Is this guy a monster? This sentence echoed in everyone's mind, and they all stared in astonishment at Chun Chen, falling into silence one after another. And the four deans on the stage were also dumbfounded. You see, a freak who went from never even starting to reaching perfection in one go, in the history of their Shenyuan Martial Arts University. It was truly unheard of. For a moment, except for Xing Tianyi among the three other deans, they all wished they could lift their legs and change Chun Chen's college in the file bag. Such a top-tier freak should be taken in by their college. In the end, Xing Tianyi was left empty-handed, and Xing Tianyi stood still in place. Perfection level. I, Xing Tianyi, have a successor. Lin Wudi looked at the shocked four individuals, shook his head, and revealed a faint smile. This surprised the four, but Lin Wudi was not surprised. To his surprise, Chen Chen had already made contact with that person. He would have to ask about it later. The order of the chapters was wrong. The update for July 8th will be at noon. Everyone, please be patient. The chapter order is a bit messed up. Let me fix it within 10 minutes. As compensation, I'll add an extra chapter. As the holy aura emanating from Chun Chen dissipated, everyone still wore expressions of astonishment and confusion. It wasn't until Chen Chen took the initiative to say, "What were you all doing?" that everyone suddenly realized and looked at Chun Chen in awe, their eyes revealing an unparalleled shock. After all, to comprehend the transcendent heavenly law directly to the level of perfection was truly unheard of in a lifetime. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Since the comprehension of the eternal monument has ended, then disperse." A figure appeared in front of everyone, revealing a faint smile. Everyone's faces immediately showed respect. Yes. Then, everyone quickly dispersed, leaving only Chen Chen in front of the eternal monument. For streams of light simultaneously flowed towards Chun Chen. You. Xing Tian excitedly punched Chun Chen's chest. Perfection level, amazing. Chen Chen smiled gently, thanks to the principal, deans, and all the deans for nurturing me together. Gu Linghan glanced at Chen Chen coldly. This is your own cultivation. It has nothing to do with us. Shin Tuyeka chuckled. We don't have the ability to let you instantly master the perfect level of the eternal law. Xiang Tiange sighed. If we had known back then, we would have fought to have you on our side. With your strength, I'm afraid you'll show a crushing stance in the Tricol Competition. The four deans each had their own reactions, and Chen Chen politely responded to each one. Next, it's my turn to chat, right? Lin Wudi smiled lightly. The four deans glanced at each other, turned into streams of light, and left the eternal monument. After all, it was the principal who came to ask personally, so they naturally had to avoid risks. You've met that senior, haven't you? Lin Wudi smiled. Yes, a very, 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 very senior. Chen Chen laughed. Ha ha ha. Lin Wudi burst into laughter, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. When I met him, he asked me to call him a very, very, very senior. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Is the principal also cultivating the eternal law? Lin Wudi nodded. Yes. But it wasn't after the establishment of the school, it was before Shenyuan Martial Arts University was founded. Before the establishment of the Martial Arts University, Lin Wudi's lifespan was now at least over 500 years. The lifespan of a 9th-rank martial king is at least 800 years, so Chen Chen wasn't too surprised. Chen Chen looked up at Lin Wudi. Principal, that senior told me in the space about Blue Star. Before he could finish, Chen Chen felt an invisible force suddenly enveloping him. In this space, Chen Chen couldn't utter a sound. Perhaps, your current strength is still too weak. Not suitable for hearing these things. The shielded space completely disappeared, and Chen Chen felt a bit dazed. Not suitable to hear? Chen Chen didn't give up. Then I should work harder in my cultivation. Lin Wudi smiled lightly. Good. That senior must have told you about the Purgatory Heavenly Law, right? Chen Chen nodded. The senior said that the location of the Purgatory Heavenly Law is in the Frostwind Forest 300 kilometers away. After this Tricol competition, I will personally go and take a look. Lin Wudi shrugged. It seems we don't have to wait for the Tricol competition to end. Chen Chen was stunned, then immediately exclaimed, the location of the Tricol competition is in the Frostwind Forest? Accompanied by Chen Chen leaving the Endless Monument, the news of Chen Chen mastering the perfect level of the Endless Law spread throughout the entire academy like a tide. Countless people were shocked. You see, they were all students from various academies, naturally aware of how difficult it is to cultivate top martial arts, not to mention the most difficult to cultivate, the Endless Law. And Chen Chen, just by cultivating the Endless Monument, actually cultivated it to perfection. Monster! In everyone's mind, only the word monster emerged. In a virtual battlefield, Saint Wuji unleashed 100 swords at once. In an instant, the body of the three-tailed sword tiger in front of him suddenly appeared with bloody holes. Yes, after a whole month of hard work, he finally killed the three-tailed sword tiger. Now, I'm getting closer to Chen Chen. A hint of joy crossed Saint Wuji's mind. Just then, a classmate suddenly sent him a message on the contact list. Instantly, he froze in place. Chen Chen is at the 4th level of the initial stage? Chen Chen has mastered the perfect level of the Endless Law? In an instant, these messages hit Saint Wuji's heart like a heavy hammer. And in Saint Wuji's heart, there was only a bitter smile left. Can I really surpass Chen Chen in this lifetime? On the other side, Lan Qi and Gu Jin had the same thoughts. Their faces were full of bitter smiles. How come you're improving so fast when we all started together? Not long ago, they used to look down on Chen Chen, a little guy from the Jiangnan province. Who knew that now, Chen Chen had almost completely surpassed them? However, a hint of joy crossed everyone's mind. You see, the Tricol competition is coming soon. By then, freshmen will compete against each other. If Chen Chen enters the freshman competition, it will definitely cause a huge stir. Thinking of this, a smile couldn't help but appear on Lan Qi's face. You see, in the neighboring Starry Sky Martial Arts University, there's a guy she hates. On the other side, Yan Jinghan and the others were even more astonished, each one staring wide-eyed. It's hard to imagine that a guy from a county town could reach this level. Hold on to his thigh. Yan Jinghan, Yi Kang, and Li Shuyun suddenly glanced at each other, immediately planning to invite Chen Chen out for a meal. They are all from the Jiangnan province after all, fellow countrymen. Meanwhile, in the sophomore academy, a huge wave was stirred up. Compared to the shock of the average sophomore students, the top 20 geniuses appeared much calmer. It's not that they think the perfect level of the Endless Law is nothing. It's just that they have been shocked to numbness by Chen Chen. What can't this guy do? In a room, Sheng Tianlei's arms emitted terrifying and shocking thunder. Black fist armor lingered on his fist peak. This is his immortal weapon. Now, his strength has reached a new level. Perhaps now he can deal with Chen Chen with more confidence. Just then, a message came to his phone. Sheng Tianlei looked at it. Instantly, he was speechless. Playing around. What's the point of comparing? Cultivation. Sheng Tianlei was completely dumbfounded. Lin Qingju and Zhou Wenyu were the same. After hearing the news, Lin Qingju was extremely shocked and even took the initiative to send a congratulatory text to Chen Chen. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Here, Chen Chen was about to have his 4th check-in. What will it be? Congratulations to the host for reaching the 4th month check-in time. Would you like to check in? Chen Chen was delighted. It finally arrived. System, check-in. Chen Chen's mind stirred, silently chanting in his heart. In an instant, a voice resounded once again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSR level devouring power. Within the system space, Chen Chen once again felt a surge of power rushing into his body like a tide. This energy was on par with the 9 heavens dark thunder god's body, even more terrifying. After an unknown period of time, Chen Chen exhaled a breath. He extended his right hand, and suddenly, a black hole appeared in his right hand. This black hole seemed capable of devouring everything, distorting the surrounding space completely. Terrifying energy poured out, even swallowing and absorbing the light. Such terrifying power. Even Chen Chen couldn't help but lightly smile. The devouring power of the thunder god could only devour thunder. But his devouring power was enough to consume everything, and even evolve himself. He had truly become a black hole. After exiting the system space, Chen Chen looked at reality and took out dozens of spiritual medicines. These spiritual medicines were rewards from the academy, enough to help Chen Chen break through his own cultivation realm. In the past, Chen Chen would directly absorb them, but now, with his devouring power, with just a thought, those dozens of spiritual medicines suddenly turned into spiritual energy dragons, rushing into his body. Buzz! In an instant, Chen Chen's pressure rose again, breaking through from a 4th grade initial stage warrior to a 4th grade middle stage warrior in a blink of an eye. This devouring power is too domineering. A hint of joy flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. With the blessing of this devouring power, even facing energy supplies in the 3 schools competition, he would not have any fear, or rather, excitement. Any energy could be hunted and absorbed by his devouring power. At the entrance of the Xianyuan Martial Arts University. At this moment, standing there were students from the 2nd and 1st year. All the 3rd year students had already departed through the spatial rift. The 1st year students included the top 10, such as Shang Tianlei, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others. The 2nd year students were the top 20, including Shang Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu, and others. Everyone's faces were solemn. Standing in the sky were the principal Lin Wudi, vice principal Hua Xiu, and the 4 deans. 3 schools competition. This was the moment to test a university's strength and achievements. Students who often ranked high in the 3 schools competition would usually receive a lot of rewards. Can't we set off yet? A 1st year student asked. One more person has yet to arrive, Shang Tianlei said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a slender figure slowly walked over from a distance. The slender figure was dressed in a black robe, exuding an aura akin to a black hole all over his body. If one were to meet his eyes, everyone couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Chen Chen, stronger again. Whether they were 1st year or 2nd year students, their faces were filled with various complex expressions. Admiration, helplessness, shock. The shock Chen Chen brought them was truly immense. It had only been a few days, and he broke through again? Moreover, the oppressive feeling he brought this time was unprecedentedly terrifying. I'm afraid he could defeat us in one move. Shang Tianlei couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness. However, beneath the expressions of the crowd, there was a faint sense of excitement. After all, with Chen Chen's strength, entering the 3 schools competition was akin to a wolf king rushing into a flock of sheep. In an instant, he could completely slaughter them all. TSK. Thinking about the expressions that would soon appear on the faces of the students from the other 2 holy martial arts universities, a hint of excitement flashed through the minds of the crowd. Alright, now that everyone is here, we can also pass through the spatial cracks. Lin Wudi smiled lightly. Yes, everyone responded with a bow. Looking at the huge spatial crack tearing open in front of them, a trace of excitement flashed through everyone's hearts. The time to test the results of their cultivation was approaching. Buzz, passing through the spatial crack, everyone had arrived on top of a mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was towering, engraved with a huge spectator stand. In the middle of the spectator stand stood a massive arena. The arena was made of special materials, looking majestic and impressive. This place is huge, Gu Jin exclaimed. Are we going to fight here? My flying knives will come in handy. Lan Qi smiled lightly. I wonder how the geniuses from other schools are feeling, Shang Wujie sighed softly. They could already see that among the 2 spatial cracks in front of them, many strong students were already walking out from inside. Those people were students from the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Azure Sky Martial Arts University. Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Freshman year. Li Shashan had already reached the 3rd rank of perfection, making him the strongest in the entire freshman class. The students from Xianyuan Martial Arts University and Azure Sky Martial Arts University are here. Oh, I also see that little guy Lan Qi. Li Shashan's indifferent eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. The top scholar in Kyoto was for him, and his strength was already considered the strongest among his peers. Li Shashan, I heard that Xianyuan Martial Arts University has a genius? A man in a green robe beside him chuckled. Genius? In front of me, what genius? A young man in a purple robe shook his head. After all, at this stage of freshman year, the overall combat power of our Starry Sky Martial Arts University is the strongest. The people from Starry Sky Martial Arts University echoed. After all, in previous years, their university had always been the first in the tri-school competition. Even with the reforms in this year's competition, their freshmen would still come out on top. No surprises. Azure Sky Martial Arts University. Freshman year students. Zhao Tianxiong shrugged, his calm eyes filled with indifference. Tianxiong, I already know. The top freshman at Xianyuan Martial Arts University is a kid named Chen Chen from Jiangnan Province, nothing to worry about. But that guy Li Shashan from Kyoto needs to be considered more. The top 10 rankings at Azure Sky Martial Arts University had formed a small group, gathered around Zhao Tianxiong. Alright, I understand. Zhao Tianxiong nodded. His gaze swept over Li Shashan. There was a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Li Shashan also noticed Zhao Tianxiong's gaze and naturally revealed a faint smile. They already saw each other as true rivals. As for Chen Chen, he was probably being ignored by them. After all, Xianyuan Martial Arts University had been at the top of the rankings for 7 or 8 years in a row. Chen Chen's gaze was entirely focused on the senior students from the other 2 universities. Those seniors seem quite imposing. After dealing with the freshmen and sophomores from the 2 schools, let's see if we can challenge the seniors. As for the freshmen and sophomores from other schools, Chen Chen shrugged. Boring. And in the front row of the spectator stand. At this moment, 3 principals, 3 vice principals, and their respective deans were chatting while seated. It's important to note that this tri-school competition was not just a simple competition between the 3 schools. It was also a talent competition for the military. After the competition, videos would be sent to the 4 major military regions for overall summary and viewing. If they were valued by the marshals of the military, they would truly enter the ranks of high-level warriors. And at this moment, the 3 elders were seated in the front row. Even though their hair was white, a terrifying pressure emanated from their bodies. 3 peak 9th rank martial kings. Or rather, half martial saint level. Lin Wudi smiled faintly. It's been a year, and everyone is still alive, huh? Principal Bus Godspeed of the Starry Sky Martial University twitched his mouth. Bus Godspeed gave Lin Wudi a white glance. It's been a year, and your mouth is still so venomous? Principal Yi Yang of the Azure Sky Martial University also spoke up. Be careful, you guys might end up at the bottom again this time. Bus Godspeed crossed his arms. This time, the military specifically requested assessments for freshmen and sophomores to participate. It's no big deal if one year group ends up at the bottom. But if all 3 year groups end up at the bottom? Upon hearing Bus Godspeed and Yi Yang's words, Lin Wudi didn't offer much explanation but just smiled lightly. At the bottom? Aren't you guys being a bit too unrealistic this time? After hearing Lin Wudi's calm words, Bus Godspeed and Yi Yang were momentarily stunned. They knew their old friend's temperament well. If they were confident about something, they would boast about it. If they were unsure, they would keep it to themselves. Could it be that Lin Wudi had a hidden trump card this time? Suddenly, both of them felt a hint of curiosity and then shifted their gaze to the massive arena. The upcoming match content. Whether it was for freshmen or sophomores, the content of their grand competition was indeed very interesting. So, where exactly was Lin Wudi's hidden trump card? On the other side, the deans of the Starry Sky Martial University and the Azure Sky Martial University were enthusiastically discussing each other's achievements. However, the 4 deans of the Xianyuan Martial University remained motionless, as calm as water. One of the deans from the Starry Sky University said, "Old Gu, why so quiet today?" A dean from the Azure Sky University chuckled. Probably afraid of ending up at the bottom again, huh? Oh yeah. This time it's a combined assessment for 3 year groups. What if all 3 end up at the bottom? True. Hearing what everyone said, Gu Linghan, Shintiyi, Xiang Tianga, and Xing Tiani couldn't help but laugh. At the bottom? Next, this group of people would know just how terrifying the student they had nurtured would be. Xing Tiani looked at the slender figure on the arena, rubbing his fingers slightly. At the bottom? Perhaps. The 3 heads of admissions, Lin Jianfeng, looked at Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen, revealing a faint smile. You two, you have no idea what you missed out on with Chen Chen. What did we miss out on? Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen glanced at each other, feeling extremely fortunate. Thank goodness they didn't fight crazily for Chen Chen back then. Otherwise, they would have really missed out. Because the top-tier talents they each recruited, Li Shashan and Zhao Tianxiong, were no less inferior to Chen Chen. Old Lin, if Chen Chen fails later, you won't be so tough in your words. Qin Xian chuckled. Yeah, Old Lin, don't be too presumptuous. Yi Xingchen smiled. Lin Jianfeng didn't reply but crossed his arms. He was looking forward to Chen Chen's performance, especially to showcase his most powerful abilities. SSR-level talent, perfect martial arts, attribute insights. Any one of these aspects would be considered monstrous talent on its own by others. However, all 3 were present in one person at the same time. This was a true top-tier talent. Unmatched. On the arena, at this moment, stood the teams of freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. 10 members for freshmen, 20 for sophomores. The entire junior class consisted of 200 students. At this moment, 3 figures turned into streaks of light and arrived at the zenith of the massive arena. Then, a faint smile appeared below. The principal of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Bu Shinfeng, smiled gently and said, "Welcome, you are qualified to participate in our new Tricol Competition. This year's Tricol Competition has been reformed, with even our freshmen and sophomores participating. I hope you can achieve good results in this Tricol Competition." In an instant, everyone became tense. It is important to know that the purpose of the Tricol Competition is to prepare for entry into the 4 major battle zones. Only by entering the 4 major battle zones can they enter the borderlands, engage in battles with the fierce beasts threatening human survival, and protect the human race. Therefore, everyone standing here felt their blood boiling. Next, we will proceed with the year group matches. The first match will be for the freshmen, heading towards the 3 directions of the arena, while the sophomores and juniors will first take their seats in the audience. This Tricol Competition takes place in a completely sealed environment, so the audience is limited to them. As they sat in the audience, everyone naturally began discussing. Are we going to watch the freshmen first? Well, it makes sense to start with the weaker ones. I might doze off watching the freshmen's battles. I heard Li Shashan and Zhao Tianxiang are pretty good. And Chen Chen, they say he has mastered top-level martial arts? Bro, are you still buying into that? Haven't you heard that Xianyuan Martial Arts University is creating gods? Creating gods? Yeah. Xianyuan Martial Arts University has always been at the bottom. They need to create a god to attract new students. No wonder. I told you, how could a freshman advance to the 4th grade martial arts and practice top-level martial arts? Watch and see. I know Li Shashan's junior, he's definitely the strongest among the freshmen. Along with the discussions of students from the other 2 universities, the members of the Xianyuan Martial Arts University all showed a faint smile. They looked at each other, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Creating gods? Sheng Tianlei said, I really want to laugh. Perhaps they are not real gods. Zhou Wenyu shrugged. Chen Chen. Lin Xingzhu looked at the slender figure, curiosity and anticipation flickering in her eyes. What extent can he reach? As countless gazes converged on the arena, the freshmen from the 3 holy martial arts universities were positioned accordingly. In other words, the real competition was about to begin. Is the order of your chapters correct? The author asks. On the huge arena stood 3 teams resembling dragons. Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Azure Sky Martial Arts University. The freshmen from the 3 universities were now gathered on the arena. The principal of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Bu Shinfeng, smiled gently and said, regarding the competition for your freshmen, it's quite simple. You will engage in a free-for-all mode. Then, the school that remains on the field at the end will be the champion. As for 2nd and 3rd place, it will follow suit. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 principals returned to their seats to watch. Then, everyone felt a mysterious energy covering their skin. If they suffered a fatal injury, they would be directly transported out of the arena. It can be said that the 3 principals made perfect preparations for this Tricol competition. The enthusiasm of the freshmen was also ignited. At the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Finally, it's our time to shine. Don't get too excited, our main opponents are from the Azure Sky Martial Arts University. That's right. The top 3 from the Azure Sky Martial Arts University are very strong. Li Shashan also crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Zhao Tianxiang, revealing a fierce fighting spirit. In his view, only Zhao Tianxiang could be his opponent. At the Sky Martial Arts University, Zhao Tianxiang held the same thought. Li Shashan, the first genius from Kyoto, also wanted to defeat him. However, both of them had a similar idea in mind. Let's eliminate the weakest school first. At the Xianyuan Martial Arts University, everyone felt dozens of hostile gazes directed towards them. What's next? Chen Chen, what do you plan to do? Everyone's eyes were clearly on Chen Chen. Obviously, Chen Chen had become their backbone. Chen Chen stopped in his tracks. Then, he yawned lightly. Let me handle this. Chen Chen smiled gently. Next, I want to spar with the sophomores. How can we not achieve any results against them? Chen Chen's voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the venue. The students of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Sky Martial Arts University all turned into puppets, stunned in place. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Chen Chen from Xianyuan Martial Arts University? So arrogant? Wanting to challenge them all alone? However, the next moment, something even more surprising happened. Saint Wuji, Lan Qi, and others nodded and stepped back one after another. Lan Qi exclaimed, Shen Shen, defeat Li Shaoxin for me, he stole my top spot. Saint Wuji said, we will support you. Gu Jin shrugged, I told you, it's none of our business. The 9 freshmen from Shenyuan Martial Arts University silently stepped back, leaving the battlefield to Chen Chen alone. They even converged all their energy, truly giving Chen Chen the opportunity to fight. Isn't it? What are they up to? Are they crazy? How can one person challenge everyone? The students of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the freshmen of the Sky Martial Arts University looked puzzled and confused. No matter how strong one person is, they cannot be stronger than a group. Outside the arena, except for Shenyuan Martial Arts University, everyone else looked puzzled. Some even shook their heads, thinking that Chen Chen was too arrogant, like a frog at the bottom of a well. They didn't know how powerful the other opponents really were. In the audience seats of the 3 principals, Lin Wudi was sipping green tea, looking contentedly at the arena without a trace of worry on his face. Bushfeng chuckled lightly, "Oh Lin, does that SSS level talent really make you so at ease?" Yi Yang added, "Our school also has hidden talents." Yi Yang added, "Unless Chen Chen has truly mastered a perfect level martial art." Immediately, Yi Yang and Bushfeng looked towards Lin Wudi. When they first heard this news, they thought it was just a rumor spread by Lin Wudi to save face. Could it be true? But now Chen Chen was just over 18 years old. 18 years old, mastering a top-level martial art? Impossible, right? On the arena, as the students of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Sky Martial Arts University looked puzzled, 2 figures also stepped forward and approached Chen Chen, stopping dozens of steps away from him. Just you two? Chen Chen frowned, I'm in a hurry. Chen Chen was indeed in a hurry. After the 3-school competition, he planned to go and practice the Purgatory and Sky Law. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed the faint and mysterious meaning beneath the cold wind forest. And that mysterious meaning had already faintly stimulated the martial arts factors within his body. In a hurry? One burly figure chuckled, don't worry, I, Zheng Kuei, will definitely defeat you in one move. Classmate. Another lean figure also smiled, one should not be too arrogant in life. Seeing the 2 figures standing in front of them, the people from Starry Sky University and Azure Sky University were clearly excited. It's Zhang Kuei, the 3rd-ranked genius of our school, possessing an SS-level Taishan ability. A strong expert of the 3rd rank. The other is from our school, also ranked 3rd, namely Gue, with an SS-level ghost ability. Their strength has also reached the 3rd rank. With these 2 geniuses making a move, Chen Chen is done for. Haha, who does he think he is? Being so arrogant and conceited, he's asking for trouble. Many people chuckled, as if they could already see this natural kid being knocked out of the ring. After all, with Zhang Kuei and Li Gui joining forces, there were few who could match them. Li Shaoxin and Zhao Tianxiang just crossed their arms, seemingly uninterested in all of this. Upon hearing Li Gui and Zhang Kuei's words, Chen Chen just shook his head. Too noisy, Chen Chen shook his head, asking for trouble. Let's go. Zhang Kuei and Li Gui exchanged a glance, then swiftly dashed out from both sides, transforming into 2 lightning-like figures, rushing towards Chen Chen. In an instant, dazzling energy radiated from their bodies. Tai-Shan suppression of the ages. In just a moment, Zhang Kuei rushed forward first, a mountain suddenly appearing in the center of his palm, slamming down towards Chen Chen. However, as he watched the mountainous illusion growing larger in his sight, Chen Chen sighed. That's quite a grand name. But trash cannot change the fact of being trash. Chen Chen shook his head, his eyes showing no change, remaining calm as ever, as if he was truly looking at a piece of trash. Then, Chen Chen pointed his finger casually. Dark Thunder Finger Spear. The overwhelming Dark Thunder energy burst forth like a dormant volcano that had been silent for thousands of years. In an instant, Chen Chen raised his finger. Then, a black light appeared at his fingertip. Suddenly, to the astonishment of many, this black light expanded several times in size. A Dark Thunder pillar burst forth. Buzz, the huge dark pillar of light completely tore through the air, bombarding towards the attacking Zhang Kuei. How is this possible? Zhang Kuei's pupils contracted. Before he could react, the terrifying energy attack had already broken through his body's defense mode. With a bang, Zhang Kuei suddenly disappeared from the ring. Zhang Kuei, defeated. And you? Chen Chen turned his head, looking at Li Gui who was sweating profusely. You, how can you be this strong? Before he could finish his words, Li Gui drove all his energy, trying to swiftly move away backwards. However, before he could take a step, a long spear had already torn through the air, rushing towards him. Buzz, the dark thunder spear pierced through the heavens and earth. In an instant, Li Gui's defense mode was also broken, sending him out of the ring. In just a moment, Chen Chen had successively killed Zhang Kuei and Li Gui. Undoubtedly, if it weren't for the defense mode set up by Buzz Shinfeng, these two would have been crushed into pieces and vanished from the world. Silence. The whole place fell into silence. Chen Chen. How can he be this strong? A 4th rank warrior? Everyone was dumbfounded. A 4th rank warrior. Now, among the freshmen of the other two schools, most were at the 3rd rank complete realm? And Chen Chen had actually reached the 4th rank initial stage? No way? Were they dreaming? In the audience stands, the expressions of the sophomores and juniors from the other two universities were somewhat dull. After all, Chen Chen's strength had reached an astonishing initial level of the 4th rank. This was simply unheard of. A sophomore from the Starry Sky Martial Arts University asked Zhou Wenyu, "Lao Zhou, is your Chen Chen really this strong? This strong?" Zhou Wenyu shook his head. However, the next words he uttered made everyone present widen their eyes simultaneously. What he's showing now, I'm afraid it's not even 1/10 of his true strength. Not even 1/10? The students from the other schools looked puzzled. The students from the Xianyuan Martial Arts University, the juniors were fine, but the sophomores revealed bitter smiles. Is Chen Chen strong? They still didn't know? On the other side, the 3 directors of the admissions office. I feel like I've missed a true talent, Qin Xian murmured to himself. Who hasn't? Yi Xingchen looked at the slender figure on the stage. With such energy intensity, it's too stable, definitely not enhanced by drugs. Qin Xian turned his head. You've picked up a gem. Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. Sometimes, having a pair of eyes is better than having anything else. The deans were slightly shocked, but not overly surprised. They just thought that the students recruited by the Xianyuan Martial Arts University this time were better than those from their own schools. While Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, Shen Tiyi, and Xing Xianyi were pursing their lips. They looked indifferent. This was not what they wanted to see. Looking at the deans discussing around them, the 4 of them smiled slightly. What was going to happen next would definitely be more exciting. In the chief seats of the spectator stands, the 3 university presidents were sipping tea. After sensing Chen Chen's energy fluctuations, Yi Yang set down his teacup first. With this energy intensity, you're not going to tell me it's only SSS level, are you? Lin Wudi smiled lightly. Indeed, it's not SSS level. Bu Shinfeng chuckled. It's either SR level or SSR level, innate or acquired? Lin Wudi put down his teacup. It's innate. The 2 presidents' pupils suddenly contracted, showing a hint of surprise in their eyes. Whether it was SR level or SSR level, they both seemed very precious. Because such a genius-like figure had not appeared in decades. Bu Shinfeng chuckled. Didn't expect him to end up at your school. Lin Wudi laughed. Can't help it, getting old, can only nurture some powerful young people. Yi Yang pointed to the remaining solemn-faced freshmen, the remaining 19, their realms are almost at the high level of the 3rd rank, with Zhao Tianxiong and Li Shashan leading the way, their strength is at the complete 3rd rank. Being so arrogant, they'll have to unite and fight against Chen Chen. Can your Chen Chen, with that small frame of his, handle it? In the face of an absolute numerical disadvantage, a powerful opponent could indeed be worn down by sheer force. But, Lin Wudi smiled, do you think 10,000 ants can kill a deity? Yi Yang and Bu Shinfeng exchanged smiles, then glanced at Lin Wudi. Old Lin, you're so confident this time? It feels like when we charged into the beast's den before. They were longtime comrades. Following the instructions of the martial saint, they were teaching the outstanding geniuses of humanity in this rear area. Bu Shinfeng chuckled, since old Lin is so confident, why don't we add a little extra? In an instant, a message resounded throughout the arena. Step God Wind. Next up, Shin Chen will battle the 2 major freshman camps of Shinkong University and Sengqiong University. The side that wins will each receive a 7-grade pill, Dragon Blood Pill if Chen Chen wins. He will receive 18 Dragon Blood Pills if Chen Chen loses. The rest will each receive 1 Dragon Blood Pill. As the voice fell, it echoed throughout the venue. Everyone was stunned. Dragon Blood Pill, derived from the Dragon Clan among fierce beasts, greatly benefits a warrior's realm advancement. Moreover, as a 7-grade pill, it is something many dream of but cannot obtain. And now, Step God Wind actually brought this out as a reward? Next, 2 more voices suddenly sounded. Yi Yang, adding the same conditions, 7-grade Enlightenment Flower Petals. Lin Wudi, adding the same conditions, 7-grade Concept Grass Hua. Everyone gasped in shock. This reward is so significant? The 8th-grade Enlightenment Flower can enhance comprehension of martial arts, and the 8th-grade Concept Grass can enhance comprehension of concepts. And now, these 2 principles actually consecutively brought them out as individual rewards for Chen Chen to battle the 18 freshmen? Everyone was astonished. Step God Win smiled. I didn't expect old Lin to join in the fun with us. Lin Wudi smiled. After all, my student's face is my face. Both of you have rewards, and I don't. That seems unreasonable, right? Yi Yang smiled. It seems old Lin is truly confident in Chen Chen. Lin Wudi smiled. I am confident. Next, please watch carefully. Watch carefully. With the blessing of 3 rewards, everyone's gaze turned intensely towards the huge arena. It's hard to imagine that just a freshman arena battle would offer such rewards. There are 2 reasons. One is the competition of prestige among the principals. The other is the principal of Shenyuan Martial Arts University, especially believing in Chen Chen. Remember, even though Chen Chen's realm has reached the early stage of the 4th grade, but he is facing a total of 18 freshmen. Each one possesses remarkable talent and strength. Each one is a top-notch prodigy capable of fighting across levels, enough to make countless people pale in comparison. And now, a group is coming to deal with Chen Chen. For a moment, there was a faint expectation among the crowd. Who will win this battle? If the people from Xingkong Martial Arts University and Sangqiang Martial Arts University win, Lin Wudi might really bleed heavily. And on that huge arena, an invisible fighting spirit suddenly roamed over everyone from Sangqiang University and Xingkong University. They all gasped in shock, then turned their heads, casting their fiery gazes towards the slender figure in front of them. Defeat him. At least they could obtain 3 different 8th-grade spirit medicines, and the effects of these medicines are completely different, enough for them to use until their 3rd year. And, only by defeating Chen Chen in a group battle format. Suddenly, an infinite fighting spirit was stirred in everyone's hearts, each person gazing intensely at Chen Chen, feeling excited and thrilled. Even large patches of energy appeared in mist form, sweeping out. The air in the entire arena space seemed to distort slightly. Despite the surging fighting spirit from the crowd, Chen Chen still remained expressionless. His mouth even twitched, as if he was speechless. And behind Chen Chen, challenging so many people at once, will Chen Chen win? Gu Jin sweated for Chen Chen. If he had to fight alone, perhaps he wouldn't be so afraid. But to battle 18 people in one go? He might as well go back and ask for help. Blue Chee's heart couldn't help but tighten. You see, the other freshmen might not be a big deal to Chen Chen, but Li Shaoxin and Zhao Tianxiong among them are not easy opponents. The rest of the group also looked at him with suspicion. After all, they had never seen anyone like Chen Chen before in their lives. However, among the crowd, only Shang Wuji smiled lightly. Compared to others, he was the one who understood Chen Chen the most. Chen Chen lacks confidence. He wouldn't say such things, but as long as he has confidence, he can definitely do it. As soon as the words fell, 2 figures dashed out from the freshmen of Starry Sky University and Azure Sky University. One figure was enveloped in blood, exuding a fierce and roaring aura as if a bloodthirsty beast with red eyes. The other figure had a sense of ancient wilderness, with a hint of power to suppress all things between his fingers. These 2 were none other than the strongest of Azure Sky Martial Arts University and Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Zhao Tianxiong and Li Shaoxin. Li Shaoxin looked at Chen Chen, his eyes revealing a sense of battle intent, excitement, and greed. You could have dealt with us at minimal cost, but you are just too arrogant. 1 against 18. You will only end up being killed in seconds. If Chen Chen had hidden his strength and erupted in a group battle, they might not have found it so challenging. But Chen Chen's arrogance was not a wise choice at all. Zhao Tianxiong also looked at Chen Chen, equally puzzled. Your journey ends here. Next, we will take the 8th rank spirit medicine concept grass from your principal. The 2 voices reached Chen Chen's ears through the air. Chen Chen shrugged, smiling lightly. Do students from other schools talk so much nonsense? I thought I might encounter a few who don't talk nonsense. The voice, though not loud, spread throughout the venue. The freshmen of Starry Sky University and Azure Sky University turned pale. Chen Chen, you're asking for trouble. 1 against 18. That's just boasting. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Do you think we are mediocre warriors? We are true geniuses. Come on, let me show you my skills. In an instant, everyone's energy poured out, a huge wave of energy spreading across the venue, roaming every corner of the arena. Even some sophomores felt immense pressure from this force. Lao Lin, it seems you've been too confident this time. Bu Xinfeng sipped his tea, smiling lightly. This level of power would probably be too much for even the top geniuses among the mid-level 4th rank warriors, let alone someone like Chen Chen at the early 4th rank stage. In his view, Lin Wudi had been too confident after not finding good talents for so long. Lin Wudi chuckled, then, watch closely. Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang smiled lightly, watch closely? Indeed, we will. You may have found good talents, but we have found equally good ones. With just these 2 sentences, two huge beams of energy suddenly erupted from the arena. A red beam and a white beam surged out from Li Shaoxin and Zhao Qianxiang's bodies, standing tall between heaven and earth like towering mountains. As the massive energy ripples spread out, hurricanes swept through the surroundings. Everyone's pupils slightly contracted. It was simple. The innate abilities erupting from Li Shaoxin and Zhao Qianxiang's bodies were probably beyond SS level, but SSS level. What Li Shaoxin mastered is the SSS level killing god talent. What Zhao Qianxiang mastered is the SSS level Tianxiang talent. The talents of these two top heavenly arrogances are unique among all the years, because, back in the second year of high school, they had already caught the attention of the two major holy martial arts universities and were nurtured in advance. Until now, the two of them have truly shown their fangs. Such strong power. No wonder Principal Bu and Principal Yi are so confident. It seems like Principal Lin has been played by his two good friends. He's going to suffer a loss now. However, when they looked towards Lin Woody, he still had a confident look on his face, as if he didn't even see the energy bursting out from Li Shaoxin and Zhao Tianxiang. And at this moment, an indifferent voice spread out from among them. Perhaps, trash is just trash. Those overly decorated are nothing but trash. Everyone looked over. They saw a slender figure smiling, and behind him, 10 huge dragon-like dark thunder giant hands had already condensed. Next, is it my turn to perform now? In an instant, a dark thunder energy powerful enough to reach the heavens completely exploded in this world. 10 giant dark thunder giant hands suddenly soared into the sky. The terrifying pressure spread almost like a surging tide, causing ripples throughout the entire space. Boom! The vast energy made everyone's faces change. Attack! While he hasn't fully condensed yet. Alright, attack! In an instant, the faces of the students turned serious, then turned into lightning-like figures rushing towards Chen Chen. Ice, fire, hurricane, thunder, buzz, countless energies converged from all directions towards Chen Chen. Energy columns like dragon breaths shot towards Chen Chen. Leading the charge were Li Shaoxin and Zhao Tianxiang. Boom! Li Shaoxin's body suddenly enveloped in a layer of blood-colored energy. In an instant, Li Shaoxin's body was covered in a layer of blood-colored armor, and a fist shadow appeared in his right hand. Killing God fist shattering all lives. The huge dark red fist shadow tore through the air, carrying an overwhelming killing intent. On the other side, Zhao Tianxiang's eyes focused, exhaling a breath from his lungs. Buzz, this breath suddenly gathered on the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Then, a majestic illusion suddenly condensed. Tianxiang finger piercing the sky. A giant finger about a meter long pressed down towards Chen Chen. A huge arena had been torn into two spaces. One side was filled with chaotic and complex energy. The other side was covered with terrifying dark thunder. Who will win? The students from the second and third years felt their pupils shrink at this scene. They had seen many scenes before, but many of those battle scenes were one-on-one. And now, so many people were attacking Chen Chen at the same time. This was completely unprecedented. I wonder who will win. It must be the students from the other two schools teaming up. Will they win? They will. Purely in terms of energy intensity, the joint forces of the two schools are powerful. But Chen Chen also has a way to win. That is to reveal another trump card. Before everyone could finish speaking, a mysterious atmosphere suddenly surged from Chen Chen's body. It wasn't a marksmanship atmosphere, but the true meaning of martial arts. A bold idea lingered and filled everyone's minds. It can't be. Chen Chen has perfected one of the top martial arts, hasn't he? On the arena, watching the various energy waves constantly enlarging in his line of sight, a hint of turbulence finally flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Such cooperation. The power displayed is quite impressive. However, still too weak. Too weak? Everyone who attacked Chen Chen showed a hint of disdain on their faces. In the face of such energy, how could a martial artist of the fourth stage of the initial rank possibly resist? However, when that martial intent wandered out, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Finish him off! Li Shaoxin and Zhao Tianxiang immediately felt something was wrong and shouted. In an instant, everyone pushed their own energy to the extreme. The increasingly dazzling energy columns surged towards Chen Chen. However, it was all in vain. Suddenly, the 10 dragon-like dark thunder arms behind Chen Chen opened abruptly, each arm containing a martial intent. And Chen Chen, looking up, revealed eyes as dark as a black hole. Dark thunder through the heavens penetration. Suddenly, the 10 dark thunder arms twisted and opened, vast energy gushing out. Suddenly, a vortex-like energy condensed in front of Chen Chen's chest with a thunderous explosion. The 10 dark thunder arms were like a baby's arms, tightly embracing this energy. At the same time, every muscle fiber in Chen Chen's body suddenly twisted, and then, the vortex-like energy erupted completely. A dark thunder beam burst out. In an instant, a huge darkness suddenly engulfed everyone's radiance. And on the arena, only darkness remained. Darkness! It was so dark that you couldn't even see your fingers. In that darkness, black and white lightning raced, making a thunderous sound. Everyone on the spectator stands was stunned. Because after the energy wave of the dark thunder completely dissipated, what remained was an empty arena with no one in sight. Chen Chen won. Whether it was the sophomores or juniors of Shinkom University or Ascension University, they were all slightly stunned. And below the arena, the freshmen of Shinkom University and Ascension University were also dumbfounded. They looked at their bodies, even raising their hands in disbelief, carefully examining their palms. Their eyes were full of astonishment and confusion. They only felt that after the huge dark thunder beam engulfed them all, they completely lost consciousness. When they reappeared, they had already arrived below the arena. The only possibility struck them like a heavy hammer in their minds. Chen Chen defeated them all in one move? And the most stunned were Li Shaoxun and Zhao Tianxiong. The two of them were freshman prodigies. They were even the strongest among the freshmen in the Great Xia Federation. And now, they were also defeated in one move by someone of the same age? Stunned, dazed, astonished, various complex expressions appeared in their minds. Then, they looked at the slender figure on the arena. In their eyes, a hint of fear and dread involuntarily appeared. This guy is a monster, right? On the other side, the deans were in an uproar. When they looked at Xingxianyi and the others, they found that the four of them remained calm, as if they had expected what happened. No wonder these guys were so confident from the beginning. That Chen Chen actually perfected a top martial art, the endless heaven law. How is this possible? Among the three directors of the enrollment office, Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian's teacups both fell to the ground with a snap. Their eyes immediately focused on Lin Jianfeng. Lao Lin, did you already know? Qin Xian asked in confusion. Lao Lin, you are so unkind. They never expected Chen Chen to be so fierce. A freshman, challenging 18 other freshmen. No, more accurately, challenging 20 freshmen, and he even managed to defeat them in one move? Moreover, he had mastered the top martial arts, the most difficult to cultivate, the endless sky technique, to perfection? Unbelievable. Is this guy really that monstrous? Suddenly, they felt like they had missed out on billions. Billions upon billions. Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen exchanged a glance. Their scalps tingled. Chen Chen. Perhaps the most terrifying monster in nearly a century. I told you so. When it comes to judging people, you are no match for me. Lin Jianfeng chuckled lightly, watching the arena leisurely. Chen Chen's strength was far beyond what they had seen. Meanwhile, in the audience seats of the principal, Bu Sifeng and Yi Yang's teacups paused slightly. The calm tea in the cups even rippled faintly. They had seen many people who had mastered the endless sky technique. Most of them were talented individuals. However, to master it to perfection at the age of 18, they had hardly seen anyone do it. Hardly anyone at all. Honestly, Chen Chen must have more than one type of talent. Bu Sifeng set down his teacup, looking solemnly at Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi smiled lightly. It seems you figured it out. Chen Chen's talent includes an SSS-level comprehension. At this point, even the two experienced principals felt a ripple in their hearts. Comprehension talent combined with such a dark thunder talent. This kid is truly terrifying. Bu Sifeng chuckled lightly. Unexpectedly. He truly hadn't expected it. The monster Lin Wudi had brought this time was indeed a remarkable one. It's time to fulfill the promise. Lin Wudi sipped his tea. Bu Sifeng and Yi Yang exchanged a glance. In an instant, 18 streaks of light floated around Chen Chen, and when he caught them with the dark thunder giant hand, they turned out to be 9 7-grade dragon blood pills, 9 pieces of 7-grade enlightenment flower petals, 9 7-grade conceptual grasses. Each type of spiritual medicine would cause a huge sensation on the market alone. And now, they had all fallen into Chen Chen's hands. Countless people felt extremely envious. But no one felt dissatisfied because Chen Chen had fought for it. As a freshman, he challenged 18 peers and won in such a crushing manner. Who else could achieve that? The three principals watched this scene with just a light smile, showing no dissatisfaction. To them, at the level of half-step martial saints, 7-grade spiritual medicines were not that important. Next up is the test for the sophomores, right? Lin Wudi took a sip of tea. Let Chen Chen continue. As for the video the military wants, we'll have the freshmen from our 3 schools fight again and send it to them. Bu Sifeng and Yi Yang nodded. The ultimate goal of this three-school competition was to select the corresponding talents, send the videos to the military, and have personnel from the 4 major war zones make the final selection. Since Chun Shen had won in such a dominant manner, the battle recordings of others in this fight were basically useless. They would have to make up for it later. As for letting Chen Chen continue to participate in the tests, Bu Sifeng and Yi Yan were thinking the same. They could see that Chen Chen's true combat power was not limited to this. Perhaps by throwing these sophomore students into the mix, they could truly bring out Chun Chen's real combat power? Expectations arose in everyone's hearts once again. Chen Chen's true strength. How powerful could it be? Under the arena. Chen, you're amazing. Wow. Taking on 20 people single-handedly, I've never seen anyone like you in my life. I'll post on my social media after this. Ha, Chen must be more advanced than us in the military. Under the arena. Unlike the lifeless atmosphere at Shinkom University and Sangxiang University, Xianyuan University was filled with excitement. Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin. Their eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, Chen Chen represented Xianyuan University in the battle, so naturally, they felt a sense of belonging. It's true, you're getting further and further away from us. Shang Wuji sighed. Just a tiny bit further away from me. Chen Chen smiled. A tiny bit? The billion in the tens of thousands? Shang Wuji smirked. Everyone burst into laughter. Let's go. Next we'll go to the audience seats to watch the second-year seniors duel. Gu Jin smiled faintly. You guys go ahead, I'll stay here. Chen Chen waved his hand. Everyone was stunned. Then, a bold idea popped into their minds. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Xianyuan University's Chun Chen is granted entry into the inter-school competition for second-year students. Please have student Chen Chen stay on the arena to participate in the inter-school competition for second-year students. Also, please have the first-year students of Xianyuan University, Sangxiang University, and Shinkom University prepare themselves. After the specific trials are over, you will be arranged to retest. The calm voice of Bu Shen spread throughout the venue. Everyone's gaze suddenly turned towards Chun Chen. No one had expected a freshman to crush peers of the same age. Moreover, based on this, he was participating in the selection for the second year. Or rather, the inter-school competition had changed its rules for Chun Chen alone, placing other students after the competition for a retest. Over the years, only Chen Chen had achieved this level. This guy is truly extraordinary. Just then, swish, figures rushed onto the arena. They were the second-year students from the 3 holy martial arts universities. The aura surrounding their bodies was more powerful and terrifying than that of the freshmen, reaching around the high 4th rank for almost everyone. In fact, among Shinkom University and Sangxiang University, 2 individuals had even reached the astonishing peak of the 4th rank. They were just a step away from being 5th rank warriors. Therefore, the pressure emanating from their bodies was even more terrifying. Crack! Chen Chen calmly leaped onto the arena from the side. He arrived next to Shang Tianlei. Seeing this slender figure, Shang Tianlei and the others all wore bitter smiles. Lin Qingzhu came to Chen Chen's side. You're not planning to fight alone, are you? Zhou Wenyu raised an eyebrow. You fought with us already. You can't be this arrogant, can you? Shang Tianlei remained silent, gazing at Chen Chen's back, as if he already knew Chen Chen's intentions. This time, let me handle it alone. Chen Chen stood in front of everyone, facing countless gazes, and revealed a confident smile. I want to give it a try. Do the second-year students from the other 2 universities really differ from their freshmen? After all, I don't like weak opponents. Buzz, in an instant, gazes of confusion, fierceness, shock, and disbelief all converged on Chun Chen. Some even bit their tongues to confirm they weren't dreaming. That's right. After challenging 20 freshmen, Chen Chen actually wanted to challenge 40 second-year students? Is he crazy? Chen Chen, is he crazy? Everyone looked incredulously at the arena, at that slender figure. Especially the freshmen from Azure Sky University and Starry Sky University. Li Shaoshan and Zhao Tianxian were particularly dumbfounded. No way? Chen Chen, has he really lost his mind? With a cultivation at the initial stage of the 4th rank, it might still leave room for speculation to defeat them like this. However, to battle against 40 sophomores with a cultivation at the 4th rank? It should be noted that the overall combat power of each sophomore is at least 1 or 2 stages higher than their own cultivation. There is no lack of geniuses who can kill enemies beyond their own level. Yet, is Chen Chen still so confident? Everyone was at a loss. In the audience stands, countless people were also dumbfounded. For example, the deans of other schools, after glancing at Shin Tuyi and the other 3, seemed still wearing calm expressions. For example, the two heads of admissions, Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian, exchanged a glance, then looked at the composed Lin Jianfeng. Old Lin? Are you sure? Is he this arrogant? Qin Xian looked at the composed Lin Jianfeng, his mouth twitching. A freshman, not even half a year into school, is going to fight in a group battle against sophomores? If this didn't happen in front of him, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Just watch and see? Lin Jianfeng shrugged lightly, his face showing no ripples. Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen were stunned, then turned their gaze back to the arena. There was a hint of curiosity in their eyes. They wondered how strong this kid could really be. At the same time, they were shouting, "These sophomores must not lose to Chen Chen. Are we betting this time?" Lin Wuti took a sip of tea, the fragrance filling the air, feeling extremely good. Yi Yang and Bus Hanfeng were stunned and shook their heads. Although what was happening at the moment was extremely surreal. But after the previous experience, Bus Hanfeng and Yi Yang dared not bet again. But how can this kid defeat this group of people? Could it be that he obtained a divine weapon? Both of them had heard rumors about Chen Chen obtaining a divine weapon, but after all, he was just a freshman, so the likelihood was very low. But now, perhaps it's true? However, even so, it's still impossible. Their sophomores are all top talents who wield divine weapons, and two of them even have mastered the realm. Such terrifying strength is beyond Chen Chen's reach. But since that's the case, they'll just watch. At this moment on the arena, Sheng Tianlei and his group shrugged and consciously stood aside. Yes, they were about to give the stage entirely to Qin Chen. The sophomores from Starry Sky University and Azure Sky University in the distance furrowed their brows. Looking at this handsome freshman, everyone couldn't believe that the one they would be fighting next was a freshman who had just entered school 2 months ago. This Chen Chen, what kind of strength does he have? At the initial stage of the 4th rank, being able to defeat freshmen working together is indeed impressive. But, for us, he is still far behind. Yes, each of us is at the high stage of the 4th rank, some even at the peak. Wanting to take on 40 of us alone? Isn't that just wishful thinking? Just then, a steady voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, let's go up. Among countless astonished gazes, 8 figures suddenly burst out from the crowd, and upon closer inspection, almost every one of them had reached the peak of the 4th rank. Moreover, they were not ordinary 4th ranks, but close to the strength of a half-step 5th rank warrior. With a gentle sweep, Qin Chen roughly understood that the 8 individuals before him were the top 4 powerhouses from Sengqiang University and Xingkong University. Finally, things are getting interesting. Chen Chen smiled lightly, his black robe fluttering in the strong wind, standing tall on the platform like a mountain. Interesting? A figure stepped forward, smiling at Chen Chen. I'm Zhang Yunqing, ranked 3rd in the sophomore year of Sengqiang University. Chen Chen nodded. Will you go first, or shall we go together? The faces of the crowd froze slightly. Zhang Yunqing also hesitated for a moment, then said, Are you underestimating me? Chen Chen paused, saying solemnly, I am serious. Suddenly, the whole place fell into silence. Then, Zhang Yunqing smiled lightly. In that case, I'll go first. In an instant, Zhang Yunqing opened his right hand, a dark light flickered, and a black spear appeared abruptly. This was his low-grade immortal weapon, the cloud-breaking spear. A subtle spear intent lingered around him, not grand but belonging to the category of half-spear intent. Chen Chen, take my spear. Cloud break dark light spear star shattering heaven. Zhang Yunqing wasted no words, channeling all his energy and intent into a fierce thrust towards Chen Chen like a dragon. Buzz, in an instant, the black spear tore through the air, heading straight for Qin Chen's face. The speed was unimaginable. This was the power of an immortal weapon. Many eyes lit up. This attack might catch Chen Chen off guard. However, the next moment left everyone slightly stunned. Chen Chen's right hand suddenly held a dark thunder energy constructed spear. Then, a thunderous intent surged towards the sky. Dark thunder spear. Before anyone could react, a more terrifying dark light burst forth, completely engulfing Zhang Yunqing. When the spear intent dissipated, Zhang Yunqing's body was still outside the platform, his face filled with confusion. He lost? The second-year students on the platform, except for Xianyuan University, were all slightly stunned. Zhang Yunqing, with a low-grade immortal weapon and half-spear intent, was defeated by Qin Chen like this? How could this be possible? The audience was in an uproar. Chen Chen had actually cultivated spear intent? What kind of talent was this? Lao Lin, you really hit the jackpot this time. Bu Xinfeng's eyes showed a hint of envy. Chen Chen brought him so many surprises. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chen Chen was the #1 genius in the Great Xia Federation today. 18 years old. SR or SSR level talent. SSS level comprehension talent. Complete spear intent. Perfect mastery of top-tier martial arts. Unprecedented in the world of Great Xia. On the platform, the students from Sangxiang University and Xingkong University all turned serious almost instantly, defeating Zhang Yunqing in one move. This was an achievement none of them had expected. Zhang Yunqing's strength was not weak, on the contrary, he was extremely powerful among them. Yet, he was defeated by Qin Shen in this state. Intent. Everyone knew that Qin Shen was truly an extraordinary genius. Snap, in an instant, 5 more people stepped forward. All eyes turned towards them, and a completely different light suddenly shone from their figures. Some people had a brilliant iron fist on their hands. Some had a long sword that seemed to wail like thousands of fierce ghosts. And some had a gigantic Fangtian halberd that was 5 meters long behind them. There was no doubt. These weapons were all cultivatable immortal treasures. However, the light emitted by these immortal treasures was only of the lowest grade. A terrifying pressure spread from the 5 individuals, causing everyone's pupils to shrink suddenly. Except for Tang Tian and Yihao, almost all of them have taken action. Chen Shen's strength is actually able to force these 5 to join forces. Impressive. This Chen Shen is truly a formidable opponent. Many people discussed in succession. The 5 on the stage were ready, their faces filled with seriousness. Zhang Xingyun had been killed instantly, so publicly and privately, they could not afford to be lax against Chen Shen. This guy in front of them had indeed come with the goal of challenging all of them alone. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen raised an eyebrow lightly. Looks like it's getting interesting again. Before the words fell, under countless astonished gazes, the 5 individuals suddenly turned into 5 lightning-like shadows, and then burst towards Chen Shen. Heaven-defying halberd moves the universe. Sparrows cry 9 waves. Endless ice. With the eruption of energy from the 5 individuals' bodies, different innate abilities poured out completely at this moment. There were soaring sword energies. There were piercing halberd shadows. There were even fist imprints several feet in size. The 5 techniques in mid-air unexpectedly merged in a wonderful manner. Then, a beam of energy capable of annihilating everything suddenly formed. Boom! The huge energy beam almost compressed the surrounding air. Looking at the expanding energy beam in front of him, Chen Shen's face showed no signs of panic. He stretched out his leg and leaped. In the blink of an eye, his figure had disappeared from the original spot. The faces of the 5 individuals who were about to launch their full perception changed, but they suddenly realized that Chen Shen had already appeared behind them. I cultivate. I also have martial arts. Eternal Heaven Law Ultimate Eruption. Dark Thunder Spear Kill. Bang! A sound of exploding air was heard as Chen Shen's figure shot out like a meteor. When he reappeared, a dark thunder spear had pierced through one of the individuals' bodies. Under the cover of the defensive light, this person had seemed unharmed. However, the pressure emanating from Chen Shen at this moment made countless people's faces suddenly change. Not good. Attack together. Don't let this kid escape. The remaining 4 attackers on Chen Shen all felt their scalps tingle. Chen Shen's speed was simply too fast. It was terrifying. Buzz, the 4 immediately reacted, their immortal treasures emitting light before all of them exploded towards Chen Shen's figure. However, when the 4 energies collided and exploded completely, another scream rang out. On the other side, the chest of the sophomore holding the Fangtian halberd had been instantly pierced through, and then he was teleported outside the arena. This guy, he's a monster. On the stage, all the sophomores raised their eyebrows suddenly. Then, Chen Shen continued to gaze calmly at the 3 people attacking him. The pupils of the 3 individuals suddenly shrank as they tried to retreat. However, a soaring spear shadow carrying countless profound spear intents shot towards the 3 individuals. In an instant, the 3 were suddenly teleported outside the arena. Thus, all 5 were defeated. The entire square of the inter-school competition fell silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on Chen Shen at the same time. Bu Xinfeng smiled lightly. This guy will surely become the backbone of the human race in the future. The military probably needs talents like this, right? Yi Yang smiled and said, TSK, a few beast emperors beyond the border dare to say that the human race lacks talents. But, are you saying it's the military? Even those they cultivate internally, in the same age group, no one can compare to Chen Shen. Bu Xinfeng and Lin Wudi nodded in agreement with this statement. Lin Wudi took another sip of tea. How about it? The candidates I selected were specially trained. Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang couldn't help but roll their eyes at Lin Wudi simultaneously. Chen Shen clearly had an innate advantage. How did this turn into your Lin Wudi's credit? Isn't this a joke? I guess Chen Shen is going to continue challenging the seniors at your school, Lin Wudi said with a smirk, crossing his legs. Only in front of Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang, his old buddies, did he not need to maintain that solemn and dignified demeanor. Bu Xinfeng pursed his lips. It's going to be tough for Qin Shen to defeat those 2. Yi Yang chuckled. Tang Tian and Yi Hao were specially trained by us, it's not easy to defeat them. Lin Wudi didn't argue further. Instead, he just smiled lightly. Let's wait and see then. On the arena, the energy particles gradually dissipated. All eyes were on Chen Chen. Sheng Tianlei sighed. Compared to a month ago, Chen Chen's strength has increased. Lin Qingzhu had an indescribable expression, can't keep up at all. Zhou Wenyu shrugged, we're not geniuses, let's just play dead. Next, let's see how Chen Chen performs. Everyone nodded. Unlike the spectators from Xianyuan University, those from Sangxiang University and Xingkong University had a different expression. Even though the reality was right in front of them, they still had a sense of fantasy. After all, if someone had told them a freshman could achieve what they were witnessing today, none of them would have believed it. Yet, the unbelievable had happened. There really was such a monstrous talent. So, they once again focused their gaze on the two figures standing in front of them. Tang Tian, the strongest in the sophomore year at Sangxiang University. Yi Hao, the strongest in the sophomore year at Xingkong University. Without exception, both of them mastered top-tier martial arts, intermediate immortal weapons, extraordinary talents. Even the power of the realm. They were the epitome of the top combat power of the two holy martial arts universities. Although Tang Tian and Yi Hao were standing in front of everyone at the moment, their eyes still revealed a sense of seriousness. Just reaching the fourth stage of the initial rank and comprehending complete martial arts or the realm was enough to shock them. Not to mention that they had just used thunderous means to suppress the other six. They had never seen such strong peers before, especially those younger than them. Suddenly, Tang Tian reached out his hand, and a golden light flashed. When it reappeared, it was a golden guandao. Then, Yi Hao clenched his hands, and a pair of dark giant hammers suddenly appeared in his palms. These two immortal weapons were of intermediate grade. The terrifying fluctuations of their extraordinary abilities, combined with the profound realm, poured out at this moment. The vast energy even cracked the ground beneath them, displaying astonishing power. Such strong power. Some talents' pupils constricted. With the level of Tang Tian and Yi Hao, entering the third year would be a breeze. No wonder they were hailed as the top sophomores at Sangxiang University and Xingkong University. Such strength was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Chen Chen looked at the two figures and smiled lightly, come on. His tone remained unchanged, as usual. However, Tang Tian and Yi Hao did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Tang Tian stepped forward and said, Chen Chen, I know you must have obtained a celestial weapon by now. Bring out your celestial weapon, let's have a real showdown. The gilded guandao slashed through the wind, creating a huge pit on the ground. Yi Hao also spoke up, if you don't use your celestial weapon, in terms of pure strength, you won't be our match. Atmosphere? They had it. Top-notch martial arts? They had it too. Celestial weapons? They had them as well. Moreover, the two of them fighting against Chen Chen was already an unfair 2-against-1 battle. However, the next moment, Chen Chen's words made Tang Tian and Yi Hao's pupils slightly contract. To deal with you, perhaps I don't even need a celestial weapon. Isn't that so? Chen Chen smiled faintly, his eyes containing a confidence that ordinary people could not possess. In the audience stands, Principal Bu Shunfeng remarked, he's been well trained. He could see that Chen Chen's confidence stemmed not from arrogance but from a true grasp of his own strength. The heart of a warrior should strive upwards, and Chen Chen happened to possess such a warrior's heart. I just wonder how strong his hidden cards really are, Yi Yang said with a light smile. Lin Wudi remained silent. Even though he knew Chen Chen had gained recognition and even obtained that terrifying celestial weapon, he himself couldn't fathom Chen Chen's true power at the moment. Now, he was somewhat looking forward to seeing if Tang Tian and Yi Hao could bring out Chen Chen's true strength. As everyone pondered this, two figures suddenly burst out. Bang! The ground where Tang Tian and Yi Hao stood shattered completely. With the momentum from this tremendous force, their figures almost instantly appeared tens of steps away from Chen Chen. Then, their eyes met, and with extreme tacit understanding, they both attacked at the same time. Hammer of the celestial sky, annihilation of all things. Butcher of the heavens, blade falling from the starry sky. With the roar of these two attacks, endless energy waves erupted from their bodies. Subsequently, a soaring gilded guandao slashed violently towards Chen Chen's forehead. The air turned into chaotic currents, and the immense energy almost seemed to burst the entire space. Behind Chen Chen, Tang Hao was even more terrifying, as two huge hammers turned into virtual images, smashing down towards Chen Chen. Almost the entire air was concave like water puddles. Under the vast energy of these two attacks, Chen Chen's slender figure seemed incredibly small. Like a small boat in a turbulent tide, in danger of shattering at any moment. This time, Chen Chen surely can't catch this, right? Many people thought. Chen Chen's performance earlier was just too dazzling. It made them want to dim his brilliance and make it fade away. However, when they looked back at the arena, everyone's bodies suddenly froze. At some point, Chen Chen had already grabbed a 6-meter-long dark thunder spear in his right hand, and on the spear body and tip, there was a mysterious spear intent wandering. If it was just the spear intent, they wouldn't feel anything. But they actually sensed a completely different taste from that spear intent. It was killing intent. Buzz. In an instant, the spear intent on Chen Chen's body suddenly solidified, like a tide of blood-red spear intent completely enveloping his body. Then, boom! This terrifying spear intent shot straight into the sky, with killing intent pervading, as if it could kill even gods, sweeping out. Watching this soaring spear intent, everyone was stunned in place. That's attribute gun intent? Chen Chen actually comprehended the attribute gun intent? Everyone stood frozen in place like wooden puppets, their faces filled with disbelief as they gazed at this blood-red gun intent. Gun intent. Evolution from no attribute to having an attribute. In this process, it may take decades of accumulation to form. And now, Chen Chen actually comprehended the attribute gun intent? Moreover, this kind of intent attribute is definitely extraordinary. On the other side, in the observation stand where the deans were, with a snap, Shintai, Gulinghan, Xiang Tianga, and Xingxianyi all stood up at the same time. Their gazes all turned towards Chen Chen. Old Xing? Didn't you say you didn't teach Chen Chen to comprehend the attribute gun intent? Gu Linghan looked at Chen Chen's figure in disbelief. Gu Linghan spent 7 or 8 years practicing the attribute intent. And Chen Chen just cultivated it like this? The other two deans were also puzzled, immediately shifting their gaze to Xingxianyi. And Xingxianyi? He himself was also stunned in place. Not possible? How did Chen Chen comprehend the attribute gun intent? I haven't even taught him yet. Xingxianyi himself naturally couldn't believe it. And he could see that the attribute gun intent Chen Chen comprehended was extraordinary. In other words, the attribute gun intent Chen Chen comprehended might be the most imposing one Xingxianyi had ever seen. In the principal's audience stand, Qilinzi, Bu Shinfeng gave the highest praise. Dragon posture. Ye Yang nodded. Chen Chen is not a hidden dragon, but a true dragon, the new star of the martial arts era. Lao Lin, I didn't expect you to hide Chen Chen so deeply. Bu Shinfeng sighed slightly. Chen Chen, were you secretly nurtured by you from childhood? Lin Wudi? Me? I secretly nurtured him? How come I didn't know? Today's 3 updates. Me? I nurtured him? How come I didn't know? Lin Wudi was stunned in place. He was still immersed in the attribute gun intent brought by Chen Chen. The attribute gun intent emanating from Chen Chen, to some extent, was comparable to the attribute intent he cultivated, but the key was that his realm was a half-step martial saint, peak of the 9th grade martial king, and Chen Chen was actually on par with him? Even the knowledgeable Lin Wudi couldn't help but marvel at Chen Chen's monstrous talent at this moment. Just then, a calm voice spread throughout the venue. I have a gun. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards the slender young man caught in the crossfire. Everyone was in awe. On the giant gun held by that young man, countless blood-red dragon chi were already spinning rapidly. Tang Tian and Yi Hao also showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Go! Unconsciously, both of them activated all their energy, driving the power of these two attacks to the extreme. However, Chen Chen looked at them, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Finally, someone could bring out his gun intent. I have a gun, capable of killing gods and spirits, able to cut down all injustices. In an instant, Chen Chen shot out. A blood-red gun radiance suddenly enveloped the sky and earth, dyeing this silver arena completely red. And that gun intent shattered like a meteor, illuminating the surroundings in an instant as if it were made up of millions of fragments. This gun only has the gun intent, and only the intent to kill gods. Just the gun intent alone was enough to defeat Yi Hao and Tang Tian. When the energy phantoms of Yi Hao and Tang Tian touched Chen Chen's gun intent, all the energy phantoms suddenly turned into nothingness, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. And countless streams of light appeared on the surface of Yi Hao and Tang Tian's skin. When the two of them finally reacted, they found themselves outside the arena. Did I just lose like that? I'm defeated? Tang Tian and Yi Hao's faces were still filled with disbelief. They were actually defeated by a freshman? After a moment, they were stunned again. The sky actually comprehended the essence of attribute gun? At the same time, everyone's gaze suddenly stopped at the slender figure standing on the platform after the red light gradually disappeared. A look of awe appeared on everyone's faces. It was a reverence for the strong. Meanwhile, the 32 arrogant sophomores from Sangcheon University and Shinkom University still standing on the platform showed expressions of wry smiles, helplessness, and disbelief. Should we continue fighting? Fight what? You go ahead. Tang Tian and Yi Hao both lost, how can we continue? Fight with more against fewer. Anyway, Shin Chen is alone. Alone? He can defeat you effortlessly. Let's go down, the principal will surely arrange another test for us. Then, these proud geniuses actually took the initiative to step down from the platform. Shang Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, and others approached. Lin Qingzhu spoke first. No wonder you could teach me to comprehend the sword intent, turns out you have already comprehended the attribute essence. Lin Qingzhu smiled lightly. Chen Chen's talent was truly extraordinary. Chen Chen chuckled, sometimes it's just good luck. Luck? Everyone exchanged glances. If getting stronger was just about luck, they could pray and worship every day. No comparison at all. Only this thought emerged in countless minds. Chen Chen had brought them such a huge shock. Most importantly, Zhou Wenyu, Lin Qingzhu, and Shang Tianlei all knew that Chen Chen hadn't even used the ultimate immortal weapon yet. If he used the ultimate immortal weapon, what kind of scene would it be? No one could guess. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Second-year students, please step down from the platform immediately. Bushfeng's voice sounded, after the Tricol Competition ends, there will be a special test for you. Bushfeng's voice still echoed in everyone's ears. Looking at the figure in black robe on the platform, even the third-year students couldn't help but feel emotional, their talents were not comparable to Chen Chen's. Xianyuan University, third-year segment. Dongfang, what would happen if you fought against Chen Chen? A third-year student asked. Standing beside him was a handsome young man in a Tai Chi robe. Dongfang Ji calmly said, if we were the same age, I definitely wouldn't be his match. But now, I'm 2 years older than him. My strength has reached the middle stage of the 5th grade warrior. Chen Chen is incomparable to me. Even if Chen Chen was strong, Dongfang Ji didn't think he could defeat him. The gap between the 4th and 5th grades was like heaven and earth, almost no one in history could surpass it. Dongfang's strength is evident to all, he is definitely the number one at Xianyuan University today. Yeah, if Chen Chen were 2 years older now, it would be a different story, but unfortunately, he's still a freshman. Voices around them began to sound, as third-year students, they knew better than anyone about Dongfang Ji's terror. Shinkom University, third-year segment. That guy's talent is truly monstrous. A long-haired young man stood with his arms crossed. Unimaginable pressure lingered around his fists. He, Wu Jin, was the number one in the third-year segment of Shinkom University. Undoubtedly the top fighter at Shinkom University. Wu Guo is also interested in Chen Chen. A nearby third-year student chuckled. In accordance with Chen Chen's strength, the principal will definitely let Chen Chen participate in their third-year testing. Wu Jin smiled lightly. I look forward to Chen Chen's expression. Azure Sky University, third year. A graceful figure was assessing the slender figure on the platform. Sister Shangguan, that kid is too arrogant. If he participates in the test later, you must teach him a lesson. A woman said indignantly. After all, Chen Chen had made them lose face in the first and second years. Shangguan Shue's beautiful eyes turned gently. If the opportunity arises. But, Chen Chen hasn't used his immortal weapon yet. The woman hurriedly said, even if he uses the immortal weapon, Chen Chen is definitely not your match. Shangguan Shue smiled faintly, we'll see. Just as everyone was about to continue chatting, the voice of Bu Xinfeng resounded in everyone's ears. Next is the third-year testing. Everyone immediately leave the platform. After the platform was cleared, Bu Xinfeng, Yi Yang, and Lin Wudi, the three principals, actually floated above the platform. Then, they shouted in unison, Heaven and Earth Tower. Now! The earth trembled. A magnificent tower burst out from the platform. Countless people were stunned. A huge tower suddenly rose up, almost reaching the sky. And on top of the tower, there were a total of 7 layers. Each layer was grand and majestic. In front of the tower, a huge plaque was engraved with 3 majestic characters, Heaven and Earth Tower. Everyone's hearts tightened suddenly. Was this the exclusive Tricol competition for the third year? It seemed much more advanced than their first and second years. This is called the Heaven and Earth Tower. It is a treasure left by a martial saint in the mortal world. Within this tower, various beast behaviors will be completely simulated. Bu Xinfeng's voice echoed throughout the venue. Therefore, the task is extremely simple. It is to reach the top of the tower first. The first to reach the top of the tower will receive the corresponding ranking. For each level passed, the Heaven and Earth Tower will reward you accordingly. There are a total of 600 third-year students present. I hope you can strive to excel in this Tricol competition. This duel is related to the future selection of the military department for enlistment. I hope you take it seriously. Bu Xinfeng's words were no longer relaxed but became extremely serious. The third-year students would officially join the military department in another year and enter the battlefield. That would be the most critical time. Therefore, here, they had to temper the spirits of the third-year students. At this moment, all the third-year students stood up immediately and answered in unison, yes. Watching this scene, Chen felt a wave of emotion. Next year, this group of third-year students seemed to be heading to the battlefield. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Chen, you will also participate in the Heaven and Earth Tower, go in and train. Lin Wudi's voice lingered in Chen's mind. Chen nodded. Even if Lin Wudi hadn't said it, he would continue to participate in the Tricol Competition. At this point, his strength had not been fully brought out. How could Chen just quit like this? Along with the first and second-year students sitting in the audience, the third-year students gradually entered the field. Almost all third-year students had tense faces, as they were about to face an extremely difficult test. Many also noticed that Chen was standing in the lineup. The school is really confident. The basic fierce beasts in the Heaven and Earth Tower are all at the 5th grade level. Yes, although the Heaven and Earth Tower has defense mechanisms, it can still be injured. Starting from the 4th rank, aiming to challenge the 5th rank is too big of a leap. Maybe after another year of training, it could be possible, but definitely not at this moment. The students in their 3rd year discussed fervently. Starry Sky University. Wu Jin glanced at Chen. Looking at the slender figure, a faint smile crept onto Wu Jin's lips. He was curious to see how far this freshman could go. At the same time, Wu Jin shifted his gaze to two other figures, Dongfang Ji and Shangguan Shui. These two were the ones he truly needed to pay attention to. He had sparred with Dongfang Ji and Shangguan Shui in secret before, but they never went all out, never determining a winner. In that case, it might be a good opportunity to have a proper match here. Shangguan, Chen is also joining the Tower of Heaven and Earth. A young girl exclaimed. Isn't that a bit overestimating his abilities? Shangguan Shui wiped a long knife and then revealed a sweet smile. Xiao Dai. We can't underestimate him just because he's a freshman. If he's so confident, we must treat him as our equal or even higher. Give it our all. Shangguan Shui waved her hand, the long knife dissipated, entering her mind. Xiao Dai nodded slightly, half understanding, understood. Shangguan. Xianyuan University. Chen. Dongfang Ji walked up to Chen, giving him a gentle smile. Chen politely greeted, Senior Dongfang. Since enrollment, Chen had heard about the strongest students from each year. Dongfang Ji was particularly formidable. Not only had he perfected the Tongtian technique, but he even obtained a mid-grade immortal weapon, reaching the high 5th rank. It was fair to say that he was the top student at Xianyuan University. Dongfang Ji chuckled, we're all from the same school, no need to be so formal. Chen nodded, alright. Dongfang Ji continued, I'm here to remind you of something. Next, we'll be entering the Tower of Heaven and Earth. The beasts in the tower are not like those in virtual worlds, they are real entities. Once inside, don't let your guard down. Dongfang Ji cautioned. Chen felt warm inside, smiling, I understand, senior. Dongfang Ji nodded in satisfaction. With Chen exceptional talent, Dongfang Ji naturally wanted to befriend him. After Dongfang Ji left, many seniors came over warmly to greet Chen, making him quite popular. With Chen talent, he was destined to be one of the top warriors in the future, even capable of becoming a top-tier commander. Such a warrior must be befriended, not antagonized. Chen even noticed that many third-year students from other universities came over to greet him. For a moment, Chen was in the spotlight. In the audience seats. Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. There was a hint of envy in their eyes. Chen's height was probably something they could never reach in their lifetime. Chen, truly extraordinary. Saint Wuji shook his head, thinking back to how he once underestimated Chen during the entrance exam, which now made him chuckle. Devouring thunder and lightning? Sheng Tianlei shook his head. He probably couldn't even match half of Chen's abilities. Chen's current starting point was likely a destination that Sheng Tianlei could never reach in his lifetime. On the other side, the seats of the 3 university presidents. There shouldn't be a problem with letting Chen enter the Tower of Heaven and Earth, right? Yi Yang said. If there's an issue, I'll be the first to shatter space and go save him directly. Lin Wudi shrugged his shoulders, exuding a confidence that surpassed ordinary people in his words. Yi Yang and Bu Xinfeng both knew that what Lin Wudi said was absolutely true. Half-step martial saint. It was almost enough to reach the status of one of the 4 grand marshals in the army. Bu Xinfeng then smiled and asked, did you send the video to the 4 major war zones just now? Lin Wudi took a sip of tea and replied, of course. Immediately, Lin Wudi looked up at the sky, a smile playing on his lips. I guess they are all rushing over to watch it now. At the same time, a huge wave was still stirring in the 4 major war zones. Eastern War Zone. This was a border area located in the eastern region of the Great Xia Federation. The magnificent city wall completely separated the human realm from the savage beast realm. Countless warrior soldiers were patrolling on it. In the command post, General Shuyun was frowning as he looked at the battle line map. His strength had already reached the peak of the 9th grade Martial King, just one step away from Martial Saint. These days, the savage beasts are getting closer. According to the Marshal's information, it seems that there will be a big movement in the beast tide within half a year. It looks like I'll have to work harder on commanding the front lines these days. Shuyun sat down, took a sip of spirit tea, and prepared to continue his busy work. Just then, a soldier ran in. General He, a video of the 3 schools competition has arrived. Shuyun frowned. Let's watch it tonight, no rush now. The video of the 3 schools competition would be watched by him to select the best talents to enter the Eastern War Zone. It would undergo various considerations, so Shuyun planned to watch it with other generals in the evening. General Lin Wudi requests you to watch it now. Otherwise, he says you will regret it. Shuyun was taken aback, then smiled lightly. Lin Wudi says I will regret it? Did he pick out a good talent for me this time? With a thought, Shuyun immediately turned on the screen projector, and soon a video appeared in front of him. The 3 schools competition of the 1st and 2nd years? Shuyun raised an eyebrow. He knew that the 1st and 2nd year students were participating in the 3 schools competition this time. However, usually, their talents had not been fully ignited during the 1st and 2nd years, and their strength would not be very strong. Could it be that he's trying to fool me? Shuyun opened the video with a skeptical attitude. Soon, he finished watching the half-hour-long battle video. He went from doubt to surprise, then to shock, and finally to amazement. Monster! No! A top-tier monster! Shuyun stood up excitedly from his chair, looking at the slender figure in the video with excitement. Chen Chen! The dragon in the army! The talent I've been looking for! Top-tier martial arts, top-tier extraordinary abilities, top-tier artistic conception, top-tier talent. Everything appeared on one person at this moment. In an instant of contemplation, Shuyun immediately ordered 2 soldiers to come in. Now, prepare a plane for me immediately. I'm going to Cold Wind Mountain. Shuyun waved his hand. General He, there's a tactical meeting tonight. A soldier said. Let others handle it, and send this video to the marshal. He will understand me. Shuyun got up immediately and left the military camp. His strength had long reached the 9th grade Martial King, enough to use high-speed movement to go to Cold Wind Mountain. But Shuyun wouldn't use it. Going by plane was a kind of etiquette, an invitation to the top-tier prodigy. And Shuyun had to get there as quickly as possible. Because the old guys in the other 3 war zones were probably faster than him. At the thought of this, Hyun's heart inexplicably tightened. This was the only time he felt nervous after facing the Beast King. Competing for Chen Chen really pumped up his adrenaline. Moreover, it had been so long since he had seen a monstrous talent like Chen Chen. It was worth it for him to go in person. On the other side, at the Cold Wind Mountain, the Tricol Competition was underway. The Tiandi Tower had officially begun. Countless people eagerly awaited. Principal Bu Shinfeng softly said, all third-year students, please enter the Tiandi Tower immediately. With these words, countless figures turned into lightning and swiftly entered the tower. Their bodies were surrounded by various energy auras, ready to face any sudden situations. I wonder how far they can go. The further they go, the higher their ranking in rewards. The key is that the 4 military regions will offer real invitation rewards and invite these seniors. 2 years later, I will work hard too. Forget about 2 years, look at Chen Chen. Bro! Chen Chen is a real monster, how can I compare to him? The surrounding audience began discussing the Tiandi Tower. Chen Chen exhaled deeply and looked towards the tower. It's time for me to go in too. Perhaps, being inside will give me a chance to bring out the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear. With a thought, Chen Chen's figure turned into lightning and also rushed into the Tiandi Tower. Thus, the battle for the Tiandi Tower began. In an instant, before the tall tower, numerous screens lit up. There were 600 screens in total. Each screen recorded every student. Among them, the most prominent were Wu Jin, Shangwan Shui, Dongfang Ji, and Chen Chen. No one objected to Chen Chen being one of the most prominent screens, as he was undoubtedly the strongest and most dazzling among all first and second year students. However, before anyone could react, 50 of the 600 screens dimmed suddenly. What's going on? Someone exclaimed. In front of all the third-year students participating in the Tiandi Tower stood giant pythons engulfed in flames. Each python was tens of meters long, exuding energy like molten lava. That's the Fire Blaze Snake, a mid-level 5th grade Fire Blaze Snake. Everyone gasped in surprise, not expecting to encounter such a formidable opponent on the first level of the tower. If the Fire Blaze Snake were just an ordinary beast, it would be manageable. But within the Fire Blaze Snake's body flowed a strand of true dragon blood. Therefore, its overall attributes ranked among the top in 5th grade beasts. The situation had turned dangerous. Soon, 100 of the remaining 550 screens went dark as numerous third-year students sustained severe injuries and were teleported out of the tower space. They hadn't even passed the first level. This made everyone realize the level of danger in the Tiandi Tower. Wait, look, Wu Jin is taking on the Fire Blaze Snake. All eyes turned to Wu Jin on one of the 4 screens. Wu Jin smirked, then swiftly moved. Before anyone could react, the ferocious Fire Blaze Snake had already shattered into pieces. Such formidable strength. Everyone's pupils constricted. Meanwhile, Shangwan Shui and Dongfang Ji also swiftly dealt with the Fire Blaze Snake. This undoubtedly impressed everyone once again. I wonder how Chen Chen is doing. All eyes turned to Chen Chen's screen. A slender figure faced the blazing serpent with a faint smile. Chen Chen smiled lightly. Finally, I feel a bit of pressure. All eyes turned towards Chen Chen's screen. On the screen, a slender figure stood before a frenzied dancing blazing serpent. The scorching and terrifying flames swept through, almost turning everything around Chen Chen into a high-temperature space. This blazing serpent is the first challenge of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. I wonder if Chen Chen can pass it. Numerous people speculated. Even Lin Wudi, sitting in the audience seat of the 3 deans, took a sip of tea. 10 seconds to deal with the blazing serpent. Lin Wudi remained calm. 10 seconds? Bu Shinfeng smiled lightly. Isn't that a bit unrealistic? Even if he has a divine weapon, it's extremely unlikely. Before Bu Shinfeng could finish, his pupils contracted instantly, just like Yi Yang's. What is this? Tower of Heaven and Earth, first level. Facing the blazing serpent in front of him, Chen Chen felt no fear in his heart. Instead, he was excited. A 5th grade fierce beast qualifies me to use a divine weapon. Amid the puzzled look of the blazing serpent, Chen Chen reached out his hand. Yin Yang Chaos Spear. Buzz! In an instant, countless light particles rushed towards Chen Chen's right hand. Then, thousands of rays of light flickered, and in a blink of an eye, a long spear emitting a golden color was held firmly in Chen Chen's hand. Boom! As the Yin Yang Chaos Spear appeared, an astonishing explosion of energy surged around Chen Chen. A brilliant golden pillar of light burst out from Chen Chen's body. At the same time, there was a majestic dark thunder energy. Isn't it? What level is Chen Chen's divine weapon? Damn! Isn't this pressure too terrifying? Is this really a 4th grade initial stage warrior? Countless people shouted in shock. They stared fixedly at the Yin Yang Chaos Spear in Chen Chen's hand, unable to comprehend how Chen Chen's divine weapon could bring such immense power. In the audience seat, Yi Yang and Bu Shinfeng were stunned in unison. Even their hands paused in mid-air while trying to lift their teacups. Finally, Bu Shinfeng turned his head blankly. What Chen Chen obtained is the ultimate divine weapon. Yi Yang also stared at Lin Wudi in astonishment. Is the intelligence accurate? Seeing the expressions of Bu Shinfeng and Yi Yang, Lin Wudi pretended to sigh and slowly put down his tea. I told you, Chen Chen's strength is unimaginable. Moreover, a few days ago, I leaked out some information. It's a pity. No one believed it. Seeing Bu Shinfeng and Yi Yang's defeated expressions, Lin Wudi couldn't be happier. TSK. For several years, the quality of Xian Yuan University has been inferior to Starry Sky University and Azure Sky University. This time, with Chen Chen's emergence, the situation has completely reversed. Bu Shinfeng said, this kid is truly gifted. The first in 100 years. Yi Yang nodded. From any perspective, Chen Chen is outstanding. After witnessing Chen Chen's ultimate divine weapon, the two regained their composure. However, a hint of curiosity flashed in their eyes. They wondered, with Chen Chen possessing this top-tier divine weapon, how far could he advance in the Tower of Heaven and Earth? In the Dean's audience seat, the Deans of Azure Sky University and Starry Sky University all looked towards Shinta Yi and the others. The expressions on their faces seemed to say, are you kidding me? Ultimate divine weapon. In the legendary stories that existed only hundreds of years ago, it has unexpectedly resurfaced? And, it is in the hands of this college freshman? Their faces were filled with astonishment. The 4 deans, caught in this astonishment, had all kinds of intentions to show off, but they just cleared their throats lightly, as if it were a trivial matter. Seeing this, the other deans had to sit back down obediently. However, the envy in their eyes slowly reached its peak at this moment. In the Tower of Heaven and Earth, the fiery serpent had opened its huge mouth and was swooping down towards Chun Chen like a dragon. Its massive body and terrifying flames crashed down on Chun Chen like a tsunami. However, in the next moment, a spear intent capable of tearing apart heaven and earth suddenly swept past. Following that, the body of the fiery serpent was completely nailed to the ground. A mid-level 5th grade fierce beast, instantly killed by Chun Chen. Silence. The whole place fell into a quiet state. Can a 5th grade fierce beast be dealt with so quickly? Ordinary warriors wouldn't be surprised, of course. But the one doing this happened to be a freshman, Chun Chen. Countless geniuses could only think one thing at this moment: monster. Top-tier monster. At this moment, no one dared to question Chun Chen's strength anymore. I wonder how far Chun Chen can go. How many levels can he reach? In the eyes of many geniuses, there was a hint of expectation and curiosity. After all, the further you go in the Tower of Heaven and Earth, the harder it gets. In the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Chun Chen exhaled deeply. Then, he felt energy transmitting from the heavens and earth. Is this the reward for passing through the Tower of Heaven and Earth? Chun Chen thought. In his dantian, a black hole suddenly appeared. In just an instant, it completely absorbed all the energy and transferred it into his body with 100% efficiency. In a blink of an eye, his realm elevated once again. Mid-level 4th grade. Joy flashed in Chun Chen's eyes. No wonder countless people want to enter the Tower of Heaven and Earth. As long as you pass through the corresponding levels, you can receive the corresponding rewards. With that in mind, Chun Chen no longer hesitated and quickly moved on to the next level. Upon entering the next level, a leaderboard appeared in front of Chun Chen. 3rd level, Wu Jin, Shangwan Shui, Dongfang Ji. 2nd level, Li Si. They are already here. I can't fall behind. Holding the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear, Chun Chen quickly entered the next level. And in the next level, he was faced with 4 fierce beasts as majestic as mountains. Chun Chen scrutinized them one by one. Fiery serpent. Spirit water turtle. Wind monkey. Thunder leopard. Yes, appearing on the 2nd level of the Tower of Heaven and Earth were 4 mid-level 5th grade fierce beasts. Chun Chen has reached the 4th level. 4 mid-level 5th grade fierce beasts? Even though Chun Chen is strong, he will need some time to endure, right? Maybe this will force out Chun Chen's true strength. Yes, the next level Wu Jin and the others will encounter are mutated fierce beasts of the mid-level 5th grade. I wonder how Chun Chen will deal with them. The surrounding discussions continued, but Chun Chen was unaware of the outside situation. At this moment, he had already focused all his attention on the 4 fierce beasts in front of him. And the 4 fierce beasts with different elements also noticed Chun Chen at the same time. The energy on their bodies surged suddenly and rushed towards Chun Chen. Terrifying, sharp, vast. 4 completely different energies simultaneously shot towards Chun Chen from 4 directions. An ordinary 5th grade warrior would probably be reduced to nothing under this attack, or turn and flee. However, in Chun Chen's eyes, there was a glint of battle intent. Just right. My Chine spear has not seen this much blood before. Yin Yang indefinite dark thunder overturns heaven and earth. Yin Yang indefinite dark thunder overturns heaven and earth. In an instant, on the glistening golden Yin Yang chaos spear, thousands of dark thunder dragons surged out suddenly. These dark thunder dragons completely merged with the glistening light, erupting in unimaginable brilliance. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted in patches. Mood, martial arts, supernatural abilities, all in one. God-slaying mood, transcendent martial arts, dark thunder supernatural abilities, all erupted at once. And as the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear, like a dragon, surged suddenly around Chun Chen, a powerful and majestic energy swept through. The crowd only felt a brilliant light bursting in their eyes. Such formidable power. A proud second heaven youth exclaimed in awe. If Chun Chen had used this intensity earlier, perhaps all 40 of them would have died on the spot. And as the brilliant light gradually dissipated, the next moment, the crowd once again stood still, like puppets. The 4 terrifying beasts that were so formidable before, had turned into lifeless bodies lying around Chun Chen. 4 terrifying beasts. Dead. Unbelievable expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Remember, the elimination rate on the 2nd level is a full 300 people. At this moment, there are only 200 senior students left in the Tian-D Tower. In other words, among these 600 senior students, Chun Chen has reached the top. The key is, Chun Chen is still a freshman. In the audience seats of the admissions office, Lin Jianfeng clicked his tongue. This kid is truly a monster. While Yi Xingchen and Qin Xin beside him wished they could slap themselves. If they had known Chun Chen was this strong, even if they had to risk their lives, they would have snatched Chun Chen away. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world to take. In the audience seats of the 4 deans, damn! Chen Chen, you really make my Xingtian intent proud. Initially, when he killed a 5th grade ferocious beast, they didn't react much. But now, Chen Chen actually killed 4 5th grade ferocious beasts at once. At this moment, Xingtian intent couldn't contain his excitement and immediately stood up from his seat. And around him, countless gazes turned towards him. However, not a single one was a look of disdain. They were all filled with envy. If they had a student like Xingtian intent, they would probably be even more excited than Xingtian intent. Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shintiyi also sighed. The birth of this kid is truly a stroke of luck for our great Xia Federation and Xianyuan University. Gu Linghan crossed his arms, extremely satisfied with Chen Chen. Xiang Tiange teased, "Old Gu, do you regret it now?" Gu Linghan shrugged, "Regret what? Think about it. Chen Chen is a student of Xianyuan University, and is one of the deans of Xianyuan University. Chen Chen is also my student. So, in a way, I have some connection with Chen Chen." Xiang Tiange, Shen Tuyi. Even Xingtian intent was somewhat speechless. In the audience seats of the principal, this kid is truly a rare genius in hundreds of years. Bu Xinfeng smiled. Of course, thanks to my discerning eye. Lin Wudi once again took all the credit for himself. By the way, Lao Lin, have the people from the 4 major war zones arrived? Yi Yang suddenly asked. Lin Wudi was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently. They should be on their way. Bu Xinfeng frowned. It's been half an hour already. Is their efficiency so slow? Could it be that the border conflicts have slackened? In an instant, a faint but undeniable pressure swept through Bu Xinfeng's body. It's worth noting that 100 years ago, he was also one of the great generals stationed at the border of the human realm. His majesty was naturally terrifying. Seeing Bu Xinfeng's expression, Lin Wudi smiled and said, "They haven't arrived yet. They chose to come by plane. So, it might take another half an hour in terms of time." Half an hour. Bu Xinfeng and Ye Yang suddenly locked eyes. In their gaze, there was both surprise and a sense of inevitability. They did not expect that the people from the 4 military regions would treat Chen Chen with such grandeur. However, Lin Wudi, Bu Xinfeng, and Ye Yang all simultaneously believed that treating Chen Chen with such grandeur, Chen Chen deserved it. On the other side, standing on the platform, Chen Chen once again absorbed the majestic energy from the Heaven and Earth Tower. There was a hidden devouring force in Chen Chen's body, absorbing all this energy. Then, with 100% efficiency, he converted it into his own body. Mid-stage of the 4th rank, just one step away from the high stage of the 4th rank, joy passed through Chen Chen's heart once again. That SSR-level devouring force is really useful. Without the devouring force, the speed of energy absorption would not be so fast. Of course, the efficiency would not be so high either. However, up to now, Chen Chen has not used the devouring force in actual combat. Hopefully, this time's Heaven and Earth Tower competition will force someone to bring out my devouring force. This way, maybe it won't be too boring. With a slight movement of his mind, Chen Chen's figure suddenly rushed towards the 3rd floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower. Soon, on the 3rd floor, Chen Chen saw his opponent for this level. Silver Moon Wolf, with a silver moon mark on its forehead and a size of 15 meters as its characteristic. At the same time, the silver moon wolf is one of the fastest species among the 5th rank fierce beasts. On the battlefield, it was enough to make countless soldiers feel shocked. The opponent on this level. Is it this one? At that moment, the silver moon wolf also noticed Chen Chen's figure. It roared in anger, and countless white energy waves suddenly burst out around it. And within those white energy waves, there was a hint of icy power. The onlookers couldn't help but tense up. Isn't it? Chen Chen's luck is really bad, right? He actually encountered a mutated fierce beast. Fierce beasts in the Heaven and Earth Tower can mutate randomly, but the probability is 1 in a few hundred. And now Chen Chen happened to encounter it? I feel like this time is really dangerous. The nearly 10-meter tall mutated silver moon wolf, its terrifying eyes completely locked onto Chen Chen. Terrifying energy mixed with icy power churned around the silver moon wolf. It was already an extremely top-tier speed-type fierce beast. After being given the mutation of icy power, its abilities probably reached an unimaginable level for ordinary people. People had only heard that fierce beasts in the Heaven and Earth Tower could undergo random changes, but to have such a huge boss mutate like this, it was really difficult for Chen Chen to win. Many people were already waiting for Chen Chen to step down. The mutated silver moon wolf of the mid-stage of the 5th rank. Chen Chen is in trouble. Sheng Tianlei crossed his arms, his expression serious. Although his strength was very strong, he still seemed inadequate in front of the silver moon wolf. Speed and ice. Chen Chen can only use an immortal weapon. Zhou Wenyu said. Immortal weapon. In an instant, Lin Qingju and the other three people's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that Chen Chen is going to use an immortal weapon again. They also wanted to experience the pressure of the ultimate immortal weapon a bit more. After all, this is an existence they can never touch. And on the screen, staring at the mutated silver moon wolf baring its teeth at him. In Chen Chen's eyes, a sense of battle arose. It's been a long time since I've felt this way. In the moment when the icy air rushed towards him, Chen Chen's right hand suddenly clenched. In an instant, under the gaze of countless people, countless golden grains crazily surged in Chen Chen's right hand. When the golden grains completely dissipated, a golden spear, as if made of pure gold, was firmly held in Chen Chen's hand. The wind howled. Chen Chen stood ready to fight. The surrounding golden light and dark thunder merged, erupting with a heart-pounding energy. It's still that ultimate immortal weapon. My goodness, has the ultimate immortal weapon ever appeared in the history of our Xianyuan University? No, definitely not. Buzz, this news exploded in the ears of the crowd like thunder. They widened their eyes. Even though they saw the yin-yang chaos spear again, their brains still couldn't process it. The ultimate immortal weapon. That's a treasure even their principal couldn't obtain, right? And the power of this weapon seems to be fully unleashed in Chen Chen's hands, and in the audience seats of the dean and the admissions office director. Everyone except those from Xianyuan University fell into silence. For a moment, a voice suddenly rang out. This guy, he's truly a monster. Even those who had been calm and composed for years couldn't help but curse at this moment. The reason is simple. The shock Chen Chen brought them was just too terrifying. They even saw a hint of timidity in the eyes of the silver moon wolf. This kid is really impressive. Seeing the shocked expressions of the deans and other university officials around, Xing Tianyi and the others couldn't help but smile lightly. Indeed, it's meaningful to show it at this moment. However, they didn't know how far Chen Chen could go. And in the dean's audience seats, Bu Sifeng and the others had another chance to examine the immortal weapon that appeared before them. This time, they finally saw the true face of this long spear. That's the yin-yang chaos spear? Bu Sifeng's eyes narrowed, and he said with a complex expression, among the ultimate immortal weapons, it can rank in the top 3. Ultimate immortal weapon. Bu Sifeng, Lin Wudi, and Yi Yang had all made efforts to try. However, without exception, they all ended in failure. There are only 10 ultimate immortal weapons in the world now. Among these 10, 5 are from countries outside of Daxia, and 5 are from within Daxia, and Chen Chen unexpectedly obtained one of the top 3. The value of this achievement is undoubtedly the most terrifying thing for Bu Sifeng and Yi Yang. It could almost crush all the geniuses and prodigies they had ever seen. It's truly a blessing for Daxia. Bu Sifeng sighed, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The border wars are extremely intense. With Chen Chen, perhaps, the human race really has a chance to reclaim lost territories and rise on the Blue Star. And inside the Tiandi Tower, on the 3rd level, the mutated silver moon wolf keenly sensed a terrifying energy approaching. Its eyes narrowed, knowing it had to take down the human in front of it. Buzz, the next moment, it suddenly lunged forward. Its massive body almost tore the air apart, like a meteor charging towards Chen Chen. The terrifyingly huge body kept enlarging in Chen Chen's sight. In the moment before it reached Chen Chen, the silver moon wolf suddenly raised its right claw. Buzz, suddenly, hundreds of ice spikes condensed on its right claw, ultimately forming a huge icy wolf claw. Boom! The terrifying icy wolf claw slapped towards Chen Chen's face. Once hit, it would only cause internal injuries and then be pushed out of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. However, there was no trace of fear in Chen Chen's eyes. In an instant, Chen Chen shot out. This was the second time the yin-yang chaos spear killed the enemy, mixed with the dark thunder energy erupting from Chen Chen's body, blending with the intent of the god-killing spear capable of slaughtering the heavens and earth. The power of the 3, at this moment, was like a steep cliff at the summit of a mountain, soaring into the clouds, tearing through the clouds, standing proudly in the heavens and earth. Hiss, almost as if crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, Chen Chen's yin-yang chaos spear tore through the mutated silver moon wolf's body. Thus, the silver moon wolf perished completely. SSR level devouring anomaly. With a thought, Chen Chen's vast energy surged into his body, and then his realm reached the high stage of the 4th rank. This speed of advancement, truly comforting. Holding the yin-yang chaos spear, Chen Chen transformed into a war god. Outside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, the whole scene quieted down. Whether it was the 3rd-year students eliminated from the Tower of Heaven and Earth, or the 1st and 2nd-year students watching on the side. Mid-4th rank, one move to kill mid-5th rank. Isn't it? Can I really see this? Who exactly is Chen Chen? How can he be so outstanding? To think he lives in the same era as us, even in the same academic year. This is called outstanding? Isn't he a rare ultimate monster in 100 years? After a brief silence, there was an intense discussion erupting like a volcanic eruption. Countless people shouted in shock. The gazes towards Chen Chen changed from disdain at the beginning to awe, and now to fanaticism. The reason was simple: the shock Chen Chen brought them was just too immense. So immense that it made their scalps tingle. Everyone's rewards are too enthusiastic, so I'll continue to update today, continue to ask for small gifts, thank you all. Just as mentioned before, everyone felt their scalps tingle. After all, no one could imagine witnessing such a terrifying scene. This Chen Chen was completely not in the same class as them, not even in the same league. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, Chen Chen moved. He's going to the 4th level." Everyone immediately looked over, only to see Chen Chen's figure already on the 4th level. And in the 4th level, he was facing a fierce beast at the high stage of the 5th rank. High 5th rank, I wonder if Chen Chen can still. Before the words fell, a golden and dark spear light flickered again. By the time this light dissipated, the body of the fierce beast had already split in half. Instantly killed. After waiting for a moment, Chen Chen moved on to the next level. The whole process didn't even take more than 5 breaths. Thus, everyone had only one thought: Chen Chen, is he cheating? Not only the ordinary students in the spectator stands were shocked and stunned, even the deans were dumbfounded. The 3 schools' grand competition had been held for many years, and they had never seen a student clear it so quickly. They didn't even understand how the fierce beast on the 4th level fought. It was a direct one-shot kill. This was too fierce. For a moment, they looked even more sourly at the people from Shenyuan University, almost wanting to snatch Chen Chen away on the spot. Especially Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen, who didn't dare to offer conditions to Chen Chen. They already knew one thing: if they returned to their own school, they might be collectively pressed down and criticized by the principal, or even the deans. And the 3 deans, besides being shocked, a completely different thing was also discovered. That is, the time it takes for Chen Chen to devour the energy rewarded by the Heaven and Earth Tower seems somewhat strange. Chen Chen is moving so fast, does he really absorb the energy of the Heaven and Earth Tower? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. It should be noted that the energy rewarded by the Heaven and Earth Tower is extremely vast, almost completely nourishing the energy of simulated fierce beasts. However, this energy is extremely modeled. Generally, it takes a long time to absorb it. But Chen Chen absorbs the energy of the Heaven and Earth Tower as if it were just casual absorption, without any care. Surely, Chen Chen wouldn't give up such a reward, right? Thinking of this, the 3 of them shook their heads simultaneously. Bu Xinfeng smiled lightly. "Let me take a look." Bu Xinfeng reached out his hand, causing some ripples in the space. In an instant, different from the huge screen in the sky, a small screen also appeared in front of them. And when they saw Chen Chen's realm on the screen, the pupils of the 3 involuntarily shrank at the same time. Chen Chen, is he already at the high level of the 4th rank? In an instant, the 3 of them were stunned. It should be noted that before entering the Heaven and Earth Tower, Chen Chen's realm was only at the initial stage of the 4th rank. And Lin Wudi was the clearest. Chen Chen had just broken through. It hadn't even been a few days. But, Chen Chen, now, he's already at the high level of the 4th rank? A bold idea emerged in the minds of the 3. No, how can Chen Chen absorb energy so quickly? Yi Yang and Bu Xinfeng immediately turned their gaze to Lin Wudi, and Lin Wudi was also lost in thought. His eyes were fixed on the space screen showing Chen Chen, and his heart was stirred up with great waves. Something's not right. Something's off. Look at the energy fluctuations emitted by Chen Chen. Suddenly, the 3 of them all looked towards Chen Chen. All 3 of them were at the half-step martial saint realm, and their sensitivity to energy was terrifyingly high. Under their gaze, they quickly discovered something unusual. Under Chen Chen's Dark Thunder ability, there's another kind of ability. It's devouring. Lin Wudi's eyes sparkled, always calm and without much emotional fluctuation. He was completely out of character at this moment. Even Bu Xinfeng and Yi Yang were filled with astonishment. Not because there was a third kind of ability on Chen Chen, but from Chen Chen's third ability, they felt a level surpassing SSS rank. It was SSR rank. This kid has 3 kinds of abilities. All 3 abilities are SSR rank. And the third ability is even a devouring ability. Buzz, this news exploded in their minds like thunder. If Chen Chen was just a rare genius once in 100 years before, but now, it seems that this 100 years has been elevated to 1,000 years. It should be noted that in their era, plagued by the invasion of fierce beasts, there had never been a monster like Chen Chen with 3 SSR level abilities. The three of them were shaken by this revelation. Meanwhile, inside the Heaven and Earth Tower, Chen Shen continued to advance. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shen had already reached the 5th level. However, the fierce beast encountered on the 5th level caused Chen Shen's pace to slightly falter. This fierce beast shimmered with an earthy brown color all over its body, emitting a vast energy fluctuation akin to thick soil spreading like a tide. Obviously, this was a high-level 5th rank Earth Bear. Moreover, after the Earth Bear locked eyes with Chen Shen, the membrane on its body ruptured again, revealing a fiery red color flowing out like magma. It was a mutated form of the Earth Bear, in the shape of flames. Even Chen Shen couldn't help but marvel at the almost 100% probability of the savage beasts in the Tower of Heaven and Earth undergoing mutations when it came to him. The flame-mutated Earth Bear. This is getting tricky, and it's at the high level of the 5th rank. Judging by its momentum, it's close to reaching the peak of the 5th rank. Tisk tsk, Chen Shen can't just defeat it in one move, right? You see, everyone was certain about one thing, that Chen Shen would win. However, they hoped that Chen Shen wouldn't win so quickly. A one-shot kill. It's just too terrifying. Even Wu Jin, Dongfang Ji, and Shangguan Shui didn't achieve that. And as they looked back at the three major geniuses of the 3rd year, they found that they were already engaged in a fierce battle with the ordinary Earth Bear. It seemed like they had gone through dozens of rounds of attacks. You see, the surface of the Earth Bear's skin was extremely rough, making it difficult for even strong individuals to penetrate. Thinking of this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shen was still facing a mutated Earth Bear. Finally, could this slow down the opponent's advance a bit? And when they looked back at Chen Shen again, every one of them was stunned. They saw Chen Shen fire 2 shots at the lava Earth Bear. Yin Yang Chaos Twin Gun Slaying God. The intent of the guns, the end of the world, Dark Thunder, Immortal Weapon, the convergence of 4 powers exploded completely in front of them. The twin guns surged forth, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. Just as the lava Earth Bear was about to raise its claws, a shot suddenly attacked. In an instant, this shot completely tore apart its defensive surface. And the next shot followed. This shot was unstoppable, and in an instant, it completely tore apart the Earth Bear's body. Bang! The Earth Bear's body suddenly exploded, with countless blood and flesh bursting out. Vast energy surged into Chen Shen's body, and Chen Shen's devouring power gently released. It completely absorbed this energy, and then, completely integrated into the body. I've gotten stronger again. Joy flashed through Chen Shen's mind. He hadn't felt this rapid strengthening in a long time. Now, he was probably at the limit of the high level of the 4th rank. Perhaps, he would soon reach the peak of the 4th rank. This was the advantage of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Not only training, but also additional rewards. And it was rumored that no one had successfully conquered the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. A hint of battle intent flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. Myself. Maybe I can give it a try. You see, he had never used the power of devouring in battle from beginning to end. He didn't know how much power that devouring power, combined with his combat skills, could unleash. Speaking of this, Chen Shen couldn't even imagine it. In other words, Chen Shen still hadn't encountered an opponent who could push him to his limits. Where was his limit? He didn't know. The next moment, Chen Shen's figure suddenly rushed towards the 6th floor. Before leaving, he glanced at the rankings. Oh, I'm actually the fastest? And in the audience seats outside, silence fell once again. Yes, Chen Shen couldn't solve the savage beast with 1 shot, but Chen Shen solved the savage beast with 2 shots. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. For a moment, they didn't know what adjectives to use to describe Chen Shen's combat power. After much thought, they could only use 1-shot kill to describe it. I wonder if Chen Shen can make it to the 7th floor. For a moment, everyone fell silent again. The 7th floor. It is said that since the Tower of Heaven and Earth emerged in this cold wind forest until now, almost no one has been able to climb to the 7th floor. At this moment, a faint sense of anticipation arose in their hearts. Meanwhile, with the headmaster, "Is it confirmed?" Yi Yang asked. "Yes." Bu Xinfeng and Lin Wudi nodded simultaneously. Chen Shen's ability has indeed gained an additional one, an SSR-level devouring ability. Lin Wudi said in shock. If the 9 Heavens Dark Thunder God's body is split apart, it would be 2 top-level abilities, coupled with Chen Shen's own SSS-level extraordinary insight ability. And now, Chen Shen has manifested an SSR-level devouring talent. What kind of monster is this guy? At this moment, the 3 headmasters were completely unable to contain themselves. They were born in the darkest, bloodiest era of battling fierce beasts. In that era, geniuses abounded. The human race was like a brilliant starry sky, always giving birth to shining stars. However, a monstrous figure like Chen Chen, they had never seen from birth until now. I have a feeling Chen Chen might be able to lead us out of the chaos of Blue Star. After a moment of daze, Lin Wuti said with utmost seriousness. However, the atmosphere on the scene fell into a heavy silence. Let us out of the chaos of Blue Star? The three headmasters looked at Chen Chen, who had already reached the 6th level, with countless complex thoughts in their minds. I wonder if this kid can really do it. Lin Wuti chuckled and said teasingly. But everyone knew that Lin Wuti's words just now were serious. Let's not talk about that. Where are the generals of the 4 military regions now? Yi Yang squinted and smiled. Judging by the situation, they should be here in about 10 minutes? Lin Wuti glanced at the time. That should be. Bu Shunfeng and the others nodded. I wonder what kind of incredibly exciting expressions those old comrades from the 4 military regions will have when they see Chen Chen break through to the 7th level. Inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, sky reaching one blade suppresses the world. A flash of blade light appeared, and Dongfang Ji finally completely killed the huge earth bear in front of him. Majestic energy surged into Dongfang Ji from all directions. Dongfang Ji also paused in the middle of the 5th level, using the energy bestowed upon him by the 5th level to mend his injuries, and incidentally, to elevate his own realm. Truly worthy of being an extremely terrifying earth bear among the 5th rank fierce beasts. The battle is about to reach nearly 50 rounds. But, I should be considered fast as well. In just a simple 3 minutes, Dongfang Ji felt the energy in his body restored to its original state and revealed a faint smile. As he looked towards the entrance to the 6th level, his brow also slightly raised. At this speed of mine, I should be stably in the top 3. I wonder if I can break through to the 6th level. It should be noted that over the years, the 6th level has been the most difficult test. Almost in the annual 3 schools grand competition, there has never been a high school senior who successfully broke through the 6th level test and entered the 7th level. Dongfang Ji wanted to be the first to achieve that. I wonder how Wu Jin and Shangguan Shui are doing. Dongfang Ji reached the exit of the 5th level. He glanced at the rankings. Then, he completely froze in place. No way? What's going on? Chen Chen entered the 6th level? Buzz! It was as if a huge bomb exploded in Dongfang Ji's brain. A freshman. His speed in passing the trials was actually faster than theirs? And now, he had already reached the 6th level like this? This can't be real, right? Dongfang Ji's voice trembled. How is this possible? When Wu Jin of the Starry Sky University saw the rankings, he also froze in place. Utilizing the energy to heal his injuries, he arrived at the rankings. Chen Chen. He's faster than me? Wu Jin fell silent for a long time. Then, a surge of fighting spirit suddenly burst out in his eyes. A freshman, actually faster than me in passing the test? How much of a monster is this kid? Such arrogance. I must surpass him. Suddenly, Wu Jin's eyes became firm. Looking at the entrance to the 6th level, he rushed in fiercely. The 6th level. Will Wu Jin be the first to succeed in the challenge? Chen Chen. Interesting. But I can't fall behind either. Shangguan Shui's eyes were determined, and immediately, she darted into the 6th level like lightning. At this moment, Chen Chen, Shangguan Shui, Wu Jin, and Dongfang Ji all entered the 6th level. The rest, all eliminated. Watching the 4 of them almost entering the 6th level one after another, everyone's heart suddenly tensed up. Wow! Chen Chen and the 3 top talents went in together. Wu Jin, Shangguan Shui, Dongfang Ji, the 3 of them could go from the top of the freshman ranking to the 3rd place, and now, they are almost on par with Chen Chen? Doesn't this highlight the uniqueness of my brother Chen Chen? No, you're calling him brother now? Chen Chen is stronger than me, so it's very reasonable for me to call him brother. While everyone was speechless, they couldn't help but be full of expectations for Chen Chen and the others. Entering the 6th level is already considered the strongest level in the entire 3-school competition. Whether they can reach the 7th level afterwards is something that not many people can achieve. However, a bold idea emerged in everyone's minds. Wu Jin, Shangguan Shui, and Dongfang Ji may not be able to enter the 7th level, but Chen Chen, he might just be the exception. In the audience seats of the principal. What? Not betting now? Astonished by Chen Chen's new abilities, Lin Wuti lightly looked at his 2 friends beside him and smiled. Bus Henfeng and Yi Yang's mouths twitched. If it was the Chen Chen who had just arrived at the 1st level, everyone would surely bet again. But now, what would they even bet on with the current Chen Chen? In fact, the 2 of them didn't even need to guess. They knew that Chen Chen was likely to become the strongest of the 4 who entered the 6th level. Yes, winning over all the students in their 3rd year as freshmen. This is not an empty statement. It is a statement that is 99% likely to become reality. It's begun. Oh, it seems like the three of them moved first. On the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Wu Jin, Shangguan Shui, and Dongfang Ji had already encountered their opponents. Standing there was a white ape with white fur all over its body. As soon as the three saw it, their pupils involuntarily contracted. A perfect 5th grade fierce beast, the split-winged ape. Among the 5th grade fierce beasts, the split-winged ape is the most terrifying. Not only can it control the power of hurricanes, but its physical qualities are also extremely comprehensive, almost making it the top batch among the 5th grade fierce beasts. Moreover, it can also use its high intelligence in battle to make the right judgments for counterattacks. There is a saying on the battlefield, unless you are a master of the 6th grade level, when you see the split-winged ape, please avoid it and do not act recklessly. From this sentence, one can see the terror of the split-winged ape. Tower of Heaven and Earth, Dongfang Ji. What? How do I deal with this? Dongfang Ji frowned. However, in an instant, the split-winged ape in the distance suddenly showed a human-like smile towards him. Dongfang Ji instantly felt every hair on his body stand on end. How is this possible? Buzz, before he could react, a pair of split-winged giant claws had already slapped towards his body. Boom! Unable to resist, Dongfang Ji was directly slammed into the wall, sliding down like mud. It was at this moment that Lai Feng Yuan made his move again. Bang! Bang! In the air, hundreds of palm prints suddenly appeared. Each palm print was extremely sharp and fast, tearing through the air, causing the ground to tremble. After a moment, Dongfang Ji was sent flying by a stream of light. I lost like this? Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. They had thought that with Dongfang Ji's strength, they would probably have to fight Lai Feng Yuan for dozens of rounds before determining the outcome. And now, he was defeated so directly? And when they looked towards Wu Jin's direction, their pupils trembled once again. They saw a stream of light, like a shooting star, piercing into the wall inside the Tiandi Tower. That was Wu Jin's immortal weapon. Before the crowd could even gasp, a snow-white figure passed like lightning. Lai Feng Yuan raised his huge fist lightly, and on his fist, a giant fist shadow condensed. How is this possible? Wu Jin was about to raise his defense, his hands clasped together, endless energy surging out, attempting to block this attack. Bang! The fist hit the energy shield in front of Wu Jin. Then, the energy shield suddenly cracked, forming a spiderweb-like pattern, and with a snap, it completely shattered. Under this tremendous force, Wu Jin spat out blood. At the same time, the protective mechanism of the Tiandi Tower sent Wu Jin out. Another loss? And when they looked back at Shangguan Shui's screen again, the crowd felt numb. They had already foreseen Shangguan Shui's fate. Yes. In just a blink of an eye as they raised their gaze, Shangguan Shui's figure flew away like a kite with a broken string. Shangguan Shui was extremely fast. However, under the full-force attack of Lai Feng Yuan, who almost filled the hexagon, Shangguan Shui had almost no chance to resist. Even before she could unleash her proudest martial arts, she was sent away by the Tiandi Tower. Thus, the three great geniuses of the three major stages of the 3rd year of the Great Three were all defeated. They were all defeated in a way that seemed to be crushed by Lai Feng Yuan in front of them. Yet, there was no mockery on the faces of the crowd. The textbooks had clearly told them that under the Grandmaster, Lai Feng Yuan was always the most untouchable beast. At this moment, the defeat of the three great geniuses was within their expectations. However, when they looked towards Chen Chen's direction, Chen, why hasn't it started yet? After Chen Chen entered the Tiandi Tower, he stood facing Lai Feng Yuan without any movement. In the remaining screen, Chen Chen and Lai Feng Yuan faced each other. The mocking smile was no longer on Lai Feng Yuan's face. Instead, there was a profound human-like seriousness. Obviously, Lai Feng Yuan had already realized that the Chen Chen in front of him was not just a simple role. This scene was fully captured by everyone. Chen, he's too terrifying. Shang Wuji widened his eyes. Just by looking at Lai Feng Yuan through the screen, his legs were trembling. And now, seeing that Lai Feng Yuan showed such seriousness towards Chen Chen, how much had Chen Chen surpassed himself? The Lai Feng Yuan who defeated the three of Dongfang Ji is actually intimidated by Chen Chen's momentum? Shang Tianlei crossed his arms. Facing the slender youth, Shang Tianlei's eyes showed an indescribable respect and awe. Usually, this kind of gaze only appeared when he looked at the dean, principal, and others. And in the audience, Wu Jin, Shangguan Shui, Dongfang Ji, who had just been teleported out, all stood frozen in place. How is this possible? Keep updating, everyone is so enthusiastic, I'm going to work myself to death. The gifts keep coming, the updates keep coming. The wind-splitting ape, who sneered at them, actually showed such a cautious and solemn expression in front of Chen Chen. No way? What is happening in this world? Isn't Chen Chen just a freshman in his first year? Surely he can't even defeat a 5th grade perfect wind-splitting ape, right? And in the Tower of Heaven and Earth, a gentle breeze brushed past, rustling. Chen Chen held the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear in one hand, with golden light shimmering all around. The other half of Chen Chen was endless darkness, with thunderous Yin energy. The extremely contrasting two sides suddenly appeared in this slender figure. "Ant, you're not up yet?" Looking at the wind-splitting ape in front of him, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow lightly. And the wind-splitting ape standing opposite Chen Chen was completely frozen in place. With his human intelligence, he naturally could hear the sarcasm in Chen Chen's words. This kid is clearly mocking him. Roar! Anger spewed from the wind-splitting ape's heart, and with a roar, it shot forward like lightning. In an instant, the huge and terrifying figure had already arrived in front of Chen Chen. Roar! Another roar. Then, thousands of palm prints fell simultaneously. Their sharpness was more than a bit stronger than the attack of the wind-splitting ape from the east. Seeing this sky full of palm prints, Chen Chen showed no fear on his face. Instead, he smiled lightly. The tip of the spear flicked. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, thousands of spear prints suddenly split apart. Bang! 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 The spear prints collided with the palm prints, creating thousands of ripples in the air in an instant. Almost like a downpour hitting the ground, emitting sharp sounds. Under this outbreak of attacks, the earth began to tremble. Even the people outside the Tower of Heaven and Earth felt their hearts pounding. These two guys, they're really monsters. Everyone was dumbfounded. The wind-splitting ape is a monster, that's a given. But the other person is also a monster. A 4th grade initial stage, no. Now a 4th grade high stage, challenging a 5th grade perfect beast, and in such a casual manner? Who else in the 3 holy martial arts universities established for so many years could do this? No one can. In the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Chen Chen shot out violently. Yin-Yang Chaos Dark Thunder surging. In an instant, a burst of spear shadow shot out suddenly. This spear shadow carried boundless dark thunder power, like a huge meteor cone, shooting towards the wind-splitting ape. Unable to dodge, the wind-splitting ape could only angrily pound its chest, and then a terrifying energy surged out, forming a huge shield. Bang! The cone collided with the shield, emitting a dazzling light. At that moment, another voice rang out. Yin-Yang Chaos Endless Heaven and Earth. The Yin-Yang Chaos Spear cut through the air like a dragon, leaving a hot arc of light between heaven and earth. Then, Chen Chen's martial intent suddenly burst out all over his body, following the spear's attack, surging forward. A look of panic appeared on the wind-splitting ape's face. It raised its arms, gathering energy, and a pair of huge ape claws suddenly appeared, turning into a defensive posture. Boom! The spear shadow clashed with the claw shadow. And in that instant, the wind-splitting ape suddenly retreated several steps, its blood boiling all over. What kind of monster is this human? The wind-splitting ape roared in disbelief. To know that, he initially thought Chen Chen was just an ordinary martial artist of the 4th rank, a mere ant in his presence. However, the performance Chen Chen displayed now made him feel extremely challenged. He had already used his defensive moves twice, yet Chen Chen had broken through both defenses. He even caused him harm? Did I distract you? Yin-Yang Chaos Godslayer Spear. Suddenly, a pure killing intent burst out from Chen Chen's body. The blood-red aura shot up like a pillar of light, soaring into the sky. Boom! The entire 6th floor of the heavenly tower was filled with Chen Chen's blood-red aura, turning everything into a crimson hue. Reflected on the face of the split-winged ape was an extremely twisted expression. And that expression symbolized one thing: fear. Buzz, the intent of the Godslayer spear pierced through the clouds and almost instantly collided with the body of the split-winged ape. This spear intent, unstoppable like a broken bamboo, completely pierced through the split-winged ape's body. A huge bloody hole suddenly appeared. Countless blood splattered out from that bloody hole. Countless faces showed expressions of shock. What kind of monster is this guy? Realm, martial arts, talent, immortal weapon, perfection in all aspects. Who else under the heavens can achieve what Chen Chen has? Compared to Chen Chen, is there really anyone who can be considered anything at all? My goodness, how confident must you be to dare to compete with Chen Chen? I feel like we can already declare in advance that Chen Chen will be the first in this Tricol Grand competition. Countless people discussed fervently, but the awe in their eyes was all directed towards Chen Chen. And on the other side, the 3 who were eliminated by the bloodthirsty split-winged ape. At this moment, they all wore bitter smiles on their faces. They glanced at each other. They felt that the status of being a genius they had built over the past 20 years was crumbling at this moment. How old is Chen Chen really? 2 years younger than them. and he had already reached such heights. Perhaps he was a goal they could never hope to achieve in their entire lives? There are always people better than you, and mountains beyond mountains. Suddenly, these words popped into the minds of the three. The three who were once considered as someone else's children now felt like this title had fallen on Chun Chen. And just then, an angry roar echoed from the screen again, drawing all their attention. Roar! At this moment, the chest wound of the split-winged ape rapidly healed, countless flesh buds grew wildly. At the same time, the body of the split-winged ape suddenly swelled several times, reaching a height of 15 meters, akin to a true giant. The surface of its entire body was covered with a metallic-like brilliance. Obviously, the split-winged ape was ready to fight to the death. Roar! With the final roar, the split-winged ape exerted all its strength and rushed towards Chen Chen. The huge silver claws carried thousands of energy light waves, and vortexes erupted around its body like small tornadoes. The air around crazily dispersed. The oncoming wind had Chen Chen's black hair dancing wildly. I have a spear, but can condense into 3. Realm, martial arts, special abilities. Yin-Yang Chaos Threefold Meteor. 3 different energies suddenly merged together, bursting into the most dazzling light. A terrifying pressure, like a mountain, pressed down, vast and filled with a mysterious aura. It contained the surging waves of the sea and the gentle breeze of the clouds. And this complex yet contradictory power all converged on the tip of Chen Chen's spear. On the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear, there was no longer any light. The only thing left was a faint starlight. A snowy white starlight. However, within this starlight, there contained an immense energy akin to the vastness of the universe. Escape! Escape! We're going to die. When the split-winged ape saw the faint starlight on Chen Chen's gun tip, every hair on its body stood up like silver needles. A sense of imminent death crazily roamed through every cell of its body. This was the brain sending him a signal of danger. Escape! The split-winged ape's body suddenly underwent an astonishing reversal, the force trying to rush forward actually rebounding backward. However, it was all too late. Chen Chen gently pushed out the Chaos Yin-Yang Spear. A dragon traversed the world. The faint starlight suddenly expanded again, with energy waves like pillars of light madly shooting towards the split-winged ape. Boom! Crack! Amidst countless horrified gazes, the energy wave hit the split-winged ape's body, engulfing it in annihilating energy that dissolved its blood, bones, and everything else. At this moment, the split-winged ape, a perfect 5th-grade warrior, perished completely on the spot. Yet Chen Chen's face remained indifferent. Truly, it's boring. The Chaos Yin-Yang Spear turned into countless light particles and disappeared. Around him, vast energies surged. With the power of devouring, Chen Chen absorbed it all into his body. The immense energy caused his realm to undergo another earth-shattering change. At this moment, he had reached the perfect 4th-grade level. Glancing at his palm, a faint smile appeared on Chen Chen's lips. So, this is the power of a perfect 4th-grade warrior. Just a step away from a 5th-grade warrior. Raising his head, Chen Chen stepped over the split-winged ape's body. Then, a dark stream of light burst forth. Chen Chen reached out and grabbed it. A key suddenly appeared in his hand. Is this the key to the 7th floor? Chen Chen's gaze shifted to the entrance of the 7th floor. The Heaven and Earth Tower had been open for decades, yet no prodigy had ever entered the 7th floor to witness its scenery. But he, Chen Chen, became the first. What kind of scenery awaited inside? Let's go! Outside the Heaven and Earth Tower, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Although they had anticipated Chen Chen becoming the first prodigy to clear the 6th floor, they had not expected his speed to be so fast. In seconds. It was all over in seconds. And he hadn't even been injured. How can we compare? We can't. A true prodigy. Everyone was dumbfounded. Almost all the prodigies and elites of the Holy Martial University were gathered here. Looking at the slender figure that effortlessly killed the split-winged ape, a sense of fervor inexplicably welled up in everyone's eyes. Shen God. Regardless of whether the 7th floor was a challenge level or a reward level, that slender figure had completely imprinted itself in their minds. Only Chen Chen could bring such a terrifying shock to them. Perhaps, for the rest of their lives, they would be amazed and astonished whenever Chen Chen's name was mentioned. How can we compare? This guy's strength is already at the level of a senior 4th-grade student, right? Dongfang Ji was helpless. Senior 4th-grade student? I think it's more than that? Wu Jinku smiled bitterly. At least among the senior 4th-grade students, he ranks as the strongest 5th-grade warrior without any doubt. Shang Wanshui also added a few words. Hearing the three of them speak, envy once again appeared in their eyes. Chen Chen's talent truly made their teeth ache. However, just then, a terrifying pressure suddenly spread from outside the cold wind mountain. Everyone's bodies stiffened like statues. Someone is here. And incredibly strong. Before the crowd could react, a middle-aged figure in military uniform had already arrived at the forefront of the entire T&D tower. "Hello, everyone." All eyes turned towards him. And when they saw the middle-aged man's face, each person's expression turned from shock to fervor. General He-Yun, one of the leaders of the Eastern War Zone, a semi-saint-level powerhouse, once single-handedly stopped a top-tier powerhouse of 30,000 beast army. Seeing the awe in everyone's eyes, He-Yun smiled lightly. "He-Yun, you finally made it." Lin Wudi smiled gently. "Of course, I had to come." A hint of joy flashed in He-Yun's eyes. It seemed he was the first to arrive? After the initial shock, confusion appeared on everyone's faces. After all, the three schools competition was meant to select true combat geniuses for the military region, but such assessments were usually done through video reviews, so it was impossible for these generals to be present in person. Could something have happened? Before anyone could react, another middle-aged man in military uniform appeared. Everyone gasped in shock. This is General Letian Lu, one of the leaders of the Western War Zone. Before the crowd could react, two more figures stood in front of the T&D tower. Everyone was dumbfounded. General Qin Li Qin from the Northern War Zone. General Li Tali from the Southern War Zone. Everyone froze in place. These four generals were all high-ranking officers, even reaching semi-saint level, on par with their principal. And now, these four generals had all come to Cold Wind Mountain together? What on earth was happening? Confusion filled the eyes of the crowd. "Oh, old He, you're running so fast? Ha, your strength hasn't diminished over the years." Letian from the Western War Zone chuckled. "You're fast too, Letian. Your divine wing didn't help, otherwise, you would have been the first to arrive." Xinli from the Northern War Zone laughed. "Standing so stiff, I doubt you can even break through time and space." Li Ta's temper was impatient as he spoke bluntly. He-Yun looked at his three old friends and smiled. Due to the border wars, they hadn't gathered in a long time. He never expected to come together for this. But now, it was time to get down to business. The next moment, He-Yun's words left all the talented students standing there like wooden chickens. "Are you all here to compete for Chen? Wishing you all eternal life, and by the way, seeking gifts. I suppose you're all here to vie for Chen?" He-Yun crossed his arms, smiling slightly. His calm voice echoed throughout the venue. All the talented students were stunned in place. Whether they were freshmen, sophomores, or juniors, their souls seemed to be drawn away. To compete for Chen? Dongfang Ji twisted his head. This kid is truly speechless. Shangwan Shui shook her head. No wonder. Wu Jin showed a bitter smile. If everyone was here to compete for this extraordinary talent, then everything made sense. After all, this three schools competition was meant to select talents for the military. With the emergence of such top talents, it was bound to attract various competitions. Letian, on the side, upon hearing He-Yun's words, just smiled lightly. After all, he's a monstrous genius that everyone wants to compete for. Letian also smiled lightly. Suddenly, the four generals cast their gazes towards the Tower of Heaven and Earth. It seems that only Chen is still inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Let me see. Oh, he has actually reached the 7th level. Li Ta, with his robust stature, raised an eyebrow in astonishment. It's worth noting that in the many sessions of the three schools' grand competition, hardly anyone has reached the 7th level of the tower. And now, Chen has broken this rule. Not only that, look at the momentum on Chen. Among the four generals, Qin Li's eyes shone. Ultimate immortal artifact, dual heavenly talents. No, it seems there's also a devouring power. His martial arts and artistic conception attainments are also extremely terrifying. He-Yun added. In an instant, everyone once again realized the terror of Chen. This kid is definitely the most terrifying genius in nearly a dozen years. Since we're all here, should we watch the test on the 7th level together? Lin Wudi chuckled. The four generals' figures changed in a blink of an eye, appearing in the audience seats of the principals. Didn't expect all three of you guys to be here. Li Ta chuckled. Everyone smiled at each other. Hundreds of years ago, these seven were the main force fighting against ferocious beasts. Since the martial saint issued corresponding tasks, it had been difficult for them to meet face to face in reality. And now, they were meeting because of a young man? Many emotions surged within everyone. Alright, let's focus on watching Chen inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth. The kid Chen has reached the 7th level. Lin Wudi took a sip of tea and pointed to Chen on the 7th level of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. This kid, he might create another miracle. Speaking of which, what level of ferocious beast will be the opponent on the 7th level of the Tower of Heaven and Earth? At this moment, Lin Wudi's teacup paused, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Interesting. Inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Qin Shen had already reached the 7th level. The 7th level was an extremely vast land. In this open expanse, there stood a slender figure directly ahead. Is this the ferocious beast of the 7th level? A primate-type ferocious beast? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. However, as he took a step closer, he suddenly noticed the appearance of the slender figure standing in front of him. So it's like this. Before Chen Shen's eyes, there stood another Chen Shen. This Chen Shen was completely identical in temperament, pressure, and physique. Even the confidence in the eyes was almost perfectly replicated. The assessment on the 7th level of the Tower of Heaven and Earth was quite simple. It was a simulated battle. Self versus self. It's known that only oneself can understand oneself the best, and only oneself can defeat oneself the best. It seems this is the test left by the predecessors of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. There was no trace of fear in Chen Shen's eyes. Instead, a strong sense of battle intent ignited. For a long time, a very long time, Chen Shen had not used his full strength in battle. Before he could finish speaking, the corner of the other Chen Shen's mouth suddenly lifted, and then, a golden spear appeared in his hand. Boom! Realm of God slaying. Before Chen Shen could even adopt a defensive posture, the phantom Chen Shen rushed towards him aggressively. The yin-yang chaos spear in his hand tore through the air in swathes. Within it, there was a mysterious martial intent and the domineering killing intent of the god-slaying spear. Almost, close to 100% perfection. Watching the enlarged spear in his line of sight, Chen Shen grinned. Without any hesitation, the yin-yang chaos spear was thrust out. Buzz! The collision between the two spears sent out a brilliant light. Buzz! Feeling the immense force surging in his hand, Chen Shen was extremely excited. So strong? Truly worthy of me. And his words naturally spread to the outside world. In the outside world, countless heavenly arrogants swallowed their pride. Normally, they would mock Chen Shen for his arrogance. But in the current situation where Chen Shen was completely outperforming them, they dared not utter a word. I like this kind of confidence. He-Yun chuckled. You like it? It's almost annoying to me. Li Ta gave He-Yun a disdainful look. The love for talent is inherent in everyone, especially for someone as extraordinary as Chen Shen. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the battle in the Heaven and Earth Tower continued. Bang! Clang! Boom! Snap! The true meaning of martial arts clashed with the intent of the Godslayer spear, unleashing waves of red and golden light. Each wave of light caused the Heaven and Earth Tower to tremble. Bang! Chen Shen took a few steps back, looking at the figure in front of him, and chuckled. Don't you want to put in more effort? The figure in front of him paused for a moment, then his eyes filled with darkness. With a loud bang, the figure suddenly disappeared from its original position, leaving behind a huge crater. When the figure reappeared, it was already in front of Chen Shen. Dark Thunder, Godslayer, Eternal Heaven. 3 completely different yet integrated forces exploded destructively like Chen Shen before. The yin-yang chaos spear seemed capable of sweeping through heaven and earth, heading straight for Chen Shen. But Chen Shen remained unfazed, retaliating with the same move. Boom! The two identical energies collided like erupting volcanoes, shaking the earth and distorting the air. When the tide receded, the two stood on either side of the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower. In the middle, a huge crater appeared, possibly several yards deep. This Chen Shen is truly a monster. He's mastered everything so well. Even if I practice for 10 years, I won't catch up to his current progress. Sigh. Who made him a genius? But it seems like neither Chen Shen nor his shadow can defeat each other. With this in mind, the crowd fell into contemplation. This kind of battle could push Chen Shen's strength to its limit. However, it also revealed a problem in this collision. Chen Shen was definitely no match for his shadow. Remember, behind the shadow is the energy of the Heaven and Earth Tower. In other words, the energy source of Chen Shen's shadow is limitless. If Chen Shen's energy runs out, failure awaits him. Except for a few, most heavenly arrogants still hoped for Chen Shen's success. After all, no one has ever cleared the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands, this kid doesn't know how to break the deadlock. Bu Xinfeng squinted his eyes. There is a way. He-Yun, a major general in the military, chuckled, seeing Chen Shen's imposing manner. He probably has comprehended the third. No, the 4th kind of supernatural talent, right? Lin Wudi nodded. Old He's insight is quite sharp. He-Yun continued, if Chen Shen can harness his 4th kind of ability well, perhaps he can win. But the premise is that Chen Shen can utilize it properly. The 4 major generals looked on with anticipation. They knew that regardless of whether Chen Shen could complete the challenge of the 7th floor, they had to secure Chen Shen today. On the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Tower, Two figures, like flowing light, collided once again. Their long spears pierced each other. With the replenishment of the tower's energy, the Shadow Chen Chen's Yin-Yang Chaos Spear almost matched Chun Chen's. After separating once again, the Shadow Chun Chen looked at Chun Chen and finally revealed a contemptuous smile. Your energy seems to be running out. Next, I'll deal with you. The illusory Chen Chen raised his long spear, pouring out a vast amount of energy that almost flooded the entire 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. On the other side, Chen Chen squinted his eyes and revealed a faint smile. It's hard to imagine that even my personality can be imitated. I wonder, what will happen next? By the way, do you know about my devouring ability? Chen Chen asked curiously. However, what greeted him was an energy pillar powerful enough to pierce through heaven and earth. The energy pillar, like a dragon, let out a deafening roar. Then, the pillar, mixed with darkness, thunder, holiness, golden light, and the color of God-slaying blood, surged forward. It's over. Chen Chen is going to lose. The 7th floor is really not something a person can handle. Fighting against oneself, who can win? Yeah, but it's impressive. We've already reached the 7th floor. Before everyone could finish their thoughts, the next moment left them all stunned in place. On the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Chen Chen raised his hand, and suddenly, a black hole over 10 zhang in size appeared in his palm. This black hole contained an incomparable devouring power. This devouring power, it's stronger than mine. Shang Tianlei was extremely shocked. No, to be precise, my devouring power can only devour thunder, while Chen Chen's devouring power can devour everything. How is that possible? How many kinds of innate abilities does he have? Before everyone could react, the energy beam bursting out from the illusion was completely swallowed by Chen Chen's black hole. Swish! The vast energy was completely dissipated, leaving behind bewildered gazes in Chen Chen, who had returned to his original state. This kid is truly a monster. He-Yun, Li-Tian, Li-Ta, and Qinli, the 4 great generals, all lit up with admiration. It's not uncommon to find people with strong innate talents and comprehensive attributes. However, to possess such a strong devouring ability and self-recovery energy on top of that is extremely rare. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, looking at the bewildered illusion, Chen Chen smiled lightly. It took a lot of effort to imitate the energy I displayed on the first 6 floors. However, did you not bother to study my devouring ability? It seems like your Tower of Heaven and Earth is also flawed. Chen Chen waved his hand, completely absorbing the last strand of mixed energy, feeling the vigorous energy in his body, and chuckled. The illusion of Chen Chen in front of him seemed to be provoked by his words. At the beginning of the imitation, he indeed did not delve deep into Chen Chen's devouring ability, but he never expected Chen Chen's devouring ability to be so terrifying. Thinking of this, the illusion of Chen Chen waved his hand, and countless energies surged from the Tower of Heaven and Earth, rushing into his body. However, at that moment, 4 black holes the size of several zhang suddenly appeared behind Chen Chen. The 4 black holes twisted frantically, releasing a huge suction force that absorbed all the energy that was supposed to converge on the illusion. How is this possible? The illusion of Chen Chen completely lost control, trying to summon the ownership of the energy but still unable to control it. Meanwhile, outside, SR level is an innate ability above SSR, and it's particularly related to devouring. The 4 generals and 3 principals made simultaneous analyses. In that brief analysis, everyone was shocked. This guy, what kind of monster is he? Can even the 4 great martial saints not achieve this level? Before everyone could finish their analysis, Chen Chen had completely absorbed all the energy that had gathered. His realm had also reached the peak of the 4th rank perfection, only 1 step away from the 5th grade warrior. Then, Chen Chen raised his head and cast his gaze on the illusion of himself in front of him. It's just you left. The illusory Chen Chen suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He burst out violently, knowing he had to deal with Chen Chen immediately. However, his realm was not the same as Chen Chen's current realm. He was only simulating the previous Chen Chen. Chen Chen shook his head and revealed a faint smile. False? Dare to confront reality? Such baseless confidence. In an instant, Chen Chen raised the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear high, then leaned back, like a huge spring. Boom! The spring twisted rapidly and then burst out. Boom! In a flash, the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear turned into a meteor, piercing towards the illusory figure in the world. Swish! Amid countless astonished gazes, the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear suddenly pierced into the chest of the illusory Chen Chen. You lose, deceiver. Chen Chen smiled lightly. The illusory Chen Chen glanced at Chen Chen, then at the long spear in his chest, finally turning into countless particles of light. Then, Chen Chen raised his hand and absorbed the energy of the light particles. A vast aura gushed from Chun Chen's body, and Chen Chen's realm also reached the initial stage of the 5th grade. Finally, broke through to the 5th grade. 5th grade initial stage, devouring supernatural powers against the heavens. At this moment, Chen Chen once again displayed an extremely terrifying power. At this moment, Chen Chen completely shattered their imagination of the prodigy, breaking the 7th layer's curse, truly becoming the top student of the 3 holy martial arts universities. This guy is truly terrifying. I'm ready to kneel down and worship him. Bro, aren't you the top scholar of your province? What scholar? Not even a match for Chen. I want to add Chen as a contact. Do the brothers and sisters of Xianyuan Martial Arts University have any? Damn, you're so green. After a brief silence, the crowd suddenly erupted into intense discussions. In their eyes, there was a mixture of fanaticism and envy. Chen Chen truly shocked them. On the other side, in the audience seats of the deans and directors, they were equally shocked. The 7th layer record has indeed been broken. Gulinghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shinti exclaimed simultaneously. I knew it. Xing Tianyi jumped up in excitement, his face full of joy. He looked at the deans and directors from all sides. This is my student. I personally taught him. At the same time, another middle-aged man also jumped up. It was the excited Lin Jianfeng. He pointed to his chest, then pointed to Chen Chen. Did you see that? This is the student I recruited. Seeing Lin Jianfeng and Xing Tianyi's excitement, the deans had no thoughts on their faces. Instead, they felt extremely envious. Finding a student like Chen Chen was truly a blessing for them. In the main audience seats of the principals, the reactions of the 4 generals and 3 principals, though not as visibly excited, stirred up waves in their hearts that could not be measured with any words. Let's have fair competition later, shall we? Heyun looked at the ready-to-snatch talents, Li Tian, Li Ta, and Qinli, and said. The 3 generals nodded. As for how they would compete later, it would depend on how tempting the olive branches they extended were. Currently, there is great pressure on the border. If they could recruit a true monster back, train them, it might become a great help for the human race to counterattack. Speaking of which, do you know what the reward for the final level of the Heaven and Earth Tower is? At this moment, the principal of the Azure Sky University, Yi Yang, asked in confusion. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. It should be noted that the Heaven and Earth Tower did not appear out of thin air. At that time, the human race had not yet reclaimed its lost territories, and even this Cold Wind Forest and Cold Wind Mountain were territories ruled by ferocious beasts. And at that time, there were 10 martial saints in the world. One of them, a martial saint of heaven and earth, engaged in a battle with a beast saint right here. In the end, the martial saint of heaven and earth suppressed the beast saint at the cost of his own life. Knowing that his own end was near, the martial saint of heaven and earth dispersed the energy connecting heaven and earth, eventually forming this heaven and earth tower. Perhaps one could obtain the inheritance of the martial saint of heaven and earth? Murmured Bush Feng to himself. Suddenly, everyone quieted down. The inheritance of a martial saint, any kind, would be enough to benefit a person for a lifetime. With awe in their eyes, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. The inheritance of a martial saint, truly captivating. Inside the heaven and earth tower, Chen Chen slightly stabilized his own realm. Since entering the tower, his realm had reached the initial stage of the 5th rank, which already satisfied him greatly. This trip was truly worthwhile. After the 3 schools' grand competition, I can go to another place in the Cold Wind Forest to undergo the assessment for the Purgatory and Sky Law. But before that, I need to explore the treasure of the 7th level of the Heaven and Earth Tower. Chen Chen raised his right hand slightly, holding a pitch-black key in his hand. And at some point, a pitch-black door panel appeared in the center of the 7th level in front of him. Chen Chen walked in slowly and then inserted the key. At the moment the key was inserted, the pitch-black door panel slowly opened. Subsequently, a light gradually emerged. Within the door panel sat an old man in a long robe with a kind face. The old man smiled gently at Chen Chen. Finally, someone has passed the test I set up. Chen Chen was slightly stunned and asked, "Who are you?" The old man stood up, his figure completely revealed on the screen. "I am the martial saint of heaven and earth." Martial saints did not have personal names, only titles. And at this moment, the title of this martial saint was the martial saint of heaven and earth. Overbearing, arrogant, supreme. When the 4 words martial saint of heaven and earth spread throughout the mountaintop of Cold Wind Mountain through the screen, everyone fell silent. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The martial saint of heaven and earth? That's the martial saint in textbooks. Oh my god, a martial saint. So passing the heaven and earth tower allows one to receive the inheritance of the martial saint of heaven and earth. Chen Chen is so lucky. No, Chen Chen isn't just lucky, he's powerful. I'm so envious. Everyone showed a hint of envy towards Chen Chen. In the audience seats of the principal, everyone revealed expressions of no surprise. Is it really the inheritance of the martial saint of heaven and earth? This kid is truly lucky. Bushfang's eyes were full of envy. If this inheritance were given to him, perhaps he could challenge the threshold of becoming a martial saint. However, giving it to Chen Chen was the most cost-effective way. Chen Chen's talent is the strongest in hundreds of years. Perhaps, relying on Chen Chen's power could lead the human race out of the era dominated by ferocious beasts. The other 6 individuals had the same thoughts. Their limits had already been reached. It was uncertain if they could break through even after receiving the inheritance of the martial saint. But Chen Chen was full of infinite hope. Leaving the inheritance to him was absolutely the right thing to do, without a doubt. At this moment, in the 7th level, Chen Chen looked at the kind old man before him, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Sigh. Chen Chen shook his head. The martial saint of heaven and earth in front of him wore a puzzled expression as he looked at Chen Chen and opened his hands. Child, don't you want to accept my inheritance? My way of heaven and earth can help you make further progress in martial arts. Looking at Chen Chen's reaction, everyone was utterly confused. Wasn't that the inheritance of the martial saint of heaven and earth? Was Chen Chen refusing it? However, just a moment ago, Chen Chen heard a voice in his mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 5th rank warrior level, gaining a chance to sign in. Automatic sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Exploration, capable of exploring all things. And as Chen Chen raised his head to look at the martial saint of heaven and earth, a few words appeared. Martial saint of heaven and earth. Note, this 10th rank martial saint of heaven and earth is disguised as the 10th rank saint of the beast clan, Abysus, realm. 6th rank grandmaster initial stage, fallen. Thank you for your support. Additional progress, 5/40ths, everyone, please support by voting for more updates. Thank you all. When everyone looked puzzled, a single sentence from Chen Chen filled their faces with astonishment. Are you really the martial saint of heaven and earth? You say so? Abysus. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They had learned about the martial saint of heaven and earth in textbooks, and they had also learned about Abysus in textbooks. One of the 10 saints of the ferocious beast race, wielding the power of flames. The terrifying beast saint who dealt a huge blow to the human race 600 years ago. However, after being suppressed by the martial saint of heaven and earth, he ultimately survived in the cold wind forest. And now, Chen Chen actually said that the martial saint before him was Abysus? How could that be possible? While everyone was still in disbelief, the 4 great generals and 3 headmasters all had a drastic change in their expressions at the same time. Not good. Lin Wudi was the first to react, his hands gently reaching out, about to tear through space. Buzz, suddenly, a layer of invisible barrier enveloped the periphery of the Tower of Heaven and Earth, and these barriers completely sealed off all means. In other words, at this moment, outsiders could not enter the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Unless a warrior of the martial saint level came. Abysus is still alive? Bushfang's face was extremely ugly. No, not alive. He has taken over the body of the martial saint of heaven and earth. Yi Yang's face was equally grim. Chen Chen is in danger. Shuyun and the other 4 generals retracted their hands that were about to break the seal. It seemed that the strength of the martial saint of heaven and earth had fallen to the level of a 6th rank grandmaster. However, a grandmaster formed by the convergence of 2 saints. How could Chen Chen, a 5th rank initial stage warrior, deal with that? Even if Chen Chen had exceptional talent, it would still be extremely difficult. I'll call on the martial saint of the furious wind to come over. Shuyun immediately sent a message to the martial saint of the furious wind. The martial saint of the furious wind. He was one of the 4 martial saints guarding the border at the moment, and he was the fastest among the 4 martial saints. How long will it take for him to arrive? Lin Wudi looked anxiously at the Tower of Heaven and Earth. At least a minute. Shuyun responded. 1 minute. Everyone's hearts tightened suddenly, looking at Chen Chen's slender figure, their palms unconsciously sweating. Chen Chen, you must hold on. Inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, the smile of the martial saint of heaven and earth, Abysus, suddenly stiffened. Abysus looked at Chen Chen with astonishment, showing a hint of incredulity. How could you see through my disguise? Chen Chen took a few steps back, smiling lightly. Ants, just ants. Seeing through the disguise of ants, isn't that normal? Everyone was shocked beyond belief. Ants? Chen Chen actually referred to a martial saint level powerhouse as ants? The expressions of the crowd changed slightly. However, inside the black door panel, Abysius's face darkened completely. So gloomy, as if water could drip from it. I didn't expect. It's been a long time. How dare a human dare to call me ants? Truly ignorant. Boom. Before Chen Shen could react, a dark flame claw suddenly descended from the sky. Chen Shen's pupils contracted. His right hand suddenly condensed into a yin-yang chaos spear. Eternal Day, God Slayer, one spear break. A glimmer of light burst out from the spear. However, under the pounding of the black fire claw, Chen Shen suddenly retreated dozens of steps, and the ground in front of him had already been scorched with several gullies by the flames. Abysus slowly walked out from the door panel. Looking at Chen Shen, a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. I originally wanted to send you to the abyss, refine your soul, and then take over your body. But I didn't expect you to be so clever. In that case, I can only make the final contribution for the Beast Clan. Abysus raised his hand, and on his fingertip, a sphere completely condensed from dark flames suddenly appeared. That is, to kill you. In the vast space, that round sphere was like a dim sun, carrying immense energy, rushing violently. Looking at the dim sun in front of him, Chen Shen's eyes narrowed, knowing he couldn't hold back. God-slaying realm. Perfect eternal law. Dark thunder ability. In an instant, Chen Shen had already pushed them to the extreme. Boom! Two vast energies collided, erupting in unprecedented light. However, as the light disappeared, a figure suddenly burst out of the light. Human! Die for me! Abysus's face erupted into a mad smile, and his hands had already condensed into towering black fire claws. His black fire claws struck down towards Chen Shen. In his current state, he would definitely attract the attention of human martial saint-level powerhouses. In other words, he couldn't escape. In that case, he chose to do his best to completely kill the human in front of him, whom he called an ant, to relieve his hatred. He had already seen that Chen Shen's realm, talent, immortal tools, comprehension, absolutely made him a peerless powerhouse. Such a powerhouse must not be allowed to grow. Dark fire burns the world. Abysus roared, and the terrifying dark fire struck down towards Chen Shen. Under such terrifying energy impact, an ordinary 6th grade warrior would probably not even have time to retreat. Not to mention Chen Shen, who was only at the 5th grade initial stage. How can this be fought? They are completely not on the same level. Why aren't the principals and generals going to save Chen Shen? It's over. It's over. Chen Shen won't die, right? He won't. Believe in Chen Shen. Everyone present was extremely nervous. Perhaps some of them were jealous and disdainful of Chen Shen. But this kind of disdain only existed in the internal conflicts of the human race. Faced with ferocious beasts, they only wanted to eliminate them. Other countries may not understand. But this is in Daxia, a unity derived from Daxia. Chen Shen, you must hold on. As the two huge fire claws in front of him continued to expand in his line of sight, Chen Shen dared not slack off in the slightest. Standing in front of him was a true martial saint powerhouse. Even though he had fallen to the 6th grade grandmaster realm. But the combat experience and Dao experience left by a martial saint were definitely not something he could match. I must give it my all. Chen Shen suddenly raised the yin-yang chaos spear, driving his devouring power to the extreme. I have a spear, named Devouring Heaven. In an instant, an incredibly terrifying devouring force, like a volcano of 1,000 years, erupted completely. In a flash, a vast devouring force suddenly burst out from the yin-yang chaos spear. Boom! The ultimate dark light almost filled the entire space. The terrifying devouring force collided completely with Abysus's dark flame. Two intense energies clashed in mid-air, causing a terrifying friction. Everyone heard a bang. Abysus's dark flame instantly pierced through Chen Shen's devouring force, rushing towards Chen Shen's figure. Chen Shen's expression changed, and huge shields suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. And 10 immensely huge dark thunder giant hands, each hand holding a shadow of the yin-yang chaos spear. Buzz! 11 giant spears simultaneously thrust out, their fierce energy almost tearing through the air, rushing towards Abysus. As a saint of the Beast Clan, Abysus had experienced countless battles. He coldly smiled, reaching out his hand and grabbing a long knife constructed of flames. A slash! The terrifying power of the dark flame poured out. At the moment of collision with the 11 spear shadows, the two figures clashed again in the sky. Each collision occurred in an instant. The energy ripples spread out, causing the nearby ground to tremble continuously. After the recoil, Chen Shen released his devouring force, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, nourishing himself, and then launching another attack towards Abysus. In the face of such a saint, Chen Shen dared not be careless. This person was the most terrifying opponent he had ever faced in his life. Isn't Chen Shen actually comparable to Abysus? Am I not mistaken? Damn! He can now rival a Grandmaster level expert. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Just now, Shen Shen had just entered the 5th rank, but now, he could fight on par with the Grandmaster Abysus. The shock in everyone's hearts was beyond words. If they were to fight, they estimated that one round would lead to instant death. In the audience seats of the principal, Lin Wudi and others couldn't help but sweat in their palms. Although the situation was evenly matched now, they were well aware that Abysus had not yet exerted his full strength, and was even playing with Chen Shen in the battle. 20 seconds left. The arrival of the Wind Saint, with only 20 seconds left. We must hold on. Everyone's hearts were tense, their eyes fixed on the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Chen Shen was the most outstanding genius in recent years, and they absolutely could not allow anything to happen to him in front of them. Meanwhile, on the Tower of Heaven and Earth, two streams of light collided once again, then separated, standing at opposite ends of the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Human, your talent is the highest I've seen in all these years. In 500 years, has the human race finally produced a warrior who can enter the God of War level? Abysus looked at Chen Shen with an incredulous expression. He attacked Chen Shen with lethal strikes, each move aimed at a fatal blow. His methods were varied, yet Chen Shen could react time and time again, even improving his combat skills in actual combat, getting better with each fight. This kind of talent made even Abysus, a saint, feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Chen Shen held the spear with one hand and smiled lightly. Thank you for the compliment. If you don't show some real skills, it will be your end. Upon hearing this, Abysus was slightly stunned, then revealed a fierce smile. Am I the one who will die? Such a big talker, this child. The Wind Saint is rushing here, you have about 10 seconds left. Enough to kill you. Dark Flame Abyssal Territory. In an instant, Abysus clapped his hands together. Boom! Vast energy gushed out from Abysus' body. Then, blending with dark flames, it rapidly spread throughout the entire 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. At this moment, the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth had completely transformed into a hellish scene. Intense heat, darkness, even the miserable cries of human souls could be heard. Chen Shen's eyes flashed with killing intent. You're dead. Abysus spread his arms. You will soon become one of them. Abyssal Hell Dark Flame Kill. Buzz. From all directions, numerous dark flame pillars suddenly shot up from the lava, heading towards Chen Shen's body. The speed was so fast, surpassing everyone Chen Shen had seen before. It's over. Abysus' signature move. Chen Shen, you must hold on. Oh my god. Watching the dark flame pillars spreading in Chen Shen's eyes, he let out a sigh. It seems I really have to go all out this time. Abysus was slightly stunned, then revealed an even more manic smile. Human, are you kidding me? Before he could finish speaking, Abysus' voice abruptly stopped. Behind Chen Shen, a pair of wings formed by dark thunder hands suddenly flapped. Then, his eyes turned into two extremely terrifying black hole lights. The terrifying thunder and the darkness of the abyss mixed within his body. Then, burst out freely. In an instant, eerie runes climbed up Chen Shen's face, palms, and other places. In just a moment, Chen Shen's golden Yin-Yang Chaos Spear even turned into darkness. Do you think only you have a trump card? Dark Devour Thunderous Domain. In an instant, 3 innate abilities surged out of Chen Shen's body. They soared into the sky, shattering all the dark flame pillars around. With an overwhelming force, they completely squeezed back the energy waves spreading from the abyssal hell. Then, within the Tower of Heaven and Earth, 2 completely different domains appeared. One was filled with lava, dark flames, and evil abyssal hell. The other was filled with darkness, black holes, and thunderous lightning thunderous domain. In the expanding space, these 2 domains actually reached a point where they were evenly matched. Faintly, thunderous domain even seemed to be overpowering the abyssal hell. Everyone was stunned. They sensed a sense of crisis emanating from Chen Shen's aura. A sense of impending death. Is this Chen Shen's true strength? So powerful. It's too terrifying. Damn. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the 3 principals and the 4 grand principals were shocked beyond belief. Chen Shen. The impact he brought to them was immense. Inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Abysus also felt that something was wrong. He looked at Chen Shen, and endless dark flames gushed out of his eyes. A mere human. How can he be so powerful? His realm could completely crush Chen Shen's. And now, he was actually being suppressed and beaten? How can a mere human be so powerful? Abysus was internally shaken. It should be noted that Chen Shen was just a 5th grade warrior, and his current strength was at the early stage of the 6th grade. With this level of advancement, his strength was not considered weak. However, at this moment, he was actually overpowering Chen Shen. This guy must be killed. Abysus had a premonition that if he didn't kill Chen Shen here and now, Chen Shen would definitely become a great threat to the Beast Clan in the future. In an instant, endless killing intent burst out of his eyes. So be it. I won't let you off. Hell's Abyss Ultimate Showdown. Boom! Abysius's body suddenly contorted, and the power of dark flames within him was pushed to the extreme. Almost in the blink of an eye, Abysius had already appeared in front of Chen Shen. He raised his hands and struck down like heavy hammers. Chen Shen, unwilling to back down, unleashed dark thunder and devouring power between his hands. Dark thunder surged. Devouring absorption. Bang! The two bodies collided rapidly, and the area around them quickly underwent various changes. However, after Chen Shen devoured the dark flames, the energy that emerged back empowered his dark thunder, making it even more terrifying. In a matter of moments, Chen Shen seemed to have started to overpower Abysius. Moreover, the thunderous domain around them continued to provide him with energy incessantly. In other words, Chen Shen now was no less than a perpetual motion machine. Everyone was stunned. Chen Shen is pressing down Abysius? Damn! Is he this strong? Oh my god! The gloom in everyone's hearts was instantly swept away. Judging by the current situation, Chen Shen was clearly gaining the upper hand, right? Everyone was extremely surprised, showing expressions of utter disbelief. Inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Abysius also sensed that something was amiss. This kid! I must kill him now! Abysius's face darkened completely, and the killing intent within him surged uncontrollably. Boom! Abysius raised his hands, and his body suddenly expanded several times, towering at 5 meters in an instant. Everything will end here. Chen Shen chuckled, I think so too. With the dark long spear in hand, wings of flesh dancing wildly, runes shimmering, Chen Shen's mouth gradually curled up. He enjoyed the feeling of power filling his body. Hell's Abyss penetration. In an instant, Abysius's right hand produced a huge spear. The dark flames condensed from all directions rushed into his dark flame spear at a frantic speed. At that moment, Abysius lunged out explosively, the long spear bursting towards Chen Shen with irresistible force. Under this vast energy, even the air seemed to be subtly distorted. As the dark flame spear in his line of sight kept enlarging, Chen Shen took a step back, tightly gripping the dark long spear in his hand. Thunderous Domain 5 Saints Strike. In an instant, the thunderous domain around him swiftly enveloped Chen Shen's Yin-Yang Chaos Spear. Thunder, devouring, darkness, eternity, godslaying merged into a single point of starlight on the long spear. Then, the spear was thrust out. Boom! Amid countless astonished gazes, the two suddenly collided. A dazzling light burst out completely, enveloping the entire 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. What's happening? Who won? What's going on? Not only were the students below tense, but even the dean, principal, and the 4 generals standing in the audience were extremely nervous. They didn't want anything to happen to Chen Shen. However, at that moment, before anyone could react, a figure in a white robe appeared on the top of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Instantly, a fierce wind rose, and an invisible force completely enveloped the tower. Wind Martial Saint. When everyone's gaze turned to the figure in the white robe, they all gasped in shock. The newcomer was none other than. However, one of the 4 great martial saints of the current dasha is the martial saint of the Furious Wind. The martial saint of the Furious Wind raised a hand to signal for silence. Today's matter, do not spread it around. Chen Shen is fine, everyone can retreat to outside the main venue and wait for further instructions. Before the crowd could react, they only felt the world spinning around them, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived outside the venue. Apart from the 3 principals and 4 generals, the remaining deans and directors were also transported simultaneously. The martial saint of the Furious Wind must be going to rescue Chen Shen. Oh my! The martial saint actually rushed over in person to save Chen Shen. What an honor is this! Everyone was extremely envious. It must be noted that the martial saint is the most terrifying force in today's dasha and also holds the most prestigious position. And now, coming voluntarily from the border, how could they not be envious? Lao Xing, don't be nervous, the martial saint of the Furious Wind is here, everything will be safe. Dean Gu Linghan patted Xing Tiany's shoulder. Xing Tiany looked into the venue as if trying to see Chen Shen's situation inside through it. I hope Chen Shen is okay. He must hold on. Unlike the noisy outside world, the venue at this moment was filled with silence. Martial Saint of the Furious Wind, aren't you going to save? Lin Wudi was about to speak but was interrupted by the raised hand of the Martial Saint of the Furious Wind. Sometimes, there is no need for us to intervene, right? Upon hearing this, the 3 principals and 4 generals suddenly froze. And when they looked at the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth, everyone was stunned in place. Chen Shen, not dead? No! Chen Shen killed Abysus. On the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Abysus's body and that slender figure were standing back to back with a distance of 10 feet between them. Chen Shen calmly raised his spear, loosened his grip, and the chaos spear suddenly turned into a sky full of golden light, disappearing without a trace. And behind him, Abysus's body trembled slightly. He looked incredulously at the huge hole in his chest. In his eyes, there was an expression of disbelief that he had lived for thousands of years. A human, a mere 5th grade beginner human, actually killed him? Although Abysus had dominated the realms of humans and beasts for so long, it was not until now, feeling his life force fading away, that his mind became clearer. Monster. A monster from the human race, a true monster. Abysus turned his head in disbelief, looking at Chen Shen's slender figure. The beast race is finished. Everyone was generating electricity for love. Maybe there will be more updates tomorrow. Abysus fell. Blood slowly flowed out. His eyes widened in disbelief, revealing an expression of astonishment. Outside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, everyone also showed faces of shock. Chen Chen really did it? Lin Wudi clicked his tongue, his mind blank. This guy is truly a monster. Bush Feng and Ye Yang both marveled at the same time. It should be noted that Chen Chen is still just a student whose strength has reached the 5th grade beginner level. For the 4 generals, their eyes were filled with longing. If they were to take Chen Chen under their wing, they might welcome a future star who could reach the level of a martial saint. The martial saint of the furious wind also crossed his arms. Looking at Chen Chen, his eyes were full of admiration. 4 kinds of extraordinary talents. This guy is truly a born warrior. Even with such talent, it makes me envious. Once again, everyone was shocked. Chen Shen's talent was truly terrifying, making people's scalps tingle. Next, you all stay here. My old friend and I have something to discuss. The Mad Wind Martial Saint waved his hand lightly, and when he appeared, he had already arrived inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Chen Shen looked at the sudden appearance of the old man, and his insightful eyes gently released a glint. Mad Wind Martial Saint, Realm, 10th rank Martial Saint, Ability, Unknown. Chen Shen respectfully bowed and saluted. Mad Wind Martial Saint, greetings to you. Even without the insight of his eyes, Chen Shen was aware of the Mad Wind Martial Saint. As a martial saint, his picture would appear in all textbooks. The Mad Wind Martial Saint smiled lightly. Good, everything is fine. I really didn't expect you to be able to defeat Abysus. Although Abysus's realm is at the master initial stage, and even faintly on the verge of falling into the 5th rank martial warrior, he is not someone an ordinary master can compare to. Chen Shen smiled. It was just a stroke of luck. Luck? The Mad Wind Martial Saint shook his head. If luck could give you strength, over the many years in Daxia, there wouldn't be many lucky kids. Chen Shen chuckled speechlessly, then continued to bow and said, thank you for your reinforcement. The Mad Wind Martial Saint waved his hand. It's only natural. Killing ferocious beasts is our human race's duty. However, I came here for another reason. The Mad Wind Martial Saint looked towards the top of the Tower of Heaven and Earth, where there was a domed roof in the shape of a circle, as if engraved with the heavens and the earth. Heaven and Earth, aren't you coming out? Amidst everyone's astonishment, a figure suddenly appeared on the 7th floor of the Tower of Heaven and Earth. The face of that figure bore a kind smile. Chen Shen bowed. Heaven and Earth Martial Saint, greetings to you. The Heaven and Earth Martial Saint was slightly taken aback, then looked at Chen Shen with satisfaction. You. Not bad. The Mad Wind Martial Saint gave the Heaven and Earth Martial Saint a disdainful look. Not bad? He almost died, and you didn't come out to help. If Chen Shen had perished, you, as the Heaven and Earth Martial Saint, would bear the great sin of our human race. The Heaven and Earth Martial Saint smiled lightly. Mad Wind, after so many years, you should change your temper a bit. We're all hundreds of years old, and you're still casually labeling people? The Mad Wind Martial Saint snorted. You old thing. I know you have a remnant soul inside the Tower of Heaven and Earth. When a few of us brothers came to find you back then, you didn't come out. Chen Shen's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the Mad Wind Martial Saint and the Heaven and Earth Martial Saint should be great comrades. The Heaven and Earth Martial Saint said with a smile, I need to retain some strength for inheritance and suppression. You've seen it too, Abysus's energy is very powerful, and over these years, I haven't been able to suppress it. The Mad Wind Martial Saint furrowed his brow. You can let us help. The Heaven and Earth Martial Saint shook his head. It's not possible. Abysus has already merged with me. The Mad Wind Martial Saint was stunned, then sighed. How much time do you have left? The Heaven and Earth Martial Saint smiled. Probably about 20 breaths of survival time, but it's enough. So, the Heaven and Earth Martial Saint turned around and looked at Chen Shen with a smile. Are you willing to accept my martial Dao? Martial Dao. Except for the Mad Wind Martial Saint, the 3 headmasters and 4 generals standing outside the Tower of Heaven and Earth all had a change in their expressions. Martial Dao. It was the most precious inheritance for a martial saint. It contained the most precious insights for a warrior to advance to a martial saint. In the world, there were many half-step martial saints and martial kings at the 9th rank peak, but strong individuals who ascended to martial saints were extremely rare. Even in Daxia, there were only 4 martial saints. And now, the Heaven and Earth martial saint wanted to pass on the martial Dao to Chen Chen. This left them all feeling shocked. Chen Chen hesitated as well. Martial Dao, he had heard of it, the most precious kind of inheritance. Just then, the Mad Wind martial saint patted Chen Chen's shoulder. Heaven and Earth, you're really not being fair. Chen Chen, the path of the heavenly Dao is good, but in the future, he can only follow the path you take. At this moment, Chen Chen was slightly stunned. Indeed, after accepting the heavenly Dao, what he cultivated would probably have to lean towards the path of the heavenly Dao. By then, his innate abilities, and so on, would probably undergo earth-shattering changes. This was something Chen Chen could not accept. Moreover, Chen Chen possessed a golden finger, so he was not worried about not being able to advance to martial saint. At most, it was just a matter of time. The heavenly martial saint glanced at the fierce wind martial saint and said, Chen Chen possesses 4 kinds of innate abilities, one of which can even devour other abilities. This coincides with the heavenly Dao. My heavenly Dao absorbs the power of heaven and earth, converting it into my own strength. If integrated with Chen Chen's devouring ability, it will only make his devouring ability even stronger. It will not affect him in pursuing his own Dao. In an instant, everyone suddenly realized. Looking into Chen Chen's eyes, they were filled with even deeper envy. The fierce wind martial saint also understood this and took a step back, letting Chen Chen make his own choice. Accept the inheritance of your predecessors. In the future, I will definitely exterminate all the ferocious beasts, leaving none behind. Chen Chen reached out his hand, his gaze firm. The heavenly martial saint smiled gently. I have not been able to reclaim the territory of our human race. I have not fulfilled my duties properly. The future. I leave it to you. Go for it. The heavenly martial saint raised his finger and lightly tapped Chen Chen's palm. Oh, fierce wind, help me tell those brats. I've been stuck here for so many years, I really miss you guys. In the next life, let's have a drink together again. Goodbye. The heavenly martial saint showed a final smile, then completely disappeared into the heavens and earth. The fierce wind martial saint nodded with a smile and said slowly, It's necessary. Congratulations to the host for accepting the heavenly Dao of the heavenly martial saint. Ding! Detected the similarity and compatibility between the heavenly Dao and the devouring talent. The two automatically merge. It was unknown how much time had passed, but in the heavenly tower, only Chen Chen was left sitting alone. And around him, there was a faint sense of the heavenly Dao. Acquired XR innate ability, vitality of 10,000 lives, vitality of 10,000 lives, can devour the power of spatial ruptures, the flow of time, and all things. Chen Chen opened his eyes and felt energy rushing towards him from all directions. Under the impact of this energy, his body seemed to break through its limits, continuously growing stronger and ascending. Is this the vitality of 10,000 lives? It truly is astonishing. Chen Chen, Realm, 5th rank initial stage, innate abilities, SSS-Grade 9 Heavens Dark Thunder Body, XR-Grade vitality of 10,000 lives, SSS-Grade Extraordinary Insight, Mood, God-Slaying Mood, Techniques, Ultimate Heaven Technique, Basic Spear Technique, Immortal Tool, Yin-Yang Chaos Spear. Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Chen stood up and noticed that the fierce wind martial saint was still watching him. Well done. Perfect fusion. And something extraordinary has been born. The fierce wind martial saint nodded slightly in satisfaction, finally entrusting his old friend's Dao inheritance to the most suitable person. The world should be able to rest now. I will leave first. Your talents and strength are good, you should be able to graduate early. Choose a military district that satisfies you. As the fierce wind martial saint's words fell, his figure dissipated and disappeared. After all, he was a martial saint and needed to guard the border. Being able to leave and arrive near the cold wind forest close to the capital was already very good. And then, the Tower of Heaven and Earth trembled, and with a single thought, Chen Chen left the tower. Watching the Tower of Heaven and Earth gradually fade into a shadow behind him, Chen Chen knew that without the blessing of the Holy Way, this tower would soon become history. The 3 principals and 4 generals were also aware of what had happened in the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Well done. Lin Wuti patted Chen Chen on the shoulder. Chen Chen chuckled, it's nothing. The greatest gains within the Tower of Heaven and Earth were now in his possession, and Chen Chen felt that this journey was not in vain. Bus Godwind and Yi Yang exchanged a glance. To have a student like you, we are truly fortunate, Chen Chen. Bus Godwind laughed. Would you consider being an exchange student at our school? Yi Yang smiled. Go away. Lin Wuti stepped in front of them. Chen Shen would never go to your Starry Sky University or Azure Sky University. He will always be a student of our Xianyuan University. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. After the brief laughter, the four generals surrounded Chen Shen, their eyes sharp, reminiscent of the day the four deans fought over him. Chen Shen, I am Hyun from the Eastern War Zone. Hyun introduced himself first. Chen Shen nodded. General He, I know. Next, it was Qinli, Li Ta, and Lu Tian who introduced themselves in turn. The military personnel were efficient and did not like to waste time. Hyun smiled and said, Chen Shen, I won't say anything else. If you come to our Eastern War Zone, we will immediately raise your treatment to the maximum level. Hyun immediately extended the highest olive branch. Lu Tian was equally competitive. If you raise Chen Shen's treatment to the maximum level, then I will be at the top level, Lu Tian said. Chen Shen, if you come to our Western War Zone, all kinds of benefits will be maximized for you. From training partners to opponents, everything will be arranged for you. Qinli from the Northern War Zone also said, we in the Northern War Zone are willing to double it. Li Ta from the Southern War Zone nodded, double, triple, it's all possible. Hyun also said, in our Eastern War Zone, we can do the same. The four generals did not specify any conditions. However, Chen Shen knew that the top conditions offered by the military would be extremely generous, even surpassing ordinary expectations. Before the three schools' grand competition, Chen Shen had heard that the winner of the first place would enjoy first-class treatment from the military district, while the second and third would receive second-class treatment. The appearance of top-tier geniuses each year could only enjoy first-class treatment, which made them ecstatic. And now, he was directly offered several times the top treatment. Clearly, all four war zones were sincere and truly wanted to recruit Chen Shen. Chen Shen, take your time to choose, no rush, consider all conditions comprehensively, Lin Wuti said with a smile. Chen Shen nodded. After a moment of thought, he said, in which war zone are there more ferocious beasts? I want to kill more. The four generals were slightly stunned, looking at Chen Shen with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Over the years, those so-called geniuses who entered the military district wanted to maximize all kinds of benefits and repeatedly applied for them. And now, when it came to Chen Shen joining the war zone, his condition was to hunt down more ferocious beasts? For a moment, everyone's gaze towards Chen Shen became even more satisfied. But when it came to hunting down the most ferocious beasts, Li Ta, Qinli, and Lu Tian's gazes all involuntarily turned towards Hyun. They had never expected that one day they would envy the Eastern War Zone for facing more ferocious beasts. Hyun laughed heartily. If you want to kill ferocious beasts, then the Eastern War Zone is the place for you. Hyun explained with a smile, near our Eastern War Zone is a vast wilderness forest. Among them, who knows how many fierce beasts have taken shelter. Because the fastest wind Marshal Saint just appeared in our Eastern War Zone. If you're heading to our Eastern War Zone, you've come to the right place. There, the fierce beasts will make sure you get enough kills. With that said, Chen Shen didn't hesitate at all. He cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you, General He. Indeed, Chen Shen's destination was the Eastern War Zone. Li Ta, Lu Tian, and Qinli were filled with envy, while General Hyun stood by laughing heartily. Never did they expect to recruit such a talent, landing in their war zone. It was known that in the past, very few students dared to come to the Eastern War Zone, known for its danger. It was almost compulsory selection, compulsory dispatch. Yet Chen Shen came voluntarily, earning General Hyun's admiration. A true rebel in the world of martial arts. The other three generals shook their heads, not saying much. Lu Tian took out a jade box and said to Chen Shen, a 9th grade spiritual herb. If you ever have the chance, you can also visit the Western War Zone. Chen Shen didn't refuse but accepted graciously. Thank you, General Lu. If the opportunity arises, I will also visit the Western War Zone. Hearing Chen Shen's response, Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Li Ta and Qinli, on the other hand, looked regretful. However, they didn't force Chen Shen but each took out a 9th grade spiritual herb and handed it to him. After some more pleasantries, the four generals shrugged. General Hyun said, in that case, we will leave first. The border battles are intense, and as generals, we can't stay away for too long. Chen Shen, if you're willing, you can head to the Eastern War Zone in a month. By then, I hope to see a breakthrough in your cultivation. Chen Shen smiled, I will. The four generals nodded, transforming into streaks of light and soaring into the sky, each heading in a different direction like shooting stars. It's all over, said Bu Shinfeng with a gentle smile. You, little guy, really make me want you as my student, Yi Yang said, rolling his eyes. Chen Shen cupped his hands and said, although I am a student of Xianyuan University, I am also a student of Daxia, as well as President Bu and President Yi. The three presidents burst into laughter. This kid was confident, but his emotional intelligence was truly exceptional. Alright, now that your issue is resolved, the rest is to let the freshmen and sophomores come in for comparison. Wu Xinfeng shrugged helplessly. The things Chen Shen had done earlier were too dazzling, causing them to forget about this. Lin Wuti said, Chen Shen, just sit aside and rest. After it's over, I'll take you to practice the Purgatory Endless Sky Law. Chen Shen nodded, okay. After a fierce battle, he indeed needed a good rest. After receiving the inheritance of the martial saint of heaven and earth, Chen Shen found a spot for himself and planned to watch the assessment of the freshmen and sophomores. However, after the incident that had just occurred, the tests of the others seemed like child's play in front of them. Even the arrogant Sheng Tianlei and the disdainful Shang Wuji were nonchalant during their respective tests, the reason being the immense impact Chen Shen had on them. Time passed quickly. The Tricol Competition ended swiftly. In the freshman category, Shang Wuji emerged as the champion. In the sophomore category, Sheng Tianlei claimed the victory. It could be said that this Tricol competition was dominated by the comprehensive strength of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Of course, students from other schools were also affected by Chen Shen, leading to a sense of despondency. The crowd dispersed. Bus Shenfeng and Yeyang personally came over to bid him farewell before leaving with their group. At this moment, Lin Jianfeng and Xing Xianyi finally had the time to approach. Good job, kid. You're so strong. Xing Xianyi punched Chen Shen in the chest. Chen Chun chuckled, Old Xing, you taught me well. Xing Xianyi glared at Chen Shen, calling me Old Xing now? No respect for your elders. Despite saying that, in their daily interactions, Xing Xianyi and Chen Shen always addressed each other as Dude and Old Xing. The hidden dragon emerges, truly turning into a golden dragon. Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shen Tiyi wore complex expressions. It had only been 3 months since Chen Shen started school. How did his strength reach the initial stage of the 5th rank so quickly? This improvement was beyond their imagination. Thanks to me. Lin Jianfeng stood in front of Chen Shen with his arms crossed. Chen Shen smiled, Director Lin, hello. For Chen Shen, Lin Jianfeng had shown him great favor. Shall we go back together later? Lin Jianfeng smiled. Chen Shen shook his head, I want to acquire some martial arts techniques. Acquire martial arts techniques? The 5 of them were momentarily stunned, then realized Purgatory Endless Heaven technique. Alright then, we'll leave first. You kid focus on your cultivation and make me proud. Chen Shen nodded. After seeing off a few directors, Chen Shen returned to the group of freshmen at Xianyuan University. He's really strong. Shang Wuji smiled. We're all freshmen, why is it that you alone have pierced through 3 universities? Lan Qi pouted. He's different from you guys. Gu Jin shrugged. Undoubtedly, the gazes directed at Chen Shen were filled with indescribable emotions. You all better focus on your cultivation from now on. By the time you reach your 3rd year, your strength should be similar to mine. Chen Shen smiled lightly. Shang Wuji looked helpless. By the time you reach your 3rd year, will you be cultivating like you are now? You might not even catch up with your current self in 2 years. Chen Shen didn't argue. Lan Qi widened her eyes. Want to go back together? Chen Shen shook his head. No, I'm considered to have graduated early. Lan Qi nodded. Graduated early? Graduating early is great, heading straight to battle. Wait, you've graduated early. In an instant, Lan Qi exclaimed, her voice echoing throughout the venue. Everyone looked at Chen Shen in shock. Freshman, directly to early graduation? Skipping even the internship in the 4th year? What a huge shortcut. Even Sheng Tianlei, Lin Xingzhu, and others couldn't hide their expressions. They entered school a year before Chen Shen did? And the result? In every aspect, they were outshone by Chen Shen. Ah, so envious of brother Chen Shen. This is early graduation. I want that too, but that means going to battle. With your current level, you'd just be serving food on the battlefield, right? The northern war zone has suffered territorial losses again, it's very dangerous. I told you, I know my own abilities. Ha, Chen, if you do well on the battlefield, don't forget to promote us. Yeah, I can be your accessory. Listening to the voices around him, Chen Shen squinted his eyes and smiled gently. However, before officially heading to the eastern war zone, Chen Shen still needed to take care of one thing. Looking up, Principal Lin Wuti was waiting for him on the side. I never expected you to graduate so quickly. St. Martial Arts University is still too small for you. Lin Wuti smiled, only in the military will you truly showcase your talents. The strong individuals there, the fierce beasts on the borders, are not something St. Martial Arts University can compare to. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen smiled lightly, is that so? Well then, I'll look forward to it. After all, the Shingwu University had been completely conquered by him. Lin Wuti raised his thumb. Over there's one surnamed Xiu, one surnamed Lin, and another surnamed Qin. They are the most terrifying geniuses in the entire Eastern War Zone. When you get there, don't let yourself be overwhelmed. Chen Chen chuckled. I hope they won't be overwhelmed by me. With his arms crossed, Chen Chen smiled faintly. Lin Wuti laughed heartily. Good, good, good. This is my student, who also possesses the invincible way in his heart. I'll take you to obtain the Purgatory Endless Heaven technique. It seems that there are 2 hidden clans also going. We should compete well. Chen Chen, oh? Chen Chen's interest was piqued in an instant. What he was most interested in was the Endless Heaven technique. The amplification brought by the Endless Heaven technique was quite terrifying, right? So, what about the Purgatory Endless Heaven technique? For a moment, Chen Chen was filled with anticipation. The place to obtain the Purgatory Endless Heaven technique was located on the edge where the Cold Wind Forest met another primitive forest. The journey was indeed long. However, under the guidance of Lin Wuti, who was almost a half-step martial saint, they arrived at a high mountain in just a few dozen breaths. The mountain was steep, as if there was a mysterious artistic conception within it. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Here? Lin Wuti nodded. Yes. This mountain was personally pulled out from the earth by the founder of the Purgatory Endless Heaven technique. Chen Chen was taken aback. No wonder he sensed a different taste from this mountain. Was the creator of the Purgatory Endless Heaven technique also a martial saint? Chen Chen asked. Lin Wuti shook his head. I don't know. The Purgatory Endless Heaven technique has always been in the Cold Wind Forest. As for being pulled out, it was discovered by researchers later on. Chen Chen nodded. Lin Wuti smiled. There will be corresponding assessments once you enter. But you don't need to worry, it should be simple for you. Chen Chen nodded. After killing Abysus, at this moment, his confidence had swelled to another level, especially after comprehending the Tao of heaven and earth. They're here. Just then, dozens of figures descended from the sky, landing in front of the mountain. Who are they? Chen Chen asked in confusion, using his insight technique. Ouyang Chang, Realm, 6th rank Grandmaster Initial Stage. Ouyang Yu, Realm, 5th rank Perfection. Ouyang Tian. Chen Chen looked towards the other group of people. Yanling, Realm, 6th rank Grandmaster Initial Stage. Yan Feng, Realm, 5th rank Perfection. Yan Gao. Through his inside eyes, Chen Chen roughly understood the identities of the 2 groups standing in front of him. They were from the hidden clans of the Ouyang family and the Yan family. It should be noted that in this world, not only universities train martial arts experts, but hidden clans also cultivate core warriors. Although the overall strength of hidden clans is not comparable to Shingwu University, in terms of resource allocation, hidden clans are more than capable of overwhelming Shingwu University. After all, they only cultivate 2 or 3 individuals a year. The people standing in front of them should be the geniuses of the hidden clans. As for why hidden clans possess the Endless Heaven technique, it's simple. In order to allow people of the world to enhance their strength, the only human martial god on the Blue Star spread various martial arts. The Yan and Ouyang families are the ones who mastered the Endless Heaven technique. However, Chen Chen was not concerned. Just then, 2 streaks of light descended simultaneously, revealing 2 martial kings at the initial stage of the 9th rank, who were the patriarchs of the hidden clans. Yan Xing, Ouyang Qin, long time no see. Lin Wuti waved his hand. Ouyang Qin smiled and said, Lao Lin, seems like you've been having a lot of happy things lately, you look so cheerful. Yan Xing chuckled, I can feel it too. Lin Wuti grinned. Are you going to bring my students over to practice cultivation? Ouyang Qin and Yan Xing were taken aback and glanced at Chen Chen. Just a moment ago, they didn't pay much attention to a 5th grade beginner like him. However, that casual glance made Ouyang Qin and Yan Xing smiles freeze simultaneously. This is holy intent? A storm surged in their hearts as they looked into Lin Wuti's eyes and got a definite answer. No wonder. Ouyang Qin sighed and thought to himself, where did Lin Wuti find such a monstrous talent? Lin Wuti cleared his throat. Now that everyone is here, we can start practicing the Purgatory Eternal Heaven technique. I hope you all have the corresponding blessings and talents to truly master the Purgatory Eternal Heaven technique, right? We are 10 minutes away from starting, so you can rest a bit more. With that, Lin Wuti, Ouyang Qin, and Yan Xing turned into streaks of light and flew towards the mountaintop. They were going to open the practice ground. So, in front of the high mountain, only Chen Chen and the people from the 2 major families were left. Chen Chen shrugged, found a spot, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Bro, why is that guy so cold and aloof? Such a show-off. Isn't his strength just at the 5th grade beginner level? A young man said to Ouyang Cheng. Ouyang Qing was the pride of the younger generation of their Ouyang family, only 25 years old, and had perfected the Eternal Heaven technique to its peak. His talent was also at the SSS level. He was the top young talent of their family. Ouyang Chang waved his hand, let's not talk too much. Almost everyone who can come here is among the best of the best. There's not a weak one among them. Even though this person brought by old Lin looks ordinary, who knows, he might have a trump card that can crush you directly. This is not our family, we are outside, so we should show respect to everyone. After a scolding, the young man finally realized and quickly agreed. And in his gaze towards Chen Chen, there was a sense of equality. On the other side, in the Yin family, a similar scene was unfolding. Yen Ling carried an ancient Tai Chi sword on his back. Yen Ling, do you want to chat with that guy? A young man asked. Yen Ling shook his head, no need. He's resting, and if we go talk to him, we'll only disturb him. If he encounters difficulties in the secret realm, we can help him out. It's a way to build good karma. The others whispered, agreed. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Lin Wudi and the others were standing on the ground, and the mountain in front of them began to tremble. After a brief tremor, 3 huge cave entrances appeared before them. Lin Wudi said confidently, the 3 cave entrances each hold opportunities and dangers, testing both blessings and strength. A total of 15 people, divided into 3 groups. Those who pass through the caves can be the first to comprehend the Purgatory Eternal Heaven technique. Remember, the chance to cultivate the Purgatory Eternal Heaven technique is limited. It's first come, first served. As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Ling and Ouyang Qing exchanged a glance and swiftly entered the 2 large caves on the left and right respectively. The other family members quickly followed suit. Those who didn't catch up in time were separated by an invisible barrier outside. It's over. After all, the prodigies at the Grandmaster level were their trump cards. Now that they were gone, their chances of passing the cave test seemed extremely slim. Lin Wudi chuckled, Chen Chen, you choose the cave in the middle, and the rest of you can follow Chen Chen inside. The other family members glanced at Chen Chen. 5th grade initial stage. Despite the dissuasion from Ouyang Qing and Yen Ling, they knew that Chen Chen might be extraordinary. However, the realm of the 5th grade initial stage indeed made them a bit apprehensive. Thanks to everyone for the support, thanks to the amazing Crazy. 2 extra updates today, once again asking for small gifts. Let's go. Chen Chen glanced at them, shrugged, and walked into the cave. The remaining 4 people, 2 from the Ouyang family and 2 from the Yin family. After exchanging glances, they followed Chen Chen into the cave. Is this kid really so monstrous? Even now, Ouyang Qin and Yen Xing still couldn't quite believe the words Lin Wudi had said to them. An 18-year-old freshman broke through 3 holy martial arts universities, even defeated the 6th grade grandmaster, Abyss. With such achievements before them, they had to question if it was said by a 3-year-old child. However, the one who said it was Lin Wudi, the principal of Xianyuan University. Lin Wudi chuckled, if you don't believe it, you can see who can reach the perfection level in this purgatory endless law practice, right? Lin Wudi raised his hands, and a huge screen appeared in front of them, shimmering with light. With curiosity and amazement, the 2 patriarchs of the hidden families also looked over. While Lin Wudi casually took out a tea table and cups from his storage ring, inviting the 2 patriarchs to drink and watch. After entering the cave, it was completely different from the outside environment. A world with a deep blue sky and emerald green grassland instantly appeared before their eyes. Secret realm. Chen Chen's mind stirred. A high mountain was nothing but the entrance to a secret realm. And within the high mountain was this grassland-like secret realm. So beautiful. Yes, I didn't expect this place to hold such a treasure. Could there be any danger here? The 4 people following Chen Chen showed puzzled expressions. In such a beautiful place, where could the danger be? Chen Chen's thoughts spread with the sacred intent of heaven and earth, gradually covering the entire grassland like a spring rain. Seeing Chen Chen suddenly standing still, everyone was puzzled. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Should we go or not? Ouyang Tian said. On the other side, a young man named Yen Gao also nodded. The way we came in should be the least dangerous passage. The sooner we pass, the sooner we obtain the purgatory endless law. With that, the 4 exchanged glances and immediately rushed forward. The gentle breeze brushed their faces, and the soft ground beneath felt quite pleasant. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. In an instant, a 20-meter python covered in grass leaves opened its huge mouth and lunged towards them. Judging by its appearance, it was probably a 5th grade complete beast. Not good. Defend. The faces of the 4 people changed. They hadn't expected there to be an ambush here. Reacting first, Yen Gao and Ouyang Tian suddenly emitted a dazzling light from their bodies. Endless thundering wind. Endless earth-shattering. The 2 quickly adjusted their combat stances and launched a counterattack. The remaining two also reacted, raising their hands and releasing bursts of energy. Bang! Four energy streams hit the grass python, causing it to let out a miserable cry. Effective! Yen Gao and Ouyang Tian smiled quickly. With their realm reaching the 5th grade complete level, they could easily hold their ground even against 6th grade warriors. Not to mention that they are 4 people attacking together. The power they unleashed was beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, when the energy dissipated, what was revealed was a grass python still unscathed. Roar! The grass python opened its huge mouth, and the surrounding grass leaves leaped into the air, transforming into countless flying knives that shot towards the group. Retreat! The faces of the group changed. They immediately stepped back dozens of yards. However, they couldn't retreat any further because Chen Chen was standing here, still standing motionless. Defense! We can't retreat! The 4 of them reacted simultaneously, quickly activating their innate abilities to the extreme, forming a huge shield in front of them. Bang! 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 Countless flying knives fell on the shield, making sharp banging sounds. The monsters in this secret realm are strange, stronger than outside. That's right, ordinary beasts wouldn't be able to suppress us like this. No wonder it's called an assessment. At this moment, the group's faces shifted from leisurely to serious. Inside the secret realm, there's no one to collect the bodies of the dead. Just then, Ouyang Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. Not good. They saw that the energy shield in front of them, under the attack of the grass python, cracked open. Then, the crack rapidly expanded at a bizarre speed. Finally, with a snap, the energy shield created by the 4 of them completely shattered at that moment. The 4 of them looked incredulous. In the distance, the grass python let out a scream, then conjured more grass leaf flying knives and shot them towards the 4. The appearance of the 5 in front of it made it feel the desire to feed. Kill them, and eat them. Quick, defend! Yen Gao suddenly said. However, the flying knives formed by the grass python were as fast as lightning, faster and more terrifying than their activated energy. It's over. The faces of the 4 changed. Under such an attack, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. However, just then, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in front of the group. The black hole, like a bottomless abyss, completely devoured countless grass leaf flying knives. What is this? A look of astonishment crossed the faces of the group. Suddenly, they realized and quickly looked towards Chen Chen. They saw Chen Chen raise his right hand, a hint of helplessness on his calm face. Follow behind me. Don't run around. Otherwise, I won't know when you'll die either. Chen Chen shook his head. Then, his figure distorted and disappeared in an instant. Before the group could react, the grass python in the distance let out a mournful cry. The group quickly looked over. They saw a golden spear firmly pinning down the massive body of the grass python on the ground. Standing on the body of the grass python was the slender young man. The young man pulled out the spear, which turned into countless particles of light and disappeared. With a thought, Chen Chen activated the energy of the grass python, consuming all its blood and energy. Let's go! Feeling the energy of the grass python being drained, Chen Chen waved to the stunned group behind him. If we don't leave now, even I won't be able to help if you die in the secret realm. Immediately, the group snapped out of their daze. Swallowing nervously, they looked at Chen Chen with awe in their eyes. This wasn't a 5th grade novice. Clearly, it was an immensely powerful individual. Outside the secret realm, Yan Xing and Ouyang Qin couldn't help but be filled with shock. Is this kid really just a 5th grade novice? No wonder he could kill Abysus, who was at the 6th rank of the initial stage. He's truly a freak. Ouyang Qin and Yan Xing's faces revealed admiration. How come this kid isn't from our family? Lin Wudi took a sip of tea and chuckled. You too, stop thinking about the position of guest elders. Chen Chen has been accepted by the 4 major war zones and will ultimately go to the Eastern War Zone. Ouyang Qin and Yan Xing were stunned simultaneously. The military speed of action is truly godlike. Ouyang Qin shook his head. I wonder who of the 3 will reach the finish line first. Chen Chen's strength and talent are indeed off the charts. But their Ouyang Qing is not bad either. Who will reach the finish line is still unknown. Yan Xing also added, Yan Ling's strength is already approaching the middle stage of a grandmaster, and his performance in the secret realm will not be lacking. Moreover, Yan Ling and the others have already covered 1/10 of the journey through the secret realm. Obviously, the heads of the 2 major families chose to support their own people. Lin Wudi took another sip of tea without further argument. In that case, shall we just wait and see? Lin Wudi shook his head. He was extremely confident in Chen Chen and believed he would definitely be the first to reach the finish line. So, everyone's gaze turned back to the screen. In Ouyang Qing's secret realm, Ouyang Chang held a long knife and ran along the way. Behind him, the descendants of the Ouyang family followed cautiously. Ferocious beast. In an instant, a fully mature 5th rank pangolin appeared on the lawn in front of him, with a gray-brown body. However, Ouyang Qing reacted swiftly. His muscles suddenly exerted a unique force, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the fully mature 5th rank pangolin. Blade intent severing, one slash to the end of the sky. Ouyang Qing aimed at the pangolin's eyes. With one slash, a bloodline split open from the pangolin's head. Then, the fully mature 5th rank pangolin suddenly split in half. Xinggu is mighty. We are definitely the first ones here. Ha ha, with Xinggu, of course. The crowd was also excited. In Yanling's cave's secret realm, he held the Ice-Fire twin swords and ran with the descendants of the family. However, on this path, he encountered a ferocious beast again. A fully mature 5th rank Earth Tiger. When the Earth Tiger saw the 5 of them, it let out an excited roar. But just as it was about to launch an attack, countless ice crystals suddenly enveloped the Earth Tiger completely. Ice-Fire twin swords sweeping all things. In the next moment, a flame sword intent like a volcano fiercely descended towards the Earth Tiger. In an instant, the Earth Tiger shattered and turned into countless blood. Yanlinggu is so cool. Ice-Fire twin swords. We will definitely be the first to reach the finish line. The faces of the Yan family descendants were also filled with excitement. In the Yan family, Yanling was a legend among the younger generation, unbeatable by anyone. Therefore, everyone had absolute confidence in Yanling. Yanling chuckled, "Don't get too excited. Let's continue steadily and move forward. Let's go." Everyone nodded, suddenly turning into phantoms and rushing forward. However, different from their style was the secret realm where Chen Chen stood. Ouyang Tian and Yan Gao, along with 4 others beside him, were completely numb. Because, the path Chen Chen led them on was filled with ferocious beasts all the way. It didn't matter that they were all ferocious beasts. The key was, every time Chen Chen could achieve a one-hit kill, all done by piercing with a long spear. After the kill, Chen Chen could absorb the energy and blood of the ferocious beasts with a strange ability. At this point, they had never seen anything like it. Finally, on a fallen 5th grade perfect grassleaf cheetah, Ouyang Tian cautiously asked, "Brother, can you sense the ferocious beasts?" Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, smiled lightly, "Oh, you noticed? Everyone. Every 2 steps, you could encounter a ferocious beast, what do you say?" It wasn't until now that everyone realized why Chen Chen had been standing still before. Clearly, he was sensing the location of the ferocious beasts. This time, apart from Yanling and Ouyang Qing, they truly admired him. Looking at everyone's expressions, Chen Chen shook his head. The energy of the ferocious beasts infused into his body. Chen Chen's realm was once again elevated, reaching the middle stage of the 5th grade. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. They had never expected that the realm could be elevated in such a way. Chen Chen smiled lightly. "Indeed, it's the XR level life energy, almost completely overwhelming the SSR level devouring ability. At this rate, when exiting the secret realm, I should be able to break through a realm on my own." The Tao of Heaven and Earth not only absorbs the energy of Heaven and Earth but also serves as a means of exploration to locate the ferocious beasts. "Let's go!" Chen Chen lifted the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear and waved to them again. Everyone nodded. What happened next left them numb. A ferocious beast appeared. However, it was killed by Chen Chen with one shot. 2 ferocious beasts appeared. Then, Chen Chen killed them with one shot in quick succession. 3 ferocious beasts appeared at the same time, just when they thought Chen Chen should have another move up his sleeve. Suddenly, a dark thunderous giant arm appeared behind Chen Chen, holding a golden spear, and killed the 3 ferocious beasts in one move. Yan Gao and Ouyang Tian were already in a numb state. They didn't need to take action at all. They just needed to follow behind Chen Chen and jog along with him. Along the way, they gained a whole new understanding of Chen Chen's strength. This guy, he's probably even stronger than their Ouyang Qing and Yanling, right? Outside the secret realm, Ouyang Qing, the patriarch of the Ouyang family, and Yan Xing, the patriarch of the Yan family, twitched their mouths. Is this kid a monster? From the appearance of the monster to its end, not even a second had passed before Chen Chen killed it. Even in the situation of constantly encountering ferocious beasts, Chen Chen's speed was comparable to Yanling and Ouyang Qing. They had all reached 50% of the distance to the finish line. The key is, Yanling and Ouyang Qing would occasionally take detours to avoid the ferocious beasts. But Chen Chen just killed his way through. Lin Woody took a sip of tea. Don't be surprised, I've said it before, you can't imagine Chen Chen's talent. Ha! Looks like something interesting is coming. Just then, a ferocious beast slowly emerged in front of them. And the realm of this ferocious beast was at the master's initial stage. If the previous encounters were just appetizers, then, at this moment, the true test of the secret realm has arrived.